United States.
I want everybody from this moment on to recognize me as the scholar of boxing.
Civil rights leaders stepping up and say that our children's lives matter now more than ever. And I want to thank all of you for getting up 8 in the morning. If people could see how many people are gathered here, they would say, you all are truly blessed to have the support of America, Christine and Elmore. And I want to thank the media for covering this matter because they don't always cover when our children are taken away from us in highly unquestionable ways. And I do understand there's a lot of news going on in America today. I woke up to them saying LeBron James is going to announce where he's going to play basketball next year. But I'm very happy that the media said this story is just as important. And I'm sure LeBron James and Rich Paul and Stephon Curry and Draymond Green, Jaylen Brown, Embiid, Maxey, Giannis, Bam, and many other players in the National Basketball Association will all agree that our children's lives are far more important than where LeBron or any other player will play next year. And so that's why I thank you all for being here, because this news is as important as any news in the United States of America, finding out why is Norman Wales dead. And I want to thank you all who have called the call center. I want to thank Reverend Al Sharpton. I want to thank Mr. Tyler Perry. I want to thank Mr. Terry Owens for putting up the $125,000 reward for anybody out there who have information so we can get to the truth of what happened. Any videos, we've gotten so many videos, President Johnson, from that day from young people, and we want them to have the courage to come forward with the pictures, what you heard. I know people said there were a lot of disturbances out there. Some believe it involved Nolan. All of those things are important to get to the truth of what happened. The fact, Christine, that the United Cajun Navy are so forthcoming. The fact that they told us, we haven't heard from any of their local officials, that Nolan was found face down, fully clothed. Well, that's significant to us because the last time we saw him on the videos, he was without a shirt. So at what point did he put on a shirt? Somebody saw something. Somebody knows something. There were almost 300, 400 people. Somebody knows something. So, Scott X, we're trying to just make sure people understand that you can call the Nolan Wales tip line. At bencroft.com, we will gladly listen to you, take any information as we try to put together this puzzle of what happened to Nolan Wales. And today, we're going to add some more parts to this puzzle because my legal team and I, we stand for truth, no matter who it implicates or who it exonerates. We stand for justice, no matter who it convicts or it acquits. Yeah, and we stand for transparency because we got eyes that can see, and we don't need government officials having to narrate it for you and me. We can see it for ourselves. Transparency. That leads to the truth. The truth is the foundation for accountability and justice. And that's all we're seeking, as Christina Elmore said from day one. So with that, and Christina Elmore, if you all want to sit, we're about to go through this autopsy. I know it may be a little emotional. Thank you, President. As we begin to present the preliminary findings of the autopsy, we want to especially thank Mr. Colin Kaepernick for not thinking it robbery to pay for the autopsy. Let's go. So, an autopsy will be provided for the media at press@bencrump.com. And so, so Dr. Roger Mitchell, board certified forensic pathologist, performed a preliminary report on the death of Nolan Xavier Wells. He conducted and presented this report on July 19th, 2026. Preliminary report, second autopsy, death of Nolan Xavier Wells. Cause of death undetermined, pending investigation. And we'll explain that as we go through the report this morning. The manner of death undetermined, pending investigation. Statement of examination. This forensic pathologist was retained to perform a second autopsy examination on the body of Nolan Xavier Wells. Name of decedent, Nolan Xavier Wells, age 18 years old, race, black, gender, male. Date of death, unknown. Second autopsy date was performed on July 10th, 2026. Preliminary findings. And this focal area of red discoloration in the soft tissue of the back of the head, the occipital region. He said the etiology is unknown at this time. He said the body was received after the initial autopsy. He said the body had marked decompensation. He said corona incision of the scalp, brain removal, Y-shaped incision of the anterior torso, and he talked about the organs being removed, as is common, accompanied in the body cavity. And that when you have an autopsy, the organs are removed from the body and they are dissected and examined. And then they are put back in a bag within inside the body. So when they're buried, their remains will all be with them. But in this occasion, if there's going to be a second autopsy, then the organs are put in the body cavity so the second pathologist could be able to examine the organs as well. Very significant for Dr. Mitchell was that the anterior inner neck structures were absent, not received with the body. And we'll explain that in just a minute. And then it talks about the additional procedures performed during the second autopsy. And we'll go into the paragraphs on that there, because he explains it there in his narrative. So, where's the first page of the discussion, not the document. He talks in the preliminary discussion opinion. This forensic pathologist identified several limitations during the second autopsy that create barriers to establishing a definitive cause and manner of death for Nolan Xavier Wales. And that's important. He talks about the fact that we didn't get to see the body when it was first recovered, like the medical examiner working for Mississippi would have stated. He talked about the second autopsy performed on Nolan Wales revealed marked decompensation or changes. Marked decompensation can obscure the presence and absence of bruising on the skin surface, especially during a second autopsy examination. What he's saying, because the body was so decomposed that you couldn't tell if there was bruises or abrasions on the body when he received it on the 10th of July. For these reasons, additional dissection procedures not performed during the first autopsy examination were performed to rule out potential blunt force injuries responsible for the death. These procedures included facial dissection, posterior head and neck dissection, dissection of the ribs, the pelvic, dissection of the subcutaneous and deep soft tissue, dissection of the back, the buttocks, the arms, and legs. He did all of this to rule out things. He ruled out there were no fractures or deep tissue injuries identified. This was very important because he wanted to be very thorough and very transparent, because transparency is the key to getting to the answers of why Nolan Wales is not with us. So He did that there and was very straightforward, very open, very open. He says, however, dissection of the back of the head during the layered posterior neck dissection revealed a 12 by 8-inch focal area of rare discoloration in the deep soft tissues overlaying the occipital bone. And he talked about how he found red discoloration when he cut open into the back of his head towards the occipital bone, and he saw the red discoloration, and we actually saw the pictures of it. It's significant. You can't help but notice, why is this dark red here in the back of his head? And so he was important to note that in his report. He said that etiology of this finding is unclear. There are no lacerations of the overlaying skin nor fractures of the underlying skull. These findings are inconclusive for perimortem injury due to both the extensive decomposition and the absence of associated injuries. This finding, however, is significant enough to be highlighted in this preliminary report for further investigation. It is important to reiterate that the finding could not have been observed in the first autopsy because the posterior head and neck dissection were not performed. He said another limitation faced by this forensic pathologist was the absence of the anterior internal neck structures. The trachea and the laryngeal cartilage, the thyroid horn, and the hyoid bone were not received with the body. So he's saying that the throat was not received with the body when he got Nolan Wells' body in Washington, D.C. to perform the second autopsy. And so let's discuss that with what he said about that. He said, it is assumed that the initial pathologist retained these structures for additional evaluation. He said the retention of the anterior neck structures during an initial autopsy is a common forensic pathology practice. He was chief medical examiner for 7 years in Washington, D.C., and he said that if they had concern about throat or any fracture or compression of the throat, they too will hold them back. He doesn't know why they held the throat back, but he said the throat was not with the body of Nolan Wells when he received it in Washington, D.C. to perform the second autopsy. He said, nevertheless, a posterior neck dissection performed without review of the anterior neck structures is incomplete. Therefore, this pathologist cannot rule out injury to the neck as a contributor or a cause of death. He said he would need to have the medical examiner in Mississippi allow him to review the throat. That's why he said his autopsy is undetermined pending investigation. Remember, it's about transparency. Because the initial autopsy rightfully removed and dissected each organ, there are additional limitations inherent in the second autopsy of Nolan Wells. The most significant of the limitations was the inability to directly observe the airway and the lungs for water and directly observe the stomach for gastric contents. He said it is very significant as to what the initial forensic scientists who got to review the body when it was recovered. We have heard from my call center people saying the body wasn't waterlogged. Well, we need to know those things. But unfortunately, because the body was decomposed and the organs have already been dissected, those are things we can only get from the initial autopsy. So therefore, again, the manner and cause of death is undetermined until further investigation. We are hopeful that the Mississippi Medical Examiner would give Dr. Mitchell an opportunity to see their photographs and their observations to the condition of Nolan Wells' body closer in time to July 4th. That is very important, and we have to continue to demand transparency, President Johnson. In addition, the original toxicology results have not been received at the time of this report. And we continue to wait for the toxicology to come back because, again, that will be part of the investigation into Nolan Wells' autopsy by Dr. Mitchell. It is significant to know that there's many things that go into toxicology that only Dr. Mitchell would be able to opine upon, and medical experts can opine upon. And he feels the proper place to do that is before a grand jury in a courtroom. And so we would hope that the district attorney would present Dr. Mitchell before the grand jury as well. We want all relevant information to be heard by the grand jury. Lastly, in cases where a death has occurred in or around a body of water, lastly, in cases where a death has occurred in or around a body of water with suspicion of drowning, it is important to confirm how that person entered the water. This is the crux of the matter. This information is especially important for those deaths of persons who can swim. As in the case with Nolan Wells, at the time of this report, this forensic pathologist does not know the condition of Nolan Wells. He did not know whether he was conscious or unconscious when he entered the water. He said that would be significant. He said he did not know whether he was forced into the water or unforced into the water. He said that would be significant. So he said the condition of Nolan Wells before he entered the water would be the crux of the matter. It would be of utmost importance to being able to determine a cause and manner of death. He said definitive circumstances of death are required to determine the manner of death. For these reasons, this pathologist cannot rule out, and let me really call your attention to this. For these reasons, this pathologist cannot rule out if any intervening non-accidental factors contributed to or caused the death of Nolan Wells. Understand, he said based on the examination of the body, he cannot rule out foul play. That is significant. With the following questions still outstanding, number one, what were the circumstances that led to Nolan Xavier Wells entering the water? Number two, what was the body position when it was found? We know that a member of the United Cajun Navy said that he was face down and he was fully clothed. Number three, was there water in the airway? Remember he talked about the lungs and the airways where they fill with water. Number four, is there any evidence of injuries to the anterior neck structure? We got the autopsy without his neck. We got the body without his neck at the time of the second autopsy. Number five, is there any evidence of any intracranial hemorrhage? He said that is going to be very significant. Things that he could not observe at autopsy that the initial medical examiner would have been able to observe. Number six, what was the composition of the stomach contents? He talks about that being important because when was he found? How long had he been in the water? How long had it been since his last meal? All those things become relevant factors when you're trying to do a thorough and impartial autopsy. And number seven, what are the toxicology report findings? He said the best classification again for the cause and manner of death for Nolan Xavier Wells is undetermined pending investigation. This forensic pathologist reserves the right to review and incorporate additional forensic pathology information into his opinion as it becomes available. He says the above opinions are expressed to a reasonable degree of medical certainty. Dr. Roger A. Mitchell, July 19, 2026. And we know that, as I said, this is only another part of the puzzle. And even though it tells us significant information, we still have more questions than we have answers at this time. And we will continue to press forward and persist, Christine and Elmore, with getting the answers to these questions. Because as you, yes, we will persist. Because as Christine and Elmore and Attorney Parker and I talked this morning, we know that there are so many conflicting stories. The fact that she said him being found face down, the fact that we have other videos where people who have called said that is Nolan who is in some kind of dispute with others. We're looking at all of these things. The fact that the GPS tracking of the boat is being questioned by many. We're trying to dot every I and cross every T because we understand that when our children's lives are at stake, it matters. Not just what happened, but what we do in the aftermath of them being taken away from us. And just like the NAACP stood up when another tragedy in Mississippi taking the life of young Emmett Till, we will stand up for Nolan Wells. Just like the NAACP and civil rights leaders stood up when another Mississippi son was taken in Medgar Evers. We will stand up for Nolan Wells. And just like too many of our young people, Trayvon Martin, Michael Brown, Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, Botham Jean, Terrence Crutcher, Stephon Clark, Sandra Bland, Atiana Jefferson, Alton Sterling, Eric Gardner, George Floyd, Tamir Rice, the young people who I was trying to focus on. Gary, we stand up until we get the truth, until we get justice for Nolan Wells. 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 We were asked if Christine and Elmore and President Johnson can come back and join us on the stage, and we will have you coordinate questions and answers for us or President Johnson or Attorney Park and I. I will say this: as President Johnson comes to the stage, I was sharing this with him and Chairman Russell, Christine Clark. God knows we wish we had you at the Department of Justice now. Christine Clark. As I was sharing with President Johnson and Reverend Al and others, this is so important that we continue to talk about Nolan Wells and what happened to him, and that we get attention on him, because to get attention on him, it brings attention, Cliff Jones, to other cases that are not getting their attention as of yet. But I'm so grateful to Christine and Elmore, because they said whatever we can do, not only to help our son, but to help these other young black boys who was killed the July 4th holiday. And I want to take a moment before we answer your questions to talk about two other young black men, both 18 years old, who were killed in extraordinary ways that are very similar to Nolan. President Johnson, 18-year-old Daniel Irvins went on a fishing trip, out on a fishing boat with two other young men. He was the only black. It is alleged that he ended up accidentally drowning, but his two white friends got his cell phone and threw it away, got his clothes and threw it away, and then went and deleted all of their text messages with him and social media. Sounds familiar? And they've only been charged with tampering with evidence. And his mother is crying out that they should be charged with murder, because if they would lie about his cell phone and his clothes and deleted messages, then they will lie about what really happened to Daniel Irvin. And then there's the matter of President Johnson, Christine Clark, of 18-year-old Tyler Smith. Tyler Smith, on 4th of July, was at a house party with about 10 other people. He was the only black person at the house. He somehow ends up shot in the head, dead. Some of the friends get rid of the gun. The police show up. They tell the police it was an accident. It was an accidental shooting, that they were playing Russian roulette. And Tyler Smith ended up getting killed. And apparently, Christine Clark, President Johnson, the police just took their word for it. His mother and grandmother are incensed. They asked the police, did you do a gunshot residue test on his hands? And the reason they said they had to call us, like Daniel Irvin's and Nolan Wells family, because the police told them, President Johnson, that there was no need to do gunshot residue on his hands or any of the other people in the house, because I don't understand this logic, but they said if they were playing Russian roulette, then all of them would have gunshot residue on their hands. So we don't need to do gunshot residue tests. It makes no sense whatsoever. So they are taking the word of these 10 people that your son just killed himself. And you don't have to worry about doing any investigation or testing forensically anything. Just take our word for it. Now, can you imagine in any 3 of these scenarios, had the survivors been young black men and they were with a young white man and he ended up dead, what kind of investigation would that have been? What kind of interrogation would that have been? Would they have ever been able to see the light of day until those questions were answered? Well, just like you would do a thorough investigation for your children, we want you to do a thorough investigation for our children. We don't want anything special. We just want equal justice. Equal justice. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Trevon to lead us into the final session.
We have a few questions. We have my colleagues on either side with microphones. Please announce your name and your media outlet if you have any questions. We're going to be quick because we have other programming going on in real time. We'll go here first.
Hi, everybody. Samantha Chapman, ABC 7 Chicago. You just unveiled a comprehensive outline of the independent report. Can you summarize for our viewers? Because there's a lot to take in, a lot of information. So in summary, can you succinctly tell us what we can take away from this report? And also, if you can provide more details about the neck. I heard a lot of people behind me gasping when that detail was mentioned.
Yeah. Let me try to be very comprehensive. As Dr. Roger Mitchell said, that the focal area of red discoloration in the soft tissues of the back of the head, the occipital region, is significant. because he cannot determine why you have that red discoloration in the back of his brain. That's significant. He also talked about, Mr. Williams, just the fact that as it's common practice, he was missing his throat when they received the body. And he wants to know why they held it back. He's not drawing any conclusions, but he said he would want to examine it if there were neck fractures or compressions to the neck. And he thinks that's significant to know at autopsy. The reason he says he would hold it back when he was medical examiner because he thought that there may have been some issues with neck fractures. The last thing that is significant is what we said before about him, the condition of his body when he went into the water. Was he conscious or unconscious? Was he forced or unforced into the water? He said those things are very significant. But he started off talking about this red discoloration in the back of his head is something that was of great concern to him. Thank you.
We'll go here.
Daryl Denard with Chicago Speaks on V103. What specifically are you calling for from Mississippi authorities in terms of transparency, but more importantly, investigations?
I know President Johnson is from the state of Mississippi, and the Mississippi Conference president is here. They're calling, as we are, for a fair, impartial, comprehensive investigation. When Nolan's parents heard the sheriff say there is no foul play at the beginning of the investigation, that is cause for concern, major concern. You haven't even investigated, but you're saying about cross everything. You know, he hasn't been and you know, they said that's not what happens in her office, but we said we believe if the roles were reversed and there were 3 young black 18-year-olds and there was a white 18-year-old who was with them and he ended up dead, we don't believe that those young black men would not have been interrogated to the full extent of the law. We believe that it would not have been a choice whether they were going to cooperate with law enforcement if their lawyers and them were going to cooperate. No, they would have been held until they gave answers. They would have been held until they explained the cell phone in their possession. They would have been held until their cell phones have been examined. And so whatever you would do, had the roles been reversed, we want you to do the same thing for Nolan Wade.
We have time for one more question, and then we're going to have a prayer with our Religious Affairs Committee with the family. One more question here. What's it?
I'm Tiffany Walden with the Charter in Chicago. I know that we're talking about a transparent investigation, but for families and people who are watching, can you kind of give a breakdown or a timeline to the best of your ability of the contact that you've had with Mississippi authorities or Ocean Springs authorities or the Cajun Navy? Have you all talked to them? Do they call you after the initial autopsy? Is it just radio silence from them? Do you have to call them? Can you kind of walk us through that process?
The last time we actually spoke with local authorities, which would be the Sheriff's Department, was I think a day or 2 after his body was found. That was only initiated by me. I sent him a text message. I was like, hey, this is Christine, Nolan's mom. I just want to see if there are any updates. Basically, he called back. There were no updates. He's like, we're still interviewing. And again, my concern, and also my husband's concern, was it was not even an hour that his body had been removed. And the sheriff came out and said, this is, accidental drowning. We don't think there's foul play. Again, that is why we're doing what we're doing and why we're moving the way we are. Because I sat there and asked them, please take this case as if this is your child, your family member, your whatever. And they promised that they would, but when you make statements like that straight out the gate, that's an issue. We did meet with the DA. She did promise, transparency and all of this, all of that. However, damage has already been done because now that's the narrative that's being pushed by the general public, who again, know nothing really, only what they're hearing from other people. So in addition to that, it's all these things coming up. And at the end of the day, like I said before, any parent that would be in this situation, you would do anything to find out what happened to your child. And that is what we're here to do.
It is very important to note that this narrative, this suggestion that it was an accidental drowning, nothing to see here, is troubling, even if that's the case. There were 300 to 400 people out on Horns Island. You mean to tell me nobody saw anything? Nobody can tell us anything about what happened to one of the few black people that were out there on that island that day? It just doesn't add up. The fact that they're saying Nolan said that he would stay behind, but yet an 18-year-old kid would not want his cell phone if he was going to stay behind. The fact that, you have the young lady saying that he said he was going to get back on the boat with the boys, and then the boys saying no, he said he was going to stay behind and talk to her. If that was the case, don't you believe Nolan would have said, give me my cell phone, I'm going to stay behind. Give me my car keys, I'm going to stay behind. It's not adding up. And so we're going to keep fighting and digging until we get the answers, the transparency, the truth, the accountability, and justice for Nolan Wells. 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 Justice for Nolan Wells.
Justice for Nolan Wells.
Justice for Nolan Wells.
Justice for Nolan Wells. We're going to have our Religious Affairs Committee join us quickly so we can have a quick word of prayer with the family, and that will conclude our press conference formally.
Good morning. It's a good morning in spite of all that we have heard. It's a good morning because we're here for justice. I'm Reverend Wendell Anthony from the Detroit branch and also a member of the National Board of Directors and part of the Religious Affairs Committee, joined by colleagues who are here. I'm going to ask all of you if you would be so kind as to just link arms. Just link arms so that we can link ourselves around this particular moment and around this family. There's an old African proverb that says, those whom we love die only in the physical sense, but their spirit continues to live on in the will and determination of those whom they leave behind. Mr. and Mrs. Wells, I did not know your son, but I could tell from just looking at his photograph, I can feel the aura, the joy that you talked about. We all can experience and feel that. Ben Crump has chronicled the list of pain moments in our community by the deceased, by those who are now martyrs. We have been dying since 1619, still seeking justice. Pray with me. O Lord, our Lord, how very excellent is thy name in all the earth. We are here for but one reason: to answer the question, what does the Lord require of us? But to do justice, to love mercy, to even walk humbly with our God. Lord God, your people are here seeking justice. We're here for transparency. We're here for truth. You who are the way, the truth, and the life. We're here because of you. Lord God, how long must we continue to pay evil a toll at the gateway towards justice? How long must we see our children lie bleeding in the streets, in the sand, in the water, and the asphalt pavements of this nation that we built, even on July the 4th, a day that serves a lesson in mockery and dichotomy, where we talk about independence, yet we are not independent from those who seek justice. Help us, Lord. Bless us right now. Bless this family. Cover this mother whose tears fall down her cheeks. Cover this father as he remembers his son, whom he taught, whom he mentored to play in life, but more importantly, to play the game the way it should be played in living. Lord God, we thank you so much. We've gone down the road. They lied on Martin. They lied on Medgar. They lied on Malcolm. But more importantly, oh God, they lied on you. You who know about lies. We know that the truth shall eventually set us all free. Help us to get the truth, even in Mississippi. Oh Lord, help us to get the truth for our children. You know, like we know, there are more black boys in school than are in jail. We know, oh God, that there are more of us who are striving for the benefit of life rather than the poison from living. Oh Lord, how long will justice continue to lift up her brow so that she can see who is standing before us, so she can make a decision that is not in our interest, but in the interest of those who seem to be different from us. Help us, Lord. Don't we as a people bleed like everybody else? Don't we as a people need comfort like everybody else? Don't we as a people need justice like everybody else? Don't we as a people feel the pain when our children are taken from us like everybody else? Help America, Lord, because America has a problem. We don't have a problem. America has a problem. Fix the problem. In 250 years, we still seem to suffer from the same old problem. Fix America, oh God. Fix justice, oh God. Fix us, oh God. Fix Mississippi, oh God. Fix those who are standing at the gateway to break open the doors for justice. Not just us, but justice. Help us now, Lord. This is our prayer. This is our plea. And we see that you have the power to give, and that is justice. The just shall live by their faith. The just shall live by their faith. And oh Lord, we know that when we fight, we win. When we fight, we win. When we fight, we win. Let's President Johnson, I want you to know, and those who are here, there are 12,000 people who are looking at this press conference on YouTube. That was 30 minutes ago. There were 14,000 people who are looking at it on the roofs. That was 30 minutes ago. Big Trump, this ain't no secret. The nation is looking for justice.
For media who would like a digital copy of the report, you can look at bitprop.com, and we should have a digital copy there. You can also contact Saks Media.
Yo, yo, I don't know how the hell Ben Crump keep getting jobs. You know, I used to think it was like, okay, first off, shout out to Illy. Shout out to my sister Illy coming through, dropping them gifts on your boy. Be careful, Illy. Be careful, sister. I might have to bring out the cherries like Usher. I do the Chris Brown. So be careful. Nah, just play. Appreciate you, sister. But so how the hell is Ben Crump still getting jobs? Like, listen, he got to have one hell of a legal team somewhere that's like getting, because there's no way that man is getting on the stand. You know what I mean? Or not getting on the stand. It's a figure of speech, but there is no way that man is up there talking the way he sounded like Porky the Pig. Y'all remember Porky the Pig used to come on after Looney Tunes? That's off. That man came up. I was like, what? And then they let this nigga read. You you know the kid in class that the teacher always called on, and he was the class clown, but when it came time to read, he'd always get angry and make an excuse or just storm out of class. That's the vibes I get from Ben Crump. I could not believe that Ben Crump is as successful as. Okay, appreciate that, Candy. As he is, that's insane. Hold on, let me see what's going on, Candy. What they got going on? What they got going on, sister? Oh, it's good. Oh, that's why. I appreciate that, Candy. So yeah, man, I don't know how the hell Ben Crump keep getting them jobs. That is crazy to me. Now, listen, might be a little controversial. I'm not mad about the preaching. A lot of us civil rights was attached to a lot of the civil rights movement was attached to religion. A lot of Martin Luther King, for instance, and people like that. So I'm not that mad about that, Candy. I heard you say you was getting a little ticked off about it. I'm not that mad about it, Candy. But the Ben Crump stuff I couldn't even be serious about it because it was just like, I can't turn it off. My brain can't turn off. And it was just like, who decided? Y'all went through this. Like, who decided for this? Somebody get Al Sharpton. Get Al Sharpton out of the mirror taking them selfies of him being skinny and get him out. He's a way better speaker. Like, get Jesse Jackson, get him out of retirement. Who decided Ben Crump was going to be the speaker? He had his presentation, and then, maybe it was one of those things that you plan right in your head, but it just don't go right when it come out. You know what I mean? Because there is no way in the world, if my voice sounded like his and, reading was a problem for me, maybe he dyslexic. I don't know, man. Oh yeah, Jesse Jackson is deceased. Oops, my bad. I forgot about that. Damn, my bad. Appreciate that, sister. But yeah, read. That's crazy. I would have had a AI read that for me in my ear. There's a lot of different routes he could have went in there. You know what, Queen? I wasn't gonna drop the link because we're gonna do a live tonight. But sister, it seemed like you want to get something off your chest. So I think I will go post it on the community wall. If y'all want to pull up and have a conversation, then yeah, I think maybe we will do that. Maybe that's what we'll do. Shout out to Tinker. She definitely, yeah, I forgot Jesse Jackson did pass away. That's crazy work. Hey, at this point, Jesse is still my option. That lets you know what I think about Big Crump, right? So yeah, maybe I will drop it. Can you pull it up, sister? Because later on, me and Trissy are gonna do a live. Trissy's gonna do her first live, and this is a big topic, and she got a bunch of information. She's been taking notes. She's on the inside and stuff like that. So I'm gonna let Trissy do her thing. I'm gonna help her with her first live, and we finna we finna moderate. We finna get a feet wet, pun intended. No pun intended. No pun intended. Feet wet in this content creator game, and she gonna she gonna be a dope content creator. I already know it, and we gonna get a conversation started. So hold on, give me 1 second. Let me drop the link on the community wall. Now look, I want y'all to know once I drop this link, the timer's ticking because, like I said, I just got off. I'm tired. Boss. And I'm gonna do a live tonight, and then I gotta wake up and go to school in the morning. So some training in the morning. I'm gonna be there all day. So just letting you know, I'm about to drop it right now. Give me a second. Okay, clock is ticking. For anybody that wants to pull up, all you gotta do is go to my community wall and pull up. Tinkers, were you on Mama Three's live, or you just found me in the chat? Doing my trolling thing, my comedian bit. I'm a sit down comedian. But because I remember joining the panel, I just don't remember who I talked to. Right, first family, social BS. We are not focused on who speaks better. We want facts. Stated. Yeah. I agree. But I mean, what do we really want? Because I mean, it's court of public opinion. Court of public opinion doesn't matter for anything, right? The only thing that matters is going to happen civilly and it's going to happen criminally, right? That's the only thing that matters. Court of public opinion doesn't matter. If it did, then OJ would have been guilty. If it did, then what's my dude's name? See, I've been up all night too. God, what's the kid? Carmelo Anthony would have got less time or walked. So, this is court of public opinion doesn't matter for anything. What's good, Queen? Hello? Not you pulling up with a song and then muting up.
Good morning. I didn't know you could hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you. I heard you.
Can you hear me?
What was you singing? What was you singing there?
We gonna talk about it. We gonna talk about
Oh Lord, I already know what you were singing.
it.
Was it Young Miami? Spin that.
Oh hell no. No hell. No thank you.
Yeah, we gonna do this. The appetizer, Queen. We gonna do a live tonight. We gonna get it in depth because I've been working a lot. I ain't really got to touch on this topic like I really wanted to, and there's a lot of things that I want to point out. A lot of stuff my wife gave me, like different ideas and stuff to talk about. It was something she made an interesting point about it. I wanted to bring up on this too as well. So, two things I wanted to touch on.
As far as what?
I don't want to break them off with a little preview of the remix right now. Just different
How you just gonna
angles
be
and
like, I got
viewpoints.
this topic and then don't tell me what the topic is?
It's gonna be the same. It's gonna be the same thing. It's gonna be the same person, but it's just gonna be
Oh, really?
different. Yeah, it's gonna be the same thing.
Oh hell, I don't want to talk about this. This just pissed me off. Big Crump, I'm going over there to the website. I'm gonna cuss him out for this. Yep.
You
Go
gonna cuss
ahead.
Ben Crump out for it?
Yes, because he
No,
didn't have no
Hold
contempt.
up. Now, I gotta make this point, Queen. I gotta make this point
I'm
because
listening.
I heard somebody in the chat say this, and this is a Trump supporter. They said Ben
Okay.
Trump. Excuse me, Ben Crump. I'm gonna call him Ben Crump. Ben Crump is a grifter, and it's just like, well, wait a minute. You can't fault this man for capitalism. We thought y'all loved it.
I don't know why people say that because he don't get paid until somebody writes you about it. So there's that. But he ain't have to do no whole press conference. He could have just did a press release for this shit. As high profile and as emotional as this case is, he can keep this shit.
Well, I say this, Queen. I think what they try to do is they try to build up enough because the burden of proof is less civilly. So what I think they try to do is they build a lot of outreach and try to get a lot of community support so that because he's not a criminal attorney, he's a civil. So I think that's why he had the press conference. But I just don't think it was a good idea. Like maybe they should have cloned.
This ain't gonna get them no sympathy.
Shit, the way he was up there fighting for his life, trying to read, he got my sympathy.
This gonna piss people off, and people gonna want to know what happened to their child, but ain't nobody gonna be supporting Ben Crump.
Facts. They said this is correct. They said a lot of cases are won civilly, but a check is never issued. Is that true? They never issued a check after a court order?
Because the attorneys got to be paid first, so it depends on how much they charge him. And if they don't pay them enough, then the attorney get all the money.
Okay, we got two other panelists. Y'all can just get in. Y'all ain't got to mute up. Y'all can get in.
I just got.
Somebody got a lot of wind noise. I don't know.
Yeah, if Queen could mute up a little bit for a second. Okay, so let's just say Ben Crump is right. Then what? The kids get prosecuted. But if Ben Crump is wrong, does he issue an apology?
What lawyer has ever apologized?
I know I know it's rhetorical. I know he's not going to do that. But he's demonizing these kids, and it's not like the kids didn't suffer a loss to some extent until we figure out, what really happened. But
we don't get what's wrong with y'all? Y'all always like, oh, how can we save the white man? Nobody gives a damn. Do they apologize to us when they kill people? Fuck no. Have you ever said if they're gonna apologize to us? Of course you didn't. Of course you don't. But somehow the nickels got to apologize. Stop it. How do y'all?
I guess. I mean, they are people too. It's not like they're just demons or these antagonist beings. I mean, we don't know yet. We don't know yet. That's my point. And then he's not taking these cases for free, obviously. So of course he's got to hype it up and get everybody all riled up emotionally. And I just don't see it. I don't see it. So he's talking about the redness in the back of the neck, and then he went back and said that part of the first autopsy was they inspected that, but they didn't give him any results.
Well, no, that's not how I took it. I took it as they said there was parts of the autopsy that hadn't been done because it wasn't requested, like going into the head the way that he was describing. Did y'all get the same thing, or
Okay.
was it just me?
Yeah, that's what I got too.
Okay. Because I was in and out. Plus, I'm working at the
That the
moment, but
body was too decomposed for him to make any determination as to why the back of his head was red. But that is a significant finding. And if he had the report from the original autopsy, he probably would be able to make a determination as to why the back of his head was red like that. So this is really weird because the state should have put their autopsy out before the independent autopsy came out. All this shit weird, all these theatrics, I do not appreciate. This is wasting my damn time this morning.
Well, hold up,
no.
Queen. How getting justice is a waste of your time?
This ain't getting no damn justice. We know just as much about this shit as we did going into it. That didn't help nobody. He ain't have to do no press conference for this bullshit. He could have did a press release. What the hell was the point of this?
I don't know, sister. I feel like Ben Crump taught me a valuable lesson today.
What did you learn?
I learned that 3-syllable words will be the death of Ben Crump.
He learned not to read using his finger anymore. That's what he learned, because that's what I saw.
Big Crump. Oh my God. Who decided to, like, if I was Big Crump's friend, I'd be like, and he'd be like, yeah, we gonna have this big rollout. And then I'm gonna read. Hold up, Ben. Hold up. Now what you say you gonna do? I'm gonna read. Nah, Ben, that ain't it. No, hell, freestyle it.
He should have did it like Geno Jennings. You know how you got Williams reading the Bible for him? You got to call on somebody standing slightly behind him, but with a microphone to read it aloud for him. So that way
that would not be a bad idea. Where like they read it and then he interpreted like how they have in the church. When they be like, and the Lord said unto thee, and the Lord said unto thee. Yeah, that would have actually been smart.
Exactly.
Why did he have to read that? Why he didn't get somebody else to read it while he stood to the side? Because it was enough with the theatrics before they even got to the autopsy. Like, that was enough. Then he got up there stumbling over words and with this damn, what is that, a laser pointer? Big Crump just got on my nerves this morning. He's just been irritated.
I mean, I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this, but I kind of gotta. Do y'all feel like what do y'all feel about the parents? Before I say anything, I don't want to put anything anybody's head. How do y'all feel about the parents?
I felt personally that the mama looked like she was numb to it by now. Like, I heard her speaking and she spoke very well, but she looked like she was numb. And the dad looked like he's barely holding on. Like, them standing up there together, it's hard for me I haven't followed them all the way through to see their behavior or just see the difference in nuance between, the beginning of this to now. But what I saw from them today, I saw a mother who looked like she's numb but fighting for her son, and a father who is just barely holding on.
Interesting. Anybody else?
No, I definitely see their pain. I couldn't imagine losing a son or a child myself.
Do y'all guys get the impression that they believe that doing all this and participating in this will bring justice to their son?
I think they just want to know what happened to their son. Like that lady said, I don't think they looking for. I don't even think that the goal right now is to prosecute anybody. I think they just want to know what happened to their child. So,
you gotta think.
Being trying to get his money.
You gotta think also. She said that they announced an hour after finding his body that it was an accidental drowning. That would have all kinds of I would be concerned and focused on getting the answers too if I was the mother. What you mean an hour later? You didn't even have the coroner inspect him yet. What are we talking about?
So y'all believe that? Oh, y'all believe that they are fighting for justice? I believe that
at least answers.
Yeah. I mean, I can see that. I can see that. Whenever there was something like this that happened similar to me that was close to home, like I knew it wouldn't make me feel better, but I just wanted to know what happened. Even if I knew it wasn't going to bring me peace, I still wanted to know. So I can see that.
I think the
Did he cut out or was it me?
I think he cut out. He said he's at work. He might have to mute up for work.
Oh,
What happened? What I miss?
He didn't miss nothing. He was about to make a statement, but I think he had to go step away for a little bit. What's
Oh,
good, Marky Dan?
Good morning. Good morning. How y'all doing?
Chilling, brother. Chilling, brother. What's your take on the topic, brother? Don't disappoint me, young Fred.
Uh, all those white boys killed their young man.
Okay.
All of them killed their young man. We all know what it is. Um, I find it even more baffling that the medical examiner, which from what I read, they took his body all the way to DC, and the medical examiner up there said that he couldn't identify a cause of death. Which I mean, okay, let's put that to the side, but okay, it's how many of them was it, Scholar? It was five boys. He was the only black boy in the boat. It was five of them, right? Or was it four of them?
I think it was five, but let me be factually correct.
Okay, well, just for this, I believe that there was five. One young black boy, four young Caucasian young men. They decided to go to this island together. Okay, four young white boys come back, one black boy doesn't, and they just say, "Oh, we thought he got his own ride up out of there." And then on top of the fact, they lied and said we don't have his phone. Then their mother, the boy's mother, caught them slipping, did the Find My Phone app, and he admitted it. Yeah, okay, here's the phone. And then within the phone, between Nolan Wells, which that's his name, right? Nolan Wells. Between Nolan and his white friends, there's multiple text messages deleted. Listen, I think this is a tale as old as time, Boxer Scholar and ladies on the panel.
Just without the text
Nolan,
messages.
what'd you say?
I get what you're saying. I agree with it. I'm saying it's immaterial without the text messages.
Exactly. This is a tale as old as time. You got a young, handsome black boy in Nolan Wells. From what I hear, he's a football star, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, so he probably got some NIL money on the way, going to college. You got the young white hoes; they all over him. And I don't know what is the name of one of these young ladies. I can't think of it off the top of my head. I think Noah was probably on that island blazing that white yo. One of his little white friends, they saw what was going down. They got mad. They did what they did. They dumped his body in the water and said, "We all gonna do what white people do." We all clicked up. Nobody saw nothing. And here we are at this point. And it's really just sad how friends will do each other. Like, I don't know if you remember that case from a couple years ago, Shanquilla Robinson. That girl that went to Mexico, took all her friends to
Yeah, I
Mexico.
remember that. I remember that.
Yeah, they were all black, and then they beat her to death
Yeah.
and dumped her at like some clinic and then drove back up to the US
Yeah.
and were acting cool with the family until the videos came out of
Uh-huh.
them putting hands and feet on her.
Yeah.
Yeah, they snapped their neck.
Yeah, people are really wicked like
But,
that.
but hold on, Marky Dan, and I hate to be this guy, but really I don't. They found justice for that, right? They found justice for that.
Did they?
Yeah, I thought those people were prosecuted, to my understanding.
No.
No.
no, I think they didn't. They just recently extradite them back to Mexico. Is what I saw the
No.
last.
Well,
Yeah,
they
that's
might
what I
have.
heard
Let me
last.
check that. Let me check. I thought that they were
Yeah,
all
fact
living
check that.
free.
Fact check that. I thought they actually did something. 'Cause I remember there was a lot of outrage, and I thought they actually found justice. I could be wrong. I could be
Yeah,
wrong.
because they couldn't prosecute them because the crime didn't happen on U.S. soil. I believe that they sent them back to Mexico to face justice or whatever.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
that's the last that I heard of it. But I'll look it up.
Send
Hold
to
on.
Mexico to face justice is just saying, like you could probably pay the judge literally cash, like, hey, here's 20,000, like sweep it up under the rug, and they probably will. That's crazy. I didn't know that. I hope that's not
I
what
have
happened.
a little bit more, I guess, faith in Mexican jurisprudence, but no, they have not been extradited
That's
back to Mexico.
crazy. Oh my God, that's
It's
crazy.
sad. Like, I would have thought that one of her family members or somebody from her community would have gotten these folks.
You remember the case that happened recently with the girl that was the beautiful black woman that was unalived by the white man that was her fiance, you know, and she was found
In
hanging from.
Africa?
Yes, and everybody during that time was like, no, if that would have happened in America, we would have found justice. And then you see a situation that's happening in America, and it's like, I don't know if they're gonna find justice. Like that's crazy that in 2026 we look at it and we're like we like cringe. Like we don't know if this is gonna go the way we think it's gonna go. Like there's like anxiety that's built up there. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I'm not that surprised. This is Mississippi. I mean, all white town basically. I mean, literally, they just had the Goon Squad situation out of Mississippi a couple years ago. I don't know if you remember that, where two black men decided to move into a small Mississippi town, and the Goon Squad of the sheriff's department paid them a visit and tortured them for hours. This was in Mississippi, and the state investigators didn't come and get them. It was the feds. So I'm
Yo,
not surprised by nothing that happens out there in that area specifically.
I be talking to my friend like about this all the time. I'm like, they didn't just let Mississippi go up underwater. Sorry for anybody that lives in Mississippi or close to it. But it's so many like that. That place was so evil to black people and the lineage of it, and the people there are still stuck in their old like hateful ways. It's like at this point, like what is the purpose of the existence? Like they what do they really
You
contribute?
know, a fun experiment I thought about, Scholar. If we just took Alabama, Arkansas, and Mississippi, and we just decided go ahead and secede. Go ahead and secede from the United States. We'll put 10 years on this, and we'll do our own thing, and we'll see who's doing better after 10 years. Those
Hey,
fucking countries,
Yeah,
they would look like Libya. They
bro,
look like
on the
I
behalf
think
goddamn
of
it's
Iraq.
I think it's crazy to want to flood Mississippi. You know, it's a lot of black people there, don't you?
And just so y'all know, I looked it up. Mexico issued warrants to have them extradited. The United States have not sent anybody back in the Shanquilla case, and the mother filed a wrongful death lawsuit. There has been no justice.
Yeah, that's the
Didn't
crazy
they
part.
just go to court?
If we well, hold on, if they and I believe you that they did
It's
request
probably
to
for a civil suit, not for a criminal suit. It's the mother and her wrongful death case.
well, but if
Yeah, why
they
don't Ben Crump jump on that one?
but if they requested to extradite them, then why ain't the feds moving on them? That's the crazy part to me. They just said, "Fuck your daughter. Her neck broke. It is what it is. Get over it." I guess.
It's because she black. They ain't trying to prosecute no damn black. They don't give a fuck.
Even if it's a
Like
bunch of other blacks that did it, I mean, you don't think they
don't
get
they
some,
don't they don't give a fuck about black deaths. Okay, we can kill each other. They ain't gonna prosecute us unless they absolutely have to. They don't give a fuck.
yeah.
See,
so
that's where I diverge. I don't say that they don't care because it's black. They may not care
They
because they're
don't.
not Mexican. I mean, but
No, they
my
don't give a
God,
fuck because it's black.
I
Just like that
guess.
other black girl that got hung in Africa by that goddamn white man. They don't give a fuck. They don't care.
Uh, I mean, I just have to agree with the sister. Like right now, it's a young Palestinian woman, girl. Really, she's 19 years old, being detained by Israel without charges. Now, that's a brown Muslim girl. Let that have been Miss Panny May or Miss Sue, one of them white ladies that wear they Sunday best. They might be talking about nuking Israel.
Yeah, all you gotta do is look at the cases and how they get played out. You know, with black death, that, most of them cases they just go unsolved. They don't give a damn. It don't matter if it was a black person, white person, green person that killed their ass. They don't give a damn about
so
black folks getting justice.
I got a question from my homie Deacon. I got a question for you, bro. Is there any way, knowing about implicit biases and knowing about how like biases affect how we consume information, reject information, and all that other stuff? Is there any way to separate race being a bias itself out of anything? Like we use it to fill out application. It's integrated into our life to where we don't even think about it. You don't think about what race am I. You just mark it on the application. Is there any way to separate issues from race? That's what I'm more curious about.
I mean, from our last conversation, apparently not.
No, what's your opinion? I
No,
know
my
mine.
opinion, my opinion. I don't think that everybody sees it the same way. I maybe possibly there's a way you can separate it, or you just look at it as you judge the crime for what it is. But just because there's a black person involved doesn't mean that your level of care, concern, or how you deal with it changes. Because that's what you're asking. You're asking, is there a way that you could, judge a situation, but not consider if a victim or the assailant is black?
Yeah.
And I'm saying, yeah, I doubt if it's a all the time, all or nothing thing. And you don't have to say not all, but I'm just saying like there's instances where it's not. It's just we're going to judge this crime for what it is, and it has nothing to do with race.
Can I
And
interject on you?
absolutely. Go ahead.
I disagree with that because even in the Ukraine and Russia war, when you had news reporters reporting on it, one of the things that they said was it was hard for them to distinguish who the enemy was because they all looked the same. Like meaning, you know what I'm saying? Like they're so used to there being a darker person or the enemy being not like them that it's easy to distinguish and point to them over there. That's the enemy. But when it's white on white, it's all of y'all together. They can't even distinguish to point it out. So I have a hard time with that, Dave. Even when it's them versus them, they got to look for the difference to point it out. And usually the first difference is the race.
And you can't separate race in a racist ass country. That's just crazy as hell. And people that can do that, they either part of the dominant society or they are sitting duck waiting to get fucked up. Cause you live in a racist country, you better know where you at.
Yeah. Was the question you asked, Scott? Is there any way to separate race?
Yeah. Is there any way? Because I feel like it's human. Like it's human to and
No, it's not
tribalistic.
human. It's a
It is.
racist fucking country.
No. You missing. Yeah.
No,
Because
that's a quality that's a quality of human beings is what I think is what Scholar is
I don't
saying.
believe I don't believe it.
I
Well, I mean, you didn't let me finish my
I
point.
mean,
Tribalism is ingrained in human beings, and you're gonna want to be around your. I feel comfortable around my own, and it's like, even though I know that no, a random stranger does not affect me and my family, the first thing I hear a crime, I'll be like, I hope it's not black. I hope he's not black. Yes, he's not black. Like, so if I'm thinking that, and I'm going through the same human experience as everybody else, what makes them different to not think any? Are they just not saying it? Is it their shadow that they're not embracing? Do they really believe that you could separate race from issues when we all are tribalistic just by human nature?
No, we live
yeah,
in a racist
I don't
country.
think yeah, I don't think that there is a way to separate it. I think like I mean you just think about it. You had over 70 million people vote for Donald Trump who is to his core racist and they love that stuff. And then I mean just like on a systemic basis, like just black people coming into this world. Like our black women, they're 4 times more likely to die giving birth to black children than a white woman would be. So just even like coming into the world, you're separated by race and your likelihood of being alive and having a mother. And then I
It's a
mean,
racist ass
on
country.
top,
Like we
yeah,
can't
I mean
skip
on
over the
top of it
fact that this fucker is racist.
to top it all off, you go back to Kamala. There is no reason why Kamala Harris should have lost to Donald Trump. All the things they say, oh, she's unqualified. The broad was the state attorney of California. That's an elected position. Was a multiple time elected senator. Got all these fucking degrees. And on the other side, you got this big fucking dummy. Groceries. Never even went and picked up groceries in his life. Goes and works at McDonald's, and all of a sudden he's a man of the people. Nah, it's because he's white. I just say what it is. Let Barack Obama talk about grabbing some women by the pussy. Are you kidding me? They'd had a lynch mob in front of the White House.
Yo, he could have joked about doing it to Michelle, and they still would have lynched him.
Jesus Christ.
He could have made a joke about doing it to Michelle. They would have all of a sudden been protectors of black women and got him out of there.
Absolutely. And then, like, lastly, I'll just say to the brother, it's hard to say race, like, and what I'm gonna say is anecdotal. Like, you could say, well, that's not all cops, but I heard this recording the other day, Scholar, where literally this cop is saying in some text, and he's saying it on the radio, oh, I saw there was an accident. But no, it's a N-word. Let him die.
I seen it. That's crazy. I seen that. That's crazy.
Like, how do you say, like, race has nothing to do with it? Like, it's a literal joke about don't say you're black on to 911 or else the ambulance will come slower.
No, it's even more sick because that's a person that's in need. It's not like somebody that you're serving a snow cone. You know what I mean? This is somebody that's in an accident that needs your help, and you're a first responder, and that is your mindset. You know, it goes like this. I heard, I can't remember, it was Jon Stewart or Colbert, one of the smart comedians. They was like that not all Trump supporters are racist, but all the racists are Trump supporters. And I was like, wait a minute. That is so simplistic, but yet true. It's like all the people who identify as a racist, right? They voted for Trump and support Trump. Why? What's the what's the message? What is the overall like message? Is there's no way that's my opinion. There's no way in America to separate race from any issue that happens, because you have people that benefit off of it. You have people that don't want to see it go. Like, it's just a bunch of different things where I'm like, nah, I can never.
That's because the country is systemically built on the concept of race. So you can't separate unless you're just gonna fundamentally redo the whole damn country. And even then, it still probably wouldn't go away because it's always gonna be people that were alive when the ideology was alive and thriving.
I'm be honest with you, I'm trying to get a mate team.
But realistically, though, when you think about it, is there any country in the world that you can think of that isn't systemically racist, where you didn't have a difference of tribes of people where one oppressed the other? I can't think of one. You got it in Africa, you got it in Asia, you got it in every continent.
That's true, Candy, but it's one that's above all. You know, those descendants of them British people, you know. The original Brits and the descendants of the Brits, they conquered everybody. And they did some really like savage things and they still fight to do it to this day. While telling everybody it don't exist.
The Germans too.
Yeah, I'm just saying this is the common denominator.
I'm just saying they better now, but they got their part in history too, right along with them Brits and the Japanese.
I think personally, even if you got rid of and I'm not advocating for this, so don't take my words out of context, please. But even if we got rid of all white people on this planet, there's still gonna be racism because there's still other groups, other races, and it's just gonna fall in line. I don't know if that.
I don't believe it. I don't believe it at all. I think the only reason why everybody's not getting along on this planet is because of it.
Well, the reason I say that, Queen, is because, like, look at Japan. Japan went and had racism against the Koreans, against the Chinese. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, nah, they all Asian over there. There were no white people interfering with that. That was them.
That's true.
Well, that's why I put Japan up there in the top 3 next to Germany and Britain. But I don't think the rest
What you mean
of the
top
world will
three? Top
behave
three
that
in terms
way,
of what?
being racist.
I mean, nah. You what are you talking? You got a ton of Indians. Indians are really racist, and you got a billion of them over there. Not only that, I
Indians
mean,
are racist because of race.
outside of race issues, you had an issue of religion. Hindus and Muslims don't like each other. You'd still probably have some Jews, whatever is
Yeah.
left that aren't white.
Indians are more of a caste system, I thought, right? They have different
Yes.
castes.
What's up, Taylor?
You guys said
No,
race, but you're talking
not
about
not
nationality.
as much as in previous centuries.
Yeah, I'm not talking about none of that. I'm talking about race. And I put
Yeah,
the
if
top
you're
three
talking about
groups
race,
of
that's
people.
completely different than nationality. If you're saying Indians don't like
They're not,
Chinese, those are two different nationalities. Those aren't races.
You're right.
well, I'm
I
talking
take that
about
back.
the top three.
Well, I mean, the Indians
I'm
are
talking
My
about the top three
people
groups
will
I
still
feel
get
like.
heavily
nationality.
discriminated against. That was my
Yeah,
whole
this
point of
this
saying
race
what I
thing is
said.
American, bro. You guys are missing that point.
Oh,
It's
cook on it then.
American.
Cook on it. Why it's
Well,
American?
actually, you can't disinclude Britain and say it's America because this America comes from the Brits.
Yeah, and then when white people
Okay,
came over
we'll
here,
say it's Western. It's Western.
they made slaves out of white people. But hold on,
Wait a minute. What, are y'all forgetting about apartheid? How you gonna say it's American?
Right. Right. It's
She
We
talking about
forgot
American.
about South Africa
Australians
altogether.
and the
they
Aboriginals.
they
And the
mad now.
Aboriginals.
Yeah,
No,
that's
no,
true. That's
no,
true.
no.
That's true. So look. So what I'm getting from y'all, I'm getting some mixed answers now. Now I'm confused. I don't know whether to pump my fist, or try to join the clan. I don't know. I'm still on the fence.
Whoa.
You
If you
know.
can join the Klan, we got a problem.
Hold on,
That's
sister. Hold
a
on,
little
hold on.
extreme.
I said,
Unless
I actually,
unless he's
hold on.
That
unless
means
you're
you over
Marcus
here
Garvey.
masquerading
Go
as
for it.
black, bro. If they can let you up in there, you know,
No, hold
what
on,
you
hold on,
mean?
wait, hold on. I said that. I accidentally said that out loud. I didn't mean that. Sister.
Oh,
That was
Tyrone
my.
Biggum.
I
All right.
That,
mean, it actually
that's my.
was there was a black dude that joined the clan.
Yeah,
So
that's me. That's me.
yeah,
That's what I want to do. I want to infiltrate. I don't. I'm disgusted by that white women. Ugh.
yeah, he
Yes,
there was a
indeed.
black dude. He didn't infiltrate. This black ass was part of the clan. Black as hell. Yeah.
Yeah, no. There was a guy who actually infiltrated. They made a movie about that guy. He infiltrated the KKK. I think he was an FBI agent, if I'm not mistaken.
No, he's still alive, isn't he? That happened
Yeah,
recently.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. He's still alive. But no. What I was gonna say is I'm getting mixed answers from y'all. So what y'all say on one hand is y'all say racism is normalized, like natural, like it's a part of human nature, even without white people.
Yeah.
So why we demonize white people for doing what's natural to everybody else? Are they just better at playing the game than everybody else?
I mean, yes, I would say that's exactly what it is. Like the way how they instituted colonialism was done at a far better level than any other um modern societies of people. Like you go to the Japanese over there, you go to the Mongols. There has never been a group quite like European colonial whites. They'll come in, they'll proselytize you with the Bible while you're reading the Bible, they're stealing your land. And they got guns and stuff, so you can't really say much to them, or else you'll probably die or end up swinging from a rope. And yeah,
Mm-mm.
yeah. I mean, I just think they did it better than everybody else.
That's that coon stuff, right? We're gonna get back to that coon shit. Let me pass it to Tay Tay. Because Tay Tay, first of all, Tay Tay, you asked was it open? Sister, you always welcome over here. What you mean is it open?
I didn't see the link, so I was wondering.
Yeah, I always post every time I go live. I post it on the community wall so people can just click and join. But
Okay.
yes, it's open, sister. Did you have something specifically you wanted to say?
Not no. I'm just right now. I'm kind of just listening to
Okay, okay.
watch.
I thought it was one of them things where you heard something. You're like, oh hell no, I gotta speak on
No,
this
nah.
because now I gotta go
The-
back to this coonish shit that Marky Dan was just doing. Marky Dan. Let me tell you why that's coon behavior, brother. Because you got
I
that
got
picture.
cooning.
You first of all, you got that picture of Fred Hampton right now. He is rolling. He is
I got a
rolling.
picture of some green bananas. I don't got
See that
Fred
nigga
Hampton.
switched it to bananas. He can't eat. He used to have Fred Hampton and he switched it to bananas. If that
That's
ain't the
my
most
security
coonest
Bananas are
shit,
guard
racist.
yesterday.
The bananas are
if that
racist.
ain't
What you
the
mean you
most
got bananas?
coolest shit I done seen in my entire life. But
How, but
no,
how banana? Firstly, green
You came up here
bananas
implying that you
are
was monkey.
something
I
that
caught
got
it. I
my
caught it.
folks.
Don't try and slip that past me, brother.
Yeah, yeah.
Green
That's what he said.
bananas are something
Now he
that
said
brought
he
my
for the
folks
Negro
through
splain.
famines.
But no,
I'm just
Boy,
messing with you. I'm messing
now
with you. I
now
just
we
had to
clowning Marky Dan. But not what I was gonna say is this, Marky Dan. Like a lot of the white people that I hear in these, well, man, I don't talk to a lot of white people. Let me stop that now. But a lot of times I read their comments, and a lot of times they say this, what you just said. They said black people need to stop complaining because they gave them, like, basically, they live in a really, really good land right now, thanks to them, thanks to white people's protection, and people aren't pillaging them and doing anything savage to them because of white people, and they're just better. If they wouldn't have done to black people what they did during slavery, then somebody else would have done. This the arguments that they make.
But if that's
uh,
the case, then America couldn't be what America was without us. So what would the country be if we wasn't here? Because we make this motherfucker. Most of the inventions that
well,
they take credit for actually came from us. So the country wouldn't be shit without us. So they argument is bullshit. They should have left us alone. It's a reason why they purposely keep these other countries underdeveloped and won't let them grow and expand like they should be because they are terrified of black success.
well, I would agree. This country definitely wouldn't got the launching pad it did without being able to steal the labor of the black man when it comes to construction or farming cash crops. So that's just an absolute fact stated by the sister. And then, I mean, with Boxer Scott, I mean, when folks say dumb shit like that, I mean, there's just sometimes like you just don't have to respond to them.
Well, wait, you just kind
Like
of
when,
said that in so many words. You said that
how so?
white people are better at race than everybody else. That's why, and they're not
No,
doing
I
anything.
said
That's
white people are better at colonialism. They're better at stealing than anybody else. I literally told you they know how to they know how to trick you with the book. They know how to put that book on you, and while you're reading the book, they got everything. That's how they did it in Congo with the rubber trade for years. That's how they did it all throughout these Caribbeans and these North and South continents. That's the simple fact of it.
isn't that
I'm
part
not.
of isn't that part of
I didn't
racism, Marky?
say what.
Isn't that part of racism? Stealing stuff that's not yours and taking?
Pretty much, yeah. That's a part of superiority. Yeah,
Yes. And who's the
dominance.
masters of it again?
Huh?
And who's the masters and the best players at the race game?
The whites, yeah, the European colonizing whites.
So that's what I'm saying. What their justification is not that much different from yours, is what I'm saying, Marky Dan. That's the point I'm making.
But that doesn't have to be like I'm not even justified. I'm just stating a fact. I'm not saying it is justified that they robbed the entire world. Like literally, you point to a spot on the map, you'll find a white man in that country's history messing with them. So no, I'm not saying like it's justified. I'm just stating a fact.
Well, let me ask you this, Marky Dan. Let me ask the panel this. Do y'all believe that justice will be served in this case? Or do y'all get anxiety about the case at all?
No,
That's a real
no.
thing for me.
No, I
I
don't
mean,
think
one
so.
of
I'm
them
gonna be
boys,
honest.
their mother is a judge. So no.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's gonna be no justice. I think them people ain't gonna never learn what happened they child.
Yeah, I have to concur. RIP to this young man, but yeah, their family's not going to get any justice.
Oh my God, y'all
Hey,
are
what about
so.
me? Hey, what
Go
about
ahead.
me?
Go ahead, bro.
Because I'm the dissenter. I don't, and I'm not laughing at this. I'm just saying, uh, I don't think that there was foul play.
Really? Why is that?
So I'm just saying, justice implies that something happened.
So you think that he just mysteriously ended up underwater? Like,
It's not like it's outside of the realm of possibilities that he may have drowned.
So let me ask you, what
Why
18
you
year
think
old do
that
you
friend my bad, Queen. Go ahead, go ahead.
what I mean, I'm around teenagers and children often. Can you tell me what 18-year old you know is going to allow their phone to go more than 3 feet from their hand?
shit, I know some cheating adults that you'll lose 3 fingers if you try to grab that phone.
Yes.
That's all I'm saying. I don't know a single child that's gonna be like, leave me on this remote island, away from everybody, and take my phone with you and my keys. That right there told me everything I needed to know. Like, not even trying to be funny. All jokes aside, take the race out of the equation. I'm just simply looking at it. An 18-year-old raised with technology. Them kids lose their minds when they don't have their cell phones and access to the internet. So, what child do you know is going to go 3 feet from their phone?
And then the fact of the matter is that, you know, after he went missing, just being so casual about it, like, you know, and then coming back without him like that, you can't. There's
And
some most
then the
definitely.
thing that cracked it open when they pretended they didn't have his phone. And then you got multiple text messages deleted from the boy's phone once they got it back from those boys.
Yeah, so suspicion doesn't equal guilt, but too much suspicion, man, they did that shit, bro. I don't know what, bro. You probably
Something happened.
exactly.
Maybe it was
Well,
an accident. My bad, Queen. Go ahead.
the Navy, the Captain Navy guy said that his body did not appear to be waterlogged when he found him. So, I mean, the person that found him in the water should know what a drowned body looks like. So, it's suspicion enough right there. And the fact that they're not being investigated, like, but I guess nothing happened.
Yeah, nothing happened.
Yeah, that's insane,
Yeah,
man.
he just
Something
went
definitely
to
happened.
Deacon. He just went to the
No, I'm
island and
just saying you
drowned, and
wouldn't
then
have
went
your
dead.
phone if you was in the water.
Yeah, but
So
you're
the
not going to
boat
be in the
When
water
they
the
leaves
found him,
the
entire
he wasn't.
time.
When
hold
they
on.
You
found
would.
him, he was fully
Wait,
clothed.
I
the
take,
boat
man. I
didn't
mean,
leave
somebody's got to
our hold on.
to
The
eliminate this
boat
from
didn't
being an
leave.
echo chamber. Somebody has to take the hill. I'm gonna take the hill on this one.
And we
If
appreciate the
you're if you're
sacrifice,
So
out
brother.
if you're out in the water, you're probably not gonna have your
Praise his
phone on your
kind word.
person.
so
I got a
the boat didn't
Samsung.
leave
Mine is
because after
IP65 certified. I can take that in water. I don't know what you're talking about,
Okay, you got a
but
Samsung.
I
What
so
kind
can.
the
of phone
boat
did he
didn't
have?
leave.
What kind of
Okay.
phone did he have? Did he have a
So
Samsung? Does he
Most
have the
the
one you
bo-
have?
he might have had an iPhone.
can
Those are
y'all hear
usually
me?
also IP. I'm sorry, Queen. Go ahead. My bad.
The boat didn't leave until an hour after they said that he left. So that was an hour time for them to give that boy his phone. That don't make no sense.
I say this. I say this, man. Um, there's probably less of a conspiracy of us. I was about to say going to the moon, but I forgot people who don't believe we did that and the earth is flat. It's less evidence that the earth is flat and people believe that shit. But there's more facts in this case and people just like still I don't even think the question is was there foul play. We just don't know what they're hiding something because that they're not behaving like logical people who didn't do anything. They're hiding something. They're not behaving. Could you imagine going somewhere with, listen, we don't even, your work friend, you don't even have to take a close friend, your work friend, and something happened to them and you just go back like nothing's normal. You take their phone, you say you don't have the phone, and like, come on, man. It's like, bro, come on, bro.
Yeah, I think whatever may have happened, I think it was an accident, but something most definitely happened that they're, you know, on the hush hush about.
And
Because
in regards to the question of justice, has there ever been a time where Black people felt like we were done unjustly in the case of a death or suspicious death, and we actually went out there, protested, got all of these autopsies and whatnot, and then they came back and said, "Oh, by the way, you were right, we were wrong." I can't think of a case. Can y'all?
Yeah, I could think of one. Derrick Chauvin.
Derek Chauvin.
Yeah, where he put his knee
About
on
the George Floyd
George
officer.
Floyd.
He ended up getting charged after the fact, but like I'm talking about okay, how do I word that better? Did they ever say that George Floyd was not guilty or any of that stuff? Like, what did
Oh
they
no,
say?
no, no. After the court made their ruling, everybody still had their stance. The people that didn't like him still said that they
Right.
didn't like him.
So, okay, Chauvin is in jail, but like I don't equate these the same. It's not like they were initially saying Chauvin was innocent, right? Am I
No,
remembering that?
they were saying he was innocent.
No, but what you had
They
a lot
said
of
George Floyd died of excited delirium, and that
And
cop
fentanyl and fenty, right?
no, yeah, and that the cop didn't have anything to do with it. The knee didn't have nothing to do with it. That's what they were saying. So
yeah. You
they
had a
really
lot of
did make that.
coons and you had a lot of bad actors like
I don't
Tony
know. I'm gonna have to go back
Hughes.
and look at that, Scholar, because I feel like these don't equate. But I hear you. I'm gonna go back and look at it.
I feel like this. Ever since OJ, that's probably the only dub we got, if that's what you're saying. Like a lot of the marching and stuff that we did for Trayvon Martin fell on deaf ears. Like a lot of that stuff fell on deaf ears. But yeah,
Right.
George Chauvin was like the one time where I was like actually shocked, like, oh my God. Like, especially seeing as how he was law enforcement. I didn't think that they were gonna make that decision. When they did, I was like, oh shit. Like, but like I don't know.
Nah, that jury knew better. They knew if they
Bro,
come back with
stop,
not
stop,
guilty, they would have
stop. Nothing
burned
was
that.
gonna happen, bro. You know how nothing's
Are
gonna
you
happen?
kidding me? They
Because
were burned.
everybody on
How
the
long
panel
were they
today,
burning Minnesota down after George
bro,
Floyd got killed?
everybody on this panel just said that they don't believe that this family is gonna get justice, and nothing's gonna happen if they don't get justice.
And likely the only reason Chauvin got found guilty was because we had an 8-minute video to prove what happened. We had evidence that couldn't be refuted. I mean, they tried.
Hey, make my stance noted. I'm saying that there is no justice to get.
So we'll get to that point. I just wanted to say this to Candy. Candy, we just watched that store owner gun down that young boy. It was a boy to me, but that young kid,
Yeah, but here's the thing though. Once they threw a gun in the mix with a black man, he was automatically guilty. All they had to say was he stole from us and he had a gun. What you think they was gonna vote?
But both was false. Like they didn't see no gun on the camera, and then
They don't care. They don't care about none of that.
Found a gun in the bag.
Exactly. He's guilty. Why did you come into the store looking suspicious?
And you know how many people I heard? Like, so here's the difference. Had he been a legal gun holder, it may have slightly been different. But the fact that he was underage with a gun automatically labeled him a thug. And so whatever they said about him was whatever they said he did, he did.
Mm-hmm.
He was hunted.
And it's unfortunate because you got other black people saying this. Like it's depressing. It really is.
Yeah. So I'm gonna say this. To my good brother on the panel. Yes, I think you just trying to be controversial, bro. There's no way that you really believe. There's no way that you believe that there's no justice to be had.
He said no foul play means no justice. What you mean?
Well, let's just say this. How many of you take your cell phones in the water?
Me?
I do.
No, when you're at the beach, do you leave your phone on the table, on the towel, under the umbrella, or do you take it out in the water?
When I went, bro, they had like a little case that you put it in, and it's like plastic, and my phone was also waterproof, so I was double protected. So I went out there with
I'm taking under the water pictures. What you mean? Under the water pictures.
Don't get offended now. Don't get offended. Let's just walk through this thing.
We're listening to you.
All right, you guys are capping. None of you take your phone in the water.
Bro, how you gonna ask you a question not accept my answer?
I told you.
Stop it. We're all over the age of 30, probably even 40. Let's not do that.
That is hilarious. That boy, hey, bro, you said we capping. You don't believe our burden of proof, but you believe these motherfuckers who ain't seen nothing. I don't know.
I got all kinds of underwater pictures. I don't know what this man talking about. I was happy to go buy my waterproof phone. What you mean?
Okay, I'll give you that. All right. How many of you can swim?
I can swim in.
I mean, like an Olympic-sized pool.
I gotta.
Bro, where we going with this? I feel like you're going down a dark alley right now.
I got a question. How many teenagers?
How many of y'all eat chicken?
No. Hold on. How many teenagers are going to leave their phone when they supposed to be with a group of people? How many teenagers gonna leave their phone without contacting their parents, knowing that they're separating from where they supposed to be? That's not normal behavior. So to say, and even if let's say nothing did happen, okay, even if somebody's not prosecuted, justice is finding out what happened to their child so they can have some closure to his death. I don't think they're gonna get that.
This is true. This is true. If you don't believe there's foul play, I mean, still just knowing what happened to the son would be a form of justice. That's a good point.
Nah, that's closure.
And nothing
Justice.
and nothing at all would not suffice everybody's bloodlust. It wouldn't.
What?
Wait, so no,
It
if
would.
we found out that he was drunk and then stumbled off board the boat and drowned or something, like that would, I mean, and the evidence aligned with that, why wouldn't people accept that?
I don't believe, and it's
If
just
that
my
was,
opinion.
Lord have mercy.
I don't believe that would satisfy people. They really want blood.
But hold on, you don't
I
believe that
don't
that
need
would
no
satisfy?
blood. If they found out that that boy drowned because he was drunk, then that's sad and it's fucked up, but it's life. Shit happens. But to not
I
investigate it
think
and
they would
within a
only accept.
within an hour of his body being found, automatically saying that it was an accidental drowning without doing an investigation is fucking crazy.
You're not
Yeah.
saying nothing
Definitely.
wrong, and I do not disagree with anything you're saying, Queen. You take a very objective approach to it. But I don't think that people would be satisfied if they would say the autopsy, even the second one, and we can't find any trauma to the body, or we can't find any reasonable evidence that says that this would be directly connected to some kind of attack or some kind of struggle. I don't think that people would be okay with that finding. I think that they really want something to have happened to the point where they wouldn't believe it. I just don't think it would do it.
Are you saying that in relation to all of the recent cases where there was no justice for the black people involved? Is that why you're saying this?
We have to stick to the topic. We're not talking about anybody else. We're talking about
I feel like that was a pretty good
That was
question.
a
Like,
relevant question, though.
what
I'm not.
all the
I'm not
other
trying to.
cases. Do all the other cases have anything to do with my opinion?
she's trying to get your
Yeah.
reasoning. Why would you say that people wouldn't accept it? Is it based on
Oh
prior?
yeah, yeah. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I apologize. Yes, yes.
What I do to you, Deacon?
No,
Dang.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I thought you were saying was did my opinion was it formed because of all the other cases? You were asking would everybody else not accept it because of all the other cases? And
Right.
in that case, you're right. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that for sure.
I don't think black
That's
folks is unreasonable. I think we just look for fairness and shit that makes sense. And when it don't make sense, that leaves room for suspicion. And it's a lot of stuff about this case that is suspicious.
So I look at it like I don't know, bro. I feel like the like you kind of self-projecting right now. I think that you might be the person that won't accept it. Like if they do the independent autopsy, because based on the facts that are presented now, or even the stuff that they're telling us, the speculation is stronger than like, okay, this is some bullshit. And still, you're like, nah, no foul play. Like what? Like you know what's really crazy, bro? Is most police officers treat every death is a homicide, whether it is or it's not, just so that they could do the due process of treating it like it is and then proving that, like finding out that it's not, rather than the other way around and being lazy about it, right? With this one, they were like, nah, no foul play. Like, wait a minute, what? So you looked at all the stuff, all the evidence that you had and said, yeah, no foul play. Like that person is the worst detective ever. Like they would lose every game of Clue that they've ever played in their entire life. That is horrible. That's awful.
I think it's
I
crazy
agree with
that
you.
they lock down all their social media profiles almost immediately. That's not what innocent people do. I also think it's kind of odd that somebody said we did something that could get us 10 years in prison and then delete the post and that's not investigated. I think it's odd that the police department wants Nolan's phone, but hasn't checked the phone of the teenager that was on the boat with him. All of that shit is weird. And because all of that is strange like that, it gives reasons for people to question whether or not foul play was involved. Because why is any of that happening?
Deacon, I think that was directed to you. I mean, you the lone wolf up here, Deacon. I think everybody in pretty much agrees that was foul play on
Give
there.
me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second.
Oh
Oh, he
shit.
at work.
Nah, he using chat. I know a man that's using chat. I know chat
Everybody
wants.
just
Oh,
went quiet. But what I will
but
say,
I'm just saying, all that shit is weird. Like if it was your child, right, and they went somewhere, the child come up missing, are you gonna shut down their social media pages? Is that
I
something you
mean,
think to do?
if somebody come up dead, shoot, yeah.
No,
Well,
it
I'm
makes you look
not
more
shutting
guilty.
down
It
no
makes you look
pages.
guilty.
It make you look guilty. Like, why are you closing your social
I could,
media
I
page if
could,
you didn't
I
do
could
shit?
look as, I could look as good. My child could look as guilty as they want to look. Yeah, that don't prove nothing beyond a reasonable doubt.
Well, I'm not doing it. If my child ain't do nothing and if this person actually died because they drowned, I'm not shutting down my fucking social media pages
Yeah,
and blocking them. It like that's weird as hell.
that's the
Well,
thing. Like, if
it's under public eye, so I think you're going to get a different type of response than just because it's a black kid, white friend.
they
I
need to
think that
stand under it then, because what was done was unacceptable. That young man went missing and they went back acting like nothing happened. That's a problem.
I agree. It's problematic, yeah.
And then
But things happen in the.
Nobody told his
nobody told his
family.
parents he was missing. Like that, all that shit weird.
And
Yeah,
they
it's
supposed to be
strange. Is
friends.
there supposed to be like some type of investigation, or are they
Yes.
charging the friends? Are they charging
They
the
haven't
friends?
done an investigation. They have not investigated none of this. They immediately said that it was an accidental drowning without investigating anything that went on. And if Nolan's mom hadn't went to go look for his phone, they probably wouldn't have done nothing else.
Yeah, it was a open and shut case, Johnson. Like they was on that type of time. Like, yeah, bro. They didn't do no. They didn't do their due diligence. And then it's like, well, if we could see it, not being detectives, then why the people who get paid to do it can't see it? And then the fact that you throw in that one of them's mom is a judge, and then you throw like this, like it's just, bro, it's just too much weird behavior to just turn a blind eye and be like, yeah, there's no wrongful doing here. They're not covering up anything. It's like, yeah, bro, they're definitely covering up something.
I would definitely shut down my social media account if I seen something that I was involved in or had association with go the wrong way, and the way that I just blew it up. Yeah, I'm shutting my social media down too because I don't think
They
I need
shut
the
their
unnecessary
social media
harassment.
account down before this even became something that was suspicious. Like as
Well,
soon as Nolan's parents found out, they had already shut down their account. And before they shut down their account, one of them little boys said we did something that could get us 10 years in jail. So if you could get 10 years, that means y'all know what the fuck happened to him.
Exactly. And everybody on a hush hush about it,
That's not saying that they murdered him, but you did something. You did something negligent because even the time frame when the GPS came out with the damn boat, they said they left at a specific time. The GPS said something different. They was there for an hour, about an hour and a half before that boat left. That was plenty of time. If Nolan told them that they weren't coming back, hey bro, here go your phone. Like none of this shit make no sense.
if they genuinely did not do anything, they would have been frantic about that boy being missing. They would have, it's their friend. So if my friend goes missing unexpectedly, I wouldn't be able to enjoy the trip. wherever we're at, you know, and then you come back after that, and then you don't let no parent know, none of their loved ones know that, hey, your son or daughter has gone missing. I haven't seen them since this specific date, you know.
And then to not say something, right? If your friend said, I'm gonna stay back, at what point do you call and check on your friend? Like
Exactly.
y'all all was in a group. Somebody should have reached out to try to see where he was or try to contact him or something. Nobody knows nothing until Nolan's mama started looking for him.
Do y'all
Nobody
know?
gives a shit.
Did they request the records from the phone company for all of the deleted messages? Does anybody know?
They supposed to be doing a joint um forensic investigation of the phone because they don't trust to send the phone to the police department. The police department wanted Nolan's phone for their investigation, but they haven't looked in the phones of none of them other kids. So they have decided that they're only gonna turn it on if they can investigate it at the same time.
Mm.
Hey, with Crump being a lawyer, doesn't he have that privilege? If the at the mother's
What precinct?
request, actually, the mother could just request it if that's her phone line.
I think the jury's kind of is still out
So,
on Crump being a lawyer.
no, I'm
That's
telling
right.
y'all what happened. The police want the phone, and Nolan mom has the phone, but because of the way that the police have ran the investigation, she didn't want to turn the phone over. Once the police found out that Nolan's mama had the phone, they decided that they wanted to have the phone as part of their investigation. They did not feel comfortable turning the phone over to the police department, so they're trying to sync up together. So they trying to find a time when the people that is going to be the forensic investigators of the phone for Nolan's family and the police can sit down together and go through the phone because they don't trust the police to do it.
Ah, them fuckers need to go jail.
So I mean, it's just a bunch of weird stuff because I don't know no teenagers that's just gonna go away from deviate from the plan and not take their phone with them. Especially if you came on a boat. If
Only,
you came on a boat and you leaving on another boat, you're gonna take your fucking phone with you.
only if he going to go blaze a girl in the bush. In the bush. That's the only reason you put your phone down or you hand it to somebody. I think, just being honest, that's the root of this whole issue and probably the motive behind why they chose to kill that boy. Just being honest, it
His mama
always goes
favor
back to the
Mamie
Becky
Till.
Bells.
Anybody else notice that?
Say that again, Quinn.
His mama, she favors Mamie Till.
I didn't
What?
notice
I
that.
find that freaks me out.
Emmett Till's
Like
mama. She's saying he looked like Emmett Till's mama.
Oh, oh.
So
his mama look like Emmett Till mama.
you know what kind of make me mad about this? I ain't gonna lie to y'all. The fact that like we just so passively and like casually like like all I ain't gonna say all agree, but most I mean the numbers it was a majority vote that justice wouldn't be served. That's angering, especially because we live in America and like to have that mindset is just like crazy work. And the fact that we just had to deal with the Carmelo Anthony situation and how you guys are so unhuman. This is a life that's being lost, and why don't y'all don't do this and do that? Those same people have put down their shields of protecting life and the sanctity of life and kids and ages and all this other stuff. The professionals have left the building, and it's like like that angers me.
I
Oh
mean,
well.
that's the black existence in America. It is what it
That's a
is.
sad existence.
So,
It's
Scholar,
been
what's
our
supposed to
existence
happen?
since the
I
fuck
mean,
we been here.
in a perfect
Man.
world, I want this young man to get justice, but I mean, listen, this is America, Scholar.
And
It's
what's going to happen if
America.
he doesn't? We've already seen time and time again where we felt like some justice was due or owed. And what happened? The people watched. They got mad about it. They did their little soliloquies online and we went on about our days. There were no, even with the rioting, the people didn't really get mad. They didn't really get angry. They didn't take up arms. Anybody stomp and trample over anything to prove a point. We went on about our day and we got up the next day and went to work.
I never
I
thought
mean,
I'd see
at
the
this
day.
point, it's like, what the fuck can we do? What exactly can we do to stop this shit? Like, we don't run shit in this country. Nothing.
So why even speak about it then? Why not just go to the corner and just, put our heads down and be nice and good for master then?
We can't.
Queen, your audio breaking up bad. We can't hear you.
That's the ancestors, Queen. They don't want you to be saying what you're saying.
Plus, you cooning. That's a coon question, right?
Because nobody has time to be a raccoon, the boxing scholar.
No. What I'm hearing, and like I said, it's sad because if it's either one, if that's true that we're not gonna get justice, it's like why even talk about topics? Why even care? If we're at the point where we don't have any hope in the justice system and American people, it's like what are we doing?
Hey, Queen, you got mute.
You're persevering, boxing scholar. I
There's
mean,
a lot of feedback.
Yeah, I don't know who that is. The point is, the boxer scholar. You ain't ever watched How to Kill a Mockingbird,
Bro. You done went to the black and white movie. Yeah, I seen that movie.
I read the book.
That's the reality of it, scholar. Your lawyer will step up there. The state don't gotta have no goddamn evidence. It's already a hung trial. I mean,
So mark it in. Check this out.
It was the same way for Carmelo Anthony when he went in there. It took the jury 3 hours?
3 hours
to send that boy to prison for the rest of his life.
Mark it in. I watched.
Or excuse me, for 35 years.
I watched a documentary one time, and they had these older black people on there, and this was like Jim Crow heavy, and they were like they were being lynched in those times or whatever, and those black people said. The reason that they put up with it, and it was a black dude that said he goes to work every day smiling, and he said he got to put a smile on even though they disrespectful him, spit on him, all this other stuff, right? And they were saying that hopefully that in 50 years, they're making the sacrifices in that moment so that in 50 years, black people will have better options, better mindset, and better lifestyle overall. And then you fast forward to the black people and we talking more negative than the people that was going through Jim Crow.
I guess my question to you, scholar, would be, what do you expect for us to do? Because unless you are willing to be violent behind it, like we're already doing what we could do right now.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, what we could do and then having a defeatist attitude is two different things. What I'm saying is you wouldn't do anything if you.
Defeatist attitude. I think it's a realist attitude. We being realistic about what the hell we dealing with right now. Now we fight and we continue to fight. Like Nolan's parents is going to continue to fight, and it might be a slim chance that they get some justice from this. But most of the time, we can assume that this shit ain't fair to us. We are inside of a system that was never created for us. Every bit of the system that we've been able to conquer and defeat, it was because we fought like hell in order to get it. So it's not a defeatist mindset. It's just knowing what the fuck you in.
Yeah.
And to get a little, I mean, I'm not sure if I'm gonna get off topic or not, but I just like to say this, like, Black parents, please stop putting your damn children in to make it to where they the only minority or the only Black person in these schools, in these clubs, in these groups, please. And if you do, please educate them. Please.
And that right there is why it's a defeatist mindset. If you gotta,
what God, you mean a defeatist mindset?
Defeated. You guys sound so defeated. I'm kind of ashamed.
How is that a defeatist mindset?
You gotta be careful of where your kid goes to school at, where you enroll your child, because of
If you are the only black person in a predominantly white institution, yes, you need to be mindful and you need to be careful. Look what just happened to
that
this young
literally
lady.
is the story of my life.
Okay.
That literally is if you want to talk about and I hate to use me as an example, but I went to school with all white kids. It was just me and my two brothers from kindergarten through ninth grade. We went to an all white school, all white county, all white whatever. It's just us. No other black kid to talk to. I didn't know I was even black till the sixth grade.
What the?
That kind of all white society. That's where I went to school at.
How
Had
did
the
you not know
greatest
you was
time of my
black?
life. I'm sorry, what?
How did you not know you was black?
Because he was a baby.
I was a kid. Nobody taught me race.
They didn't talk
I
about
was
race
taught.
in his house. That's what he's saying.
I was taught at a young age, though. That's why. But go ahead. My bad.
Yeah, nobody told me I was black or I had something to look out for. I experienced life and I drew my own perspective. So when I was around those white kids, they treated me just like I was another kid. Now, when I went to the black school at 10th grade, that's when I got you talk proper, you talk funny, you sound funny. Why you got your dad at home? That was the issue. I got all those other issues that was thrown in my face. I didn't realize I was black till I went there. So then I had to use the examples of
Wait
the
a
other
minute.
kids.
Did
Yeah, I
you just
swear
say
to
they
God,
made fun of you for having a
that
daddy?
is the story of my life. I'm telling you.
Did you just say they made fun of you for having a daddy?
Like, that's weird as hell. We got daddies. What the fuck you talking about?
I'm not saying that you don't, but I'm saying that that's what happened.
Why are you taking it like that? He's just telling you what happened to him.
Man,
Right.
I
Yeah,
don't believe that shit. I ain't never heard nobody got their ass whooped or bullied because they got a fucking daddy. Get the fuck out of here.
I didn't say I got my ass whooped or bullied. Now, can you go back on mute
Y'all crazy. Yo,
so
all
I
I
can
was going.
speak clearly?
Yeah, go ahead, brother. Finish your story.
Yeah, I can't hear over the background noise. I know I got background noise, but somebody else is just
Like
louder.
somebody in a
But
workshop.
yeah. So that
I
was
hear them
my
songs
experience.
going off. Go ahead.
I didn't have to. I didn't have to be told to look out for the white man in my experiences with him. And even though I work next to him now and hang out with some of them after work, I even got black friends, all that good stuff. I never had to worry about them.
Well, that's good for
That's
you.
why I'm saying there's a higher possibility of this kid just drowning. And I know people want it to be something else. And nobody's going to get off of that because that's what they want. People want what they want. I can't explain that.
Well,
But
I'm
I can't
glad.
just say that the white man bad because I totally disagree with that. My worst experiences in my life were not with white people.
Well, I'm glad that that was your experience and you were around good, kind white people. Just because that was your experience doesn't mean that what I stated um, wasn't truthful. You do most certainly need to teach your kids that certain environments, people are going to. I don't understand how niggas kill me. When I came on the internet the internet in general, never in my life have I came across just a bunch of just I'm not trying to be disrespectful, Scholar. I really am
Combs,
No,
not. Like
I'm hard to offend, so you can just speak
Sambo.
it,
freely. I'm not going to come
it's
at you
just
for it or nothing like that.
like why do people like yourself believe that just because you haven't gone through anything or you haven't necessarily experienced based on what you're saying, you're saying that basically you ain't really experienced some type of racism like that? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, and never in my whole entire life.
Okay, so why do y'all, people that think like you specifically, why do you guys why do you guys think that just because you haven't experienced that, that's not the experience for a lot of most black people? I'm gonna say most black people, because just because someone's not calling you an N-word doesn't mean that they're not racist, or you haven't experienced certain microaggressions or passive aggressive, things like that. So why do you guys think like that?
I'm glad you asked that. And nor would I ever project that there is no racism because I didn't experience it. I'm well aware that there are chances that people or instances that people do experience that, and I respect it. I'm not saying that your experience isn't valid, but just please don't say that mine isn't.
Can I ask you a question? If you experienced any sort of microaggression or micro racism, do you think that you would even be able to recognize it?
I'm not sensitive to it. Let's just say I'm not sensitive to it to where I'm looking for it. So I probably wouldn't even recognize it. I can throw shade myself. So if I do suspect it, it's not like I just take it and keep striding or something like that. I just don't crash out to address it.
Okay.
Have you ever experienced it that you can think of?
I think if
Actually,
you
one time, all right, I was in the first grade and the teacher gave us an assignment. And this is a real legit thing because I remember my grandmother's reaction when I told her. I was getting in trouble at school, right? For a time being, I was a very energetic child. And our teacher gave us an assignment. And I got finished with my assignment. I was always the first one done with my work. So she said, when you're done, take your papers, stack them nice and neatly, and then put a staple on it. So I was the first one done. Maybe couldn't believe it. She went to the restroom and came back. And as I was stapling or reaching for the staple, she told me to get my cotton picking hands off her desk. White lady, black
Damn.
kid, all white school. I came home and I replayed it to my grandmother. Yeah, my grandmother's something else. Anyway, she gets in her car, she puts her gloves on, and she goes flying up to the school. The next week, I was line leader for like a week. I was Mr. So and so. They called me by my last name, Mr. This, Mr. That. They put some respect on my name after whatever my grandmother said. So yes, I did have one experience, I guess.
But see, it took for your grandmother to even tell you that was racism for you to even know.
Yeah, I think I was 6.
That's my point. Is so, and I'm not trying to invalidate your experience. What I'm saying is maybe you're just so tuned out of it that if it happened, you wouldn't recognize it.
I would probably put a
No,
score on
but
it.
I mean, at 6 years old, he might not understand like because children don't come with like a function of knowing, like they come with a function of learning. So at 6, unless he was told what black people used to do in cotton fields, he might not associate those two things. And then he said that he came from a pretty colorblind upbringing. So
I mean, I'm not
like
like
I
coming for the 6-year-old kid in him. I'm saying as an adult male now, do you have the antenna to even recognize it when it's happening, or do you just take it as something else? I guess is what I'm trying to ask. Because there's a difference between cracking a joke on me and cracking a racist joke on me. You understand what I mean? So I'm not trying to invalidate what you're saying. I'm asking you, are you even aware enough where if somebody was trying to be not subliminally, that's not the word I'm looking for.
Malicious.
If they were trying to be malicious but be passive aggressive in their maliciousness, would you even recognize it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, I would be able to recognize it. I'm like the kind of guy that I'm so hard to offend that you're not going to see me crying about some microaggression. I think it's kind of weak. I think
No,
you can be controlled by that
mm,
if you're real super sensitive to it.
it's not about like you crying about it or being sensitive. To me, it's a respect factor. You are going to fucking respect me at the end of the day. Um, you know, I don't play I don't play them, you know. I mean, in the workplace specifically, like I'm not sure if Candy or Queen or anybody has experienced this, but have y'all ever experienced someone asking you like, "Oh, like, how were you able to afford this?" Or
Yeah, all that kind of weird shit. Yes.
yeah, like weird stuff like that, and then you're like,
Yeah, that's actually happened to me before. Yeah, I come back to town because I left the white community at like 9 years old. Went to went to the inner city. Then I left the inner city and went to somewhere more rural to get away from that because I felt like it was a little negative. And when I come back to see my friends, oh dang, look at you now! You didn't went somewhere and blew up. No, that's not the case. I just had a certain mentality. While I was there in that city, I've had things taken from me, stolen from me. I couldn't do it there. 'Cause anytime it was something that somebody else wanted, it seemed like it would be an infraction for them to get it from me. So while I separated myself and could build on whatever it was I was building, yeah, when I came back, it was a how could you afford that? It was a look at you now.
That's the microaggression stuff that they was talking about.
yeah, that's a microaggression.
But that wasn't from white folks.
They do it though, bro. They do it
They most certainly do it. The
like
white
like
women.
like my wife is a nurse, and when she take care of her patients, she has her badge that has her title, and they'll always be like to the CNA, like, "Are you the nurse?" Even though they know that she's not the nurse. It's like a slap in the face. And when I tell you them old people confessions be something different, bro, they be talking
Oh
about
hell
stuff in their
yeah!
life like that they did to black people, and it be like some of the most gruesome stuff you ever want to witness. Like the fireman who talked about how he let the black people burn, like he didn't go save them and all. That's like, how could anybody
Wild.
ever be that evil? That's crazy.
That's wild.
Yeah, I seen that video. When I was working in the laboratory, um, some of them used to say shit like, I hope you gonna put gloves on because I don't want your black skin touching my lily white skin. Um, some of them
That's
would
not dang micro. Golly.
growl at us, and cuss us out simply because we was black. In the job that I got now, I had a woman every time I came to work, the bitch would be like, "Can you make copies?" Like I'm the goddamn copy girl or some fucking shit.
Hell no.
Hold
Hell.
on, hold on, quick. What you say? Let me find out you ran over to that copy machine.
What?
You heard me. That's why you sound so defeated. You was like, "I get it to you as soon as I can, Shirley."
First of all, you got me 3 ways fucked up, and I just let her keep doing it until she pissed me off one day, and I walked over to the file cabinet and I pulled all the papers out, and I sat down and I counted them one by one, and I got the count, and I typed up a real nice, nasty letter to her ass, copied it, put it in the box of the supervisor and her box, and told her if something ain't wrong with her fucking hands, she can make her own goddamn copies.
There you go, Queen.
Look at Queen out there.
There you go.
Look at Queen out there. MLK would be proud. You don't sound like
I'm
a
not no
defeatist in your
dummy,
Yeah,
job.
and
see, I think
that's the
I think
thing.
that inhibit.
They
I think
like to
that prevents you
assume
from growing within the
because
company.
What
what
you
they like
mean
to
growing?
what they like to assume is that you're incompetent because you black. And I like to let them assume that. I want you to think I'm the dumbest nigga you ever seen. Cause you're gonna cross me one day and I'm gonna rope your ass up and you're gonna wish you hadn't have fucked with me. Now, talking about I can't move up in the company. They already planning to move me up in the company. I am integral to the program. Do not want to lose me because I'm not fucking incompetent. I'm just not to be played with. I don't disrespect nobody else. I'm not gonna let you disrespect me, and I'm damn not gonna let you disrespect me because of my race.
Absolutely not.
That's bullshit. If you got something to disrespect
Hmm.
me on, you will disrespect me upon my merit, not because of the color of my skin. I'm not going for that. And if I catch your ass doing it, just wait. I'm gonna rope your ass up and you gonna wish you hadn't fucked with me.
Hmm. That creates like a chaotic environment, just
No, it
It
approaching
creates a
doesn't.
everything
chaotic
fast.
environment
Yes,
for
yes, it
You
does.
them,
It
sound
not for
actually
me.
does.
ridiculous.
It comes out
It
the
creates
pores, actually.
it creates a chaotic environment for them,
It, it,
not me,
it-
because
you
I
ex,
don't get fucked
you
with.
exfoliate that. It
You
comes out
sound
of your pores.
ridiculous, dude. It creates a
I don't get fucked with. Nobody fucked with me after that. When I came to that job, because I am the only Negro that works there, nobody spoke
Hmm.
to me for months and didn't bother me. I'm black in America. I'm used to this shit. Oh, but when they find out I know what the fuck I'm doing, and the person that signs their checks actually delineates to me for information, they still didn't talk to me. They talked to each other about me, trying to find out who I am, where I come from, and what I got and what I do, how I know how to do what I do and everything, but never would talk to me. So I'm not creating no chaos. I'm here to do a job. I'm here to make a difference where I can. I'm not here to accept nobody's bullshit. Now, you might be
Why
okay
wouldn't
accepting
they talk to
people's
you?
you because I'm
No, no, I'm
black.
just asking. I just got one question. Why wouldn't they
Because
talk to
I'm
you?
black. Because I'm black. Because they had never seen a black person inside of their fucking company.
See, I think you just proved my point. I
no.
think you just proved my
You
point.
sound ridiculous, dude.
I don't know what points you think I just proved, but me getting a job and going to work and people not speaking to me is not something that I did.
You trying to say her attitude is the reason?
Yes, that's what he's inferring.
How I got an attitude and I just got here. That don't even make no sense.
I
Got
don't
up
know.
there
We
and
just
listed
like
all these
I just
different
know like I
parameters
don't
on
imagine
how
you.
people can approach
Yeah.
you.
What are you
Hold on,
talking
wait.
about? I
She
didn't
just
say
sat up here
anything
and
about
said all
anybody
these
approaching
different.
me. I said it was a
No,
woman
you
that
just
kept
let
asking
all
me
these
to make
guardian, all these.
copies, and I just let her keep doing it until I could rope her ass up for playing in my fucking face. If
But
I
like
come
what?
in
Yeah,
But
see,
and I
now
but
you
wait.
speak,
But
cussing.
was
I say
her just?
hello, how
Now
are
you're
you
cussing.
doing? And you just look
He,
at me like I'm a fucking alien or something. It's not
but
because of something I
Oh,
did.
here's
she would just
why.
look at
But
you. She would just look at you and say copies.
She
Like go
would, she
fetch.
would, she, let me tell you what, let me tell you how she would do it. I would come in and I would say, hey, how you doing? And she would be sitting in the chair, rolling back and forth with a pen in her hand, shaking a pen, staring at me. And I was like, okay, whatever. So I go ahead, get ready for my shift and everything. And then she bust out with my name. Can you make copies? And she did this
Okay,
every time
okay,
she saw me.
okay, okay. I see. Yeah, I'm
Yo,
from the island, so good morning, good
yo,
afternoon. That's
yo,
really big for
Queen.
me. If she'd have said that,
the
then
thing
I would have paid
is,
her some slack. But no, yeah, that would have had to went down. It had to
Yes,
yeah,
went
that's
down.
crazy. Like
Why
I'm
am I
speaking to you,
visualizing
you
this
just staring
white
at
lady
me.
with a pen saying copies? Yo, that's crazy. That's crazy work. But shout out to Queen.
and
Imagine, hey Scott, imagine you working there, some white man just
that's
walk out and he
that's
say,
her
"Make
way.
copies, boy. Copies,
Bro, that's
boy.
crazy.
Copies, boy. Let's go."
Bro, that's crazy
That's her
work,
way
bro.
being. That was her passive aggressive way of being disrespectful. That's the thing. And you know, Deacon, it sounds like, I mean, you may tolerate disrespect or can't recognize when somebody's being passive aggressive towards you and won't call it out. But no, Queen called it out and checked her disrespectful passive aggressive behavior. So there's no issues from this point forward. It's about respect at the end of the day.
Like that's
Mhm.
crazy. And then the fact that you didn't even
She
get
was
up
talking to
and
Deacon.
look.
Hold on, hold on. I think the way that you approach a situation, you could be tactful. If
She
you
was
don't have
tactful.
any tact, then you just
I
react out of
was tactful.
emotion.
She was very
I was
tactful.
tactful. Matter of
I mean,
fact, my
I'm not taking
supervisor,
away your situation. I'm just
my
responding to
supervisor
the
called
comment where she
me and
said
she
that I may
said,
not
I
notice.
absolutely loved what you did. And while you sitting up here talking that bullshit, that same woman disrespected a client and ended up having to take racial sensitivity courses. So fuck what you talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. You're a white apologist, and that's your business. If you comfortable being there, I'm not. Because there's gonna be a young black woman or man that comes behind me that won't have to deal with that type of bullshit because I done already laid the groundwork to correct it.
Cool story. Cool story.
Cool facts.
Shout out to Queen.
Now, if you okay being a white apologist, that's your business. But
I'm just not sensitive like that. I'm sorry.
My ancestors didn't get to where we are today as a group of people apologizing for white behavior that's negative toward us. We confronted it, and that's what I did. And I did so in a tactful and professional manner.
Yeah, again, I would just like to reiterate, it's not about being sensitive. It's about respect at the end of the day.
Yo, you know what they just remind me of, Taylor, when you said that? It was a boy. He couldn't have been no more than like 10 years old, a white boy. He was like, all the people talking about back in my day this. He was like, y'all need to shut up. Y'all were crying over sharing fountains with black people. And I was like dying laughing because I'm like, he right. Everybody got a back in my day speech. Everybody wants strength out of you and want vulnerability out of them. Like, bro, we all humans, we all bleed. You know, I get some people do overdo it, but at the same time, bro, it's just like, what would if Queen would have ignored that, she would have been the copy lady at the job. You know what I mean? Like,
and then she would have upped the ante on it to see, because she was testing Queen, is what she was doing to see how far she's able to go with her with the level of disrespect. So it started off as passive aggressive, but Queen checked her at the door.
So and it wouldn't have just been that lady though, too. You got to keep in mind, other people watched that behavior and your treatment, and they would have all started playing with Queen like that.
True. She might have been the Staples lady, the shoe lady, and she'd have been doing. Queen would have been running. Boy. She would have been all over that place. You know what I mean? Doing. You're right. They do. And you know what I dislike about that story, Queen, is the person that champion you, like, you did the right thing, you did this. I'm like, well, wait a minute. Where was your antennas at when you first started working there and nobody was talking to you? You gotta watch them people too.
Well, she wasn't there because I work overnight, so she didn't see that shit, and I didn't want to go tell that like, oh, your Steph not talking to me. I'm a grown ass woman. I'll be fine.
Right.
I'll be fine.
That's
but
crazy.
now, oh my goodness, anything happens, everybody needs to talk to Queen because I'm not fucking incompetent.
That's
I'm sorry. No,
that's crazy. You go to a
You
job.
can laugh, but it's not because nobody's afraid of me. It's because I know what the fuck I'm doing and I'm good at what I do. That's why.
Yo, I had to upload this video. This is what y'all sound like to me, Taylor. You, Candy, and Queen. This is what y'all sounded like when I said y'all gave up hope.
Never thought
Say what now?
I never thought I'd hear the day that old Ray Gibson give up.
That's why I thought, nigga, I ain't give up no motherfucking hope. I'm keeping it real. Like them niggas say, keep it real. That's real. Ain't nobody give up nothing.
But you know what? You probably slow me down anyway.
Said which?
You only slow me down.
Nigga, you must be having me. I'm gonna slow your slow ass down.
I got a plan.
Well, we'll tell you.
That's what y'all sound like to me. I'm keeping it real.
And we are keeping it real. Like, why would you set yourself up for failure by not acknowledging the reality of something?
Yeah.
Well, come on now. Like, okay. So
I'm not gonna stop fighting because I know that we live in a system that was not built for us. That don't mean that I don't fight. That just means I understand what the fuck it is, and sometimes we might take way more L's than we feel like we should because our fight is just a little bit harder than some other people. But I'm not finna sit up here and tell myself, I'm not gonna tell my children the justice system is just as fair to you as it is to your white peers. That's a motherfucking lie.
Well, wait a minute. If we look at the institution of marriage, like you're more likely to fail in marriage and relationships, but we don't give up hope on that shit.
I mean, depending on who you ask. I mean,
Taylor, they be like, negative until they get in a relationship.
I've been married for 24 years. So, I mean, I don't know what you talking about, player.
No. So you've been married 24 years. That means that you went through a dating phase and then a marriage phase. And I'm saying that the numbers would suggest that the divorce rate is higher than the people that stay together.
I don't know
So,
what
but
they got to do with systemic oppression and racism,
because you
bro.
didn't have a negative, you still tried.
Who said we was not gonna try? I don't think nobody on this panel said we not gonna fight.
I don't feel like y'all fight kind of strong because y'all was like y'all kind of like we shall overcome.
I get up here
No,
every
we were just
Thursday
stating the
and I
facts.
do a stream talking about politics. And when I see something that's going on and I feel like the people need to be educated about it, I get up here and I discuss it so they can be educated. I'm not giving up shit. I go out and I tell people to get their ass registered to vote. And for people that say, I ain't gonna vote, I sit up there and I take the time to explain to them why they vote is important, what they need to be doing. I get on my phone, I text people when elections come up, be like, you need to get your ass out there to the polls, let's go. You need a ride, I'll come pick you up and we can go together. I'm not giving up, but I'm not fit to give myself a false reality about what the fuck we actually up against.
Hey, Queen.
Yes.
Queen.
Yes.
You know how we disagree on some things, right? You can recall a couple times. What? Maybe not. Whatever. But we had this
disagree on everything. Shit.
Okay, that's fine. But we had this conversation. We had this conversation about Booker T and WEB, and you said that he was also an apologist or whatever you. I forget what you called it. I forget I forget what you had called him.
A damn coon.
Yeah, so we got two different approaches. I don't subscribe to the same one you do.
I mean, I'm not shitting on the man's work, but I still think he was a damn coon, and he played the two ends against the middle for his own benefit.
Why was he a coon? Why was
That's
he a
crazy.
coon?
He got a lot of funding for like HBCUs.
Have you ever read Up From Slavery?
Awesome book. Yes, I've read it.
I ain't talking to you, Deacon.
I haven't.
I'm talking to the people that's questioning me about why I said he's a coon.
We haven't. So what's the connection?
So when he first starts, Booker T. Washington was a slave at 3 years old. Okay, so he can barely remember slavery, but in Upward From Slavery, he opens the book talking about how black people love their slave master and how when master was hurt, the slave was hurt, and all this other weird ass shit. Like slavery
from personal experience. She should never she should never discount a man's personal experience and his personal observation.
I'm not even done.
He documented it. He documented that. Now, don't take away the credit from a man from personal A1 on the ground experience where he documented his observations. Now,
that man was 3 years old.
Don't proceed with a narrative. Proceed with facts, please.
He was. I'm not proceeding with no narrative. This is what the man said in his own motherfucking words, and that man wasn't a slave past the age of 3.
But was it true or was it not true?
And this is the shit that he wrote in his book.
Was it true or not?
Move on to
was it true or not?
Is something wrong with you?
Was it true or not?
I think I'm talking. I think I'm speaking.
Was it true?
But I think I'm speaking.
I think that matters.
So it don't matter. When I get through speaking, then you can answer your question. I'm still talking.
See, that's that spirit.
That was the first thing he said in the book. Now, mind you, if you 3 years old, how the fuck do you come to such a conclusion? Do anybody on the panel remember what their life was like at the age of 3? Okay, moving along. Have you ever read I think it's the Atlanta Compromise? Have y'all ever read that speech?
Yes.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the people that asked me why I said this man was a coon.
This is sad. Actually, that nobody said that they did. Nobody said that they read that. That's sad. Actually,
nobody read that speech. Okay,
that says a lot.
So that's the thing though.
She said she's asking the people that asked why she called him a coon. I didn't ask, so I'm waiting on them to answer.
So that's a speech that y'all can go read. Go read that shit and tell me what you think about what Booker T. Washington had to say about black people and their place in American society. And you tell me that ain't some cool ass shit. Number two, yes, he founded, was it Tuskegee University? He absolutely did. And this is why if you're sending your children to a HBCU, you might want to check and see what the fuck they gonna be teaching your kids. Because some of these HBCUs will teach your children to be well-educated motherfucking coons. Okay? All HBUs are not created equally. So there's another book I have. It's called The Science of Home Economics. And one of the people that is information is presented in this book was married to Booker T. Washington. And the way that she spoke and taught black people in the society, yeah, I wasn't cutting for none of that shit. So yeah, when I say this man is a coon, it's because I've actually read his work and I've looked into some of the things his wife was doing and the intricacies of how they worked. Were they successful? Yes, they were. Do I agree with their methods? Fuck no.
Okay, you done?
Wait, hold on. Before you go. So while you was talking, Queen, I looked it up. They said there's no confirmed statement that he said that. They said that those were like internet rumors and people who had like secondhand knowledge who wrote
Said
about him.
what?
It's not like quotes that he actually said. That
Yo,
I
go
love
read the book.
that I love. I mean, people could write something about me. That don't mean I said it.
Upward for Slavery is his book. He wrote that
For
book.
Slavery
So
is
Queen,
a
so hold
great
on, Queen.
book.
You telling me if I looked and I asked that quote in that book is gonna say 100% that quote is in that book.
Go read the book. I
No,
ain't got to lie
Queen,
to
that's not
you.
what I asked you, sister. If I ask, it's gonna say that quote is in the book.
I don't know what the fuck you looking at. I said
Come
read the
on now,
book.
everybody use chat. If I ask chat,
I
What's the
don't.
quote,
I read the
Queen?
book.
What's
I
the
read
quote,
it with my
Queen?
own eyes. Go read the book. It's in the first chapter of the book.
okay, I can
What
look
was
up
the
the first
quote?
chapter.
Go look up the first chapter and you will see it. I ain't got to lie on
What
it.
was the
I
quote?
ain't gaining nothing by lying on a dead man.
Did Booker T say that darkies were only meant to be servants in the order of America?
That's I didn't say that.
No, I'm asking what you said. I'm
He
asking if that
said
was
that we should not look to be in any higher parts of society. We should work hard and keep our heads down.
so pretty much a
We
version of
we
what I
shouldn't
said.
participate in politics and none of that shit. That's what he
He
said. Go read
said
that.
that,
That's a
but
Wait a minute.
compromise.
without
Wait a minute.
context, that doesn't make sense. See,
Go read
this is
that.
what
That's a
she's leaving out.
compromise.
I
Wait a
mean,
Go
minute.
This is what
read
she's.
that.
Queen, that's
That's a
two different
compromise.
quotes.
What?
I mean, he was
What's,
living in Reconstruction America. It makes. I mean, you got
Yeah, that
that
makes that.
context. It
Yeah,
makes sense.
given the context of the time he grew up in, that's not a bad statement. That ain't no cool statement.
Okay, you can believe whatever you want to. I'm looking at it from my perspective, and I think it's some cool ass shit. Now, y'all, you can feel however you want to. Go read the shit, and if you read this shit and you still have the same ideas, then we can discuss it. But we can't discuss it if you ain't ready.
see, this is why we have two different approaches to a lot of things. I think what she more takes up behind the W.E.B. Du Bois
I don't like his ass
school
either.
of school school of knowledge, but you're more aligned with his beliefs and stuff.
Didn't W.E.B.
Basically,
Du Bois have
where
that talented tenth
you're fighting for
ideology?
acceptance. Jesus,
He had the talented tenth ideology, right?
right?
Yeah, no, I don't fuck with him either. I don't think either one of them did really good looking forward. Hindsight is 2020. I don't think neither one of them did us any good.
Do you know what game theory
What?
means? Do you know what
Do
that
I know
is?
what?
Do you know what game theory is?
No.
Okay, let's say you heard of coding, right?
Yes.
If then statements. You know what that is?
Yes.
If this is if you get this result, then go to this. It's just a lot of that. That's what game theory is. It takes a certain ideology and it plays it out down to its end, its inevitable end. So
Basically,
when
you're looking for you're looking for a desired outcome, so you're gonna find stuff that supports that, right?
Right. If you feed a kid candy, what's the chances of getting diabetes? If you feed a kid vegetables, what's his chance of getting diabetes? That kind of thing. And you go 10 years. Let's say we'll feed him candy for 10 straight years. Is this chance higher to get diabetes or lower than the vegetables? That kind of thing.
Okay, what's
You
your
got
point?
if you guys haven't read Booker T, this is just a bunch of gobbledygook. It really is. So you definitely left out context as to why he said you shouldn't be trying to force your way into society. You should make yourself useful by wherever you are at, learn a skill, build up something before you go in and try to, be the commanders of something. At least build your own, be the commander of that, and then you will understand what it takes to be the commander on a larger scale.
Which is no different
But
than what
instead,
Malcolm and the Muslims believe.
right? See
Go
now,
read the Atlanta Compromise.
yes, the Atlanta
Cause
Compromise
you
is very
listening to
important.
a white apologist give you his perspective about that shit. You go read it yourself.
Do you think a
Cause that's
kid, if
exactly
you
what Booker T was, a white apologist. Booker T said in that damn book that he didn't know how to clean up.
When you reach
He
it now,
said,
you reach it now. So
no,
I'm
you
no,
gonna
not
he
have this
did
man
say
for
he
lying.
saying
did
he
he
didn't know
did
how to
say
clean
that.
up?
He
He
did say
said a
that.
white woman taught him how to clean, bruh. Go read that fucking book.
What's a
Okay.
He
queen?
did say that.
What's
What is
wrong with
a
that?
queen? Now you have to tell me why that's a bad thing.
So you mean to tell me that the folks that these folks was forcing to clean their motherfucking house and teach him how to clean up? He ain't learned how to clean up till he was a grown ass man, damn near, and it was a
Put
white
her,
woman that taught him.
she taught him to put his
I mean,
best
that
Maybe,
could
foot
be the
forward, to
case.
always
That
iron
makes
his
sense.
clothes,
maybe.
to always wash and wear clean clothes,
That shit
clean.
make sense to you.
What's the problem
Do
with
that
that?
make
That's
sense
the
to
part I
you?
don't understand.
Do that make sense to you?
Queen, I don't know how
How and
it's
how
his.
and how is that him being a white apologist?
That's like
Because
his
he
version
talking
of
Bro,
about
his
a
go
white
life.
lady
look.
making his clothes.
Go read the book is all I can say. And if y'all disagree with me, then we can talk about it. Cause I can't talk to y'all if y'all ain't read this shit.
That's kind of how I feel too. But between me and you, Queen, you're definitely missing a lot of things. Like, okay, so whoever teaches you something, does it matter who teaches it to you, or you're just gonna
Yes,
cry because they're white?
yes,
See,
yes,
that's
it
what I'm
does
saying.
matter.
You got that black precept that I try to avoid, and I
Well
just
then
can't
avoid
walk
it,
into
player.
things being no, knowing what I know. I just can't walk into things and say no. I don't want to learn nothing because the white person's trying to teach me.
But that's not what
That's
I said.
just
That's
that's
not
a
what I
horrible
said.
approach. No, you're
That's
saying
not
that he
what
was
I
an
said.
apologist, and your example was that the white woman showed him how to clean up. That's goofy.
I also said that he said that black people was in love with the slave master. I said that too.
Yeah, it also was
Mhm.
true, or may have been true. There were some that were freed from slavery and also went back to the plantation.
Yeah,
What's
I
wrong with
don't
that?
want to hear none of that shit.
I
But
know what happens is that it offends your black sensibilities, and now you don't want to accept that.
and I'm not. I
You're
would
not you're
never
not you're not
accept
really
it.
being
I
objective,
would
and if that's how
never
you
accept it
navigate
because
through
I've
life, that's
also
sad.
read slave narratives.
You've never
I
heard
have
of,
learned about some atrocities of slavery that would never be taught in anybody's fucking
but that
classroom,
that
bruh. I am not finna sit up here and accept this motherfucker talking about black people was in love with the fucking slave masters when these
but no,
motherfuckers
but you
stuffing fucking
understand that
chairs with our motherfucking hair.
you
No, when people is
you
making fucking bags and clothes out of our fucking skin, when they
And you
cutting
see why
pregnant
they
women's
check with
bellies
Queen at
open
work.
hold on,
and
Like this
hold
is
feeding
on,
the
but
babies
exactly
to
what
the
it is.
alligators and
hold
shit.
on,
This
but
is why I
you
No,
laugh.
understand. Oh, hold on, but Queen, hold on. You understand there's an actual scientific and psychological phenomenon called Stockholm syndrome, where somebody that's taken captive has been abused violently, somehow grows an attachment for their captor and a sense of loyalty. Like that's a real thing. Like
I
you telling me
understand
a large
Stockholm
amount of black
syndrome,
people didn't
but you need
experience
to
that?
read. Just
But sir,
look,
sir, not black
here.
people. No,
Hold
black
on,
people
I'll
don't
read
do
it to
that.
you.
Black people don't go through that. They don't do that, sir. You can't say that. See, don't stop being sensitive.
I'll read it to y'all. I'm gonna read the first chapter of this book. Hold on, let me pull. Let me get it.
Is it? I gotta remember which app I got it on. Okay. Now y'all can keep talking while I find it. This ain't gonna be no quick find.
No, you good, Queen. I mean, I love
I don't
you.
know,
I love
Queen.
you
I
as a
feel like
sister, man. But I'm not picking on you. I'm not trying to fight with you. But I think that you have a high
no,
level of
don't explain,
sensibility.
brother. Stand strong on your principle. Because look, this is a person that ain't read the book, so I'm getting this secondhand anyway. You know,
Dude, you should
Queen. It
read this
sound like
book before you read the Bible, bro.
yo,
You
yo,
should read
yo.
that and the souls of black
I'm
people.
definitely gonna get it now because I don't like people saying, "Have you read?" and I haven't read.
I
But
I
besides that,
take that back after you read the Bible, not before. I gotta say that right. The Bible's
but
first, and then
but Queen, you said earlier he said a quote, and then I asked you about the quote, and then the quote changed. I'm like, wait a minute.
I didn't say no quote. I said the man said that the slaves was up the slave master's ass. I didn't give you a direct quote because I'm not looking at the book.
They were though. He
Okay,
didn't say
I'm
nothing
not
different
finna,
than Malcolm X said.
bro. I'm not fit to argue with you about this shit, bro. That shit weird as hell. Cause no, all slaves was not up no slave master's fucking ass.
Most of
Them
them
people
was.
was being tortured.
Hold on. So when the plantation house was burning, you're telling me there was no coon ass slaves that would stand there and scream, "Master, our house is burning,"
Or tell
instead
whenever
of
they
running for the bush?
Rose.
You're
Not
telling me
yeah,
that never happened?
hold on. Harriet
I
Tubman had
didn't
to
say none of
unalive
that.
people. Harriet Tubman had to unalive people because they were fighting against getting their own freedom. Queen, what are we talking about?
Okay, so I'm gonna need y'all to read the book so y'all can understand the context in which he was speaking, because he not speaking in the context which I was speaking, bruh. It's a reason why I said I would classify his ass as a coon. Okay?
Because he
I don't
learned to
know.
fold clothes from
you
a
see,
white
I can
woman,
see why you say that. You're
and
saying that because you're saying that you shouldn't disrupt society until you make yourself useful. Off of that quote, I can see why you would say that, but I
Now he
totally
said more
disagree
than
with
that.
it.
Go read, pull up the Atlanta Compromise and read that shit. That's easily accessible. Why I find
I
this damn
don't.
book,
So then Malcolm
let
X is a
me
coon then, and
read the
so is
Atlanta
Elijah Muhammad.
Compromise.
bro. Look. Pick up, just Google. You right there on the computer. Pull up the Atlanta Compromise and read that.
Okay.
You can read it out loud. You can read it
So
because it was in the newspaper.
Um,
So
It
go and
wasn't.
pull it
It
up.
was not a quick read, so it's not like you got.
It
If you
ain't
want to
that
hear
long
it, it
of a
would be
read.
good, but it's not. It's definitely not a quick read.
It's not that long of a read. It's fine. It's a live stream. It's fine. Pull it
how
up and
long is
read
the
it.
read?
Probably about 20
let's
minutes.
Man,
see.
you got like you
Man, it's
better get
about
Big
two
Crump.
pages. That ain't that
You better
long.
call Big Crump up here.
If that 20 minutes just turned into
Mr.
an hour if you call
President
that
and
nigga.
gentlemen of the board of directors and citizens, 1/3 of the population of the South is the Negro race. No enterprise seeking the material, civil, or
Nigga, read it in
moral
your regular
welfare of this
voice.
section can disregard. the- I don't know. It
That's
sounded like a
entertaining. I
Victorian
don't
Is
know.
that
president.
is no that you was
Yeah,
really reading it?
but yeah, I was reading it.
Man, Queen.
He was
So
reading it in that
Can I continue?
old Hollywood white people voice. You know, from the
yeah,
movies back in the day when they came in
yeah,
black and white.
yeah, he was cooning. That's
That's
the voice he put on
hilarious.
for his white women. I already know. I already
Oh my
know.
god.
I know a coon when I'm talking to one.
Nah, that's English Adolf Hitler. But anyway, it goes on to say, I but convey to you, Mr. President and directors, the sentiment of the masses of my race when I say that in no way have the value and manhood of the American Negro been more fittingly and generously recognized than by the managers of the magnificent exposition at every stage of its progress. It is a recognition that will do more to cement the friendship of the two races than any occurrence since the dawn of our freedom. Not only this, but opportunity
Hey,
here
Queen, mute up, Queen.
afforded. What'd you say?
Is it me?
I'm sorry, but Queen got a bunch of background. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it said not only this, but the opportunity here afforded will awaken among us a new era of industrial progress. Ignorant and inexperienced, it is not strange that in the first years of our new life we began at the top instead of at the bottom, but that a seat in Congress or the state legislature was more sought than real estate or industrial skill, that the political convention or stump speaking had more attractions than starting a dairy farm or truck garden. A ship lot that it's a long ass poem. Do I have to read all of this? Can you niggas not just read this on your own time?
See,
He
that's
was
what's
saying,
wrong with young folks now. They don't
I
like to
guess
read.
yeah,
Y'all sit
You
up
know,
here
exactly.
it's just,
laughing at
I
Dead
mean, it's
Poet.
just
I'll
like we're
continue.
having a
I'll continue.
discussion.
I'll
You know,
continue.
Bless.
that's like stopping sex to go pee or some shit. Like it's just, I don't know, it just ain't appropriate. But go ahead, go ahead.
What? It's not appropriate. So, like, when you hear something that you feel
A
is
ship lost
discussion
at sea
worthy
for beneath
inside
But
the,
Queen,
last
like
of the
everybody on this panel
unfortunate
has read a
vessel
book,
at sea.
and we articulate our opinions based off the books we read. We don't say, "Hey, this is my point. Go read the book that I read to why I'm making
this
the
not a
point."
book. This is the Atlanta Compromise. This not
Yes,
the book.
It's probably one of the most important documents that Black people need to
it
know.
said a ship lost at sea for many days suddenly sighted a friendly vessel. From the mast of
Man,
the
Queen, we ain't
unfortunate
never gonna get
vessel
through it. I don't know. You over
was
there wrestling the bear.
seen a signal. There was seen a signal. The
Queen over there
signal
fighting
was
a copy
water,
machine.
water, we die of thirst. The answer from the friendly vessel at once came back. Cast down your bucket where you are. A second time the signal, water, water, send us water, ran up from the distressed vessel and was answered, cast down your bucket where you are. And third and fourth signal for water was answered, cast down your bucket where you are. The captor of the distressed vessel, at last heeding the injunction, cast down his bucket and it came up full of fresh, sparkling water from the mouth of the Amazon River. To those of my race who depend on bettering their condition in a foreign land or who underestimate the importance of cultivating friendly relations with the southern white man who is their next door neighbor, I would say cast down your bucket where you are. Cast it down in making friends in every manly way of the people of all races by whom we are surrounded. So, okay, if that's what you want to say is Cooney, is that the Cooney part? I guess. I
Oh,
guess I kind of get it.
Now
nah,
you see why I question why she even says that. I just don't get that. I get where you're talking about a guy saying, stand on your own 2 feet. How's that cooning? I just
I guess
I
it's.
can't draw a straight line through that.
So let's talk
I
about
guess he.
America.
I,
What moves in America without a political agenda behind it?
And if you understand W.E.B. Du Bois, that's why you're saying that shit, because that's exactly what he did. He came out and he said that
W.E.B. Du Bois is
Booker T's
absolutely
approach. Wait a
groundbreaking.
minute, Booker T's approach was dated, and they tried to shut all that shit down. Now Booker T also responded and shut down the Niagara movement. That was all about politics. That's what you believe, that you got to go to daddy government for your next piece of progress. You can't do it without the government.
Again, in American society, what the fuck moves without a political agenda? What? Even the education of your children don't move without politics behind it. That's why you have to elect a superintendent for your district. Okay, so everything moves with politics, and he said you niggas don't need to participate in the political process. You need to work hard and not upset these good white folk, and then they'll be nice to you, and you can have a little something. Fuck
It
all that.
wasn't about being nice. No, you could demand. You could demand when you have power. He was teaching you how to build power. That's what you keep failing to realize.
Bro, he was teaching folks how to be a goddamn coon. That's what he was doing.
And
That's
you
what he
and
did.
WEB taught people how to go on your knees, to live on your knees. Martin Luther King as well, because he's from that same camp. Go get on your knees and beg the white man for equality and equity.
I'm not championing WEB EB Du Bois either, because I don't like his ass either. And although I think Dr. King was misguided, I respect the work that he did.
What was
So,
Dr. King misguided about?
Oh, he was
but
definitely misguided.
I think we should have stayed segregated.
About what?
I think we should have stayed segregated.
No, that's not
Huh?
what he's asking. He was misguided because he was always seeking.
Wait. If we would have remained segregated, Queen, we wouldn't have had any political power.
That's not true.
That's not true at all, because we had our own shit.
That is
So,
true.
so that is absolutely true. You had to
No, you
use
That's what
weren't.
you
force.
believe because of how it played out. I was trying to lay out this whole idea of game theory. If we would have took the other approach, like Booker T's approach got stumped out. We took it literally is a dichotomy between WEB's approach and Booker T's approach. And they fought about the way the Negro should go. And Booker T died, which we all believe that he was poisoned. He died at like 57. WEB lived at like 93.
Well, the economic approach of black people, who you had a lot of them that owned farmlands, standing and placing it and putting down their bucket where they are, it couldn't work because they lived under apartheid, where the government did not protect them. So a white man with his posse could just roll up on your land, put a gun to your head, and say, "Sign the deed."
Yep.
And that was
Forget a
that.
deed. Just kill you and take your land.
Let's not be
Oh yeah, or they could just
anachronistic.
kill you and they
Let's
have
not
friends to
be
protect us.
anachronistic with the history.
Bro. That happened.
It happened. It happened, but you're skipping a lot.
That happened.
You're skipping a lot in between. There's a lot that happened in between Reconstruction and when that happened. A
So
lot.
what happened in between that caused black ownership to fall from 90% down to less than 10%, or black farm ownership in between Reconstruction and the 1960s? What happened before the white
What,
man
1960s and now?
guns rolled up? What happened before that?
You talking about
No,
between
between
1960s?
Reconstruction in the 1870s and then the 1960s civil rights movement.
A lot happened. I can't walk you that far. That's what it takes. Sometimes you just gotta do the research on it.
But
Damn,
like a
how
lot.
much of
I mean, where do you begin?
Go ahead, bro.
How much of the happening do you think had to do with white men with guns, though? If any.
Look, we had issues with things like, the Tulsa Massacre and Redwood and all these different towns that was studied and all of those sorts of things. But at the same time, if you go look at some first person narratives and stories about what it was for black folk
Who kidnapped the
prior
pterodactyl?
to
My bad. I'm drilling.
desegregation, then you understand we had our own businesses, we had our own neighborhoods. We was thriving in certain places. Yeah, we had instances where white folks came over there and tore our shit up, right? But what is the difference? They fucking lynching us through the legal system. They fucking locking niggas up any chance they get for any little thing. So, I mean, I think we would have been better to not try to integrate into this fucked up ass society.
The people who grew up during those times
I agree with that.
thought it was enough to fight to integrate, because, like, I always make this point, and black people never think about this, right? Like, segregation and Jim Crow was to keep us out of white spaces, but not them out of ours. We could have never grew like that, because all it would have took was a successful black man, a white woman going inside the business being jealous, and then the whole business get burned down, which is why those people wanted to integrate. This is why those people wanted the protection of the government. They wanted to be protected so they could have their businesses. This is why those people fought so hard. The people who grew up, like you say, you just said, hindsight is 2020. The people who grew up in those and was raised in those times, those people all wanted. Even the guy that they always try to bring up, the busing guy. Oh, Martin Luther King integration killed his business. A lot of people don't even know that he gave a lot of money to civil rights and was and partnered with Martin Luther King. And this was a successful black man. He even thought, even though he was successful during segregation, he thought, Integration was best for the people. So I mean, it's hard to argue with those people and the results of it.
I'm not arguing with anybody. This is just my opinion based on the work that they did. I don't take from them anything that they done. I'm just looking for somebody that didn't have to go through it. I'm talking from an experience I never had.
But what would be the positives of remaining in segregation, Queen?
One, we wouldn't have all these black folks that have these inferiority complexes about being black. Two, we would actually be able to keep our culture and have it be something that can be proud of instead of us fighting this narrative that we ain't shit and ain't gonna never be shit. We wouldn't have no damn what is that the dog test where our children automatically think that they bad and they fucked up just because they black. Like if we was amongst ourselves where all you seen was black and everything was black, it is something to be said when you go to these places where all the people look like you. Just seeing everybody that looks like you does something for your spirit. Like we live amongst people that some of them they might be friendly to us, and some of them probably will stand in your face and call you a nigga.
But
that's how you get a George Floyd statue.
But that self-black hatred, that was something that was almost enforced during segregation. Particularly when you talk about our hair, particularly black women's hair.
Facts. The
And you
ghetto.
couldn't find no like dark-skinned sister like a Viola Davis. You weren't gonna see one of those on TV at all. You were gonna have a Claire Huxtable, a brown skinned little yellow thing. They'll put her on TV every single time. But a Viola Davis, she's screwed in that type of day and age.
Some of black people's hardest
Every
cooling
time.
came from segregation, Queen.
In the 2020s is when we got something called the Crown Act because these motherfuckers still discriminating against us with our hair.
How do we get that though?
We had to fight for it.
But who enforced it?
Nah, but say
Hold
proud.
on, Marky.
Skylar, when did say it proud, I'm black, say it loud, when did say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud come out?
I was
Wasn't that in the 70s?
Yeah, I was 70s. James Brown.
James Brown.
But besides that, the Crown Act, Queen, the Crown Act was enforced by the government, though.
The government got to step in so we can be accepted in this society when we could have just stayed in our own goddamn society and been accepted amongst each other.
Queen, you said okay.
You would have been second. You'd have been a second-class citizen.
Who gives a fuck? We'd have had our own businesses and not no school. About Dunbar High School. Y'all know about Dunbar High School? Black excellence. We integrated and this thing got demolished.
Yeah. So Queen,
that's crazy.
The argument that it didn't destroy some black businesses, like the guy who participated in with busing, like you can make the argument it destroyed some businesses, but as a collective, because black people ain't just isolated incidents, right? As a collective, like I feel like it helped us. Like the government forcing white people to do the right thing, they're gonna have to, because they're not gonna do the right thing on their own merit. What in history? Yeah, we just talked about this case, right? We talked about this case and we said, everybody said they don't think that the family will get justice. So in that, like with that, and we're in 2026, right? With that being said, why do you think the government wouldn't have to force white people? Because it used to be might is right. And if you're a second-class citizen, like I said, it wasn't to keep white people away from us. It was to keep us away from them and make us second class. What is to stop them from just burning everything we have down?
We would have learned how to defend ourselves.
They fought back. They fought back in Rosewood.
And we would have got, and we'd have learned to get better.
Tulsa, they fought back. Queen, you can't. It's only so much fighting you can do now.
At some point, the government would have to step in, but it ain't because we integrated into their fucking society.
Exactly.
On whose side?
It don't matter whose side it is. It's either
Queen,
gonna keep them away from us.
No, but like that, what you're talking about is not logical. You're talking about like destruction. You're talking about demolition, annihilation. That's what's gonna happen to you
Okay,
if
well,
all black people
I
said,
don't know.
"Well, fuck it, we don't want to be non-second class citizens. We all just gonna stay in our own society." And if these white people who are on the upper racial hierarchy than us come over and fuck with us, we're gonna kill them. And when the government comes to defend their white citizens, well, let them try. We'll just die.
Yeah,
That's essentially what you're saying, Queen.
yeah.
Like that,
Like I
that's
said,
not logical.
I have a basis for what I think because it's just what I think. I don't think this is doing us very well. So I don't think me thinking that maybe it'd have been a different situation in the opposite direction is an unreasonable thought.
It's what you said
I
earlier. It's hindsight. It's easy to say what we should have done, but like I like you could make the. It's like what the dude was talking about with games theory. It's like you could make the opposite. Let's just say we had segregated. What could we have? How could we have progressed being segregated? The people that make that argument don't ever give me a sound, logical argument to like, well, we would be in a better
We was
place.
doing fine.
well, we
We had
would have
our own
had.
businesses. We had our own schools. We
According
educated
to who?
ourselves.
The schools had
According to the black people that lived in that time and was doing those things. I
the
told you,
black people that fought for integration
and
because
primary
they didn't have
sources.
good books.
I read a lot of first person and primary sources, and you don't need a good book to get a. You don't need to have a good book to get a good education. You just need good knowledge.
What is crazy is it? So Queen, so you telling me that if you're a high schooler and you have a fifth grade book, a fifth grade science book, it's not gonna affect how much Queen. That's why I say you speaking from a privileged point of view.
So
It's because we
no,
have phones.
when you say good
It was
books,
harder to
talking about
consume information back then.
they was talking about the conditions of the book, not the material of the book.
No, they were talking about the material.
What they
I
were
agree with
getting.
Queen, but not for the same reasons. I agree with her probably 90%, but not for the same reasons.
What they were getting were hand-me-down books from the white school. So you getting the grade level, you just not getting a decent book. You got a book with covers missing, maybe some pages is out of it, whatever the case may be. But you educated. When we came out, when we were out of slavery, white people didn't educate us. We educated ourselves. Them people got together, took the little bit of money that they had, and hired somebody to come and teach their fucking kids. Like, we ain't never been a people that was like, oh no, fuck education. Now in this motherfucking society that we in, now we got kids that can't fucking read.
Wait, hold on, wait, hold on a second. You think black literacy? Do you think black literacy was worse or better in 1950 than it is now?
I think it was better.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, it was a lot better.
That's crazy.
You know how many Delta Novembers are out here today?
Nah, but I know how many black college graduates we have today compared to back then.
And how many high school
women becoming more educated. I find it very hard to believe that our current black literacy score will be better or be worse than it was in 1950.
Okay, so I work with teenagers. Okay. I got children that are in the 11th grade that can't fucking read. I'm talking about literally cannot read. I remember the music app on my phone pulls up the lyrics to the song. And this child was like, oh, I like that song. I said, here, look at the lyrics. They took my phone and was looking at it and looked up at me and said, well, you know I can't read that good. These song lyrics.
So that's your proof.
It's not just this one child. It's lots of children. They are graduating and can't read. Let's talk about Baltimore. Baltimore has 5 generations of graduates that cannot read and cannot do basic
sources
math.
are saying we doing better than 1950s. So go ahead.
Yes, because back then we didn't play about our education. Case in point, this is real. This is real anecdotal, But it just happened on this panel. I said, read something, and y'all protested.
She ain't
Queen, what
lying.
you just well, no, what she just did was like Fox News spinning, bro. Bro,
Yeah.
we're already here. We're already having debate. We're already having discourse. And you're like, read and make my points for me. Like I said, everybody on the panel knows something that somebody else doesn't know, right? Will we agree on that? Or has read some literature that somebody else might not have the privilege of reading.
And this is
Could you imagine me trying to articulate or make my point and I say you go read my literature? What? Just make the point.
so can we agree that this is, for all intents and purposes, a black space?
Hell no. I just got this white money, sister. Hell no. Let me
Well,
play
I
a
mean,
commercial. No,
so
shit no. You ain't gonna fuck up this money. Hold up.
I can be a second. Just an open up. Say that I can have it. Yeah. Bring me. Oh. Bring me. Oh. Bring me. God damn.
that was like 15 seconds too long. But I'm saying, if we having a conversation and we're talking about black issues and black concerns, if there is knowledge to be had at that point in time, why not discuss it? Why not read about it and talk about it? Why not? Where else is this gonna happen? Because what is the likelihood that even 50% of the people that's on this panel or even in the chat gonna leave here and go read that shit that we was just up here talking about?
I mean, you should have more confidence in black people. I mean, I like to read.
What I know is panels tend to go on. Sometimes they be past 12 hours. And I'm saying, why is it gonna hurt you to take an hour to read an excerpt and discuss it? You're gonna be up here for hours anyway. That's all I'm saying. Rather than always talking out the side of your neck or talking out your ass, what's wrong with reading something and discussing it?
In my defense, I did charge up my Kindle when y'all started talking about some of these books that I have not read, so that I could go and read them.
Well, we got one.
So it wasn't a complete waste.
No, so that's how that works, right? So you have a book that you read. Let's say I'm like Candy. I read this wonderful book by Tyler Perry, How to Hate a Black Man, and I started describing the context of the book, and then she's like, "That sounds like a good read." That's how book lists are created. Like, what are we talking
Why
about?
are you always trying to paint me as a black man hater? I don't understand.
No, sister, that wasn't intentional, sister. That wasn't intentional.
Jesus Christ. Go ahead with your example.
I didn't say get up here and read the whole book. I said that the man said certain things in the book that made me think of him in a certain light. And you asked for a quote. I didn't have a quote. I said read the first chapter of the book if you really that interested, because that's where you can find the information that I just gave to you. Then, rather than read the book, I was like, well, you can look at this speech he gave, the Atlanta Compromise, and go with that. So I gave you references. It's something to be discussed, but we can't have no discussion if you don't have any knowledge about what it is I'm talking about. And my thing is this: if we gonna have powwows talking about black issues, then I really do think that we should add some education into it, because there's plenty of panels on YouTube where people is just talking about their ass.
That I agree with you, Queen, but my goodness, I think you need to read that book again.
Which one?
Up from slavery. And then when you're done with that
Nah,
one,
I'm
read
good.
My Grandfather's Son.
My
It's
grandfather's
another
son.
great book.
Is that the one? That's what you call it book. Clarence Thomas book, right?
Absolutely.
That's the one I got cussed out over.
Such a good book. Oh, who cussed you out?
Stanley. That's why I don't be over there no more. Stanley called me a bitch and everything.
That's Stanley, though.
Yeah,
Did
I
you
don't
see
want to
that?
go
Wait,
there.
wait, wait, wait. Queen.
Yeah.
Somebody got hella background there. But Stanley is a type of guy that he'll say anything that comes out of his mouth. See, this is why I think I'm different. I can actually stand a Stanley. Stanley cusses me out every show. There's not a single show that he had that he doesn't call me out my name, and I still go back. And sometimes I score wins on Stanley. I find that interesting. I know
So
that he could be offensive and abrasive, and I'm not telling you to just endure that or nothing like that, but he's just a different kind of guy. Usually he uses those curse words as a term of endearment, not so much as just he really believes you're a bitch. I
no,
know it's not
Stanley,
something you should never say to a woman, but but that's just
and
how
that's
he
why,
is.
and that's why because it wasn't that he just said. I know he cussed everybody out, but in that stream, somebody said that he would do it, and I said if Stanley was to do that, I would be so appalled and taken aback. I wouldn't come back over here. Stanley got upset because Stanley liked to play gotcha, and Stanley couldn't get me. So because he couldn't get me, he got mad and irritated, and he called me a bitch. And nah, I'm not doing it. Nope, you can have it.
Wow. Big time drama.
Yeah, so no, you're not gonna disrespect me by like you punking me or something. Because I said I wasn't gonna tolerate that, and then you turn around and do it. And like I'm gonna go back on what the fuck I said. No, thank you. But to your point, um, I will I'll go back and reread this book. I don't think it's gonna change my opinion because, like I said, I got other books that talk about not only Booker T, but also talk about his. I think it was his second wife. So yeah, I don't. Yeah, no, I don't rock with none of this shit they got going on for real, for real. And that's just my personal opinion.
If you ever gave a kid something that they did not earn, would you expect for them to treat it like it was something that they earned? Do you think there would be a difference if a kid earned something, or how they treat it and the way they would treat it if you gave it to them?
I think that is dependent upon how the child is reared.
I think you see my point, and you're definitely gonna avoid it.
I understand your point, but I don't think
Yeah,
your point is I don't think it's what's the word I'm looking for? I think it's full. I think it's a part of the equation. I don't think it's the full equation.
how about this one? How about this one? If somebody legislated you to treat people who delete people with the same regard that you would treat one of your children, would you do it?
I would do by the letter of the law, but I wouldn't treat them how I treat my child. Of course not.
You know, give them the shirt off your back. When they say they're hungry, you gotta feed them. That kind of thing. Like what I'm saying. My point I'm trying to make is that
Yeah,
if
I might
somebody
feed them a
didn't,
sandwich and I might feed my children a 3-course meal.
right, but I don't know what it is about me. Maybe it's some kind of skill, or you call it being an apologist, but I don't think so. I think it's something different. I could consider the human element in a lot of things that most people would just write off. If I was to put myself in the shoes of a white man who was just legislated against what he believes, I think there would create some kind of resentment. Now, just understanding that, I can go back through history and look at things through a whole different lens. That doesn't mean that I'm not offended by what they've done historically. It doesn't mean none of that. It's just that I can look at it from a different perspective. That's all. Because whether I imagine myself wearing the shoes of that person and somebody telling me I had to treat these people some kind of way or whatever. Because what I found out about me is that there is a certain nationality of people that I don't jive with. Not saying that I electively chose to not like them, but I have my reasons.
And all that is understandable. But whether I like you or not, you still have humanity. We talking about a group of people that thought it was okay to leave babies in burning buildings because they was black.
Right, but in that time, but if you're treating the people today like they're those people, that's the problem.
Well, it's been plenty of black people hanging from trees with broken body parts and shit, and allegedly they did it to themselves. So they still do this shit.
Okay,
Only now there is legislation that it's a possibility you might go to jail for doing this shit. But them motherfuckers still don't see us as human. That's a problem. That's my issue. I can understand that you don't like being forced to do something that you don't want to do, but at the point where you remove humanity from people, I don't fuck with that at all. That's very strange and that's weird because we all have humanity. Like, I don't understand a lot of the stuff that they done historically. It don't make fucking sense to me. And I just don't fuck with it. And I really just don't think it was a good idea for us to integrate with these inhumane motherfuckers. I'm sorry. That's how I feel.
All right. You have a right to that. You have a right to that. I just look at things a little bit differently the more I educate myself, the more I look at things objectively. I just believe that. And I see patterns, and you can't unsee certain patterns. You just can't. But then also consider who
is inhumane.
Yeah, I can see that, and I can also see other patterns too. It's not like I'm just going to focus on one kind of pattern.
Enlighten me to the other patterns.
Nah, I'm not going there because you already know it's going to start a riot on this panel. I ain't trying to do that.
I thought you were trying to have a discussion. I'm listening.
I have a question for you though, Dean, if I can. You said there is a certain nationality that you don't vibe with or that you dislike off the bat. Do you care to share which?
Not really, because it's not productive. It's my own personal thing. Like introspection is like key. I think you actually have to look at everything, or you have to observe yourself. You also have to change things that you don't like about yourself. So whatever issues I have with them, it's internal. It's not something I want to share with other people. Because you might, they could be listening or it could be something else. But it's a work in progress.
Fair enough. I was just curious.
Nah, because is it maybe a coalition of people who don't like those people too? And I'm not trying to start no.
Hey, do your thing, brother. We freedom of speech over. You gotta be able to defend your opinions. But other than
I'm not trying to start a hate group. I'm not on that. It's not even hate. It's not that serious, but it can be taken that way. So
they already hate Scholar, brother. They already hate Scholar. So you just be pouring gasoline on it.
Yeah, I'm just Deacon Dave, man. That's all I know.
You'll be the conductor of the Scholar. The Scholar get on board. They hate train. They'll just throw you on there, but they already throw me up under the bus. They blame me for everything. You know how Queen was blaming Booker T. Washington for everything. She was like, that man breathe air. What type of he a coon? Coons breathe air. Queen was just reaching. That's how they be with Scholar. They blame Scholar for everything.
I gave things that you can actually go look up and read as to why I feel.
I'm gonna look it up, and I'm remember the conversation.
Nothing you're gonna read can justify her position on that guy. I'm sorry. You just read it, and you're gonna be like, I think she is reaching. It's just gonna prove that she's reaching. And no
I
offense,
think
Queen, but I thought that from the first.
It's my personal opinion, and I thought I stated that it was an opinion. And it's my opinion. That's how I think about his work when it came toward how black people should move in society. I don't think it was very helpful.
You're right, sister. Can't nobody take that.
What Queen doesn't know is that I respect her.
We have an
And
echo. Scotty, you got an echo going?
That's Queen's phone.
Oh.
She
I'm
come
gonna
up here
keep
with that.
phone in a minute as soon as I can find where I put the other
She
phone.
come up here with that damn boost chirp and echoing all over the place.
Nah, it's the headphones that white lady gave her for being the copy lady. She thinks she's slick.
The employee of the copy month, yeah.
Yo, Queen, I just want to say I love you, Queen, but I'm gonna probably squeeze out about 80 more jokes with that. I don't know why that is so funny to me. I'm
Cause
sorry.
that shit didn't make no sense. Cause that shit crazy.
Yeah, that is crazy. I picture a white lady with blonde hair with a pen just harassing you every day about copies.
So let me ask you, Queen. Do you feel like Booker T was more along the lines of, say, like Uncle Ruckus? Not necessarily so much with the self-hate like Uncle Ruckus had, but the good white man. You know, them good white men. We gotta listen to the good old white man. You feel like that was Booker T's attitude?
Booker T's attitude was basically stay out of these white folks' way and maybe they'll be nice to us. Is the way I perceive what the fuck he was saying. Just to paraphrase it up. You know what I'm saying? I ain't cut for what the hell he was talking about.
I can see Queen reading that and just saying, nah.
Because while he would admonish people for rebelling against what was going on in the society, he would also funnel money into those organizations quietly. So yeah, I ain't got a whole lot of respect for Booker T. Booker T played games for his own personal benefit, which is what a lot of these people do. Case in point, motherfucking Clarence Thomas sitting up there enriching himself on the Supreme Court while trying to knock back every bit of rights black people got. I don't cut for that type of shit.
Booker T was building something and he was seeking funding for other ventures, but he created a brick business where even white folks that were building were coming to him to buy his bricks. And the list goes on. He made himself useful and he profited off of that to further his education endeavors for the people fresh out of slavery. I don't see how that's a coon, but maybe Queen would like to elaborate more.
Hold on, I'm trying to turn the phone.
I'm gonna be honest with you. It's like I said, everything in hindsight. Like it's just some kids in future generations might listen to this episode and say we all cooning. You know what I mean? Like I don't know, it's just perspective. I don't see him as a coon. Like Queen said, it's her opinion. Can't nobody take it from her, you know. And she got her mind made up. I can't align with what she said. But I will keep an open mind and I will get the book and read and keep everything you said in mind.
Yeah, just get the audio book. It's so much easier to listen to.
I'm not tripping.
For you to read it. Just
hold
listen
on.
to it.
I can't hear nothing.
Yeah, once you get the audio book, let that
Can y'all
play
hear
in the
me?
background and then
'Cause I
swirl
can't hear
around in your
y'all.
soul.
Yeah, you can't hear me, Queen?
Okay, now I can hear you. Okay.
Y'all say something, see if Queen can hear y'all. Because sometimes they just make it one person she can hear, not everybody.
Can you hear Deacon?
Yeah, I can hear you too. Good,
Okay.
good. So do I still sound like I'm in a wind tunnel?
No, you sound a whole lot better, sister.
Okay.
Who's over there?
No, just the bathroom this time.
Well, I mean, I got high ceilings in my house, so
Hey, shout out to the superior blacks. You one of them, sister. Go ahead.
that's so ass up. It's just my opinion, and people might not agree with it. It's just my opinion. I'm open to a discussion about it because maybe somebody can change my mind, but I doubt it. I doubt it. I'm not with this conform to white people so white people can feel safe. Like fuck them. Who the fuck are you?
What if Jesus came back, Queen, took your hand, and let you peek into heaven, and you see him up there partying with, Sojourner Truth, a lot of black women, and he up there being pro-black in heaven. Would you change your statements about him being a coon?
For what?
Huh?
Just because I said the man is a coon don't mean he damn to hell. I just don't agree with his thought process.
I'm just saying he being pro-black in heaven, like he treating all the black queens forever.
And I would still think his ass is a coon.
Damn, that's there ain't no convincing you then.
Just because he did, don't get me wrong, he made some great contributions to black society, especially by, like you said, the brick company that came through. Was it Tuskegee? It's Tuskegee, right? That's the university he created, right? I get it confused between all the other universities that was going on in that time, and the ones that him and his wife.
That's right. Tuskegee.
Yeah. So great school. Okay. Great work ethic being taught there. But his ideology, as the man who he was, I don't like it. I don't like it. And that's not going to change. I'm not taking away from the things that he did, because he did that. But just because you do some good things don't mean I can't put your ass in the category. Like, people put me in the category because they don't like certain things about me. And that's fine. It's their opinion. But I don't give a damn if he was hobnobbing with every mofo from the Black Panther Party. I still think the man was a damn coon.
Yeah, that's fine. Nothing justifies that, but I do see that your train of thought more aligns with WEB, which before he died, he was a socialist. So, I mean, for you not to go at him with the same fervor is just saying a lot.
I don't talk about WE because the things that would come out of my mouth would be very not politically correct.
Let's cook, because that's where MLK came from, that school of WEB. That's why I was saying, like, when you game theory out 50 years, that's what you get. And here we are today. You got more kids who can't read today than they could back then, and nobody's owning as many businesses by percentage or per capita as they did in those times. Believe it or not, out of slavery, black people were doing very well in the Reconstruction era.
Like I said, we no education somehow managed to educate ourselves. So, like,
during Reconstruction, they had a lot of government intervention and uplift, and they were actually trying to.
I'm not even talking about Reconstruction, because Reconstruction didn't even fully happen. I'm talking about coming out of slavery. I'm talking about when them motherfuckers said,
that's the point he
y'all
made,
ain't slaves no more, and niggas was walking around looking at each other trying to see if they found their family members and shit, and they was putting sticks together to put a roof over their head, and that's where they lived until they could do better. I'm talking about them black folks.
So that's what he was talking about. So that's why I was talking about Reconstruction. But then they came in after black people was doing well and just burned their businesses to the ground and took everything that the government had gave them, and the government did nothing.
That was far past.
They wasn't protected.
I think that there's nuance that's not ever discussed, like the real reasons behind these things. And I think that because people were black, okay. Jesus, it would require a large mountain of proof for me to prove this point. So, I mean, you could challenge me on it. I'm probably not going to respond. All right. They did the same thing with the Indians, where certain lands were more valuable. And because of who's on this land, it almost didn't matter who was there. That kind of thing. Like the whole freeway through the city type of issue. Or like, we need this land, but we're not going to do it the right way. We're just going to take it from you because there's oil up under it. That kind of thing. Is it really a black and white thing? Yes, the way you do it. Yeah, but
getting away with it is
getting away with it and all that. Yeah, sure. But is there more of is there a bigger reason as to why it happened outside of just because they were black we did this?
No. So what if this is more classism and the haves versus the have-nots than it is colorism, but not colorism, than racism, and racism is just a byproduct?
No, but who was the have-nots? Historically they were black people.
No, I'm saying that yes, and Possibly, right? I'm not saying that no, it didn't happen because I'm saying like, what if we don't have the real reasons? We only have the story, like the deep seated underlying reason. In my education, what I'm doing now is considering the sources of who writes these things.
Okay.
And what narrative are they actually trying to put out about these times, and does it check out factually with other writings of that time?
Oh, but
And
bro,
there's a
you can point to
there's a
anything in the history. So, like, I'll give you an example. There are people now that are Holocaust deniers, bro. Like, and we've seen several different sources of people saying that it was true. Like, you're gonna always have different accounts of why something happened, or just flat out deniers that it didn't happen. Like, with like you said, it's nuanced. Like, there's a bunch of different factors, but you could point to some that outweigh others. Like, okay, this definitely the crack epidemic. Oh, this definitely affected us disproportionately than other people. There's stuff you could cherry pick and be like, okay, well, that's all I'm doing right now. I'm cherry pick. It wasn't one thing, but I just disagree. It's funny that you and Queen are polar opposites, but y'all still agree on the segregation stuff. I don't think that Black people would have did well if it would have stayed separate.
I completely think MLK was like a mistake.
What? But that's insane.
I think MLK was a degenerate. He was an
Elaborate.
opportunist.
Elaborate on that. Why? Why do you think these things?
If you ever read any of the files, the MLK files, and like everything you've heard about him cheating and all this and that, it's just the tip of the iceberg. Dig into it. So apparently the day he got shot, he beat up some woman in her hotel after he had sex with her. If that doesn't classify you as a degenerate, I don't know what else would.
I already
Now
know
you could
this
say
information. I never heard that before.
read the MLK files.
So many things that pack, so many things. I really dislike the MLK slander, not because I'm emotionally attached. It's because I look at history and Black people can't even find like peace in when they die. Right? They're not. It don't matter what they've accomplished. If they do one little thing, they're thrown away. Right? Elvis, all those people still heroes in their death. Right? Jerry Lee
I
Lewis.
don't think beating a bitch up after you fucked her is one little thing, sir.
Do you think Donald Trump has beat a bitch up before in his life?
Donald Trump eat babies, so allegedly.
Is Donald Trump held in high regards or low regards, Queen, amongst his base?
Donald Trump is a mud seal president for this mud seal ass country with these mud seal ass white folks.
So, Queen, that's a long way to say yes, that he's still held in high regards. When Donald Trump passes away, they're still going to hold him in high regards. Why do Black people believe smut from a country who did not like a man? That's so crazy to me. So we got to believe these files that was magically released.
Do you believe the Epstein files?
They've been heavily redacted. Why didn't he? First of all, the family's wishes was to not release the MLK files, right? And he did it anyway. You know what he didn't release? The files that have him in it, which was the Epstein. And then after a court order, still didn't release it, and then heavily redacted the shit that he released. So why in the hell would y'all believe when you know Hoover targeted Malcolm X and Martin Luther King? Why would y'all believe any of this?
The files is the files, bruh.
Why would I be enticed to believe this?
Would you believe the Epstein files?
Yes.
So why would you not believe the MLK files?
Because we Queen. This is why it's so confusing to me. This is why Queen is so confusing to me. She would tell me about racism, systemic oppression, white people not giving a fuck. All of that, right? All that history combined in one big gumbo pot. But we'll say, believe Hoover, who did not like Martin Luther King and targeted him, and all the stuff that they're saying about. Now, first of all, I can't even confirm this because I didn't read it. That's number one. And then secondly, if I did read it, you have to consider the source.
Do you know why he was being investigated, or you just think because he has so much power over Black people, that's why
he was being investigated for the same reason he was killed? White people did not like him. White people did not like him.
That's not true at all.
And he had power.
That's not true at all. It's not true. He was being investigated because of his communist ties. He was warned about hanging out with the communist people of the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party. I mean, you don't, bruh. A long way to go.
That's crazy. So you think Martin Luther King? So regardless of all the death threats that he got, and bombs, bomb threats, and all that other stuff for trying to integrate schools, for white people not liking him, you think it was the communists hanging out with the communists that took him out?
Yeah, I do. Yeah,
That's
totally.
interesting. That's interesting because he wouldn't have had no. He didn't have no power with communist movements in America, but he's literally tied to civil rights
This is like the
and was a
same
leader.
stuff Booker T spoke against. He was like a prophet in a way, like one of those people who could see the future. He specifically addressed these things. I forget the name of the book, but even about his degenerate behavior, right? MLK's degenerate behavior. His right-hand man had mentioned that. This was not a finding of the FBI. I forget his name too. I'm not good with names. I'm really not.
Do you believe that it was a kid who said that Emmett Till actually whistled at the white woman?
I believe that one of the people who were involved with his death was black. One or two of them.
Well, they did a documentary, and there was a man up there who said Emmett Till did whistle, even though the woman lied and said he never whistled at her. So the point I'm trying to say is people lie, bro. People lie. Like that's not a good source to me. You have to consider the source. You have to consider the people involved. Martin Luther
I
King
think
was
it's
doing all of.
crazy.
So
think
this
you're
is
making my point.
so hold
You're making my
on.
point.
So we had a justice. We talk about the justice system, which comes full circle, right? And how unfair they are to black people. You mean to tell me that you had a man that was a threat to the government, whether you believe it was the communists, and I believe it was civil rights. He was a threat, no doubt, right? And they had all of these findings and files on him and never convicted him of any of these crimes or even tried to bring him to justice. They could have threw Martin Luther King under the jail if this stuff was true. They never came forward. And you guys really believe that these are credible people. So they was putting people in the jail for crimes they didn't commit. They had evidence of this stuff, right? Martin Luther King is doing it. And they did not put him in jail.
I would think that they would have to have a hell of a case to lock that man up, considering
They were locking him up for marching for civil rights.
Oh Lord, what is that? See,
My bad. Sorry, I'm villain. My bad. Sorry.
They were locking him up for marching for civil rights. So if they had actual concrete proof that he committed these crimes, he would have been under the jail.
And maybe they didn't have actual concrete proof enough for the people to believe that shit.
It's not about it's not public opinion. It's about court. And we just said that you don't.
Opinion plays a role in convicting folks, especially when they high profile people.
Jim Crow.
Martin Luther King was that man had the eyes of the world on him because of what he was doing. They can't just come out, oh, we're gonna arrest him because he fucked a hoe.
They absolutely could. They were throwing him in jail for marching, which was their constitutional right.
Okay. Yeah, all right. So you just gonna act like there ain't no ways to do shit to keep public outrage from happening?
You mean like killing him on the balcony in front of everybody in the world to watch? Yeah, that's real discreet. That's real discreet. White people.
Who did it? Who killed him?
White people. Did you not hear me?
But who killed him?
The name?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't think nobody knows.
So what was the point of bringing it up? I'm confused.
Because you saying they killed him, we don't know who the fuck killed him. You could say it was white people, or it could have been somebody he had them interactions with. We don't know. Even still, it doesn't take away the things that he did for black people and for civil rights in this country.
He didn't do. Wait. Let's put this in perspective, okay? What did he do for black people? Where we are in 2026. Let's turn around and look at it. What did he do for black people that wasn't already going to happen?
He definitely helped with desegregation the damn country. He helped with that boycott in Montgomery.
Are we better off for any of this shit?
He was instrumental in. I'm not
I'm not gonna take away these people's accomplishments, even though I may not have agreed with them. I wish Malcolm X would have lived a little bit longer. Because I really feel like we would have been in a better situation had he got to live a little bit longer. Because he wasn't saying cast down your bucket or none of that weird ass shit or we need to shake hands with the white man. He was like, no, I got to teach y'all how to get in these politics. And he's absolutely fucking correct. And we, as a demographic of people, just suck at the politics. It's so bad. So bad. And a lot of this shit that we going through could be mitigated if we actually participated in the civic process. But most of our education does not teach civics, so you ain't getting it in the indoctrination station, and you're not getting it as an adult. So yeah, I'm not gonna take away what he did, even though I may not necessarily agree with it, because I don't think my ass could mobilize people the way that he did. So I got to respect it. It is
That
what
was
it
way
is.
before Twitter and Facebook, though. So when they said the sky was falling, people believed that shit.
They still did it. I can't do it.
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying. His whole method was based on just getting the media involved in staging these things. Because I hear Rosa Parks wasn't the original Rosa Parks. It was a woman who was pregnant out of wedlock.
It was a teenager, yeah. And she was dark skinned.
Yep. And she was dark skinned. And the Rosa Parks that they got, she was married with a husband who had a car.
You see why we got to have all these conspiracies about why people can't be great and they all look like us.
So that's an actual true story of a black person in this country. That girl was actually pregnant and they didn't want to use her because she wasn't clean enough because she was a teenage pregnancy and unmarried.
She was younger than Rosa Parks, and Rosa Parks was more crucial to she had put in more work to civil rights. Yes, Rosa Parks, before that woman got pregnant and was a teen, was already putting in work in the civil rights movement.
No,
yes, she
that's
was.
not what
I looked
happened.
this story up before.
You looked the story up because that's not what happened.
I said I've looked this story up before.
No, you didn't.
How you gonna tell me what I did?
Because if you didn't, you would know that that's a bunch of bullshit. That girl got violated on that bus and they did not rally around her because of her background. And they said they needed to find somebody else. And Rosa Parks was actually staged.
Yeah. The
Rosa
original
Parks
girl
was
was
not actually staged.
Yes, she was. She literally
Y'all have
was.
no proof of that.
It was all staged. Everything.
You
Even
have
down
no
to where
proof
they
of
brought
that.
the water. Where they brought the water hoses out and the dogs, that was all staged.
Bro, are you serious? So
Yes.
white people worked in conjunction to stage what they were already doing naturally. Bro, you can't make this up.
No, they weren't. It was staged, bro. They didn't have
By
permits.
who? Black people?
By MLK, he staged that shit.
Bro, so
He
black
knew he
people
had
that was marching to get power had enough power to stage an event in front of, but you can't, y'all gotta stop.
Yeah, they had the eye of the world because the rest of the world was like
stage. They planned it. There was
Y'all
no plan.
gotta stop. Y'all gotta stop with these basic ass conspiracies.
back then?
How you don't know that? That was planned.
Y'all gotta stop. Y'all gotta stop with these conspiracies.
Now, I'm not going as far as Dick and Dave saying that the police was in on it too, but Rosa
no,
Parks
he wasn't. Wait,
planned.
hold on. Let me say this, all right? Most of MLK's, most of his shit was staged. Like the dogs and the water hoses, that stuff was staged because he wanted to get the world to see how this country was treating black people. So they're gonna add some pressure so he can get the political positions he wanted. And this is all puppeted by his right-hand man, the guy who wrote all of his speeches, the Stanley Levison guy, who was Jewish.
Even if it was staged, but it's not like they faked the dog bites. You know what I'm saying? Like, even if you did agitate the system to get them to show their claws, it still was happening.
Yeah,
Right.
Candy,
Well-
I realize what he's saying, and I think it's been a little dishonest, Herman Queen.
No,
So hold on. We live in a different time, bro. We like wrestling didn't exist per se back then. Like it wasn't a global, thing on TV, right? So when you stay staged, they coming out with pockets of blood, it's from the top to
So
bottom.
when I'm saying
So
staged,
hold up. Now, when you say they had an economic plan, or when they had like plans, boycotts and stuff like that, you could say their boycotts were staged, right? When you're using it in in the way that you're using it, because like that's why I say I think you're being dishonest, because it's like, bro, like
Okay,
Kenny said, they didn't
so
stage the dog bites. They didn't be like, oh, I'm gonna let this dog bite me.
that's
Get my
not
good
what I
side.
was saying. What I was saying was the girl that was originally told to get up at her seat.
No, Queen,
It did
that
not.
wasn't to you. That was to me. That was to me. Like, we agree on that. All right. What the issue he's having is about the dog bites and the water hoses and all that. And I'm
Well,
not
don't lead
saying that.
me to that. I'm not in it. I
No, I
don't
know.
believe that was
Yeah,
taken.
that's why he was addressing what I said. But it's not so much that the dog bites and the water hoses was staged. It was that whenever you're going to assemble, you have to get permits. And when you don't get permits, and this has happened to white people as well, it's what they don't tell you, that they will try to disperse your assembly because you go through the proper gateways to assemble. Whenever you shut down your street and you want to have a block party, you have to go to the city and get a permit to legally do it. When he didn't get the permit, you're going to get that kind of a response, because the same thing happened to white folks in that same time. It's what they don't tell you.
So the white people were getting denied for permits. Do you think that white people and black people were on an even playing field?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not saying
So
that.
why mention it though? Like, I don't
As I'm
understand it.
saying, he was disingenuous. It's like you didn't think that. It's like you absolutely knew what was going to happen, what the response was going to be, because even back then they knew he was coming. So what he didn't do is go through the proper channels to do it legally. So they knew he was coming. So they didn't have the proper police force. The place where they originally was going to do it, they sent their police force to the place where he actually did it.
So you're
Like,
telling
they
me that they
tried
used
several
water
times.
hoses and dogs on white people who were protesting at the time? That's what you're saying?
Yes, if you don't do it legally, if you don't get the permits, have the permission from
Do
the
you
city
have
to
any
do it.
sources that I can look up? Because I never heard that before.
Offhand, no.
Bro, oh, man, bro, come on, bro. You can believe in conspiracies without at least an Alex Jones link.
Okay, hold on. So do you believe that you have to have a permit or no? Like, which part are you not like driving with?
Okay. So I will say this: I don't think it mattered if in those days if black people had permits or not, because they were arresting them for protesting, which is their First Amendment rights according to the Constitution, and these were tax-paying people, right? Like one of the strategies that they try to use was, because you want to talk about stage. Let's say they staged this, right? One of the things that they staged was, these are middle class people that have jobs. So what we're going to do is we're going to lock them up. When we lock them up, they're going to miss out on money. And if we keep repeating this, we could starve them out, which is why MLK had to go to the youth, because the youth were young and they didn't give a damn. And you know what I mean? They wouldn't they were in their rebellious stage. That's why King used them. And he wanted people to see that they didn't look at our children like children. They were grotesque to them. So it was an effective strategy.
He definitely took advantage of. I wouldn't say young as a way to describe him. I would call him ignorant, because you are ignorant when you're young. As young is the nice way to put it, but the truth of the matter is they were ignorant.
I would say they were what they needed to be, so you and I could drink at a fountain.
They
You know
were
what I mean?
useful. They were useful tools
So
to
you and I
his.
could get government loans and liens and have property and be protected by the government, and the army could step in. Well, not the army. The government can step in if our lands are burned or somebody tries to take us at gunpoint. So I think it was a good thing.
Some of it, and then there was a lot of it that wasn't.
Like, what, bro? Why do y'all have such a problem with civil rights? I don't understand it, bro.
His approval rating when he died was low. I mean, there was a lot of people who didn't agree with what he did. So of
And
course,
that's normal.
to the
That's
people
normal.
who knew, who were of age and who could make decisions for themselves. And let's not forget to mention that there were blacks that were actually doing good, didn't know what the hell he was talking about. It's documented. All kinds of black and white videos of people's opinion on it.
Yeah, so it's just like any part in the history that you slice, right? People are gonna have critiques about it, especially black people who felt like their future was invested inside of it. They didn't like people. I hear people talk about Martin Luther King said he led his people into a burning building, and you look at it, they take that quote out of context. He was talking about integrating and them not like them integrating and the government not doing their job effectively to make the wage gap close. He didn't say, "Oh, I regretted integrating because we own so much." Like people take that his own words and try to spin it against him in his death, and it's so crazy to me. Like I said, because you look at people who are less than Donald Trump. You take Donald Trump and you put him up to Martin Luther King, right? You just look at their speeches, look at their works, look at their everything, right? Just if you were just to judge their character based on those things, right? But then we know both of those have files, like you said, right? People tend to believe more so the guy who's able to articulate himself, who none of the women have came forward and said they were abused from. Donald Trump has a bunch of women that come forward and say that he did certain things to him. He's paid out several lawsuits, and they will look at him and say, "There's no way he did these vile things to these women." But we'll look at MLK, right? Who should be looked at and revered as a hero amongst black people, and they tear him down. That's sad to me. That's that. We talk about cooning and stuff. That's a version of cooning right there.
Yeah, the truth is a hard pill to swallow, man. And sometimes it's just hard to like. The truth sucks. Like
I can see you struggling with it. I can see you struggling with it, brother. The truth is Martin Luther King, right? All these stuff that's being produced about him. Even though I haven't read it, I'm gonna take you at face value and say what you said is true, right? It was produced by his enemies, and those people had actual strategies. Quid pro quo was a real thing, right? By the government, right? During these times, this is the stuff that was created, and you still believe the people who put the information out about him? That's crazy to me. So I guess you believe Malcolm X is gay too, right?
COINTELPRO, not quid pro quo.
Okay. COINTELPRO, you're right. Thanks for that correction. But hold on, let me say this, Candy. Did you believe that Malcolm X was gay too?
No.
So you know Hoover he alleged that too as well, right?
I mean, I don't have enough information to make that judgment, so I'm gonna be totally fair and say that I have no idea.
So why you don't do the same with MLK, bro?
Because I actually have information, or I've read information.
Who's giving you the information, though?
Like I said, read the files and do your own research.
But it's the same people that said MLK was. I mean, excuse me, that Malcolm X was gay.
That's not the same people. I don't think all my sources are the same.
When I say, I mean this. You would agree that they didn't like Malcolm X just as much as they didn't like MLK, right?
Right.
That guy Hoover, who didn't like them both, made rumors about one. But you look at one, you say, "Hey, I can't, because I don't have enough evidence for this one." But the other one, oh man, I just gotta believe. It's like, bro, what?
No, what I'm telling you is that I haven't researched Malcolm X as extensively that I've researched MLK. I do think that some of his work is problematic. So that's what interests me. So when I'm done with that, I'll pick up the Malcolm X. I don't have a reason to really dig into him as much as I do MLK.
Wait. So you got a vendetta? So you compromise?
No, I'm not. I just found one more interesting than the other.
Bro, oh my God. Both of them were interesting, bro. They're both polarizing. They're so polarizing that Stan Lee made a Marvel comic out of them. That's how polarizing.
Yeah, Magneto and Professor X.
Yeah. I mean, that's how polarizing those two figures were. So, I mean, I disagree. They were definitely both interesting, both intelligent men. And both of them, like, by the time that they passed away, they did what most men do, which is evolve. So they started to see the other side of what the other person was saying.
Right. That was the basis of the X-Men too, as well, right? You know, Magneto kind of grew a heart for the humans, you know, and that's what Professor X was trying to share with him. Just, you know, chill out. You know what I mean? They both had their own ideology. So, yeah, I mean, great. But this is the one that interests me the most is the one that I dug into, and that's the one we're discussing. The other one I just haven't worked my way around to yet.
Ain't worked your way around. That man got a hold of you, brother. That man got a hold of you, bro.
Who?
The white man, bro.
Okay.
He got a hold of your heart, brother. Don't turn it to being crazy.
Hey, I'm just Deacon Dave, man. That's all I know.
I got a question for Dave then. In regards to MLK, what's the main reason why you say, outside of the whole, he might have ties to communism, outside of the fact that you're saying that he was an agitator who staged these encounters. What's outside of those two reasons? What's the issue that you have with him? Like, how do you feel? Because again, I'm sorry, hold on. Outside of the fact that you're saying that it was staged, like, how can I put this?
What's my issue?
Okay, yeah. What's the issue? Like, what is the reason why you say he didn't do anything?
I mean, I'm researching my history, right? And I find some inconsistencies. And I also see, I don't believe that we're better off. They always say, like, when they criticize the whole slogan of "Make America Great Again," they always say, "When was it ever great for Black people?" I think some are doing good and some aren't. So it depends on who you ask.
Yeah,
There
but I
was a
mean,
time.
a person that believed in integration would say they're doing good because of integration, right? Like we have more millionaires than ever before. Like yes, we like some businesses fell to the wayside, but as a collective, Black people are doing better.
That's debatable.
It depends on it depends on who's debating. The people that are debating, I think, are just hindsight people, right? So if we would have stayed segregated, they would have been romanticizing the idea of segregation. It just
I'm not
depends on.
shying away from any possibility. I'm just saying that the ones that I do know, the things I do know about, this guy is nothing to celebrate. He's just a degenerate who was used by somebody with an agenda. And then when they got that agenda, they deleted him. So for whatever motivation it was. So I think that's okay. So Malcolm was more of an inside deletion, and Martin was not. That's my opinion on it.
So I put the link in the chat for anybody that wants to join. And Sue, I talked about that guy. That's the busing guy, right? I brought him up earlier, and I talked about how he supported integration, even though he made money off of segregation, and he was really rich, and how he supported that movement. So it's like they bring that guy up to say, "Oh, businesses were destroyed," but don't know that he supported the movement. If we're talking about the same guy, I think that's the same guy. But this is how you join. So you go to my community wall, and you hit the link that says pull up, or you can hit the link if you're on your laptop in the chat, and it'll send you straight to the StreamYard so you can say your piece. You know, we don't know everything. We never claim to. We're just having a conversation, and wherever you don't know, we fill in, and hopefully you can learn something from us too as well. But yeah, bro, I think it depends on who you talk to, bro. Like,
yeah.
I grew up thinking, oh no, this integration, but this integration was horrible to us. But it's like it's Monday morning quarterback stuff. It's like, cause you look to your left, you look to your right, and you say, man, I think I could do better. You know what it reminds me of? You know how kids always focus on what their parents didn't give them instead of what they did.
Yeah.
I had a friend who was like really, really like I ain't gonna say rich, but he was like upper middle class, and parents gave him a car, nice life. He was like he was like Captain America. Like he had the cheerleader girlfriend. You know what I mean? Like he was like life folded out for him. Like when we got older in our 20s, I remember him complaining about what his mom and dad didn't give him. I was just like, bro, shut up, bro. Like they did their best to give you everything, and you had a lot, but still you look at it and say, nah, they could have did better. I feel like that's how Black people do with civil rights and stuff like that. Like, bro, I think it's really disrespectful for people to get billy clubs sicked on them. Billy clubs upside their head and dogs sicked on them. And then everybody to like come generations later where they don't have those type of hostile environments to say, yeah, you could have did better. You could have did better. It was staged. Like, what? Nah, bro.
Yeah. And I think it's disingenuous to never ask why. You gotta be able. Why did he go through this? Why did he put himself through that? What was his motivation? Who started it with him? Like,
Well, hold on, bro. Like most people back then just wanted equal. Like equal rights, bro. That's what civil rights was
No,
about.
you assume that because you know the end result, but that's just the same thing of what you
But it's
said
in
this
the
Monday.
title, bro.
It's
Civil
Monday morning
right.
quarterbacking. You
But
don't know what his real motivations was. It
but
could have been
okay. Well,
fame.
let's just assume. In the title, it's civil rights. So we could assume that the people then just wanted a fair shake at this illusion called the American dream, right? Because they were tired of getting their shit burned down or living under the thumb of white people, the rule of white people. Because no matter how much they got independently of white people, they still were at the mercy of them. So they were tired of it, right? And they wanted their fair share. That's most people that you hear during civil rights. That was a general consensus of what they wanted out of America, right? Even Malcolm X, like I want the same thing that you want. Like they said it, right? So with that being said, we could hypothesize what we think Martin Luther King was, but I mean, just the general gist of the people that fought in civil rights at that time, their goal was just equal rights. So I think
Right. I could see that people would want that, right? Well, let's say society was trending in that direction. Why would you need somebody to come along and force it the rest of the way?
because white people didn't want to do it. They didn't want to treat you civil. That's why they said just treat it civil. Put that in the title. Just treat it civil.
There is some resistance, but it's not total resistance. Or resistance is definitely lax or relaxed in comparison to how far you've come. And while this is happening, you got independent business that's thriving. So what is your real motivation for mixing the two?
I think the same reason why the people who didn't know Dr. King, wanted to meet him and march for his they share the same. That's anybody who protests, right? Like if me and you want to protest transgenders in boxing, right? We find like-minded people and we protest. And I think that's what the civil rights were. That's why they embraced them.
See, that's what we know now. And that's what Booker T was against, doing it that way. Versus proving it not to be that way. There is room for some activism, but to legislate something that's already happening, like the two races mixing and mingling. Didn't the Loving versus Virginia happen before that?
I don't know. But that's something we would have to Google.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to Google that one.
I'm glad I said that while Queen went on the panel.
She would know all about it. She probably jumped down my throat for that one.
Yeah, she would be like, "What you mean you don't know?" So
I got gaps. There's some gaps there, but there's some things that I know for sure. And it's just like, man, because I can't prove this, then I'm invalid on that. Like, we shouldn't do that. We shouldn't do that.
So
just entertain the idea is what I'm saying.
I gotta say this, bro. You're not the first person I heard say this about him. Okay, there's a person online named Michi Etch, and this is the first time I ever heard this. I was in a chat and she said, "Hey, pull up," because I want to hear your opinion. I pulled up, and Michi was like, "What is Martin Luther King did for Black people?" That's always the question. I'm like, besides civil rights legislation, like going to go meet with the actual president, like besides those things, nothing. But that's enough. That's enough to get you a Nobel Peace Prize, And she was like, Martin Luther King hurt. She brought up the guy's business that got hurt under Martin Luther King, and it was just all this negative stuff. And like this is what I mean by it's so disrespectful, bro. So we have people online, bro, and I'm not talking about you. I'm mainly talking about all the people that was in that chat attacking me and the person on the panel. It is what it is, right? Because I mean, I speak the truth. You have Negroes, laptop revolutionary Negroes, right, who wouldn't leave their porch, right, if their house was on fire.
Right.
Talking about a guy who took a bullet to the head, bro, in a disrespectful manner for what he believed in. That is absolutely insane. That's insane to me.
She was asking me questions about how sensitive am I to microaggressions. I have a certain value system, and I'm just not an activist on certain things. Like some people prefer to wait for all the facts before they make a decision on things. And then there's some people who react emotionally. I was just never going to take that approach to it. Even if I hear information that's counter to what I believe, I will entertain it and then dig into it. That's kind of what happened with this MLK situation. So it's not like nothing prompted it. I was curious enough about it to just look into it. And then when I looked into it, some things started making sense.
Don't go
And
down
then
that rabbit hole, brother. Don't go down that
Right.
rabbit hole.
And before I did that, I had to look at how did he even get to that point? And that's why I jumped down the Booker T and WEB rabbit holes. And then before that, it was Frederick Douglass. And before him, who inspired Frederick Douglass? It was a white guy out of England who was probably the first real abolitionist who, you know, the guy that you see on the fans of Jesus, on the fans at Church of Jesus. He's supposed to be this long-haired white man with a goatee. You know that photo, right?
Yeah. The PDF of it.
Or Soraya, some shit like that.
Right. You could have used a different guy who wasn't aesthetically pleasing by the name of William Wilberforce, who also inspired Frederick Douglass, which was a white man who was an abolitionist and who was totally against slavery, who helped ended slavery or had it illegal. How do I say it? He had it where you couldn't do it legally back in 1808. William Wilberforce. Have you ever heard of the name?
I heard of him.
Yeah, he could have been the Jesus on the fan.
That would make most sense, especially since the Bible says Jesus was a not attractive man.
Yeah, he's just not attractive, so you can't do that. Same with Rosa Parks, so she wasn't an
But that's what the
attractive.
book say. The Bible say that Jesus was home.
Wait, hold on. You said Rosa Parks wasn't that attractive, but then you also said she
No,
was
the
staged
story,
in a print.
the original storyline wasn't an attractive storyline. I'm not saying like the woman. I'm saying like this young teenage girl pregnant out of wedlock wasn't an attractive story to tell.
And she was dark skinned.
Yeah, all that.
And Rosa
Martin Luther
was-
King was dark skinned.
They didn't fight that girl's case because of her aesthetic and the way that she came about. That's why they staged Rosa going to jail.
And Queen, this is what I do. I don't sell out to black. I don't do that. I sell out to
Well,
fact.
I don't do that shit either because the fact
Y'all say it's white. I sell out to white or whatever, or anybody with
I
that
think you a white
criticism.
apologist because you do be on that bullshit.
No, I
I
just
ain't
have a
giving you
different
what
approach
the-
that's been very effective. That's guided me. And like, there's a such thing as a foundation, and my foundation, I want it to be based on facts and not black. Like, I don't put my blackness above my salvation or above my logic. I just don't do that.
Neither do
Some
I.
people
And
do
I
that.
ain't gonna let nobody play in my face. Now I know bullshit when I see it. You ain't gonna piss on me and tell me it's right, and I sit there and agree with you. No thanks.
Well, my approach just rubs people the wrong way, and I don't want to apologize for that. I just don't. I just want you to know. I think that the information is, if you understood why I do that, it would make more sense than just saying that, oh, he's trolling or he's cooning or this and that. No, I'm going to look at facts before I look at race, and I'm going to look at facts before narrative and propaganda. I'm going to weigh the facts out myself, but I could judge for
What is
myself.
your facts about this woman sitting in a chair and staring at me talking about make copies every time she see me? What are your facts on this shit?
Hold on, say it again, because you sound like you're in the tunnel again.
Now you can't hear me again.
No, I was trying to hear you. Go ahead, say it again.
I said, what is your facts on this woman talk about make copies every time she see me? What's your facts on that?
Yeah, maybe she was messing with you, but I wouldn't just say because you were black she was messing with you. Some people find different motivations to mess with you. I can mess with you if you wear red every day. That has nothing to do with the color of your skin. It's like, why you wear red? When I see you, you make me angry. And now because you're black, you think I'm saying that because you're black if I was a white man.
Yeah.
It's like, no, red makes people angry in the scientific sense, they say that certain
Yeah.
colors change your mood.
So
I'm
none
not
of that was
saying
going
that your
on though.
skin color. I'm just saying you don't know
None of
what
that
her reason was.
none of that shit was going on. Okay, none of that. There was no other denominator than you fucking with me because I'm black and you think I'm supposed to make comments.
Well, I would first observe whether she messed with anybody else. And I'm sure
And
you're
she
gonna say
did.
no.
Remember, I
I'm
told
sure.
you.
I'm sure you're gonna say no, because some people are a
Yeah,
certain kind of
she
way.
did. No, she did. Like the other residents and the clients that came in, the ones that was black, she did certain things to them that she didn't do to the other ones. That's how she ended up taking racial sensitivity. Like she got assigned that shit because she blatantly fucked with somebody, and it was that bad.
Well, I'll give you this. I'm not ruling it completely out, and nor would I ever. I'm just saying that it's a possibility that there could have been other factors other than just your skin. Okay, now if that's
Yeah,
the case, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you went through that, and I'm not going to make light of that.
I mean, I don't mind making light of it because what I'm gonna do is I always take care of me. I'm not gonna let nobody play in my damn face. And I understand people had their reasons. Like, it was another white girl at the job that tried me. It wasn't because I was black. It was because she wanted a position and she thought that she wasn't qualified standing next to me. So she was doing little funny ass shit. It wasn't because I was black. It was because bitch was insecure. That is a different thing. I know when somebody playing with me because of the color of my skin.
Hmm. And much respect to that. I'm not ever going to try to take nothing away from you for that. However, I do know that some people run straight to that, and that's where I just like if you have a pattern of just saying that, I'm gonna start losing respect for you because it's like I don't think you're considering any other factor. Maybe you have a. I'm not saying you, okay? So it's not about you. I'm just saying I know people. I've come across people in my life that will definitely do that,
I
and
ain't
I
no
know
dummy.
how
I
how
know.
their how their attitude and temperament is. That that's not what the problem. Just saying it because I'm black, like no, you
I
have
understand a universal you, just so you know.
okay. Cool.
But no, everything just because somebody is white don't mean that every time they motivation is race. I'm not that damn obtuse.
Man, Connor, bro, you was talking to Michi X, bro? Or maybe he away from the phone.
Who, Deacon? Who you talking about?
Scholar say he talked to Michi X.
Missy is done lost her mind. I don't know what's wrong with her. Something happened. I don't know what's going on.
What do you mean?
I don't even know who
Missy
that is.
she a whole Trump supporter. Like, girl, what's wrong with you? What happened to you? I don't know what's going on. I'm
I
confused.
never heard her support Trump. She support Trump?
Yeah, she a Trump supporter.
I never heard her support Trump. I've been following Michi for like 8 years. Well, I don't follow her, but you know what I mean. I subscribe to her
Look,
channel.
type in Missy X and Trump. You'll see.
I never heard her support Trump. I never heard her like dislike him or talk shit about him, but I never heard her support him.
Okay, type in Missy X and Donald Trump in the search engine, and the videos will
Yeah,
pop up.
she support Trump.
She does?
Yeah, when I pulled up on a panel, she was like basically insinuating that Donald
You
Trump
see
has
this
did more
sexy
for
shit that just
black
happened
people.
here. I told this man, and he didn't believe me. But you said it, and because you got
No,
nuts, he believed you.
I don't believe him either. Shit.
No,
I'm
no,
like,
he kind of opened it up to the idea because more than one person said it.
I don't believe him either, bro. Yeah, y'all
Now
Democrats
you
be
can
like,
look. Now you
oh,
can look it up,
anybody who
Deuce. I
don't.
mean, Deuce, I ain't finna do no capping, man. Like it is what it is. Like she,
I
like
know
that
what y'all niggas
episode.
think though. Y'all think y'all be like, oh, just because you don't hate him, y'all label me as a Trump supporter. I'm
Nah,
not a
nah.
Trump supporter. I'm not a Trump hater though. Well, I
She,
hate him
Man,
she.
I
now.
already told you what to do. Type it in the search engine, and you will find what you are looking for if you want to
I
look.
mean, like, can you give me example. Like, you know, you're the doctor. You're the
Yeah, I just
information.
told you what to do. Do you think I sit up here and hold all these things verbatim in my mind? No, I told you where to go look, and I told you how to get right to it. Type
I thought
Michi
you
X
did. I thought you
and
did hold
Donald Trump.
everything.
No, I don't hold everything. I just know what I know. Like I was like, what the hell happened to Michi? Because Michi been on YouTube for damn near 20 years, and then she just, I was like, wait a minute now, hold on, what is that? What is that? Yeah, go look at it, go look at it. Yeah. Mhm.
Oh no, I never heard it.
Yeah,
I
that day
never
that
heard
I
her
pulled
really
up, the
hate.
reason why she summoned me from the chat, Deuce, is because I was trolling that. I was trolling the Trump support, and I was talking about the Martin Luther King disrespect, and she was like, "Boss, gotta pull up," and that's when I pulled up, and that's when I was like, you know,
I got a question.
go ahead.
Okay. All right. Listen. So when they have an election, the United States president, you only get two choices. You get Trump or you got Kamala,
No,
right?
you don't. You can write in whatever name you want.
Realistically, Republican
It
or
was like,
Democrat has
I
won.
think it was like 13 people that was actually running for president this go around.
Right.
Yeah,
But after the
I voted for
primary,
Mr.
you
T.
got it boils down to two people. It literally
no,
does. Or you can
that's the
write
box
in.
they put you in. You don't have to accept that.
All
No,
right.
it was like 13 people that was running after the
You don't have to
primary.
accept that. If more people thought independently, it wouldn't be two parties.
Right. Okay, but that's not what really happens is you're going to get a Republican or a Democrat. And if you don't want one over the other, you vote for the opposite, right? So
In theory,
what did not make sense to me, if she was going to tax capital gains, one of her uh, policies that she was running on, she wanted to tax capital gains or what you got out of stocks potentially, but you couldn't cash out to get that money. She's just going to tax you on it while it's in your account. But if you lose, they don't give you a credit. And then I disagreed with that. The other issue that I had was giving people, first time home buyers, $25,000 that was going to come from God knows where. And then the qualification to get that was that you could not have your parents couldn't own a home. And in the political climate we was in, they were letting in all kinds of immigrants who would definitely qualify for that. So voting against that gave me Trump.
Cornel West or
damn sure not voting for a socialist. I'm sorry.
Check this out. I just did a bunch of overtime, right? And I looked at my check, and I was getting taxed at the same rate, and I was like, well, wait a minute. Didn't Donald Trump say he wasn't going no tax on tips, and then he wasn't overtime, and all that stuff was going to go directly into your home? Blah blah blah.
yeah, that bitch ass nigga lied about everything, bro.
No,
That's
actually,
why
he
that nigga,
didn't. Because my
actually
last
he
tax
did.
return was the best tax return I've had in the last 10 years. I actually got one.
Yours.
Yeah. And I also got a side job that I work and I get tips too. And I got a huge effing tax return, to be honest with you. So
Yours,
that actually, yeah, that worked out. I'm sorry.
For you.
I'm happy
Not
with
for
that
everybody.
decision.
Not for
So
everybody. And that tax
did
return
you
got,
file your taxes?
bruh, what are you talking about?
You worked
I
overtime
got
last
kids
year?
and shit. I got dependents and all that, bro. Like, what the hell you mean I'm not going to file my taxes?
Yeah, tell them, Deuce, we need it. What that girl always say in that movie, we need this money.
What are you talking about, man?
You talking about set it off? I need that money.
Yeah, every movie
Yeah,
she need money. I need this money.
Yeah, I got dependents and everything. And of course I'll file my taxes.
Yeah, I got a huge check, bro. I don't know if that worked out for everybody, but it definitely did for me, man. I was kind of quite happy.
It didn't work out for everybody. No war. And guess what? That huge return you got, they siphon that shit off with the hyperinflation that's going on right now.
Yeah, that's true. I'm not
So
going to
it's
deny
all a
that
game.
either.
It's all a game. And he lied to the people about everything. And that's why he lost 90% of his damn voting base.
But he just was talking about, he was just talking about Monday morning quarterbacking. Like the vote was one day, and what happened after that is totally different. That's
No,
something
it's
else.
not, bro. You can't sit here and lie to the people like that. You can't do that shit. You
Well, for
can,
me,
but you can't.
for me, I definitely wasn't going the other direction. Sorry.
Me either. Neither one of them would have got a vote. The
Right, but you still would have ended up with this one. So what's the big deal?
maybe if everybody would know he was lying about everything he's fucking said, he wouldn't have won the majority.
So who's next? Because I heard she was running again.
Gavin Newsom.
Okay.
He talking about somebody brought and paid for Gavin Newsom. Gavin Newsom gonna probably be 5 times. Go ahead. I'm sorry, sis. I cut you off. Go ahead.
I said it's gonna be done also. Gavin Newsom is not nobody's gonna vote for Newsom after that bullshit he did at that last town hall he had. So John Ossoff looks like a pretty decent candidate. He looked like he might secure the Democratic nomination.
Yeah, let's talk about further down the line. All the people that they let in, they got more political power than you do now. So voting that way would have did what for you today? What did it do for you to have Joe Biden in there? Did it help you? Well, your choices with Donald Trump and Joe Biden, you can't tell me you didn't participate.
Joe Biden wasn't mean.
Joe Biden, because we wouldn't be at war. And we wouldn't be at war with no Iran and none of these other weird shit. This man got us fucked up. No thank you.
We at war with Russia and Ukraine with Joe Biden.
Man,
we ain't at war with no damn Ukraine.
I don't know if you know that that's a proxy war between the United States and Russia.
You can call it whatever you want to. We ain't at war with no Ukraine. Ukraine,
war. Do you know we supplying them?
I know that we're supplying them with things, but that's not our war.
Same thing in Iran.
We ain't supplying them with no troops. We're supplying them with weapons.
All right, you would tell me look up shit. Look up and see how many troops America out there in Ukraine.
Okay.
You can look that up.
Man, I feel so ignorant having this conversation because I don't think any of us have the proper amount of knowledge. Like, none of us can cook on these topics. Like, you could talk about it. I don't think you're ready for that.
No, I mean, you made a point earlier though, brother. Like the person who last spoke. What up, Deuce? What up for everybody else too? Like,
my man, Sir Powell.
Yeah,
what's going on?
But in terms of like like a lot of these panels, like if you get one detail off, like where people try to crash on you, like, oh, like, you know, how could you not know this, you know, and like we can't be on that time too, because a lot of the details, one may or may not be right, and two, I mean, like the bigger picture, like it's kind of like we lose the bigger picture in these arguments. But also to what my brother just said recently, I'm sorry, I don't know your name yet, but
Deacon Dave?
I'm sorry, yeah, Deacon, much love. But the choices were either Joe Biden at the end of the day, and or Kamala, which is the same shit as Joe Biden. Kamala actually said her agenda was going to be the same as Joe Biden's or Trump's. And under the Joe Biden administration, I mean, like, it was forced vaccine mandates. I mean, people try to forget about this actually happening, and that being one of the main tenets of the early parts of the Joe Biden administration was push the vaccine, where the Black community had the highest amount of vaccine hesitant people, like people that didn't trust the vaccine.
Don't talk about
good reason. With good reason.
You can't say the words you're using, sir.
No, you can't. Don't talk about goddamn people.
Yo,
well, hold on. Time out.
Stop trying to protect the Democratic plantation, sister.
Also, sir, there are no active comeback deployments from the United States to the UK, according to
Let me
internet.
finish my point.
There is an approximately tiny baseline footprint of approximately 22 U.S. military personnel that are permanently stationed in the country, but no active.
Let's not be rude, man. Let the brother finish what he was saying.
I'm done. I said what I needed to say. Thank you.
Yeah, but let's give some respect to each other so we don't overtalk each other.
No, not at all. When somebody that's not from the community come up here to talk about the community, I got a problem with it, and I'm gonna say something about it every time. He don't come up here and talk about no motherfucking vatos. He always want to come talk about us.
I'm not a
I
vato.
don't give a fuck what you is. Whatever the fuck you
I'm a New
is, you
York
talk
Puerto
about
Rican.
him.
No, but sister, it seems like every time I talk about the Democratic plantation, you get trifled about it. What's
No,
up?
you
Bro?
talking about black people. You ain't talking about Democrats. You said black people. You specifically said black people. Leave us the fuck alone. Talk about Puerto Rican
Only
people.
about 80% of them. He's not talking about me because I'm not offended.
I'm talking about the community that was the most vaccine hesitant, which was the so-called black community. I mean, like, and if you were, and with good reason. I mean, so-called black people should be hesitant of, like, when you look back at the Tuskegee experiment, as a example. But also, too, I mean, I remember President Obama saying that the community that was affected the most by illegal immigration was the so-called black community. And under the Joe Biden administration, on the heels of a so-called pandemic, like which they were saying, you know, you should be forced to take a mandated vaccine, which you shouldn't be going outside for. You shouldn't be socializing with your family. The Joe Biden administration and the Kamala Harris administration were bringing in loads of people into the country. And meanwhile, the mainstream media was telling you that this stuff wasn't happening. The mainstream media was also telling you the vaccine was safe and effective. And if you had any sort of trifle with the vaccine, then you were a bigot and you were, you know, anti-science. So like the choices were either Trump, which a lot of people were already acclimated to a Trump administration. I mean, which at the end of the day, like the worst part about the Trump administration is that a lot of like people may associate that with racism or some shit, like, which is, or vibes or feelings. And at the end of the day, I don't vote for vibes or feelings, in spite of the fact that I'm anti like this Iran war. I mean, I could look at things from a general perspective. One, I mean, gas is not like the price that I want it to be, but it's still not at the level that it was under the Joe Biden administration when it was at an all-time high. Secondly, I mean, if it's like
that's a lie.
All-time high,
that's
the
not
gas
true.
was in the Biden. Hold on, ma'am. The Biden administration, the all-time high ever for gas was under the Joe Biden administration, which I think was $5.16. Secondly,
California was $7
during that time frame in the Biden administration.
Yes, that was 22 after COVID.
Yeah,
it was 22 after COVID.
Yeah, word up. And right now, I mean, like, am I happy paying a little bit more? I mean, or more for gas because of what's happening in Iran? Absolutely not. Like, I'm not gonna take the pain.
How you paying more if it was more under Biden?
Oh no, like, I mean, but right, like under Biden, when the gas was going high, my brother Deuce, I mean, you ain't hear a lot of these same cats like riffing about the prices of these things going up or the prices of groceries. But now that it became a Democratic talking point, now all of a sudden we're hearing like, you know, these people riffing about the price of eggs, the price of, you know, gas. When it reached the all-time high in the Biden, I mean, like, you know, you should suffer like to support Ukraine or whatever the talking point the mainstream media was pumping at that time. You know what I'm saying? And ultimately too, I always bring up so-called minority communities, if you will, like to be politically correct. Because at the end of the day,
all of these people identify as black. We don't have to say so-called.
I mean, but if God forbid I say black, then somebody's trying to correct me. So I mean, I try.
I ain't gonna lie. I'm kind of with Queen on that. Why you keep speaking on black people,
like,
bro?
stop talking about us. Talk about somebody else. If you want to talk about Democrats, then you say Democrats. Stop fucking saying black.
Don't worry. You don't need to police my speaking. It's the First
I
Amendment
need to police your speaking because you ain't talk about motherfucking Puerto Ricans.
Police your
You ain't gonna do that.
All right.
Stop fucking talking about black people.
And listen, at the end of the day, so-called black people.
At the end of the day, my ass, don't talk about us. Talk about your own fucking people. I'm so sick of your ass coming up here always talking about black folks. Talk about your own motherfucking demographic of people. I don't give a fuck what your reason is. Talk about your own motherfucking people. It's enough of us up here to talk about us. We don't need no none part of the goddamn community ass coming up here talking about us. If you want to talk about Democrats, then the only thing that needs to be coming out your mouth is motherfucking Democrats, not black. Stop talking about black people. Stop fucking talking about black people. That's the end of the line. Stop fucking talking about us. Talk
You
about
stay trying to
motherfucking Puerto
protect.
Ricans.
You're the
It
female
ain't got shit
version
to
of.
do with protecting nothing. If you want to talk about Democrats, talk about Democrats. Leave black people the fuck alone.
You the female version of Steve from the
I
movie
don't give a
Django
fuck what
Unchained.
you think I am. I said what the fuck I said. Stop talking about us.
You stay trying to protect the Democrat masters,
You
bro.
you
Like,
ain't
shut up.
talking about Democrats. You talking about black people.
Shut up, woman.
Stop talking about us. Shut up, bitch.
Don't worry. Like, don't worry. If it's true, if it's true, like that, then who cares?
So to dial it back just a little bit, because that's crazy work. That was funny though. But dial it back just a little bit. Can you make your point without saying so-called, bro? Can you just make your point? Because stop talking about black people. I'm with Queen. Why we always
my
gotta be
brother.
on trial for something?
My brother, I mean, I understand, like, if I'm hitting the mark and like policing my conversations detracts me from what I'm saying, then, like, you know, it's a tactic that I'm more than acclimated to. But if I'm saying the truth, like, I'm saying the truth. At the end of the day, Obama is repeating the same talking point that I made, that the community that's most affected by illegal immigration, which
You gotta
under
send me the
Joe
video.
Biden,
Send me the video of Obama saying that.
you can look it up. I mean, like, but the
Bro,
community that
why
was
I gotta
most
look
affected.
up your argument, bro?
I will. I mean, like, I'm gonna look it up to like on the private chat and I'll put it up. But like, remember too, I'm not technically proficient when it comes to all things internet. But I mean, like, and also too, I mean, what I know he said it. Well, secondly, I mean, like, does the immigrant community help like any so-called minority community in this country that's already here? Absolutely not. You know, like, besides like vibes. And at the end of the day, a lot of people make these vouch or couch for, you know, well, like, no immigrant community should be deported, or like, you know, we should keep letting people in. Ultimately, a lot of it is just basically to slight Republicans or to slight fucking Trump. Like, I don't think that way, bro. I don't like need to slight another community or another politician to push my agenda. At the end of the day, like, my agenda is basically my family and my bread. You know, like, I don't like, you know.
You see how we
like,
was sitting up here having a conversation about our black business, and now we sitting up here talking about motherfucking immigrants. This what happened when you let the oldies up here to fuck up our conversations.
The conversation went political.
I just thought I'd put that out there.
He's giving his take. I mean,
I don't give a fuck. I said what I said, and what I said was a fact. We was having a conversation about our black business, and now we talk about motherfucking immigrants.
Yo,
hey, do you guys see? Wait. Do you guys see my point? Like, the way we respond to certain sensitivities. Like, I don't do that. I'm gonna have a different outcome than you.
I'm so happy.
But wait a minute, hold on. You sensitive
but
about
your outcome is not gonna get us back to talking about our black business. Your income is not gonna get us back to talking about our black business. So I don't care what your outcome is. The fact of the matter is, this motherfucker came up here and derailed a black conversation to talk about immigrants.
No, and listen, woman. If I say anything that is derailing the so-called black woman, the so-called black man,
bro, why you keep calling? Yo, why you keep calling her woman, bro? That's great.
What do you think that's gonna lead? Bro? Like, yo, all this woman does is like
you
throw
is
her
bitch.
emotion on top of conversation.
And you a bitch. And you talk like a bitch.
Bro,
and you act like a bitch.
So you are a bitch. Yo, this is not me being
Bitch.
emotional. I will say this, Sir Foul Player. Like, every time you get up, bro, it's the same stuff, bro. Democrat plantation. So what are the Republicans? That's not a plantation? They're doing.
Yo, I hate Republicans probably more than you do, my brother. That's and it's not because I don't vote. Republicans are morons too, my brother. Like, you know, I don't couch with any one of these people.
Which is my brother shit. You hear me? This shit don't make no sense.
Yo, like, woman,
bitch.
Don't worry,
bitch.
Don't
I'm
worry about how I speak.
I'm talking to the panel.
Stop trying to police conversations.
Bitch.
With your emotions.
Bitch.
Okay. So enough. So like I said. So like I was saying, man, we always end up on vaccines, and it's like, bro, God, in the grand scheme of things, bro, like, vaccines are like, that was so fucking 2020, bro. Like, what the hell are we still doing talking about vaccine, bro? Like, nobody, I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna just say it. I don't give a fuck about vaccine, bro. Like can we move?
Could I answer that?
You didn't have to lose your job because you didn't want to take a vaccine.
I answer that though?
Hold on. In 2020, hold on, I'm gonna go right to you, Big J, because you just joined. Let me just say this: in 2020, bro, the world economy stopped. A lot of people lost their job, not even just due to vax, due to them going out of business. But that's neither here nor there. We're in 2026. Whenever the economy was doing bad under Trump, everybody said we can't blame. He was doing good until COVID came. Right now, they act like, well, Joe Biden, the numbers and this and that. He had more years under COVID. But it's neither here nor there. Let me go to Big J. Go ahead, Big J. I know you're coming in with fire.
Okay, because this whole argument, right, about immigrants versus American blacks. Excuse me. Okay, let me ask you a question. What job that we do that immigrants do?
Any fucking job now.
They do contracting. They do a whole lot of stuff.
They do any
you
job.
acting like they don't do nothing. You're about to say something racist, Big J, and I don't want you to do that. Like they come here to pick oranges. They come here to pick our fruit. They come here to pick strawberries.
He's asking what jobs immigrants do that take away jobs from us.
Any fucking job they get hired for.
No, basically he's asking what is a black job, because Trump said we got black jobs.
Any job a black have.
Black jobs is the opportunities that a black person could have.
Yes.
It doesn't mean that landscaping is a black job. It's just like if you're gonna do landscaping and you don't get the contracts, those were black opportunities. It's sort of like that. Do you guys like want to put a label on being a barista is a black job or something? You're gonna say something?
No.
Yeah, that's typically what happens.
No. You're gonna listen what I got to say. First of all, I don't see now. See. I do agriculture, right? I don't see none nigga up in a packing house, a meat packing house where they slaughtered y'all's chickens, y'all's cows, y'all's beef, y'all's pork, all of that, right? I don't see them up in there. I don't see not one black person up in there except for
where you live at? Where you live at?
In South Texas, nigga.
Oh, fucking course you ain't gonna see no black people in there. You're a fucking state of immigrants. What the fuck you talking about?
What state you in?
That's his point, Deuce.
California.
What state? Oh, wait a minute. But you got more Hispanics over there than over here. What the hell you talking about?
I think it's equal. I think it's equal.
No, it's not. No, it's not. There are more Hispanics in California than are in Texas. So get it right. Get it right. No, it is right. It is right.
I don't believe
that. Get it right. I'm really tired of y'all taking phrases from these content creators and then y'all regurgitate what's said online rather than actually doing research. It's like the hate crime bill. Huh? Say what?
How are you going to know if they are undocumented, sir? How would you know if there's a good portion of them that are undocumented? Where are you going to search for that stat?
Shit.
How I know when when ICE shows up, or when the federal government shows up to these meat packing plants, especially the U.S. Agriculture Department. Sometimes when they show up, they don't show up to work. That's how I know these people are undocumented or illegal.
Okay, but that's a representation of what? Your area? Or just that meat packing plant?
Come on, now you move the goalpost.
No, I didn't.
If you look up the data,
see what they do? They want to move the goalposts.
I wonder how many black people work in the meat packing.
The data about what jobs are being taken by immigrants when it comes to the citizens of the United States, it's negligible at best. The data don't even support this.
It depends on where you live.
Okay, all right. Drop the link. Drop the link in the back and let me go look at it.
It depends on where you live at.
Drop a link in the back. Just drop a link. No, we ain't gonna talk about no look at. We gonna talk about nothing because one thing they do in the United States, in the United States, data is collected and data can be found. So if you got data that's contrary to the data, if you got data that is contrary to the data that I have looked at, if you have data that's contrary to the data that I've looked at, then please provide it for me
Undocumented
so
means
I
they're
can.
not documented, so they won't be on none of that
Please
data.
provide it for me so I can look it up.
Hey,
Otherwise,
okay,
it's
AI can be
not
your
true.
Bible. AI can be your Bible, but that's not everybody's
So you
fucking
don't have
Bible.
no facts. You just talking
Google
out
isn't
your ass.
everybody's Bible.
Right.
I'm
You
sorry.
are talking out your ass because you don't have no data. Right.
No, neither one of you have
You only
facts.
got
They're
Google's data.
undocumented. What's wrong with you guys?
And I'm gonna tell you something straight up.
No, because a lot of y'all just take talking points and y'all regurgitate them. So wait, hold
But
on.
you about to say a talking point yourself, bro.
No, I don't do talking points. God damn it, I read. None of y'all
Shut
read.
the fuck. Yo, look at this dude.
You read a
Shut the
tabloid.
fuck up, behold it.
You read tabloid.
Another emotional woman, bro.
Stop yelling
That's
at your
what you
phone.
gonna do, right?
Dude's
Stop yelling
corny,
at your
bro.
phone. Nigga, they ain't scaring nobody, nigga.
Corny,
The
bro.
fuck?
Like, what the fuck is wrong with this dude, bro?
Talk to me
Hold
when I
on, Big
am
J. Hold on,
stupid.
Big J. They
Nigga
try to
yelling
tell
at
y'all
the
get.
phone.
Big J. They try to tell you. They try to tell y'all get square, Big J.
My door.
Big J. Don't let Big J. Don't let them think y'all get square, brother. Don't let them think y'all get square, brother. They try, hold on, Big J. Make your point. Don't let them think y'all get square,
Nigga,
brother.
Whack
The
100.
thing is,
Who's this nigga? Whack 100.
the thing
This
is,
dude's
Fuck off,
emotional,
yelling
bro.
on the phone.
Yo, you must have popped the vein.
Nah, stop that rage bait, certified player. Stop that rage bait. Let that man talk.
Nah, man.
I
Tell
pop
that
a
nigga take your
vein.
motherfucking
Yeah,
Xanax.
yeah,
Calm the
nigga.
fuck down.
Yeah, nigga, there's a vein on my dick going in your woman's ass, motherfucker. Now here's the thing, right?
They try to throw you off your square. Big J don't fall for it.
Oh, no.
That nigga's gay. You like to have anal sex? Nigga, you fucking
Yeah,
gay.
I do. I
You
have
gay,
and sex with
You get paid. You probably get
I
paid
don't give a
too.
fuck.
Gay ass nigga.
Oh, so wait, hold on. Having sex with a woman's gay?
Anal sex is gay, fool. Fuck that.
My brother, nobody's stepping on. Go, make your point. Go ahead, bro.
Now y'all debating
Man,
about
no gay
anything.
nigga talk about having
I
anal
found
sex.
policing other people's penises. That's crazy.
Right.
Now y'all
Exactly.
debating about anything. That's crazy work.
No, the thing is,
I'm
right?
sorry, bro. I ain't never been to the penitentiary.
But see, that's what happened when you let the others on the panel because we was having a black ass conversation.
No,
It was
that's what
funny,
happens with.
and then you let the others on the panel, and then it went to hell. That's what
I'm
happens.
not gonna lie. I'm starting to see the correlation.
You gotta gatekeep sometimes. It's okay. You know what I'm
I ain't
saying?
gonna lie.
No, so-called minority conversations always end up this way. Non-constructive.
That's why I said not everybody should be talking. Not everybody should be given a voice because there's too many Delta November.
Man, I got a wrench on this channel. I can talk.
Nah, they ain't talking about you. They talking about certified player.
Oh,
they talk about having they talk about having a conversation only with black people. Basically, is what they saying.
Now the thing is, right?
Y'all don't like what I have to say, so whatever apparatus it is to censor me, whether it's to try to fetch
No,
a
bro, it's
particular
not
number
that. It's
of a
not
data
that, bro.
point I
It's
bring
not
up.
that. It's that you're an outsider, bro, and then you not only have an opinion, you call us so-called black people, bro. Like you don't even realize how disrespectful that is. Picture me going to a Klans meet, and I stand up without the hoodie on, and I say, "You so-called white people, bro." I wouldn't even make it past the third word before they would have a noose around my neck. Like,
Hold
why
on.
you comfortable doing that?
My brother is black. My best friends are black. Pretty much half my
bro,
family.
did you just
black.
hit us with some of my best friends are black?
My grandfather's black.
That dude say A black.
My
Like,
grandfather's
I'm
black.
telling you, you gotta keep these people away because they don't mean us no. They no good. They think they better than us.
And pretty much.
Hold on. Let me ask you this: certified player, what are you?
Real quick.
What are you, certified player? What are you?
I say that we all should be in the conversation.
No.
Everybody
Hell
should be
no.
here.
So, certified player, what do you identify as? We heard about your brother and everybody. What do you identify as?
I'm a Moor from New York whose parents came from Puerto Rico. That's what I
speak
identify.
on black people. You can't speak on black people then if you don't identify as them.
Right.
Well, I mean, like I say, so-called black with an intent.
I said that you know what I'm saying.
Listen, at the end of the day, Boxer Scholar, I believe, I believe
now
that's
black ass conversation is gone. We was talking about
at the end of the day
things and black ass history, and now we not talking about none of that shit no more.
Well,
I mean, I'm not.
It's about the equivalent of just Pearly things talking about the black community, thinking she's an authority and knows.
And listen, Queen, at the end of the day, it's you with your emotions or Jay like screaming at the phone that's stopping this conversation.
Let me tell you something. My emotions ain't got shit to do with shit because
I said that earlier.
motherfucking
we were having a conversation.
Hold on. Scholar. Am I lying? Was we not having a black
I'm
ass
not gonna lie, you
conversation?
did kind of fuck up the flow, just a little bit.
Okay. Hold on,
listen,
hold on, hold
listen.
on, hold on, Scholar. Wait a minute. Is that a fact or is that my feeling?
That's
But
That's a fact,
ultimately,
right?
listen.
So it was a
Ultimately,
fact.
yeah.
So when I said that your ass need to not talk about black people because you just came up here and fucked up our whole flow, you need to shut the fuck up because the only motherfucker that's in
He
their
was
feelings
doing the
right now is
weed.
you
He was gonna get back
because
to it.
you think you're being censored, but what you did is just fuck up an entire conversation that
But
was actually
ultimately,
amongst black people. So
and
like
ultimately,
nobody really gives a fuck about what you talking about. We was talking about black ass things like black ass history, black ass scholarship, things that came from black people, conversations that we really need to be having amongst ourselves. And you brought your ass up here and started talking about motherfucking immigrants. Like you
at
fucked
the
up
end
our
of the day,
conversation.
listen. At the end of the day, you
You
could
fucked
talk
up
about
our
anything.
conversation. You
At
fucked up our conversation. And what you
Hey,
doing
Surf Out,
is
she might
not
be
I think you're
racist,
acknowledging
fucking
the
bro.
up your
fact
own
that you
conversation with
came
your
up here
emotion.
and fucked up our conversation. That's what
Yeah,
you're
but
trying
you,
to do. You're trying to
You see,
dodge and duck accountability for what you just
she
came up here and interrupted.
she
no,
don't like
you're the one.
Mexicans,
You're
bruh.
interrupting everybody who speaks with your emotion, and
Okay.
Bitch, I
that
just
dude
gave
Jay, like
facts,
with this
bitch.
outburst.
Bitch. I just gave you facts, bitch. Like, what's wrong with
That
you?
at
Are
the,
you
but
a dumb
listen,
bitch
Oh,
on top of
and
being an
this sounds
emotional
like
bitch?
celebrity
Dumb
boxing right
bitch.
here, boy.
and at the end of
You's
the
a
day,
dumb bitch.
to my brother boxing
You just
scholar, like,
came up
listen,
here and derailed a conversation that was amongst black people about black things to talk about motherfucking immigrants. And you refuse
yeah,
to acknowledge that. You
But
no,
fucked
I
up
think
our
you're
conversation.
but
trifling
here
with the
is the thing
fact.
though, right? But here's the thing though. Have you ever noticed every time we had these conversations, y'all always want to blame the immigrants, but not U.S. foreign policy. That create the conditions for these people to come over here. We went to Venezuela about 3 times already, since 2017, and then at the southern border, I don't see Mexicans cross that border. You know, I see Venezuelans and Colombians, and yes, I can tell the difference between those people, right? So
Haitians,
it's
all
every
that
time,
shit.
yeah, every time when we invade somebody, those people come over here. So don't blame the Hispanics. You need to blame the elite that create the problems in the first damn place. Blame the white man for doing that shit.
That's
Don't
what.
blame these hardworking people and shit coming over here and
Is
That's too
shit.
much of a
is
reasonable
Alexandria
conversation.
Acosta
You got to blame the
Cortez?
people that ain't got no
Is
power.
she white? Is she white?
Who?
AOC, is she white?
No.
AOC. No.
No, why?
Is Chuck Schumer white?
Yes.
Yeah, he white than a
Hell
motherfucker.
fucking nah. That nigga Italian or something. That nigga ain't fucking
Nah, he
white.
Wait,
passed. He
hold on.
passed.
Italians are white.
Get
He's
the
They're
fuck
Jewish.
out of
European.
here.
They're Caucasians.
Man, Italians do not
Yo,
identify
You see,
themselves
you
as
see,
white. They're just trying to get paid.
Nah, they
you see that
accepted the
right there. You
Italians
see that
and the
right there.
Jews.
See that right there. This is why we should not have
Even
people.
is in Europe. Isn't it in Europe? It's
Right,
part of
right,
the
right,
European
right,
continent,
Bro,
right?
right. It's part of Europe, right?
Italians don't identify themselves as white, bro. I'm sorry.
They're
Okay,
Europeans, right?
yeah, the
Aren't they
Europeans,
They
right?
Europeans?
don't identify. It's Spanish.
Are they
Spain.
Are they
Oh,
Is
Europeans? Like, yeah,
Spain?
they are Europeans as well. They're Europeans, so that they're
Do
white.
they identify as white?
this is
They
why you
identify as
don't. No,
Europeans,
no,
and
no. I'm
Europeans are
sorry.
white.
I
I'm
know.
sorry. I'm sorry. This is why you got these Dan Conaway Negroes who these conspirators.
Who is Dan Conaway?
Who?
But you have that same mindset. Just say anything and try to throw things to the wall, make everything stick. White people,
No, bro.
they are white.
No, you niggas follow the narrative, bro. That white
You follow the narrative. You
boogeyman,
follow
bro,
the
don't fucking
narrative.
exist.
You
It ain't
follow the
even that fucking
narrative.
many white
No,
people
you follow the
that much.
narrative.
It's not even that many fucking white people, bro. It's anybody who's not black. Say that. Don't say fucking white. Say
yeah,
non-black.
they believe on a binary that if it ain't black, it's white. It don't matter what else it could possibly be.
Wait, hold
Yeah.
on, Deacon Dave, because you moving the goalpost and you're lying. Because I don't count
No, he's not.
Hispanics.
No, he's not.
Shut the fuck up! I'm talking to Deacon Dave. I press your butt. If I want to talk to you, Deuce
911.
I shit in the
Help.
toilet. I
Nigga, I'll
talk to
call
you.
Donald
I'm talking
Trump,
to Deacon
nigga.
Dave, though, right?
A
I'm
I'll
talking to
call
Mexican
Deacon Dave,
is
somebody,
right?
not
bro.
white, okay, but a Spaniard is white,
A
okay.
Spaniard
No,
is
fuck they
white.
ain't.
Because
No,
Spain,
they're
Spain
Spain.
is for the
They're
white folks.
Latin.
because
They're actually
Spain is
Spain
Latin.
is
part
for the
of the
white people.
European continent, and their people are white. Now, do they identify by their nationalities of their
I
country?
told you, you
Yes.
guys.
Yes, yeah,
But
that's what we're
Biden
where
is.
talking
do
about.
Caucasians come from? They come from
The
Europe. They're
Caucasus
white
Mountain.
people. Okay. So what happened was white is not a thing. White is only a thing in the United States of America because it's a racist
Thank you.
ass country. So when those people came over here, initially
England, the most
they
racist place you ever want to
identified
find
as
out.
where they came from. But when white supremacy became a thing, they all became white. So Chuck Schumer is a white man. Why?
Chuck Schumer
Right.
ain't
Because he
fucking white.
resides
Yes,
in
he
the
is.
United States
Yes, it
No,
of
he
is.
ain't.
America.
J. Edgar
He
Hoover. J. Edgar Hoover
resides
ain't fucking white.
in the
See
Get the
that?
United
fuck
Because
out of
States
here.
retards.
of
See,
J. Edgar
America.
blacks
Hoover
on
ain't
social
fucking
media.
white.
Therefore,
No,
he
I'm gonna
is
say
a
this
That
real
nigga look
white
quick.
like Billy D.
man.
Williams.
Man,
I
y'all gotta have
guarantee
some
you that
decorum,
when he
man. You
fills
just
out his
talking over each other.
applications and it
And she
asks
sound like
him
she in
who
a tunnel.
he is, I promise you he's checking the
She in
white
the
box
bathroom changing
because
that
he's a
period pad.
Okay,
white
That's
okay,
why.
okay.
man.
What do Chuck Schumer call himself then, Deuce?
I
Jewish.
don't know. I know he ain't white.
Wait, hold on. How you supposed to know? I don't know what he called himself, but I do know he ain't white.
I never had a conversation with him about that shit.
I think he identifies as Jewish, though.
Oh boy, you niggas
Jewish is
dumb.
a religion.
I niggas
Jewish is
dumb.
a religion.
It's also a race also.
No, it's not. Hebrew
Yes, it
is a
is.
race. Hebrews is a race. See, get it right. You know,
Jewish
Have you
is
ever read the
not a
All
Bible?
right. He identifies as
Oh my
Israeli.
God.
where you think though they came from? Where you think Israel came from? Hebrews. Now back to the point.
Yeah, let's get to the point.
Now y'all want to
Please.
Yeah,
blame
we want to get to the point after we realize we don't. Okay.
right. See, we got a bunch of Delta Novembers. They should not have a voice of talking. I'm sorry. Delta November
You
should
shouldn't
not
be
be
talking.
talking.
You don't know how to talk.
I
Yeah,
know.
you emotional, bro.
I'm not emotional. I don't like dumb.
Yes, you are.
He
Yeah,
might
you
not
are,
speak
bro.
that well, but at least he know what the fuck he's talking about.
You
He
two
hasn't
should
made
go on a
one point
date.
except screaming.
I ain't
You
Can we
screaming,
should
get
think
nigga.
back
about
on track,
that.
people?
I
That's what
need
you
to
should do.
overpower y'all. I need to overpower y'all because all y'all
On the
do.
internet. Overpower
Yeah,
somebody on the internet.
yeah. I need to
Stupid, bro.
because though y'all say
This
What
dude
you want
stupid
to
sounds
arm
shit.
asshole,
wrestle,
bro.
nigga?
Arm wrestle,
You stupid
nigga.
ass nigga. Overpower.
Y'all
Arm
dumb
wrestle,
as hell.
nigga. The only thing man you want arm wrestle is your dick,
Me and
motherfucker.
you
That's
slap by
the only
Yeah,
damn
competition.
thing man you
those are
want arm wrestle,
fantastic points you're
And I
motherfucker.
making,
go
Big J.
first.
All right, that's the
You
only
got
damn
to hold his
thing you want
hand.
arm wrestle with is your dick. Now, anyway,
My
where
man's
we
Corny,
at?
kind of
bro.
gone.
This nigga gay.
My man,
What?
Word
Tyler.
up.
I swear to God, that
Pause,
nigga
man.
gay.
No. You the one saying hello. That's you.
No,
But
it
y'all
wasn't.
blaming the wrong
Corny.
people. Y'all blaming the wrong people.
Cornball.
Y'all want to blame Hispanics. Y'all want to blame the global South. Y'all want to
We
blame
are
the global South for
officially
taking away your jobs. And it's kind of like, let me say something too,
the
right?
chitlin circuit.
Right. The
You
chili
just saying a lot of nothing.
Let me say something. I live in Texas. There's some people who live in Florida. Y'all out there in Chicago talk about, oh yeah, man, we're gonna vote for red. And, like them niggas who show up at City Hall here every week talking about Brandon Johnson did them wrong. Well, who
Because
sent
he fucking did.
shut up.
What the fuck?
Who sent those illegals up there? See, y'all don't want to talk about who sent them up there.
AOC.
See, Rick, no.
A message.
AOC didn't send them
Open
niggas
border.
up there. The governor,
An open border sent them up there.
Hold on. See, misinformation
This
as
shit
a
is
motherfucker.
hilarious, bro.
Stupid, man.
See, the thing is, Governor Greg Abbott and y'all's governor out there in Florida, they lied to those people and put them on airplanes and trains and buses and flew them people, tracked them people up to Martins Vineyard and Chicago. And you Negroes got so much misinformation, y'all believe Brandon Johnson did all that shit. When it should be, y'all should be more mad at. You should be more mad at. We're gonna turn Chicago red. Well, what? How come red governors from Arkansas, Texas, and Florida sent those illegals where you at?
They shouldn't be in the country in general.
It's against the law. And guess what? Greg Abbott
California
should
and
be
New York.
Yeah, why
How come he
don't
couldn't ship
Brandon
them?
Johnson send them somewhere else then?
Yeah, why he
Yeah, he's not legally bound to do shit. See,
I know.
y'all actually read the law.
I know.
He's not legally bound to do shit.
Hey, everybody gets to wield their power except the black nigga. For sure.
Word up. He got to open his doors.
Wait. Hold up, sir. Sir Papa, you heard black and you came off mute? No, mute back up.
Boxing Scholar. We had this conversation before, right? Boxing Scholar. We had this conversation, right?
Yeah. Crazy.
Boxing Scholar. We had this conversation, right?
Yeah.
Before, right? Now, what law did Greg Abbott and DeSantis broke?
I'm not sure.
It's called infringement, which means kidnapping by deceit.
Man, get the fuck out of here, man. God damn.
Get the fuck out.
Man. Hold on. That man cooking, Deuce. Don't cut his tires, Deuce.
No, hold on.
You're right. My bad.
Go ahead, bro.
No.
This fucking CNN talking
I'm gonna dissect and deconstruct you Negroes. Oh, us.
I'm Puerto Rican.
Fucking funny. See, look, he come off. I'm Puerto Rican, bro. I don't want to hear black come out your mouth no more. Then when we talk about black, just mute up. Just start whispering.
Negroes then.
No, just start, bro. Now you finna get booted now. No. Don't say Negroes. None of that shit.
No, but in terms of Jay's talking point, at the end of the day, they could have been enforcing the law. Joe Biden could have been enforcing the law federally for illegal immigrants, just like Trump's doing right now. Don't allow them in. But if it's Texas governor, his choice was, all right, I could leave him in Texas, or I could ship him out to a dumb city like Chicago, and they'll have them. I mean, I do the same shit. I'm not gonna keep him in my house.
That's illegal.
Well, it's illegal.
That's illegal.
It's illegal to do that. It's called infringement. It's illegal to do that.
At the end of the day, that's fine. That's a different debate.
And if we had an administration that followed the law, they ass would be in trouble for that because that shit is illegal.
Not only that, they sent them particularly to Democratic places so that they could have a strain on their economy so that they could hate immigrants too.
Right.
And then they lied and they told the people that they got them on the bus by telling them that they was taking them somewhere where they can get jobs and shit. They told them people lies. That's trafficking.
Y'all stay on the treadmill.
Take all the job.
And you know how you know they don't hate immigrants? You can't. If you call Amazon right now for a package that's not delivered, hey, welcome to Amazon customer. They're like, wait a minute. We thought all the rich people hated immigrants. You can't find an American motherfucker like customer service nowhere.
But if it was some minority teenager
they
from America,
customer service, bro.
Yeah, I mean, if it was a
okay, let's stay there. Who is they, and why are they outsourcing it? Why are they giving away American jobs? I thought Trump was supposed to bring that back to America.
This is before the gates of hell was open. This was a long time ago. They've been outsourcing that customer service 24 hours. You think Americans are in the middle of the night up doing that? No,
exactly. That was the point that Big J was making when he asked about what are immigrant jobs? You just made his argument for him. You're saying you don't think Americans would do these jobs.
No, that's wrong. Because
those aren't the same ones. Those are not the same ones that
that's
came
a false
in.
equivalency. Let me say this.
Yeah, those aren't the same people.
Because it's not, because when it's the middle of the night over here, it's the early daytime over there. Because you call some of these companies, you got to call them at 5:30 in the morning. You will get American people. Sorry,
and that's why it says
we should do it as a social experiment right now on the live.
They're outsourcing those jobs because it's cheaper to pay the immigrant than it is to pay Americans. That's why they send those jobs overseas.
And then y'all have these you had idiots like Vic Swami, but y'all really ain't calling that shit out because y'all too busy trying to talk about black.
Does Vivek Ramaswamy have a position? Does he have a position in anything, or are you just walking around talking? Is he another Charlie Kirk nigga? Why the fuck we worry about fucking Vivek Ramaswamy? They don't accept that nigga. We don't accept that nigga.
Yeah, he's kind of irrelevant. He's not governor yet.
Okay, he's trying. Let's see if he wins.
Not yet. No, he's not. Not yet. No, he won his primary.
I'm looking at the polling.
Oh, the pollings tell the truth?
He won a primary. That's all. He's not a governor yet.
Hey, you might want to listen to what I'm saying. The polling number shows he might win with 55% thus far. That's why I said what I said.
Bro, you
That's what
believe
the
them
state of
polls if you
Ohio. I
want
mean,
to.
Yeah, but that's not until November, right?
I know that, but I'm looking at the
That
tracking
nigga's attached to
for
Trump.
this week.
Anybody attached to Trump is not winning.
Yeah.
Believe that.
No, and at the end of the day, in terms of like
Nah,
the
he
jobs
has a
you
good chance.
mentioned,
He
like
does have a good chance.
in terms of
in office. Y'all help Trump. Y'all help the fascists get in the White House because y'all want to vote for
Because he lied. He lied about what he was gonna do.
No.
Yes, he did. He lied to American people. No, he lied to the American people.
No,
and
and listen,
it was way different. It was way different than what Joe Biden and Kamala was doing.
Rolled out. Project 2025 was rolled out 2 years before 2 years before he won.
Listen, Democrats
and y'all said that was propaganda. When everybody talked about Project 2025, bro. Okay, dude. So if he lied and he didn't do the things he said he was doing, what is he doing? Is he not doing the Heritage Foundation playbook?
What
you guys are assuming that more
getting
people
rid of
have
the
a
Department
problem
of
with that.
Education?
Hold on,
people agree with that. We got the worst schools in the fucking world.
Hey, Bob,
what are you talking about?
I sent some links in the back. I sent some links in the private chat. Let me send you another link then. You know
I don't see a motherfucking link back here.
Yeah, Big J, you didn't drop the link.
In terms of who helped Trump get in office, it was Democrats. At the end of the day, with the wide open border and then telling us that whole time the border wasn't open. In terms of pushing the vaccine and it's safe and effective.
How much to drop him? How much to drop him? How much? I'll cash out you right now. How much to drop him?
How much what?
Why? He's laying out good points. You guys are crying too loud.
No.
How much to
Serious,
drop
man. This
him?
shit's crazy.
How much to drop him?
Hey, I ain't gonna lie. I'm gonna have to put a $40 bounty on Certified Player.
Yeah, but you being a bird though, boxing scholar, like because you trying to censor what I speak, bro.
$40 on his head. $40.
You put
$40 on his. Let's get this guy, Negro.
You always put borders as to what I could say.
How come?
Now he's trying to talk about somebody being in their emotions, but
and then this broad, like being emotional every time I speak.
Look here, bitch. Shut up,
her bathroom.
Shut up, bitch.
$40. Hold on, you $40? You say? Okay, I'm tired. I'm tired of Delta Novembers, spreading misinformation, niggas who they need to be stole on. Get them out.
You still on?
This is
you still on a nigga you won't square up with. I told you this nigga was gay. You still on a nigga, but you won't square up with.
No. Get these niggas up and out of here. I'm sorry.
How much you drop that one? How much you drop that other one?
I do want to point out, so Brownie did make a good point in the chat when y'all was asking about what job they taken over. She said DoorDash and Uber Eats and all of that stuff. She is absolutely correct. That's
a good point.
Foreigners right now.
So that's a black job.
Shit.
No,
Taco Bell,
I'm not
McDonald's,
saying they're black
Taco
jobs.
Bell, McDonald's, Dollar Tree, Walmart. They taking over all those fucking jobs. They ain't just working in the fucking field. The fuck.
Is there black
hold on, Big J. Who you put the bounty on?
The Puerto Rican. Get his ass up and out of here.
Oh shit!
No,
get him up and out of here.
Certified Player.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm sorry, brother, but you gotta go.
Rock, bitch.
He said this is gonna hurt me more than it's gonna hurt you.
Yeah. Hold on. Shout out. I wish I had a drop for that. Damn, I'm gonna have to start doing bounty dances with a drop because of damn. Certified Player, I'm gonna let you up more if you gonna keep doing this. Saying so-called black people are pissing the black people off. Money. Yeah.
I mean,
Go ahead, my bad.
That's real weird to have somebody remove our blackness. You don't even get to claim black, but to come up here and tell us we so-called was crazy.
Some people don't consider themselves black.
Then why speak on black issues?
My brother's opinionated, man. I don't know. He's a solid dude, you know what I mean? From what I see.
He cool, but bro, it's like the level of disrespect, bro. Like I've never showed up to a Puerto Rican meeting and told Puerto Ricans how to be and what the problem is in their community. Why are we always on fucking trial, bro? I hate that shit, bro.
I guess he was giving his opinion when it wasn't wanted.
Because they think they can dictate to us how we supposed to think. It feels like they superior to us. That's why I be like, y'all got to stop letting these folks in on black conversations unless y'all ready to entertain this shit. Because
Y'all
if you
really
having
gonna
a
get
productive
triggered.
if you having a productive black conversation and you let these people up, you can go ahead and take your black conversation and send it to hell because it's over with.
So I got a
Like I
question
don't be
that's
trying to be
really
funny
that's in
or
alignment
none
though.
of
So
that shit.
here's
But
based on what
when
I
we
was just
talking,
hearing though. Cause like for real, y'all like how y'all talking black, but ignoring the black people that said they don't want them fucking immigrants in their community though. Y'all ain't supporting black people. Black people lined up in Chicago and did multiple town halls
Man.
expressing their disdain for those people being put in their communities. And you sitting up here talking about, well, they work and man, fuck them.
well, that's not what we said. That's not what we said at all.
That's not even the
You
argument.
said
That's what
what
I heard
jobs
too.
are they taking
That's
away?
what I
And
heard
if you
too.
want to talk about them people being dropped off in their communities, I can understand why they would feel that way because of the way that those people were dropped off in their communities and the way that they got into those communities was illegal, done by governors of other states. So
It's
if
not
we're gonna talk
illegal.
about the blame got to go where it goes. It don't go on the people that don't have no power.
It absolutely does. They came across the border illegally. The reason why they're being shipped to cities like Chicago is because the Texas governor has to deal with what the president is allowing. So if you're going to allow them here, now they're on U.S. soil. You can't put their bitch asses back where they belong in Mexico. Well, since they got to stay here, how about you send them to a place where they'll get sanctuary, a sanctuary city that claims they're going to take care of these people because we ain't going to take care of them. That's not illegal.
Okay.
That's not illegal.
Hold on. No, it is illegal. Infringement.
Thank you.
It's called infringement. Now here's the
It
thing,
is
Taz.
illegal.
No, hold on. It is illegal because guess what? You know, and the thing is,
Just finish what you're saying, bro.
No,
Please.
huh? So what?
It's not illegal.
No,
it's
It
not
is illegal. That's
Just because
illegal.
you say a
It's
word,
called infringement.
dude.
It's called infringement.
That's
I'm not
illegal. They
saying
cannot
illegal.
do
I'm not
that.
saying
You can't just grab up no people and stick them somewhere else without telling them people that they come and allow
what
them
I'm
to
not
make suggestions for them. That's
Right.
illegal.
What I'm not asking, right. So if it's illegal, you should be able to show me on the books where it's illegal. You can't because it's not. I didn't ask
Okay,
you for no
hold on. Let me
definition.
go get a link. Let me
It's
get a
not
link for you.
illegal.
When you read it, then I need you to go ahead and backtrack what you just said because it's illegal, sir.
Infringement probably
I
not
sure
even
will. Yes,
infringement probably not even
absolutely, I
an
will.
interpretation. These niggas interpreting that shit wrong.
I ain't interpreting a
That's-
goddamn thing.
Yeah.
Now, here,
I think
okay,
so.
here it is right here. Hold on. I wish I could have a link. Y'all give me the ability to show the link and shit. Cause I'll show you.
Man, you got all
Put
these
it in the
damn
back.
statements back
Put it in the
here.
back. I share the screen.
You could if you're on your laptop, you could request to share your screen. I'll share it.
Hold on. Let me do that then. Let me do this then. Now I only got Massachusetts law, but you know what? Okay, I'm gonna use it as an example. You just use it as an example, right?
An example of something that happened in Texas.
Well,
That's what you're gonna try with me. Who you think you're talking to?
Taz, you're not the
Show me the state law in Texas that says, "Fam, we are doing Texas versus the United States." Did you forget?
Penal code.
Yeah, I already know, bro.
2.03. It's the offense when a person initially or knowingly inducts another person.
Wait a minute, abduct. What the fuck? I told you nigga interpretation is wrong, homie.
Oh, okay.
This nigga need to go. This nigga needed the story.
At the very least, would it not be considered human trafficking though? Like, honestly.
You needed the stories, homie.
Can y'all hear what I'm saying? At the very least, could this not be considered human trafficking because they are coercing these people?
It is trafficking because
No,
when
it's
they
not. These people, they should be going to
investigated,
jail.
when
They should be taking their ass to jail.
when they investigated these, they learned that they put
They
them
should be
on
taking
those
these people to
buses
jail.
and flew them on those planes without giving them proper consent and lying to them. That is illegal.
How
The
do you
way
know they
that
lied to him? How do you know they lied to him?
Because it was investigated, you goddamn dummy.
So who went to jail for the investigation?
Fucking no, look, if you a non-reading ass nigga, don't talk to me. You non-reading ass niggas get on my nerves. Shut the fuck up. If you don't read shit,
Don't
don't
yell at
fucking
me.
question me.
Don't yell at
Fucking
me.
non-reading ass motherfucker. Oh, you know that happened, bitch, because I read.
Right. So what was
Read
supposed
what?
to happen to
Yeah,
him?
you probably can't read. You niggas interpreted the first shit wrong.
They were supposed to.
Penal Code 20.04, 20.03. How many times we gotta go here with this shit?
No, read the motherfucker, like you said.
Like you're not going anywhere. You haven't went anywhere.
Texas Penal Code. Texas Penal Code.
Abduction.
Texas Penal Code. I'm saying it again. Texas Penal Code.
This is sad.
Your Texas Penal Code, the one that got the little nigga 35 years for defending himself too. So don't want to hear about none of that backwoods alley bullshit y'all got going on out there.
You know what?
I mean, I just I think the human trafficking point is a legitimate. Wow.
We need. I agree with Man Tomorrow. Some of you niggas, we need to exterminate dumb niggas from the planet.
You come exterminate somebody. Stop warping. You go exterminate some fucking body.
No. We need some genocide on some of you niggas.
That's why you agree with that nigga.
Because all you
carry
I'm telling you the
principles.
penal code number. I'm telling you the penal code, and all you do is, he don't know. It's some backwoods shit. We ain't talking about no goddamn. We ain't talking
No, so you missed the whole. You missed the whole shit. You missed the whole thing because you're emotional.
No, I'm not
that's
emotional.
some bullshit, backwards bullshit. And also you niggas didn't even read the fucking. You didn't read the. You didn't read. You did not read the penal code.
Hey, I read.
Jay, just big Jay, just read it. Read what it says, bro. Just read the text.
I did
because you already misinterpreted the first part.
I didn't misinterpret the first damn part.
Bitch. Yeah, nobody being fucking abducted. These niggas is willingly. Ain't nobody dragging these niggas on the bus. Ain't nobody sitting here tying. Yo, go.
What is infringement?
I think the word coercion might fit.
What is infringement law? What is infringement law, dudes?
Oh my God.
I never heard of this shit, bro.
If you haven't heard about the shit, then shut the motherfucker up. Shut the fuck up. You don't know. You got niggas on here who are loud and wrong. And they're telling niggas being loud and wrong all the goddamn time. And then you want these women to respect your black ass. That's why black women don't respect your black ass because you niggas are dumb. God damn it.
I am so glad I turned my headset down.
You fucking stupid. Stop talking. Start thinking. Stop thinking and start knowing. God damn it. I told you the goddamn penal code. I read the motherfucker to you, and on there you
read one line of the shit, bro.
Shut the money fuck up, bitch. Nobody talking to you.
Man.
All right, so the word is embezzlement, and that means transporting people under false pretenses, which is what happened for them to get those people on the bus and transport.
How do you know? How do you know it's under false pretenses?
Because an investigation was done with your dumb ass. Why don't you shut up and listen and wait till somebody finish talking before you come in with your bullshit? Like, what's wrong with you? You don't know what nobody's talking about, but you sound like that. You
Why do you believe people will lie to you? Why do you believe people will lie to you?
And not listening. You can't have no conversation like that.
You're not talking. You're not telling the truth. Y'all
You don't know what the word is, and you're not letting anybody finish what they're saying, and you talking like you can't learn nothing if you won't shut the fuck up.
Oh, I don't want to learn false shit or someone else's narrative. I don't want to learn someone else's narrative.
You're not trying to learn anything because number one, you don't read, you don't know shit. So you just running your mouth and you don't have no knowledge.
We talking about.
You have no knowledge of what you're talking about. You got a college degree in what? Basket weaving? A college degree in scratching your ass? Because you didn't get no college degree doing what you're doing now.
Let me ask this, dudes. Let me ask this. Let me try to.
It's crazy because I'm
gonna say this. I think that y'all think that they're defending immigrants. And I don't think that they are. I don't think that they are. I don't think that they are. I think
No,
that
I'm not.
I think y'all because they're not in agreement with y'all assume that they're defending them. But what they're saying is that the facts that are being brought up about the immigrants are just not facts. Not that they love immigrants or anything. Because I remember,
I haven't stated
I'm from
anything that
Texas.
wasn't a fact.
Well, look, I'm from
Everything I've
Texas.
said is a
This is
fact.
what I do know. This is what I
I
do
got
know, and this is
more
what I've
facts.
seen. This is what I've seen anecdotally, and this is what I know to be a fact. Texas politicians historically have talked and preached against immigrants, and anytime like they need work done, like these little subdivisions and stuff, they go out there and supply all the Mexicans with the jobs. So publicly they're saying we don't want immigrants here, but privately they're going and giving them jobs, right? Which is hypocrisy. So it's like, do you really hate immigrants? Like I said, if you call Amazon at any time of the day, morning, night, whatever, you're gonna get an immigrant that answers the phone. And it's like these people don't really hate immigrants, bro. They want to look like they hate immigrants, but really they outsource jobs to immigrants to take them away from Americans. Y'all should be mad at them. Don't be mad at the person that's going to get the job opportunity. Be mad at the person that's employing the motherfuckers.
The reason why that's a bad example, though. The reason why that's a bad example is because those aren't the same.
So again, it's just not true that it's illegal, fam. Again, like
No,
we
it
talking
is
about.
illegal. It is
So
It is
first off,
illegal.
right,
It's
so there's a
illegal.
reason, right? So there's a reason why
Sixth
it
grade
happened.
interpretation. And that's
Nobody
sixth
went
grade
to
interpretation.
jail.
It is illegal.
Nobody's going to jail. Nobody went to jail because they signed waivers. Then you'll say, okay, well, with the waivers, they were coerced. I understand what you're saying, but there's a reason why nobody got in trouble for it. Immigration
They didn't
is
get in trouble
controlled
for
by
it because they got
about
a corrupt administration that's allowing them to do this shit.
Investigation. Get the fuck out of
The
here.
federal government controls immigration, not the state of Texas. The federal government.
right.
When you
And
get
guess
that
And
what?
the federal government is in cahoots
and-
with this shit.
Right. And I'm gonna sit here and say this.
Wait, what do you mean by they're in cahoots? Oh, wait, please let her explain that. Like this is their whole baby. This their whole shit. What do you mean in cahoots? This their whole shit.
So let's go ahead and debunk that as well. When it comes to deporting immigrants, Obama deported way more immigrants than Trump has, and that's what the fuck he ran on, and what he has been unable to fucking do
They're both the executive branch.
because he fucking lied.
Federal government controls
what he
immigration
said,
over two presidents.
because what he said he was going to do, he's unable to do because he lied. Because the people that he's
federal
trying
government can do this. I'm just trying to hear where the state of Texas got any
Because-
power. What power does the state of Texas have? None. Don't talk to me about Barack. I'm telling you what the motherfucking president can do.
You're not telling me nothing because the federal government right now can't deport the people that they said that they was going to deport. He's been unable to do that. And what they did was against the law because they lied to them people. And the only reason why nobody has been prosecuted is because this is an administration that is going to allow their party to do whatever the fuck it is that they want to do. That's the only reason why ain't nobody got in trouble for this shit. Because what they did was illegal.
Oh, hold on.
How?
Okay.
How you can't finish a sentence about deportation when we talking about taking people to Chicago? How is it illegal?
Hold on, Taz. Hold on, Taz. Hold on, Taz.
I'm holding.
Hold on. Can you just please explain me what is Operation Lone Star?
What is Operation Lone Star? How about you explain it?
Man.
See, that's when the state is doing the federal law enforcement. The Texas Rangers, the DPS, the Texas Highway Patrolmen, they are doing federal job. What the border is not doing. So like you're wrong on that.
I'm wrong on what? I'm sorry, you just brought up an irrelevant fucking point. That was completely irrelevant. That is a completely irrelevant point to what I just said.
No, it's not.
Okay, so I'll say what I said again. The federal government controls immigration. They can ship them motherfuckers up out of Texas because they control it. Debunk it.
But
you can't. I know.
How come it's the state government?
Don't ask me a question. Tell me where I'm wrong.
Because it was the
Pull
state
up a penal
government.
code.
It was the state government.
The state government what?
The state
government. The state government that did what?
This nigga's a jarhead. This nigga Big J's a jarhead. That nigga open it, screw the top open, put whatever you want to put in that motherfucker and close it. It is gonna be in his memory.
That's what I'm telling you. So now, but listen, but wait, Big J, I want to have a conversation with you. So why did the state government do it?
This nigga's a motherfucking idiot.
It's like you don't want to deal with the second layer of this. If the federal government is going to allow them, if the federal government is going to allow them to just come to your state, then your state has the right to say, okay, well, let's just send them to another state. Show me where they don't. You're not doing that.
The governor of Texas and the governor of Arkansas and the governor of Florida had committed a federal crime.
So where's the charge? Nothing validates what you're saying.
I told you, man.
I would be perfectly fine with it.
Wait, hold on. Somebody please show me. Somebody please show the goddamn link that I put in the back. Show it.
I got you. Ain't no link in the back though.
Oh no, this nigga retarded.
Got the link.
I'm on candies. On candies.
Did you drop the link? Because I don't see no link.
It's on the screen.
It's on the screen.
Oh, you put it in the chat. Okay, got it.
Now you see all this, right? Huh? See all this? Okay. It is U.S. code. It's U.S. code 1201.
They sign waivers, Big J.
But you can't get him a waiver under false pretenses. That's illegal.
Right, which is
it
illegal.
wasn't false pretenses. They
Yes,
took him
it
literally.
was false pretenses because they told him that they was gonna get jobs and housing and all of that shit. It was false pretenses.
That was not
they did some illegal shit. The only reason why they have not been
getting that shit is what's crazy. That is exactly what they went up to Chicago and got. Why don't you pull
a lot of them did not get that. A lot of them people was just sitting outside.
They got hotel rooms.
I
hotel rooms and all kind of shit.
A lot of them people did not get that shit. And I got family and friends in Chicago as well. A lot of them didn't have nowhere to go.
And do it. I watched them do it.
A lot of them didn't have nowhere to go. A lot of them was just out
the first day. The first day.
What I'm telling you, they gave them a place to go. They made places for them to go. They created places for them to go.
The party,
you know why? Hold on,
all that shit.
Hold on. You know why though, Taz? Because it's international law.
Because they get more of a
No, hold on. Let me finish my point.
Fuck your point. Your point stupid. The motherfucker, you should try to make excuses for these niggas to get these niggas.
I just think it's crazy that we just gonna sit up here and ignore how this shit happened and try to cover this shit up like they didn't do some illegal shit and then turn around and try to cover their ass. What they did was illegal. What they did was put a strain on the economy.
Hold on,
no, that's Democrat shit.
Nigga, I'm gonna give you my fucking address. I-10, 36.
What does that mean, bro? I'm not going to Texas, bro.
No, nigga. I'm gonna make you.
No, man. This radio tough guy. This radio tough guy.
No, we ain't gotta do it. Hold on, we ain't gotta do that. We ain't gotta do
it. We ain't gotta do none of that.
Yeah, we ain't gotta do
Ass nigga.
Whoop your motherfucking ass.
Yo, we ain't gotta do it. Let me just say this.
No, man, we can do this right now, bitch.
Yo,
right now. I'm in California and Texas. I'm right now. Man,
so this is what I'm saying. What I'm trying to say is, we can be upset. Oh my God, nigga. We can be upset that there are immigrants.
Take your ass to I-10 and get a prostitute, relieve that nut, so you can fuck around and have a little bit, decorum.
No, nigga. What I should do is zip down my pants and pop up your wife.
Please. Yo,
what is going on? Yo, hold on. How we get from immigrants? Yo, this crazy.
Like, bro, you.
Yo, this crazy. Hold on.
The point. She holding my jacket and I whoop your ass, motherfucker.
Come on, Big J. Come on, my nigga.
Come on, nothing. Demand fucking respect, bitch. Don't you ever sit there. I'm having a
You've been to the
conversation.
penitentiary,
We
huh?
got Delta
How many
November
times you been in
talking.
jail, my nigga?
You got Delta November
my
talking.
nigga, bro. Like you tripping,
You got
bro. Come on,
Delta
man.
November
Okay,
talking.
so the
Get ready,
point that
SoCal.
I'm
know what
Get
that
trying to
means,
SoCal in the
bro.
chat room. You might want to
is
shut the fuck up. You
the
This nigga
point.
crazy.
motherfucking ass.
The
You might
point.
want to shut the fuck up too, bitch.
The point
Bro,
I'm trying to make
up,
is
bro.
that
Come on, big
I
man.
understand people being upset about the immigrants, but the larger problem is the federal government and what the fuck they're doing for these people to one be here in the way that they're treating these folks because they are the reason that these people is here.
What
So
you treat
being
me
mad
like
at the
that? Give me
people,
a
hold
5-star
on, I'm
hotel
still
and
talking.
cars
The
and
being
houses
upset.
and food stamp cards and
Oh my God!
$1,500 on
Oh my
it.
God! Oh my God! Oh
I
my
wish they
God! Oh
didn't
my
treat me
God! Oh
like
my God!
that.
Oh my God! Oh my God! What
Bro,
the
let her
fuck is
land her
wrong with
point.
I
Let
wish
her
they
you?
make her
treat me
point.
like that shit.
What is wrong with you?
Let her make her point. It's a bad point, bro. Let her make it. It's a horrible
Man,
point. Let her make it,
if
bro.
that's what I'm saying,
It's
man,
not a
shit.
Let her
horrible
make it.
point
Treat me like
because sitting
that.
up here
Uproot
talking
Let her
my
make
down
it.
on
family
people
and put me
that
somewhere
don't
in
have no
Minnesota
power don't make no
or
Bro, let
sense.
her
Chicago
make
Because
or
if you want to
Ohio.
rectify the
Give me
issue,
a
you got to deal and make people accountable that are responsible for dealing with the issue. The
and we gotta
issue
tell
is
the
the
whole
federal
truth too.
government. The federal government is the fucking problem. The federal government are the ones that let these folks in here, and the federal government are not the ones that's regulating this shit. That's where the issue lies. Those are the people with the power. Being mad at the
And who
folks
in
that don't
charge of the
got
federal
shit
government?
is fucking crazy. Like they can't do
Who
nothing
immigrant
about.
policies are
They
these?
can't do.
Bro,
They
please.
can't do anything
Let me have this
about the
conversation with her,
situation
though. 'Cause
that they are in. So like fucking with them is not gonna get us nowhere. Holding the government accountable for the shit that they are allowing to
Yeah,
happen is how
tell
you
them
fix
take
this
their
shit.
ass back. Hey,
right, so,
homeboy,
but look, bro,
this ain't
please,
your
bro, let me
hood.
have this conversation with her because that's an important point back to the point of shipping the migrants out of Texas, though, because that's how you hold the federal government accountable. And y'all don't want to deal with that because that was
No,
a Democrat fucking
the best.
president in office. Not
No,
now you
it's
want
Yep.
to cut me
no,
off.
it's not
That was
Taz.
a
No, it's
fucking
not Taz.
Democrat
Man,
president
y'all
in
gotta
office.
have some
Talk.
decorum.
And
Let them land
the
the
way
plane,
those
man.
That nigga
Republicans,
big
the
jazz.
way
He
those
calling nigga big
Republicans
jizz.
yeah, bro. The way those Republicans wanted to hold the Democrats accountable was shipping those migrants out of there. That is exactly how and why that happened. Can't ignore that, bro. That's a fact. That was the whole
I
point.
mean, okay. So two things to take away from that. You look at all the GDP of the places with the highest immigrants, and they're all doing really well, right? Chicago, California, Texas, right? And then you look at like Texas population total.
People are not doing well in
How
California,
are
bro.
black
I'm
people
sorry.
doing it?
Just
How
hear
are
me out.
black
Hear me out.
people
Hear
doing
me out. Hold on. We gotta pull it back now.
it? Like,
We gotta actually let people get their thoughts out because I want to have this conversation. So if you look at the size and population of Texas, bro, like the only place that probably could handle just sending a whole bunch of people on is places like California and stuff like that, bro. You know, little bitty Chicago couldn't handle no fucking busing, you know, from Texas. Like, come on, man. Like that wasn't a come on, man. Like that was all strategic for them to their economy to be thrown out of whack and for people like, Brownie
no,
who
it
might be
wasn't.
like a little bit like liberal minded
Hello?
at times to be like, no, they was getting free hotels. They was doing this. They was doing that. You're like, nah, man.
They
But yeah,
were.
so look, so I'm gonna pass the mic. Let's from
Hello?
like this
Why
point forward, let's let everybody talk. Let's let everybody talk.
But if you're gonna just sit there and lie, it's like are you unaware that they were getting them hotels in Chicago? Or maybe you're just unaware.
No, they have. So what happens, bro? Is just like when you have Hurricane Katrina and stuff like that in Texas, bro. They have money set aside for hotels. They don't own the hotels, bro. They get housed there, and them ain't the best. They not 5-star luxury hotel. This is what I try to wrap my mind around. The people who look at this stuff and envy it would not downgrade their life to receive these type of benefits.
Yeah, I don't. So again, that's not that question. What's that question is? Were migrants staying in 5-star hotels? Are you claiming there weren't? Because they were. They were looking for housing for them. They started building shit for them. They started paying hotels for them to stay there from Colorado to Chicago to New York. Like, what are you talking about?
But where's your proof that they were staying in? Where's your proof that?
Talking about, Taz? What he's talking about, Taz?
What you want? What you want the exact proof of? You want to see them staying in 5-star hotels?
Oh no,
That's what your claim was.
No,
Yeah,
but
no problem. I got you.
here's what you're not grasping, Taz. Right?
Yeah.
Is that some money is earmarked from the federal government to local government, right? And those earmarks cannot be touched unless there is a problem, right? And let's just use Chicago because all these niggas are popping mad about Chicago, right? So Brandon Johnson can only touch that money unless the federal government only can touch that money that the federal government gave him. So whenever there's an immigration problem, he has to give the hotels and all the housing to illegals because he's bound by federal law, and the United States is bound by
No, he's
the
not.
1940. Come on.
Hold on, you gotta let him finish, bro.
He's bound by the 1947 treaty of the OSA treaty. That was the Organization of American States treaty.
Okay, and so again, you're just making up shit.
I'm
what
not
they would be
making things up.
bound under in Chicago, if anything they're bound under in Chicago, it would be their sanctuary policy. Do me a favor and share my screen so I can make the first point. Like this is unbelievable that people need to be educated on this shit. But of course, these are people who don't come around me, so I ain't surprised that you don't know what you're talking about. I'm not surprised that you have no idea.
You don't know what you're talking about. You didn't speak your narrative.
Hold on, let him talk. Let him talk. Hold on, bro. Just make your point. Just make your point. Just make your point. Educate us.
It's right there. Do I need to? You want me to play it? Want me to play it for you?
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is your proof. I can't tell you how to present your proof.
To take ownership of a crisis, and we'll be there to help. But this belongs in the federal government.
Governor Hoke calling on President Biden to do.
Did you hear the governor say this is on the federal government? Did you hear that? I said, did you hear that? Okay.
Yes.
More to New York City as buses carrying asylum seekers keep arriving here from border states.
These are human beings. They don't need to be shipped all over. They have the dignity of a place over their heads while they're going through the asylum process.
Her remarks coming as Mayor Adams announced 200 families with children will be placed at Row NYC Hotel in Midtown. The luxury 4-star hotel in Hell's Kitchen is just off Times Square on 8,045th.
Anything else?
No, keep playing it. Keep playing it. I've seen this clip before. Keep playing it.
Yeah. We've seen this before. Go ahead.
We offered an array of legal and medical and social services. The children will also be enrolled in public school. The mayor has been scrambling to find housing for nearly 20,000 people. He opened more than 40 emergency shelters using hotels. Some Staten Island residents object to the community meeting because some migrants will be put up at a Comfort Inn there. The mayor insisting every borough must do its part. The New York Immigration Coalition executive director has been pushing the mayor to house people in buildings, not tents. The city is planning to about 500 single adults in tents on Randall's Island after the original Orchard Beach location flooded.
Using the Row Hotel is a great idea. It's something that we've been advocating for, and to use other facilities like the Row Hotel to really house our newest New Yorkers until they're able to get on their feet.
So 200 families will be brought here at first, but the building does have the capacity to house more families if necessary. The mayor hasn't said when they will be arriving.
Okay, so can you pause it? Okay, so let me ask you this. You're from Chicago, right?
Nah, my wife is.
So I thought your whole anecdotal perspective was Chicago immigrants, and you showed a video from New York.
Did they say Chicago? They did that shit in California.
And then hold on, and this is hold on. Let me say this.
New York and Chicago.
Hold on, I'm gonna pass it right back to you because I thought this was pretty intriguing. So you showed the video. You said this is basically proof of it, and then I guarantee, because I know my homie Deuce, I don't know where you stand on this. Deuce always tell me how you can't believe the news, but all of a sudden the news is y'all's proof. Like you can't make this up.
I do the news every day.
The news is just.
I do the news every
go ahead,
day.
Bro. I'll let you answer.
I do the news every day. Because okay, so for example, you can't trust what they're telling you, but the events are happening. You have to take their spin, but the event itself happened. What are you talking about?
happened,
Yes.
and it's not a accurate depiction of what happened because y'all want to run a narrative a certain fucking way. Them people ain't did shit to no goddamn body. All they did was exist.
Well,
The
take
Get
on,
United States went
resources.
into
You
their
know how many
country.
can
homeless
we just
people
The
in
deal with
fucking New
can
United
we just
York?
deal
States,
with the
fuck
point before we
they,
get to
the
Philly?
United
Can
States
we,
fuck them people
can we
countries
deal with the
up.
point before we get
The
to
United
Philly?
States go over there like they went over there and
I
kidnapped them
hate
big
showing
goddamn
proof and
people
people don't
president.
deal with
Like they
Philly.
do all kind of shit to these people and
So
think
keep
that
running
they
from that proof.
they just supposed to be fucked up because we went over there and fucked with their resources. Y'all worry
Well, they
about
This
some
put
was
them in
goddamn
before that.
hotels
welfare.
though.
This was before
Why
that.
was, why was they
Dr.
put them
Stone.
in luxury hotels though? Can we just
Roger,
acknowledge
Roger,
that though?
hold
No,
on,
Can
they
we
did. They
acknowledge
did.
the
No,
point?
in New York. In New York, yes, they were placed in
Dr.
hotels. In
All right,
California,
so now,
in
all right, so
Ohio,
now here's your next
Colorado.
challenge. So here go your next challenge, though. So in Chicago, they were going and building up schools that have been closed for years, opening them up to get them motherfuckers shelter.
Bro,
As people in
what,
Chicago been sleeping out in
bro,
the
what
cold
I'm
for
here,
years. You want to challenge me
bro.
on that too?
You're right,
You
So,
want
Tad.
to
bro,
challenge
You're
me on
right,
that
Tad.
too?
Hold on,
bro,
but Tad,
can you
you're
tell
right.
me
You're
why
right,
that's
Tad.
taken away from black people? Because what you're
No,
saying is
bro.
that's
Because
hurting
black
black
people
people.
sleep on the motherfucking
Yes.
streets every night.
All
Black
black
people been
people?
sleeping on the streets for years.
All black people?
The food disparity
What is
with
wrong with
black
these
people.
So
niggas?
y'all do
They didn't
know.
What
show.
is
So y'all
wrong
do
with
know
Hey,
that
no,
there's.
real
these
quick.
Listen, I
niggas?
don't. Y'all
Hey,
do know
they
that
didn't
people that
show.
look
They
like
didn't show
people
about the
that look
food
like
stamp
you
cards they
that
was giving them
identify
in the
and
fucking.
classify as black. They migrate too as well, right? Y'all understand that,
Yes,
right? And some of those black people got those hotels that y'all was talking about in New York
man.
too
You
as
remember
well,
when
right?
the Haitians? No, I remember when the
Hey,
Haitians come across the border. They was whipping them
hey.
niggas with one fucking whips and shit like
They
slaves.
was not whipping them.
Yeah,
That's
man, they
not
was on
true.
horses
It
and
wasn't
shit.
whips.
Wait, that was
It
in
wasn't
Texas.
whips.
Oh,
Oh, you can't
yeah, that's
make
what I'm
this up.
saying.
So
So the black
I
people,
do know what it was.
the black
No, there
immigrants
was
don't
roping
get
them.
that love.
No, that was
Anybody
rope.
who's non-black,
No, that was ropes. That was roping them.
man, get
That
the
wasn't
fuck out of
whipping them.
here, bro.
No.
So even if they
Hey,
was,
boxer.
go ahead.
What? Boxer, I'm sorry. We supposed to have a conversation, right?
Yeah.
Man, but don't lie, bro. Tomorrow, bro. It
I'm
don't give a
not
fuck what
lying, motherfucker,
it,
because
it
I
don't it don't it
You
don't matter. They
are
was whipping
lying
niggas
because
with
they was
branches.
not
lying.
whipping them.
No,
That's
He
not
ain't
true.
lying.
That's
He
not
ain't
You're
true.
lying.
obfuscating the
He's
point, bro.
not
The point
lying.
is they was
Why are
whipping
y'all
them
saying he
niggas.
lying? They were whipping him. What are you
No,
talking
No, they
about?
were not.
that was
Okay,
ropes. That was
so
ropes.
watch
That was
this.
no. Hold on.
Watch this. Let's show this proof. Let's show
Go ahead,
this
show it, Tad.
motherfucking proof. This is
Tad.
insane, man. Y'all niggas will say anything. Just to
No, I'm not
defend these
saying anything,
motherfucking
Tad.
immigrants, bro.
Like,
It don't
Bro,
matter. It don't matter
listen.
what they was
So hold
whipping
on,
them
share
niggas for. They
screen,
was whipping
please.
them niggas.
Share screen, please.
Before we show this, after you show the clip, can you connect the dots to why this is so horrible for the black community? And not all black people are homeless. Like we have a black middle
No,
class, right?
the point about
That
it is
doesn't need
when it comes
hotels, luxury
to,
hotels.
I'll tell you, bro. Because when
We
it
can
comes
do
to
that
black
before the clip.
causes and black people, there's no funds. We can't do this for y'all. We can't do this shit. But when they come, nigga, they get housing. Niggas ain't talking about the motherfucking EBT
They're
cards and
poor,
fucking.
bro. They're
No,
poor.
we're poor. Black people are
Who is
poor.
we? I'm doing
Man,
fine. I don't know. I can't speak for anybody
I'm
else on the
sorry,
panel.
bro. I'm sorry. If you
Deuce,
don't see the if you don't see the
you know what it's
condition of
like,
your
Deuce?
people,
Deuce, you know what it's
if you
like,
don't
bro?
see the condition
It's
of
like
your people, bro.
Deuce, it's like me buying stamps from somebody, bro. I buy stamps from people because I don't qualify. I don't envy those people who qualify because I would have to lower my cost of living in order to qualify for stamps. The people that y'all are envying are dirt fucking poor. They don't own the hotels; they're just being housed in them.
Nobody envies them. Why do you keep saying that? Like,
You talking about
why are
the
you saying
Then
that?
why
benefits
are we
they
having
get,
this
bro.
conversation?
The benefits they get over the
Okay, so
American people, over the
Let's see
black
the
people.
whipping because that's not true. They didn't get no goddamn whip. So but
Yeah,
go
them
ahead
niggas
and
was
show the
whipping them
Okay.
clip.
niggas, bro.
And white people get it more than
They
everybody.
were not whipping them. It was a fucking investigation. That y'all don't read for shit. Y'all just look
I
at shit
seen this
and run
shit
with it.
live on Twitter. I seen this
That's
shit. You
not
can't
a
tell me.
they're not
we didn't.
whipping
I seen
shit.
this shit. I
That's
don't
not
give
a
a fuck
whip.
what you saying.
That's not a whip.
What is it?
You
What is it?
swinging ropes at niggas trying to
Those
wrangle
are
niggas
horse
up. He
legs.
getting that's whipping. I don't give a
No,
fuck what
that's
you
not.
say.
No, you use
I don't give a
ropes
fuck what niggas saying.
to rope
Wait,
somebody.
that ain't
That's a rope.
Yeah.
That's not a whip.
because that might that might be even worse though. Wait, that might be even worse. So wait, let's be
Man.
clear. So when you say it's a rope, so you're saying they're trying to tie the rope around his neck?
No, okay. I used to work in the criminal justice system. Sometimes I use a rope on niggas. You have to rope them like a fucking
This is
cow and drag
defending them.
and hit them.
Yeah, I know, bro.
Like a cow?
Yeah,
Yeah,
this is
it's
the way
like
we defend
halftime
them.
motherfuckers and shit. They
no,
try to do the black people.
okay, a boxer.
The reins was for the horse. It wasn't for the people.
No, right.
Right.
And
That
you're
ain't a
chasing
whip,
these
my
niggas
G.
through the water.
You see,
That,
in the same,
that ain't a whip. That ain't a whip.
that's for horses,
That's
nigga.
a rein on the damn horse. Look at it.
It's a
Y'all
rein for
niggas
a
is
horse.
crazy.
And
It's a
so when
rein.
he swing, right? So when he swings it, you're telling me that's not a whip.
Okay.
Because I just showed you. No. Listen to the question, please. Listen to the question.
So y'all
There it is
too
right there.
much.
That's
Fire
what
for
he
that
has.
shit.
Man,
Y'all
I
ain't
know
trying
this
to
shit
learn.
hurts.
Fire for that.
I know it hurts. That's what he's holding in his hand right
It
there,
don't
right?
hurt. What hurts is that y'all
We
so
see
It
goddamn
don't hurt.
we
ignorant and
see
they can
him.
put anything
We see
on y'all
him
fucking
Look at that
mind
shit.
instead of y'all really
perspective
getting
right here.
educated.
Yo,
Y'all fall for
can I,
all the
Are
propaganda.
y'all
That's
that
let
what
me
hurts.
dumb?
let me say
Are
this. Let
y'all
me say
that
this
dumb?
because Bronny just pulled up. I want to let Bronny in, but let me
This
say
is
this.
what he's doing.
Hold on. Let me say
That's
this.
the
Let
whip,
me
and
say
that's
this
what he's
before I
doing
pass it to
with it.
Bronny. Let me
You
say
gotta
this
be
before I pass
kidding
it to
me.
Bronny. Let me say this
Yeah,
before I
that's
pass it to
all.
Bronny. So as far as the immigration goes, like I thought if y'all are not for immigrants, then why are we showing a picture of people from Texas treating immigrants really bad? I can't follow the flow of logic because it's
People.
all over
Because
the place.
right, that is easy, but I mean that's you. You sound like you're kind of slow. So the reason now we talking about these Haitian immigrants is because the Haitian immigrants are not these Hispanic immigrants who get welcomed right in, doors open.
Yeah.
The mother come right on in, Mr.
Okay,
Latino.
so what about the Haitian,
We're gonna build some
bro?
houses up for
Bro,
you. We're gonna
bro,
put y'all in luxury hotels.
you
Yeah,
do
I
realize,
do realize you don't listen.
Haitian
You
immigrants
do
were the
realize that's
people
why
that
you don't know what
received,
we're talking about because you're not
bro,
listening. You're not
you do
listening.
realize, that the people that receive hotels in New York were Haitians. They were immigrants, right? The shit you
They
were
were
Some of
complaining
them.
and whining about,
A
right?
small percentage of them.
You heard Haitians? That's what you heard in that clip?
They're immigrants.
Who this dumbass nigga think he talking to? They're not black immigrants. The whole reason for the Haitians.
I'm sorry, Gorilla Zoe gotta go backstage. I don't know who he think he talking to.
Right. Hold on. Hey, Ken, like you showed me share
I
the
put
article.
a new
I have.
link, and I put another link in the back chat that show a picture of
Okay.
what they was actually doing to them.
Right. So this is from the Texas
I seen the
Tribune.
video of the shit.
Hold on. This is from the Texas Tribune. I don't know why Taz want to show from Sky News. Sky News is an Australian news source. I don't know why he
Yeah,
did that.
they're less non-partial.
Anyway, the
They're
thing is,
less non-partial.
no. You know why? Sky News is owned by Rupert Murdoch, who also owns Fox News.
Damn, I just showed you a picture of them being struck.
No.
Big J, I just showed you a picture of them.
I know that's Taz, but you don't. Taz, when was the last time you?
But Big J, I can show you the picture of them being struck.
When was the last time you rode
seen
a
the
horse?
video of
Taz?
that shit.
When the last time you
J,
rode a horse?
It's a link in the back
I
chat
seen the
that
video
shows
of
what
this
they
shit.
was actually doing
Just like
because the reins was not
I know
used on
somebody
the
who was
people.
there.
Hey,
Now
can I
they
hear the
did
host voice
use the
right quick?
horses.
Can I hear the host
They
voice?
did.
I don't know who the host is for real.
They did use the horses to corral those people back to their river, but they didn't use the reins to
Right.
beat the
Sorry,
hell out of them.
I just need
I
to know who
seen
the
it,
host is.
I seen it.
If I was just talking
I
to the
seen
host
it.
like that, I wouldn't do that. If I was just talking to the host like that, I was talking to the panelists.
Well,
So
that's
who's
who
the
you was
host?
talking to. The boxing scholar is the host.
Yeah, the name don't mean shit. I
You're
need
not
to hear the voice.
mistaken.
His name is Steph Kiss or something like that. He got up there right now.
I just want to hear his voice though. Everybody else talking.
His name.
It's me, bro.
His
You
name.
good?
You know what?
Say it again. I don't. So okay, so the person I was talking to, that I was talking shit to. Okay, all right. No, ain't no disrespect, bro. I thought you was just a panelist, bro. I ain't here to disrespect your channel or no shit like that. You ain't eating up like that. I ain't here to do no
No,
shit
we
like
good.
that.
We just having a conversation, man. We good.
All right, no doubt.
Let me sit here and say this as somebody. I know a lot of you Negroes, y'all live in the inner city, right? But somebody who ride horses,
Inner city.
Yeah. You
Nigga,
live in
man.
Chicago. You live in New York. You live in Dallas. Y'all don't know shit about riding no goddamn horse. Now that
Fuck
is
a
called
horse,
a rein.
nigga. The
Shut the
fuck?
fuck up, dude. It's called a
I
rein.
got pavement on my street, not no fucking dirt road.
You goddamn right. And that dirt road feeds your black ass, nigga.
No, it
Because I do
don't.
ranch
Nigga, I'm
work and farm
California,
work,
nigga.
So shut the mighty fuck up. Because I ain't talking
Man,
to you.
this nigga crazy.
Yeah,
You
you damn
weenie
right I'm
ass
crazy,
nigga.
nigga.
But yeah, it was propaganda because they wasn't beating them with the fucking reins. Like
No,
that's
I seen the
stupid as
fucking paper.
hell.
Fuck that article. I seen the video.
You didn't
I know
see
somebody
no
who was
Show
there.
it then. We'll show it then.
Show the video then. Go get the video.
We'll show it then. So
I had
look,
to go to my
a
Twitter.
rein is used. Let me
No,
talk
we're
about
not going to
Man,
your Twitter.
a
You
rain
drop
was
that
used
in
to
the
whip them
back
niggas. Get the fuck out of here.
Hold on. A rein is used
To
to
whip
make a
them niggas.
sound. Hold on. A rein is used to make a sound to make the horse go. You either tap the horse with the rein or you make a whooping sound so the horse can go
Well,
forward.
those were niggas.
That's how you use a rein for. It's to move the horse around. That's what you do with a rein.
It's another
Bro, they had a
picture
video
in
of niggas
the
slinging that shit at them niggas,
Show
bro.
the video then, Deuce.
So
Show the
there's
video, Deuce.
I have to go to Twitter and all that shit.
I got an article.
I'm
I got an
on my phone.
Let's go to Twitter, the hellhole
Fuck
of
that.
social
Fuck
media.
that article, man.
So I got an
That's somebody's
article in the
narrative.
next with a
article that
what
has.
the fuck?
Fuck that article, man.
It's a
That article
picture
was talking
on
about
the
some shit.
article that shows what the man was doing to the people on the
Hey,
horse,
didn't them niggas get fired from that shit?
and it wasn't using no.
I think
Okay,
I'm pretty sure them officers got fired.
Report is a 511-page report. No, hold on, let me read you Shine Bones this shit. Let me read you Shines this shit.
Man, don't read no 500 report page to me.
Don't read like Benjamin Crump. Please don't.
Yeah. It determined in a 111-page report that no migrants were struck or denied their legal right to seek asylum in the United States. The goddamn report found that agents used unnecessary force in the decision to assist.
Hey, that Turtle Beach headphone ain't receiving all that goddamn,
I swear to
all
God.
that hollering you doing.
No, nigga. If you stop with your disrespect, I wouldn't be hollering, bitch.
This nigga
Big
crazy.
J, it's kind of understand. It's kind of important for you to understand something here, though. So here's where the problem comes in with what whoever that was talking to me, right? So I don't take the news and just dismiss it, right? So he thought he had a point, but he didn't. Now here's where we have a problem with you. You'll say that we ain't supposed to believe these people any other time when they put out a report trying to lie and say they didn't do something that we literally saw them do. So now you're going to tell me that you believe a report.
Well, produce the evidence that you saw them do. Where's the evidence?
No, ain't no fucking evidence.
I can show you a picture of them doing it. The whip is
You
on
didn't
his
show me a
body.
picture of them doing nothing. You showed a picture of a rain being moved. You didn't show a picture. You showed a picture of a rain being used. You didn't show nobody being whipped, sir. Now you got a video that shows the people being whipped. I'll be more than happy to take a look at it. But the excessive use of force that was used was them actually putting their hands on them people and dragging their ass around. They did not whip them people. That's propaganda and lies.
I've seen the video of them niggas whipping them niggas.
Okay, well, go get the video. Go get the video.
Then show
Get the video.
I
Go get the video. Like, don't just say you did the video. Then go get it.
Y'all believe these reports? I believe what I seen. And we'll see.
Yeah, you didn't see no video. You telling a fucking lie.
You can't
I just
tell
want
me
to
I see no video.
on the screen. Let's just deal with what it says on the screen. It says no migrants were struck. Can you switch over to my screen, please? If you're telling me no migrants were struck just based on this picture, that is a lie, Big J. That's what I'm asking you. That is a lie. It says none were struck, and this what y'all rolling with for real? You gotta be kidding me.
That's
None
what
were
I'm saying,
struck,
bro.
Big J. None were even struck.
I didn't see nobody struck.
Do you see
Yeah,
any?
I'm done after that. Yeah, you got it.
Yeah. Do you see any point of contact?
I don't see nobody, no point of contact.
Yes.
And then if you pick,
implied contact. I
so
see
that
implied
same man
contact.
is that same man. That same man is on the picture on the article that I put in the back tag. If you pick that up, you'll see where the X64s come from. It wasn't because they was being no fucking whip.
This is retarded, man. These niggas want to defend this bullshit. That's all.
Like, can you pull the article up that I put in the back tag?
We're looking at a photograph of it, though.
Can you pull the article up that I put in the back
Fuck
tag?
that article.
Please, box of silence.
Fuck that article, bro.
Let's try this one. Let's try
I'm
this
on my
one. Let's
phone.
try this.
I'm on my phone, Queen.
I mean, it's like y'all just don't want to be honest about these
Never
photographs,
mind.
man.
No, y'all don't want to be honest because I got a link back there that showed what actually happened, not propaganda and fucking lies. Like, I'm not gonna defend no motherfucking white people. See, that right there, that's not whipping. That's what they were doing to them. They didn't whip no fucking body.
That's
the
not
same
whipping
fucking
right there,
picture.
no. Right, that's not whipping. Right, I got you. This is with the whip in the other hand.
That's the horse. That's not the man.
With the whip in the other hand.
Where is
he didn't whip that man?
Where is the point of contact?
He didn't hit him.
No, because he's not whipping him. He's trying to yoke his ass up. And if the article could be picked up, then I would show it to you because he yoked his ass up by the collar of his shirt. And on that picture of the article that I got in the back tag, you won't see that. Like, y'all tell lies because y'all believe propaganda and bullshit.
I just want to be sure. Right, so I just want to be sure. So you're telling me that I'm spreading propaganda when I say this white man is about to whip this person. That's propaganda?
Yes. Yes.
No. You know what? Why won't you show Queen's evidence then?
Man, fuck her evidence, bro.
Evidence
fuck
of what?
You.
I don't got my phone. I would have to look it up myself. If she share her screen, I could.
On his cell phone.
These white people
So he can't show it. So I have to pull my computer up, and I think my computer
believe y'all defending that. That's crazy.
That's not
crazy,
dude.
So first of all, number one, I'm from Texas, and we ride motherfucking horses. So when I seen that shit, I had to go do my due diligence and make sure that ain't what the fuck it was, because I understand what the fuck's going on in this country when it comes to misinformation, and that shit's misinformation. Did they use excessive force? Yes, but it wasn't because they was whipping nobody. It was because they was joking their ass up and dragging their ass around. And if you actually go and look and see the rest of the goddamn photos, you will see that shit. But sitting up here talking about they was whipping people is a fucking lie. And bitch, you ain't showed that video yet, so shut the entire fuck up, because we asked you to get the video and you won't go and motherfucking get it. So the only thing that I can think is your ass sitting up here telling lies. You telling them motherfucking lies.
You got all the X on my phone
You the one said it. You Google it. And you put the link in the back and I'll look at it. You ain't gonna Google it because you a motherfucking lie.
I ain't put nothing in the back.
Boxer.
Because you a liar.
Hold on, Boxer.
How come you don't Google it real quick then?
I'm sorry. I gotta say it. How come Queen, Taz, myself are the only ones putting out showing y'all shit, but this nigga over here just keep yelling
Man,
black.
don't act about me, nigga. You's a buster, homie. If I was you, nigga, I'll break your ribs, nigga. You pussy ass, nigga.
That'll be the day, and I want you to try it.
I would, nigga.
And guess
one
what?
uppercut.
I mean, he got you his address, but you said you ain't going to take
I'll
it. So
break
why
your
you talking
ribs. I'm on my phone, so I'll log off real quick and go find the video.
I gave you where I was at. So now all of a sudden, man, you want to break my ribs? I told you where
I'm
I was
on my phone. All you got to do is go to another window and look for the video. And
what double
you
window?
ain't got to leave to do that. All you got to do is go up there and click.
I know.
To open another window.
You throw IT savvy, IT tech. I'm a novice. All you can do is just Google the video.
I'm telling you, I'm not Googling shit.
I don't want to take their word
I know, it's
for
cool.
it, though, Queen. That's what I'm saying. It's like you're willing to take their word for it. We not out there.
Absolutely.
So I'm looking at a white man riding around with this motherfucker.
I grew up riding horses.
But look,
I grew up right there.
but I'm not talking. I'm talking
Taz,
about
So,
racism. I'm
Believe
not talking
people
about
who lie to
riding
you.
horses.
That's crazy.
I'm talking about
Taz,
but I
racism.
grew up
I'm not talking
riding
about
horses,
riding
and
horses.
what I seen didn't look right. So I had to
Believe
go
people
look
who
and
lie
see.
to you.
But Taz, here is the thing, Taz. I used to agree with your line of thought that, oh man, the white man beat up on these Haitians, until I look further and I look at more photos, look at some footage, video footage, and the report. And then some of those people did not have marks that suggest that they were hit with
They
any
was hit.
So okay. So you
Listen,
guys are
but
caught
look,
up on.
bro.
Let me ask you a question real
Man,
quick.
please,
Real
bro,
quick.
please,
So
bro,
you guys
please.
are caught up on whether they got hit or not, whether or not they were actually trying to hit them.
Because the
They wasn't
reality
trying to
to
hit
them,
them. Not with the reins.
Man,
They was yoking them up. They was
but
grabbing
listen,
them by their
man.
toes.
understand
They
though.
was dragging their ass.
But listen,
They was doing
but
all of
listen
this shit
though.
on top of the horses, which was excessive force. But nobody beat
But
their ass with no fucking rein.
people
Like that's
come
So
not
you
across
true.
guys
the
talking
Rio
about.
Grande.
So
But
you
listen
guys
to what
talking
I'm
whether or
saying
not
though.
they hit them
People
with
come
the what?
across the Rio Grande every day like that. They're not treated that way. They're not surrounded on horseback and chased down and all of that type of shit. That only happened to them that way because they were
They are.
Haitians.
No, they
Hold
are, Taz.
on.
They're not.
No, hold on.
I used to live right there at the border. What are you
So do
talking
I,
about?
Taz. So do I, Taz. So do I.
Right.
And
But guess what, Taz?
also,
Your
people
people
didn't
Did you
come
live
suck.
on the
in and
Mexico side? Did you live on the Mexico
hold
side?
on.
Probably
Okay,
So
not.
I've been to Laredo. I've
no,
been
hold
around
on. They also didn't. They don't come in the border in groups of thousands. Okay, which is what the Haitians did. So you can't
Man, get the
compare those
fuck
two
out of
things. And
here.
I'm going to also say this.
here. You shut the fuck up.
I agree with you that they shouldn't be treated that way. But at the same time, we can't get fucking justice if we sitting up here running out for lies and fucking propaganda. The way they was mistreated was the way they were treated was wrong. It really was. But they wasn't fucking whipped with no reins. That's not what happened. All that dragging their ass by their shirt and yoking them up and all that other shit that they was doing to them, yes, that was out of fucking line.
But see,
But
this is what I'm
to
telling you
sit
though,
up here
Queen. I'm
and
not,
utilize
because I'm giving you
propaganda,
but Queen, no, listen, because I'm giving you the benefit of your I'm from Texas argument, right? I'm telling you, it's not propaganda for somebody like me who's watching him hold this in his hand. You can say it's not a whip. I'm not a cowboy. I'm not a horse person. For me, holding that in your hand that way is a weapon. You're showing that and displaying it as a weapon. That's not a way to hold it if you're not using it as a weapon against those people. So that's why I'm saying it's not just propaganda. It don't look right for someone who doesn't ride horses and shit. That shit look
but
crazy.
that's what propaganda does. It's supposed to give you an image. And I understand as a black person, that's some triggering shit to see. I'm not taking that from you. But I'm saying if we really want to deal with shit, we got to deal with shit factually. Like they were beat on, they were dragged, they were choked. They all that type of shit happened to them.
Right. And we not
They
out there to
wasn't
know
whipped.
if they were, but we not out there to know if they swung one of them motherfuckers at him. That is just something we can conclude. Why is that a crazy assumption that if they out there snatching him up by the neck, that they wouldn't swing that same thing that he holding in his hand? Why is that a crazy assumption?
Yeah, I mean, so if we gonna deal with assumptions or we gonna deal with the facts? Because if you
Right,
got
we're
hit
dealing
with
with
that
the
shit, you
facts.
should have a
Riding
welt
around,
on you.
they're riding
You should
around,
have
grabbing
open
you by the
skin.
neck.
You should be bleeding. You should have a bruise and you should have an injury on you that shows that you got whooped by that shit. And that didn't happen.
But we're
I'm
depending on
gonna say
them.
something, Taz. Let me say something, Taz. Have you ever been whooped, beat with a rein?
Hell yeah. Come
And it
on, bro.
hurts.
Stop with the stupid
Does
shit, bro.
it
Come
leaves
on,
a
it
mark?
hurts. Nigga, I ain't never been beat with no fucking rain. What are you talking about, bro? Come
No,
on,
I'm
man.
at. No, I thought we were having a serious conversation. Have you? Have not?
Well, you
Don't
wouldn't have
matter.
asked me that, bro. Like, I'd
No,
be locked up if a nigga would have beat me with a rain.
right.
The
Okay.
hell?
Okay. If you ever get hit with a rein, it leaves a punk ass mark on your ass. There's a big ass black, dark mark on your ass. So there is no signs of trauma on the body. That's the point I'm making.
Right, and we taking this from them. We believe in them and trust in them. We don't know them
I
Haitians, bro.
I believe in process of elimination. If I take 6 different stories, news reports, and there's some, and look at some photographs and look at photos of the bodies, people who was allegedly was whipped, and there's no marks on said body that's consisting of a whip or a horse rein. Therefore, I have to conclude it's bullshit. That's how I work.
I can agree.
And in this political environment, what journalist would not take the opportunity to take a picture of somebody's whip mark if they got hit with that shit?
Right.
And that's what I'm saying. I can agree to that extent that, okay, there's another layer of evidence needed to say that they were whipped. I got you on that. But when you say it's propaganda, you're implying that none of it happened. You're not even acknowledging that they out there on the goddamn horses.
Right.
When I say it's propaganda, I'm talking about the part where they say them people was whipped. That makes the story not have actual validity to it. That gives people a reason to dismiss the inhumane treatment that these people had because of the unreasonableness of that story. Like, if we gonna get justice, we gotta tell the fucking truth. That's propaganda. They put those pictures out there for people to think a certain way. That's propaganda.
Yeah, because that's what was happening, though. Like, that's what I say. The certain way we were supposed to think is that Haitian migrants are treated differently than Latino migrants. That's not just propaganda. That's a fact.
We were supposed to think that Haitian migrants was being treated like they was fucking slaves back in the goddamn 1600s and shit. That's what we were supposed to think.
And that's what was happening.
Okay, but Taz, I'm not denying what you're saying, right? I'm not denying that Haitians or any black migrant is treated harshly than that of Hispanics. That's not the argument. But I'm talking about on that day when that happened, it didn't happen. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. What we saw did happen though. And that's what I'm saying. What we saw was some crackers with some whips in their hands, and you're saying that you can guarantee that nobody hit anybody. And I'm saying racism should not even allow you to make that statement. I don't know how you going on the record for some white folks saying what they didn't do. That's crazy to me.
No, maybe because though I don't subscribe to your ideology, and you try me because I'm black, I'm supposed to subscribe to your ideology. Sorry, I'm independent.
It's not my racism. Wait, racism happening is my ideology?
No. That pro-black ideology you have, you think I'm supposed to think in lockstep.
Pro-black? Wait, no. This ain't nothing to do with pro-black. This is the reality. Those are black people, are they not?
I know.
They're not
like
black.
I said, like I said, yes, they're black. But guess. But you didn't. Understand what I said 5 minutes ago. I agree with you. Haitians and other black migrants are treated harshly than that of brown-skinned people. I agree with you on that. But what I'm saying, what happened on that very day, it didn't happen. That's the point. I'm talking about that
But
day.
you can't guarantee that is all I'm saying. You can't guarantee that. You're not out there. All we looking at is pictures of them snatching black people up. They got whips in hand. So either you're telling me that white people would never swing that whip at a black person, or I'm correct.
I'm not denying.
I'm trying to figure out what you're saying. I'm saying being as a white boy riding around with a whip in it, that day, that cracker had that whip in his hand. That day, he had it in his hand. That day.
That's the confine of my argument is what happened that very day. I'm not
right, but you weren't there.
I'm not talking about
you aren't there.
I'm talking about that very day in that very location. That's all.
We aren't there. All we can go off of is the pictures of white boys riding around with these whips looking like they using them as weapons. And you can't say that didn't happen. You're saying they didn't actually hit nobody, which means you trust them crackers. That's cool. I'm willing to give you that. You trust me. I don't.
I trust myself because I don't trust nobody. But I not trust my eyes. I trust.
You said they ain't do nothing.
I trust my own research.
Nah, bro, you jumped out
Now,
the
I
window
used
saying
to
they
agree.
ain't do nothing with them.
But Taz, I used to agree with you. I used to agree with you until I read look more into it. They didn't happen that day.
Yeah, that's
Hey.
crazy, bro.
So I'm sorry. I mean, I stand because I'm here. You know, I see these immigrants, these migrants and shit. So I'm just telling you, no, I don't. You know, no, that very day that that didn't happen.
Yeah, but you're not there to know that. You just believe the white man and what he said, which is cool. Like, I understand.
I mean, you not there to know whether they got hit. We not there to know that they didn't get hit. But I know there's no evidence that suggests that they got hit. If you got hit with that shit, you got
Oh
some
no, it's
marks on your
evidence.
ass.
It's evidence. It's evidence they got
No,
hit.
that's not evidence. What you see is somebody actively moving the rain. That's not evidence that they beat somebody ass with that shit. Evidence of them beating somebody ass with that shit is the actual mark being shown on the body. And
Yeah,
that never happened.
these
And now Haitian
these
came and
are
gave
Haitian
no interview.
refugees.
They
Yeah,
ain't gave no interview and said
wait,
he hit me.
when did
He's
they
right
start
here. They
interviewing
ain't do that
Haitians?
shit.
I
Wait,
got
so
the
they gonna interview the Haitian
Hey,
refugees? Like, are you serious?
Why would they not interview them if they got hit?
Nah, man, that
We
ain't how
talking
this
about
work.
our news story. They love
They don't
shit
even know
like
where these
that.
people
That shit would
going.
have been some
They
journalists would
couldn't.
have picked that shit up.
Yeah, you got to know where these people
Them just
going though. They
that's
don't know
just
where these
fact.
people at. They don't even know what happened to these people after that day, after that moment. You can't tell me where these people at today. Nobody know that. They might have shipped their ass out that same night. We don't know that. That's what I'm saying. I don't trust these white people like that. Like they could have, like they literally could have did these people fucked up.
I'm not talking about whether they're white or not. I'm talking about what's in the report.
Yeah, that's the problem though. We can't trust their
I'm
reports.
going by the report and I'm going by the process of elimination. That's it.
Right. And so when do you eliminate that white people do fucked up shit to black people? At what point are you eliminating
I'm
that?
not, bruh. We know that already. We know that. But
Right. So when is that gonna get factored
in the context of that what happened that day, I have to discount that because there's no evidence of beatings because there's no marks or bruises on the body.
Right. So where are they so we can inspect them? Because I ain't seen them to know that for myself. I need to see them with my own two eyes so I can inspect them. See what I'm saying? Like you going off what them white folks said. We don't know them Haitians, bro. Somebody beat the fuck out them Haitians and got them up out of here.
Hold on, bro. No, what you're not going to do is try and call me a coon.
I'm not, nigga. I ain't come on, Big J.
No,
Like
man,
God,
no, man. You trying to put your coon jacket on me, dude, bro.
Big J. If I'm gonna call you a coon, I'm gonna call you a coon, bro. This me. I understand
Okay.
why you think I'm saying, but I'm not. I'm just challenging what we saying. I'm not, bro. I just call you a coon. If that's what I was trying to do, bro, don't do that. Come on, bro.
Like I told you, I agree with you initially, right? But when it comes to reading and seeing the bodies, I don't see no marks on them. That's the point of a whip or a rein. There was no marks of whips and reins. That's the point I'm trying to make.
And that's that Texas done fucked y'all up. You and Queen got y'all thinking y'all can tell. Well, I ride horses, so I know better. That come on, fam. These some white folks with whips in their hands. We don't know what
So
they'll
I
do, bro.
understand what you were saying, and I am by no stretch of the imagination saying that these people did not get mistreated. I'm just not finna jump on the propaganda bandwagon because that's not how shit gets solved. You
Right,
want
but
shit
that's what,
solved, you got to deal with the facts, and the
and
facts
that's
do
why I'm
not
saying I wouldn't
demonstrate that
call
anybody
y'all
got
no
hit
coons
with
for
that
that.
fucking right. Like
I do
they got
respect. I do
mistreated.
respect.
That's a fact. I'm not saying that. Oh no, they didn't absolutely do nothing to them. No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying that the picture that was put out a false narrative about what the fuck is going on.
You know what? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because I'm I'm just a nigga with 2,000 subs, and nobody give a, and I got speech impediment, and
It's like, what the hell is you doing? You in a whole nother place. You stuck over there, bro. You somewhere else. Just boxing scholar channel. What are you doing?
No.
Yeah, we rocking out, bro. Don't do that,
What
bro.
I'm saying is, it doesn't matter because I'm always gonna be wrong, even though I can show you the entire goddamn evidence and shit. I'm always wrong because we know this is black social media.
So this not about you being wrong. This is Taz has a perspective, and his perspective is different than ours. It don't make you wrong.
Yeah, I'm just
Like,
challenging you a little
you
bit,
don't
bro. It
always
ain't
have
that,
to
bro.
be
You
right
gotta
or
chill.
wrong. That's like a problem. We can't have well thought out discussions because everybody feel like they got to be either right or wrong. Instead of just having a discussion, you're not gonna always agree with the other person, and that's okay. Like, have the discussion.
But it's not, and I'm really not geared at tasks like that. It's just geared at dumb niggas. Delta Novembers. You just want to, you try and say something. No, nigga, you don't know what you're talking about. And you give it a link. I don't care about that newspaper, what I got to say. I know what I'm talking about. It's bullshit like that. I'm tired of.
Well, that's what happens when you get on panels, and you got to separate where you are stationed at on YouTube when you go to different places. Because Boxing Scholar is not in that space. Boxing Scholar is in a different space. Now, people from that space come to Boxing Scholar because, unfortunately, he don't listen. But it's a different place. It's different people here. You can't be talking to this particular audience like you talk to the other audience. That's crazy.
Okay, when I first came in here, was I disrespected?
Yes, but that goes
Well
on
then, well
anytime.
then, well then, anybody who disrespected me, I'm going to war. Because I'm in my 40s. I had it up to here with niggas trying to disrespect, trying to be strong and wrong all the
Okay.
fucking time.
Well, you got it.
Thank you.
Okay, anywho, did anybody watch being Crump talk about this damn autopsy?
I'm gonna review it later. I ain't
Anybody?
seen it yet.
I was thoroughly pissed the fuck off. Okay. I want to go over there on his website and cuss him out for this shit because he just played in our face and wasted our goddamn time. I don't know what angle he was trying to pull with this shit, but I am thoroughly disgusted.
I mean, to me, I felt like, first of all, how is it possible to become a lawyer? You could barely read. Uh, I know he's an older man, but like,
Thank
it
you.
was a lot. It was a lot for me watching him like stumble over pretty simple words, and they just
Oh
should have got
man,
somebody else for it. If
it
he
ain't that.
needed readers, he listen. It was bad. I ain't even gonna hold you. It was bad.
That shit looked like a mystery show. I gotta keep it a beat. It looked like a mystery show. It was not okay.
Oh damn. Yeah, that don't sound good. Damn.
When you watch it, you're gonna know what I'm talking about, Taz. I feel like he should have had one finger, like taking it and dragging it across the page as he was reading off. That
You
would have
heard the
helped him
nigga
out
real
more.
life sounding like eulogy. You like, what the fuck? Now, this is a humiliation ritual. That's what I was thinking.
Oh my
Ben
god,
should
bro.
have that lady he had introduced the person that did the autopsy. He should have let her read the autopsy because
Now you got
that
an
shit was
echo,
extreme.
Queen.
Oh,
Scholar come back
did
and
you
now
let
you got
me?
an
Oh, he
echo.
let me up. Okay.
Y'all can hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, we
Do
do.
I still got an echo?
No, you
No.
good.
Yeah, he
We done
went down.
disagreed about the horseback ride and the whipping.
Huh?
How we feel about Nolan? Everybody on the same page with that?
Yeah, I guess.
What
What
you
you mean? Like on
What
what page
page?
though? Like
Right. You gotta define it.
I mean, what's y'all perspective? Y'all know my perspective. This is the one thing where I'm like, look, we just seen white people come out the woodworks like, oh no. They say everything but white lives matter whenever Carmelo Anthony unallowed that other dude. Now you know that the dude is the same age and it's the reverse. We ain't hearing none of them come out. They took their cape off. They took that little life jacket off. You know, the Baywatch, a little floaty device, and they don't want to talk about this stuff.
Yeah, but notice that some of the text messages and phone calls was deleted from phones.
I mean,
oh, absolutely.
Yeah. So here's the page I'm on, right? If something nefarious happened to him, you know what I'm saying? I'm behind anything we need to do to get family justice. And you know what I'm saying? March, protest, I'll do it myself. I'll go down myself and do it. Had no issue with none of that. I think though the greater issue that I see coming out of it is a discussion that is only halfway happening, and that's our relationship with white people. We only see a partial discussion about that, and I feel like a lot of people playing about it. They're not really saying it in a sense of being protective of our own or nothing like that. It's more so what they can get out of it. You know what I'm saying? And so I think seeing a lot of these young boys thinking that we in a post-racial climate, and then we take that story, look at it, and then as we're talking about it, we discuss it, knowing that we're not. At some point, I do think we gotta have that conversation that we're not.
Oh, bro, I think everybody on this panel, you know, age aside, you know, if they go on I wouldn't even feel comfortable on a trip with 3 other white people. I'm the only black person. If I walk in a room, bro, I swear to God, if I walk in a room and it's 99% white and I'm black, I'm leaving that room. I don't give a fuck if it's $1 million on the other side, bro. That sounds like a Illuminati party to me.
Right.
I somewhat agree. I don't go there that much. So
I think if you said what you said, like a bigger discussion needs to be is like how real we need to keep it with our kids, because we got them instincts, they don't have them. They're not getting indoctrinated right. I feel like, you know, we was indoctrinated because our parents grew up in a different time, but we're not passing it down to our kids. We're teaching them, you know, this old John Legend, we just ordinary people bullshit. And that's why they feel comfortable like on a trip like that. Like I said, that just the optics of that alone gives me the heebie-jeebies, regardless of knowing the result of what happened. Just the optics alone is like cringe, like what? So that's the biggest conversation I think that needs to be had is like, what do we tell our kids? Like, are we gonna tell our kids like, and black parents need to stop moving into these white neighborhoods? That's my opinion. Like, listen, as much as they try to, we talked about propaganda earlier, as much as they try to like weaponize the ghetto against us, I've never been robbed. Not saying it couldn't happen. I don't even know too many people that's been robbed, like they car window broken. But the people that I do know, it was in white neighborhoods.
white people are more violent than black people, but at the same time, right? What are you going to tell a person who's been born and raised there all their life? What you going to tell them to leave?
Yeah, that's what they do to ours. They tell them Big J like, hey,
I'm not going to leave a goddamn thing. I got my shit.
Understandable, but the elephant in the room is this, Big J. Like the way the system is designed, it takes our best, right? It takes the doctors, the lawyers. It makes them not the one to live in the vicinity of us. So they take our best, and then when our best move into their neighborhoods, they're met with resistance because they don't really want them there. They just don't want them in our neighborhoods.
They kill them.
Well,
or they just
I don't know if that's completely fair, Scholar, because you just had Deacon Dave up here tell you he didn't never experience racism in his entire life.
Right.
And he's lived around white
and I didn't want to
his entire
discredit.
life.
I don't. You know I'm respectful. I don't believe in discrediting people's experience, but that's anecdotal and like 1% of the population.
That's crazy.
So, unfortunately for myself, I currently live in the midst of the white folk. Okay. And I am definitely not happy about this shit because I grew up in a black bubble and all I know is all black everything. And my children have to go to school with these kids. And I do not let them go out this door without them understanding who they are in this country and the dangers that are ever present. Whether they experience this shit or not, I'd be less than a black mother to not educate my children and let them know that there are possible dangers out here, especially my son. It's like if you see them little boys doing some shit, it's some shit that they can do that you better not do it, because you'll get fucked up way more than they ever would. And it's got to do because of your color of your skin. And I don't like to have this conversation with you, but I have to have this conversation with you. And what's so sad about it is he was not receptive. And it was crazy because I was just having this conversation with him again because he's 16 years old and he want to go gallivanting around the land and all of this stuff. And he was like, "Oh, are you stereotyping my friends?" I was like, "Bro, what the hell? Like, all the stuff that I've shown you growing up, you think this shit's not real?" And it just so happened that literally 3 days after I had this conversation with him yet again, Nolan happened. So instead of me talking to him, I just told him, I said, "Do you know who Nolan Wells is?" And he said, "No." I said, "Go look him up and then come back and talk to me." And that is what gave him the reality check that he needed to understand that the world is not as safe as you think it is. And we don't want to have those conversations with our children. I didn't want to have a conversation with him about that situation. I didn't want to have a conversation with him about how to deal with the police. It's a whole bunch of shit. It hurts me as a parent to have with my child. But I would rather them know and take steps to make sure they are protected and safe than to send them out here thinking that the world is going to treat them, or this country is going to treat them like they are human beings, knowing that it's a large demographic of people out here that don't see us as human. Like, we have to have that conversation if we want to keep our babies safe.
That's a fact.
Mm-hmm. Now, I got a question for you, Queen. As somebody with teenage kids, like I was talking to some teenagers. I mentioned this before, early 20s into teenagers, and they basically were saying that the older generations, are keeping racism going. That they truly do believe that they are in a post-racial world, and it's like these things that are happening with Nolan are rare. Like, I got argued down by some kids telling me basically like, "Nah, it's y'all. Y'all think everything's about race when it's not." And I'm like, "What do you mean? Like, how do y'all even? How is that even possible? That you
know,
that you see?"
Like I was telling you with my son, I had to show him a real world example. And it's not just mine. I work with teenagers as well. And so I use my social media to put it in their face. Like, it's so many different stories every fucking day that they never get to see and they never hear. But when they come across my social media, it's boom, 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 boom. And they like, this stuff is really going on. And I'm like, yeah, this is the world that we live in. So even we got a young guy. This is his first real job. And he asked me a lot of questions. He's 21 years old and he's a white dude. And he's like, even in our job, he's like, "So I noticed this incident happened and it looked funny to me. Am I right in what I'm thinking?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And he's like, he asked me about the way I navigate certain situations. Did you do that? Did that have to do with the fact that you are Black? And sometimes it is. And when it is, I let him know that, because they don't know. And we currently got all this information that's running around talking about it's post-racial America. Everybody got opportunities. And the racism is so subtle now. It's easy to miss if you're not paying attention, if you ain't have nobody to educate you. So I try to reach them where they at. They like social media. They grew up in the age of the internet. I use the internet to educate them. And that's the best you can do. If they don't accept it that way, then they got to learn by lived experiences. You know, my children, they had no problems until they got to junior high. And then around Black History Month and stuff like that, then they start playing with the N-word and stuff like that. And so I've had to go up there to the school and have conversations with the principal. Even had these people the assistant principal told me one year, because there was some shit going on I didn't like. And she said, "I'm so glad y'all are here because it's so white. They just don't know." I'm like, "Well, we ain't your goddamn test dummy. Like, that's not okay." She's like, "I know it's not okay, but it opens the door for us to give them education that we wouldn't otherwise be able to give them. So it's a lot being black in this country, and people that act like it's not. I don't know how they sleep at night living in that particular existence. But damn, did I put everybody to sleep? Where y'all go?
No, I'm listening. I'm listening what you're saying. I mean, I'm just saying.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. I worry about my children every time they leave the house. I worry about them when I'm at work. I'm just worried because, like I said, I ain't grow up around white folks like this. So this a bit odd for me. So it's a bit strange. And I don't just be willy-nilly, oh yeah, white people are my friend, because now you motherfuckers is dangerous. And I like myself, and I want to keep myself safe and my folks safe and all of the things. But I don't want them to feel afraid. I just want them to be aware. So I tell them, like, if you got the slightest inkling that something ain't right, then
leave.
Pick up your phone and call me and let me know. Or get away and call me and I will come get you. Because I can't stop them from living. I can't stop them from growing up. But at least they can be more vigilant when they out so they don't fall into situations like some of these children got into, you know?
Yeah, and you got to make sure that they respect you.
Make sure that what?
Make sure that they respect you. I mean, white people. You got to make sure, you got to set up boundaries. Make sure they respect you.
I don't play with nobody.
That's how though you establish things. You got to let them know, right? Because for me, I'm pro Second Amendment. Okay. Yes, I live in a white area. I'm very pro Second Amendment. You gotta let them know. So you can tell who is respectful to you and those who are not, and cancel the people who are not.
So. Yeah, and I don't play make white people comfortable games. I don't do that either. Like, if you ask me something, I'm gonna be direct and tell you what it is, what I feel, how I think. Like, I told the principal, I told him, I said, let me tell you something. This place is so white. Okay, I'm a little freaked out. I'm gonna be honest with you. This shit terrifies the hell out of me. I said, but one thing I'm not going to be able to do is sit up here and play racial games with anybody at this school, especially as it pertains to my children. And I said, as far as this N-word stuff that's going on, I said, I'm going to tell you right now what I told my son. I told my son, if somebody come in his face and call him that, he got every right to punch them in their shit. And if he knock their fucking teeth out, it is what it is. He won't be in trouble with me. We'll deal with whatever the consequences the school got to have. I said, but you won't let nobody sit up there and disrespect you like that. And the principal said I wouldn't suspend him for punching somebody in their mouth, for calling him out of his name that way. So Deacon Dave is backstage, Scholar. Scholar done fell off the panel. Deacon Dave, you gotta wait. Scholar is done fell off. I'm sure he'll be back.
He'll be back. We don't even have a way to bring you back up here either.
Well, like Moo, why won't you respect violence, mental and physical?
I mean, just like BJ said, I'm from Texas. We bust guns, bitch.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I don't know why people acting like, man, oh, Big J, man, you on some coon shit. because you live around white people shit. Man, you don't know shit.
I mean, I'm out here in the sticks as well. Shit, and I got all my artillery. If somebody want to fucking play, I stay strapped. Like I'm not playing them games, concealed and non-concealed. We not playing no motherfucking games. Like, now I don't got time for that. I can defend myself, but that's not my goal. My goal is to live peacefully amongst all human beings, but don't play with me.
Thank God I live in a constitutional carry state, which means I don't need a gun license. But I do have mixed feelings about constitutional carry. But I think you should have a gun license. But yeah, I don't, but so I'm just saying. So you got make niggas respect you.
I don't know. I don't know how people like. Do y'all remember the story of Bo Jackson?
Bo Jackson? No.
So Bo Jackson, I think he was 16 years old, and Bo was a biracial black boy. His mama was white, and she was a single mother. And she never educated him on the fact that he was black in America. So he went outside playing with the rest of the white kids that he was friends with. And they was playing, what's that, Ding Dong Ditch. We call it Nigga Knock. They was playing that. And they knocked on this old white man's door. And he came outside and he shot and killed Bo, because he was the only black child that he saw out there. He lost his life because his mama didn't tell him, you cannot do the things that your white peers do. Now, the old ass man went to jail for shooting that boy, but at the end of the day, he no longer had his life. And it was just because he was being a kid like everybody else. Like I told my son, if you see them doing, I was like, and we got cultural differences. They like to play grab ass and shit. I was like, look, let me see some of them boys like to touch on each other and shit. Like, don't you fucking let them touch you. It was like, I see them do that. I said, well, don't let them do that shit with you. They touch you, you tell them to keep their motherfucking hands off of you. Okay? I said, you have to put your hands on somebody about that shit. Don't let them play with you like that. Say number two, if you see them doing something they ain't got no business, like, you move the fuck around. Well, one day he was hanging out. They decided they wanted to hang out with him. He goes to the store, get him some snacks or whatever the hell. And one of them little boys was in there motherfucker stealing. Because my child had been going in there purchasing things and buying shit for a while, and they already knew who he was. He didn't get caught up in this shit. The little boy that was doing it is the one that got it. So not always do it turn out to be something disastrous, but I still gotta let them know. Don't get your ass in no situation that could lead to something terrible happening to you, because it is some people that don't like you just because of the color of your skin. It's not an easy conversation to have. It's so hard to not go into tears, to sit up here and have to tell your children that unfortunately the country ain't gonna see you like they see them. That's not all of them, but it's presence enough. Like, it is places where you got people is walking around with fucking hoods on in the daylight. That damn Asian man just set a cross on fire. Like, Greg, they still fucking playing with us. Talk about it's post-racial America. Look, you can't let your children sit up here and believe that type of shit. Because letting these children believe stuff like this, it helps them to erode all the progress that we have made, i.e., the tearing and destruction of the Voting Rights Act. If your children don't know history when they become adults, they're not gonna know what the hell they supposed to be doing to make sure we stay in the positions and continue to thrive in this country. Like we got to have these uncomfortable conversations. He said we definitely call it D Dog.
Yeah. I didn't want to interrupt you, but we definitely. When I heard somebody say that last year, I was like, "What?" I was appalled. I had never heard nigga knock before in my life, and it was a white person who said it. So like, I forget, it was on like some court case or something, and then it got reviewed by black people who were from the South too, and they were saying, "Yeah, that's what we call it." I said, "I ain't never heard that in my life," and I got family in Tennessee, I got family in Mississippi, I got family in Florida. Go down there and visit them. I never heard that term. I was like, what? Y'all just be, and to let white people just openly say it like no big deal. Oh yeah, we call it nigga knock. I was like, what? What's happening here?
Yep. That's what it's called themselves.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know why it's called that, but that's what it was called.
Man, I was ready to argue somebody down over that until I was corrected by black people. I was like, oh, okay. All right.
18 letter, Deacon Dave, all of y'all. Scholar fell off the panel. Y'all gotta wait till he come back for him to let y'all up. Cause he ain't get nobody no controls.
Who's in the back?
18 said he tried to come up.
I'm just watching them in the chat. So Deacon Dave had said let him up, and now who is that? 18 letter. He said he wanted to come up.
Okay.
You never heard that term before? Well, I don't know what to tell y'all. That's what we call it down south. We don't necessarily find it offensive, but then again, maybe we don't know. We should find it offensive. So there's that.
You know, I heard stories of Nick and knock, but I never experienced it or seen it.
You ain't never played?
No.
You ain't never knocked on somebody's door and ran away?
No.
Oh wow.
I did when I was little. I'm glad I never got shot for it, but we was in our own neighborhood, so
right.
Right. See, like I don't play with folks like that.
Even when I was a kid, we ain't know no better.
Yeah, I mean, even when I was a kid, I never did do some shit like that. One time I'm gonna knock on the door if I'm on some. It was Halloween or some shit, and I'm trick or treating. I don't do no shit like that.
I did it a couple of times, and after my mama got through cussing my ass out, I ain't never do it again.
Right. Big J, you have a cow tip?
Huh? Cow tip? No.
Yeah.
No.
All right. I'm just checking. There's a litmus test. You never did ding dong ditch. I'm calling it ding dong ditch because that's how I know it. You never did that, but you cow tip. I was gonna say something, but no. All right, whatever. So yeah, I wish, dang, they left, and I wanted to ask Taz's opinion before he got up out of here about the whole the question Scholar asked about justice. About Big J, were you here to answer that question? Do you think that there'll be any justice for Nolan?
No.
After this second autopsy and what we saw today from Ben?
After seeing what Ben done? No.
Yeah.
No.
Why do you say no?
Because of Ben, Crump being there. I mean, it's an I'm sorry. You have somebody supposed to represent you, and it's just I don't see no justice coming. But hey, my mind can change.
Well, I don't want to be around white people that bad, Scholar. And Scholar, you need to let people on the panel. They like let us up. Anyway, I just have to live here for now. Otherwise, I will be somewhere where it's more people that look like me. Cause this shit weird. But I don't think Nolan gonna get any type of justice. I don't think them parents gonna get any closure because that shit being Crump did. Ben Crump need his ass whooped. Like, I don't even. What was the purpose? What was the point? Like, why?
I mean, to me, it seemed like a lot of posturing. To be honest, it was ways to have your face out there and attached to this case, because this case is kind of, viral right now. And I even the pastor, that's why when Scholar played that part about them, doing a prayer at the end, I was getting so irritated. I was pissed off. It was just, you was doing too much. It was doing too much.
Ridiculous too. I was like, what the fuck is this? It looked like a big old spectacle, like a whole minstrel show. Like, what is
it was
this?
minstrel showing. It was.
And that's why, and that's why I said though he's not going to get any justice based on who's sitting right there. Like just like what the Kamala Anthony what's it called, the appeal, right? Seeing Benjamin Crump's name up in there on that appeal process, I just like, oh my God, this is going, I just put my head in my hands, like, goddamn.
But you know what? I got a legit question, Big J, and I don't want you to get mad at me. And when Scholar get his butt back up here, I'm gonna ask him too. As much as the Ben Crumps and the Jesse, what's his name? Jesse Jackson, even though he's dead now, and the Al Sharptons get under our skin because they like black ambulance chasers, right? As much as they get under our skin, why is it that we leave it to people like them to go do that work? Why aren't other men, better men, more qualified men who can do this with the right reasons? Why aren't they doing it? Why are we leaving it to like the scummiest kind of people?
I'll tell you why, and people are going to get pissed off at me. I know Queen will, because of the black church. I'm going to tell you why.
Huh?
Okay, we always pick our leadership from pastors. We always pick our leadership.
Ben Crump was a pastor?
No, but he.
Ben Crump ain't no damn pastor.
Hold on. I want y'all to hear me out. I'm gonna tell you why.
Okay.
Because the last thing y'all said, he did all that prayer.
Oh, I got it.
Like he did all
My
that
bad.
praying.
Keep going, y'all. I gotta step away for a second. Is he back? Okay, good. He let Deacon Dave up. I'll be right back, but y'all got it for a second, please.
Yeah. See. I blame the black church for picking the leaders. If you have somebody like Lee Mariv, who's an attorney in Houston, he used to take up cases. He takes up cases in case of black people get killed or whatever. He's always around. He's out of Houston. Lee Mayor. People like that. But people like him are not even promoted because he's not part of that classic civil rights. I'm from the black church archetype. So because we all that's what I think was what the source of the problem is. We never want to seek leadership outside of our classic tradition. So like that's what I believe it is. Because there's so many good attorneys, so many good activists. They're not being promoted. They're not being sought after.
So these people get promoted because they get attached to these high profile cases. Ben Crump being on Carmelo Anthony's appeal is pro bono. He's not getting paid for this. He'll get paid when they find any civil rights violations. Same so with Nolan. He ain't getting paid for this. He get paid if there are any civil rights violations. If he is able to find civil rights violations and sue, that's how they make their money. And if he's able to sue these people and get their money, then that's how he gets their recognition. He also was the president of the National Bar Association. He got the Thurgood Marshall Award from the NAACP. And the law school in Florida, they named they college, they school of law after him. So I mean, he got reasons for why he got the accolades that he does, but like this was ridiculous. Like I don't know what the hell he thought was going to come from this, because I don't see nothing good coming from this nonsense. This is a bunch of nonsense.
I mean, it's so sad that I'd rather have Candace Matthews over there before I have Benjamin Crump. I'd rather have Quantel X over there instead of Benjamin Crump at this point.
I know Benjamin should have got somebody up there to read that autopsy, and it shouldn't have been him.
Listen,
Okay,
I couldn't listen to more than 2 minutes. I clicked off.
that was so terrible.
I couldn't listen to more than two minutes of that. I clicked off. I said, "The hell with this! I'm done."
All right, Candy, you say you had a question for me, sister. I finally found a backup phone.
She asked, "Did you think that Nolan would get any justice after what Ben Crump did today?"
No,
Oh yeah.
that was specifically for Big J and Taz. My question to
Oh, my
Scholar
bad.
is, and I'm sorry, I'm gonna be jumping back and forth. My question to Scholar is, if we are all in agreement that Ben Crump is a bit of a black ambulance chaser, or like Scammy, and like the Jesse Jacksons, the Al Sharptons, these people who we really don't have a whole lot of faith in for real. If we feel that way about these individuals, why aren't better men, more qualified men, the capable men who can do this, why aren't they stepping up to the plate to take on this position instead of leaving it to the scammers?
Because they see no reward in it. They don't see any type of reward, any type of benefit in it.
Is that 18?
Yeah, that's me. What's up, Ken?
Hey, 18.
See, we gotta ask ourselves too in our community, because we'll call certain people coons and people that sell us out, and that's rightfully so. But we gotta ask ourselves: is it more beneficial being a coon, or is it more beneficial riding for the cause? And in this day and age, when you stand back and look at it, it's more beneficial being a coon, even with other races of people. But we get shit twisted is that because no different than any other group of people, we have messed up people in our community. We got evil people in our community, no different than anybody else. But the thing is, we think people unify based off the love of their people. And that's not the case. People unify based off of the resources and what they can get. And in our community, other black people can't get any resources from black folks. And then on top of that, you're stuck in between a rock and a hard place, because that leaves you susceptible to a lot of con artists, different people within our community, because they can't go and they can't hustle other people like that because they stand out for being black. So what they do is they take practices that they learn from other groups of people, and they do it on their own people. They do it on us. That's i.e. the grifters and everybody else. You got people online that don't mind giving black people misinformation that they know that might mislead them to make wrong decisions in their life, because they thinking about $1. So we gotta take a real deep thought and look at what's going on. It's cool to be spiritual. It's cool for all of that. When you look at all of these other groups, they not operating off of spirituality. They operating off of the dollar, the resources, and what they can get from their own people. And I think a lot of the times too, we're more moved by the spiritual, being spiritual. We're more moved by words and everything else, more so than action. So that plays a big part in it.
Well, I'm gonna get on going, so I gotta go to sleep.
Hold on, before you go.
I got a political meeting. I gotta go to a political meeting in a minute. What's going on?
Well, my question is: you moved to a white neighborhood.
I never moved to a white neighborhood.
Okay, not you then, but Queen for sure. Why?
So, my husband was in the military in Washington State, and it's a predominantly white state, and so there's nothing I can do about that.
Okay, that's cool. That's cool.
No, I've been here all my life, and I inherited my shit.
Hey, respect to that too. There's nothing wrong with that.
And why you want to inquire on that?
No, I'm just saying it'd be a totally different story if you decided to move somewhere and have these conversations. You know, I was just going to see if that was the
I, no
case.
way, shape, form, or fashion want to live around a bunch of white folks.
See, but I don't have no problem. I don't have no problem. So, it's not my argument. It's not my argument. So I want to know why. So Dave, Deacon Dave, are you suggesting that we're trying to race war, or are you trying to apply that on me? That I'm afraid of the fight?
See, for me, because A doesn't work, B is the answer. That's not the way I operate. I ask just one question, just to see what the answer was, and I don't have to have any further questions. I just ask.
Because I asked because you said something earlier in the chat room. I don't know if it's on Candy Cane's chat room or Bob's chat room. Yet you were saying something to the fact that we were scared of white folks or
No, I said the one comment I did leave was teaching racism. But I didn't say scared of white folks.
Okay, but who on here teaching racism?
You have to prep your children to survive, no matter if it's race related or just environment. You teach them some type of street smart, street knowledge, anything like that. If you have to teach them about white folks, then you have to teach them racism. Am I wrong?
I don't think showing my eyes on the prize is teaching them. I think that's teaching them history. I think that's teaching them race relations in this country. I don't think that's teaching them racism. Racism is you hate a demographic of people and you want to stop those people from having abundance of life. That's racism. Teaching them that this is the history of this country and these are the perceived dangers that you could possibly face is not teaching them racism.
I mean, if it's all-encompassing term, sure. I mean, it's not necessarily racism, but to definitely be hypersensitive to one demographic of people is kind of implied, right?
Yeah, because they should be sensitive around those people, especially if they're the only one around those people.
Right. So there's no argument.
I don't think you have to be hypersensitive. You just have to be aware.
Yeah, you got to definitely teach them the history. You don't teach them fear, anything like that, but you have to even be aware enough to teach them the history. Because most black folks ain't even aware.
Nothing you saying.
Hold on.
I can hear.
Can you understand me now?
Yeah.
You hear me?
We hear you now.
Okay. Most black people are not even aware on what's going on enough to even teach their kids how to prepare. Because if you living on an everyday, day-to-day basis just trying to make it, a lot of people ain't teaching their kids a damn thing. A lot of people are not. That's why we're seeing kids remain stagnant. And that usually has to be taught at a young age. You got to sit them down in front of that TV and watch movies like Rosewood with them. Watch movies like Panther in '95 with them. Watch movies like the Malcolm X with them. Give them an incentive to want to learn their own, to want to learn about their history. Like I used to do with my nephew. I'm gonna give you this book I want you to read on the Black Panthers. You see this? This is $100. My nephew was like 8, 9 years old. Read this book and give me a synopsis on the stuff that you read. And then you're gonna get the money. Matter of fact, here, I give you half here and you get the other half after you read the book. Now, if you ain't read the book, you ain't getting it. You have to do things like that. You have to be aware to instill that in your child, because a lot of these children today, pride is something that has to be instilled. Just like racism is something that is taught and instilled. When you see these kids having white pride, that's something that what do they do? What do kids do? They repeat what they heard from their parents. We was all repeating what we heard from our parents at school or grown-ups around us.
May I interject something, right? 18. I don't think movies should be the foundation. I think family reunions. I think that's more.
They're not gonna talk about racism at the family
Oh,
reunion. People playing dominoes.
hold on. I'm gonna tell you why. Because if you got family tree, and you talk to them elders, and I still got grandparents still here, right? You talk to them, that tell you a lot of things, and a lot of things that I think people are so far removed from their grandparents and their great grandparents that they're not having this type of conversation. Because they will tell you, man, your aunt was born in this room right here, and we had to, because though we couldn't go to the doctor, we had to go two counties over to have, because it was segregated here. All them type of those type of discussions. That's what I believe is not being
I mean,
brought
but
down
like
so far away from
it's
our grandparents.
it's
Go ahead.
sources, it's books, it's literature,
Mhm.
it's things out here that can educate. The thing is, the parents are not educating the children.
Right.
Hell, a lot of them ain't educated themselves, and it's a lot of stuff that you will never find out in any school, not even in college. Like you got to go look for some of this stuff on your own.
It's like that time. It's like that time I was researching on my great grandpa. Um, the shit that they done to him, right? It was nothing really, wasn't violent per se, but they tried to fuck him over. And I talked to my grandmother the other day. She talking about her daddy. Um, they were trying to fuck him over in 1946. And it didn't happen, and I'm not far from where it happened at. So I'm just saying that I think people need to talk to their grandparents more. If they're still here, talk to them and gain information from them. Because for me, though, I'm
You
writing
know
a
what?
book. For
You know
me, I'm
what?
writing. Go ahead, Chantel.
I was just gonna say, my husband's grandfather, they grew up in Mississippi, and he worked as a machinist at a like they had factories back in the day or whatever. That's where a lot of people would work, and they were on some sort of strike or something, and he crossed the line. I got 6 kids at home and a pregnant wife. I got to go to work. And they threw him in a machine and unalived him.
Wow, are you kidding me?
I'm not kidding you. It brings tears to my eyes right now. So, and then silenced his grandmother. Because Mississippi listen, I live in Texas. Is this type of stuff to me is not very far removed. We feel like we're removed from it, but we're not. We have progressed. I'm not going to deny that. We definitely have progressed where it used to be very overt. Now it's more or less covert until that crazy man got in the White House. But my point is, that wasn't too long ago. You know what I'm saying? So it's just, they threw him in that machine, unalived him, and then was like, you better not bring a lawsuit. You better not do anything. They did give her money because now she's a widow, and she doesn't have kids, but you better not bring a lawsuit. You better not go to the police. You better not do anything. And so what could she do? You know what I mean? And to me, like when I watch this, y'all are on a 7-hour live, so I didn't know y'all was on here all this time, but y'all probably have said a lot about the autopsy and everything that's happened with Nolan Wells, but it just, it makes me sad, to see this and see the cover up, because that's exactly what happened to his grandfather. You better not say anything. How dare you have the audacity to ask us any questions? How dare you have the audacity to want to have actual answers? How dare you have the audacity to want us to question anybody? Exactly what's happening in this case, in the sense of, and from the perspective of, nothing to see here. There nothing, something else happened and we're just going to leave it at that, is what's happening right here, right now. What, 50 years later? It's crazy to me How is that? How something like that could still be happening in 2026, and they really expect us to just be like, oh, okay, yeah, we're not gonna make any questions, and then if you do question it, then we're just gonna say, well, there was no foul play, there was nothing really, he drowned. We don't, and then be mad at us because we want to investigate and want answers. And I'm a person sitting here like, this is not okay, which I'm sure everybody on the panel, I'm assuming, I shouldn't assume, but I'm assuming everybody on the panel, feels very similar of like, what the hell? Something doesn't add up here. I'm just saying, I know from where I sit in the state that I sit in, it's very covert now, but it's certainly still going on. And Mississippi is one of those states.
Yes.
Down from the governor, saying nothing to see here. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm like, you right. Down, and I think a lot of black folk not used to being down south in the deep south. And that stuff is still going on. Like Louisiana had still had people enslaved as late as
2008. Yes.
This man was a whole slave in these folks' house and didn't even realize that he was free in 2008.
Yeah,
and it's stuff like that that's still going on down there in the deep south. And I think a lot of folks that migrated away from there, and they live away from this type of stuff, and it's not necessarily in their face because, like she said, it is very subtle. They will fall into the trap of, oh yes, this is post-racial America. Okay, you play with it if you want to.
Not even. And that's why I say it's covert now. When that man got in the White House, and people kind of felt like, I don't have to hide anymore, or I don't have to hide as much. I can do what the hell I want. I can say what the hell I want. But for some years, people were like, it's not okay for you to be racist out loud. You know what I mean? And to me, this is covert, in your face racism. They don't want us to use even that word. They don't want us to use that word at all. They're like, oh, you're playing the race card. No, something conspicuous happened. Something unexplainable. And to me, if you can't explain it, there's a lie happening somewhere. If it don't add up, it's a lie somewhere. You can't tell me under no circumstances. Everybody got a cell phone, down to the 3-year-old. The 3-year-old don't want to be left without a cell phone. So now an 18-year-old is saying, hey, leave with my phone. Like, hell no. Something is not right about that. And for y'all not to have questioned anybody in a real sense, I just wonder if the roles were reversed and you have 5 to 8 black males, and then they have a boat with one white male on there, and he don't come back, how they wouldn't have their ass all the way down there with a 24-hour investigation in one of those small rooms, having them, say, yeah, something did happen. We would never be able to get with, okay, well, 8 or 9 black men or young adults were on a boat with one white boy and he didn't come back. There's no way they would allow that. They would be demanding something and feel like they should get it. But with us, we supposed to be, yes, sir, master, and that's, to me, that's the audacities. And then I'll just say this one last thing, like, it irritates me when I listen to TMZ still saying, I don't know if y'all heard him, but the head guy over there, he was like, after the attorney was talking about like the deep tissue or whatever on the autopsy in the back of his neck or back of his head, where they weren't sure what actually happened there. He got on his TMZ whatever, and he was like, well, the official autopsy. I'm like, what do you mean the official autopsy? Like, stop it. You should say the first or initial autopsy. But he said, oh, well, that comes from laying on the slab. Why are you doing that? It's an intentional, misleading, inaccurate statement, because you want a narrative to be out there that something else could have caused this with no actual facts. You continue to say that. He ain't the only one. It's a lot of them out there like that. And so that's why we got to be diligent, because the moment something else, some other breaking news happens, then this is going to get swept under the carpet and nobody's going to care. And everybody involved is moving along like nothing happened. But that's it.
Is that Harvey Levin? Is that the guy?
Yes.
Yes, Harvey Levin. Thank you. I don't follow him like that. But I'm like, he's not a journalist. People that go to school for journalism, they understand ethics. They understand we're gonna report the facts, not our opinion. And so when you have people out here reporting their opinion as if they're facts, that's dangerous.
Right, but the thing is he talking as a reporter or as an attorney? Because I think he's like somebody said in the chat room. I think 11 is an attorney by practice.
It doesn't matter if he's an attorney or not.
Okay.
You don't have those facts to say. You don't have an autopsy in front of you that states otherwise. So when you continue to put out there, oh, well, he was laying on his back on a slab, and that's why he possibly got this, on the back of his, that's where it possibly came from. Says who? Because the last time I checked, the coroner or the medical examiner, he has the education and the credentials to say so. You don't. Just because you have a college degree, I have a college degree too. I have 3 of them. Does that make me qualified to say something about what happened?
Well, I mean, if you were in
medical
criminal
examiner
law,
report?
well,
No.
let me, Chanel, let me play devil's advocate for you, right? But in order to be an attorney, you have to study criminal justice. Therefore, some of the curriculum is criminal justice is knowing CSI and all that other group, the more gruesome, autopsy photos, all that. But you know what? Never mind. I'm going.
But Big J, that's like, okay. So I went to school, right? I have a master's degree in social work, right?
Right.
But there's 2 tracks. There's macro, which is more organizational administration, and there's clinical, right?
Right.
I went to the clinical. That's where I have my college degree in terms of that. So what I'm learning in clinical, even though the principles of social work are similar or the same, are completely different for what you're going to learn when you graduate and what kind of workforce you're going to go into. So yeah, you might have an overarching understanding, but you're not a medical examiner. That's number 1. Number 2, if the medical examiner found that it was important enough to put it in his report, noteworthy, then we're not going to challenge that unless you're another medical examiner. He's not. And so that's why I'm saying this misleading argument. It's one thing for him to say, we don't have all the facts, but this is my opinion is that this, and that. And when I was an attorney, X, Y, and Z, then I can roll with it. But when you report it, it's sort of like the people that are out there saying, oh, well, he drowned. Well, again, says who? Because the medical examiner didn't say that. And since you don't have your quote unquote official autopsy that you keep calling official, then you don't need to say that either. You need to say it would appear. And I'm nobody's legal eagle, but it would appear because he was found on a beach that he possibly drowned. That's a responsible thing to say, but you're not saying that. You had this man, Benjamin Crump, who is an actual attorney, a legitimate attorney, right? Say, these are the findings. And instead of, and he didn't even say that. He didn't even say he drowned or didn't drown, blunt force trauma. He didn't say the manner of death or none of that, right? He didn't say any of that. But you've determined because he said that there was some sort of reddening, whatever, in the man's muscle behind his head or whatever, that had to have come from this. You're doing that intentionally.
Right. But it looks like to me, right, because it's supposed to be I think somebody hit him in the back of the head with an oar.
I agree.
Yeah. I think somebody hit him in the back of the head, and he fell off that boat, and his body drifted onto the beach.
I watched this thing this morning, and I had it on my live this morning, and I don't necessarily believe in psychics all the time, but I do believe that people have gifts, right? And this guy, he's like a celebrity psychic, and he was saying, and he's not brown like us, but he was like, listen, I don't think that these people went there with some sort of nefarious intent, like premeditation, but that Nolan Wells stood up to whoever the powerful person was in that group, and they didn't like it, and he stood up to him. Yeah, and he stood up to him, and it was kind of like, and he also said something to the effect of maybe he felt like this black guy is getting the attention that I should be getting. You know how people can have their own internal bullshit, right? And so he felt like that happened. He said like there was a lot of bystanders, meaning people, they will bystand. They're not gonna intervene, but they might not feel like what is happening is correct. But it's a majority, right? So it's like, well, if he the big dog, and there's one black guy saying something negative against him, and he don't like it, then something actually happened to him. He said,
Right.
"Yeah, I'm gonna get a lot of pushback in my chat because, like I said, he not black, he not brown." But he was like, "I'm gonna get a lot of pushback in my chat because they're gonna say, oh, this isn't race, this isn't blah 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 blah." But he was like, "I feel like this had to do with that. There was a power struggle, probably an argument." And he was like, one of the guys, they actually saw what happened, but they feel like if they come forward, they're gonna get blamed for it. So it's sort of like, you was at the crime scene, but if you tell the detective you was at the crime scene, then you become suspect number one.
But
You know?
it's kind of like this, right? If you no, I don't like y'all never go to all white parties and shit, or all white
You mean
functions.
like the outfits, or you mean like the parties with all white people?
Yeah, with just parties was all white people or something like that. It's always one asshole who trying to try you.
Mm-hmm.
It's always like that, and then they the one be bucking the others. Let's say something happens, and it's always somebody. They get pushed around to believe, and that's why I believe though a lot of those text messages was being deleted off those phones. And
this is the
that,
thing.
But even if it was something that was deleted, Big J, they can get that back because
that's all
already.
I was gonna say. It's in the cloud.
They already stored.
It's in the cloud somewhere. So are you sure? Are you sure it's in the cloud, or because I had this discussion
Whatever you text,
even if it's not in the cloud, it's at the phone provider. The phone provider has records of all of that, even if it's not in the cloud.
Mm-hmm.
But to go back to Chanel's point, when you brought up that maybe one person wants to tell, that was actually a good point, Chanel. And I could see that being the scenario. And then that one person, because you have a guilty conscience or you know what really happened, you mess around and go be the whistleblower. And then the other three people turn around and pin it on you. They probably have them scared in that way, set up so that if you mess around and want to break code, we're going to pin it all on you anyway.
Especially being a small town, they do shit like that. Yeah.
Not only that, if you got the judge that's the stepmother who is doing unethical things, she's supposed to be impartial. Period. That's what it's again. That's why you have an ethical complaint against her. But you got her out here saying, well, this is what's happened, and you got the police sheriff or whatever their titles are saying, oh well, we don't have any foul play. We've determined there's no foul play. Then you got the governor, there's no foul play, and then you got the FBI of Mississippi supposedly involved, but in my opinion, not really doing any investigations, because if they were truly investigating it, shouldn't we have a person of interest? We should have somebody. But they don't have nobody arrested. Like, that's crazy to me.
I believe that the FBI in Mississippi, I think their hands are tied. If you ask me.
No, your job is to go and look for facts and truth. That's what your job is.
I know that, but
when you got the
governor, how do you figure the hands are tied?
Huh?
Yeah, that's what I want to know.
How do you figure that the hands are tied? What makes you say that?
Because guess who is the governor? That's all. That all tells.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Hands are tied
because they answer to him.
Right.
It's not like they
not directly. Not directly, but yeah.
It's sort of like,
wait a minute. You saying the FBI, which is a federal government branch or federal government establishment, has to answer to the
within the state
governor?
They do.
No, no. FBI do not answer to the governor, right? Like how we like a governor can talk to the state police. What I'm saying is there's so many politically maneuverings that the FBI is not going to pounce like the way
they don't necessarily answer in the way that we think, but they are governed by him. So they're or I should say directed by, right? So it's not like the president is coming and telling the FBI in the state of Mississippi what to do.
Okay,
they're getting direction.
Okay, let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. 1965, right? Those 3 civil rights workers got. You remember that movie, Bernie, Mississippi? Remember that movie? Okay, real life story, right? Okay, Gene Hackman was the FBI agent from Mississippi. William DeVoe came from the North. That's how they solved the case, because Gene Hackman wasn't doing shit. If you watch that movie, and you see, because he was the local boy. You see what I'm talking? You see what I'm saying?
They're compromised, essentially.
Yeah, like
they're compromised. So you have to have somebody that has no vested interest, and all their whole focus. It's sort of like this is how I kind of see it, right? You have the Army, you have the Marines, you have the Navy, you have all of these people, and then you have the National Guard, right? So regardless of whatever was going on when they were integrating the schools in the 50s or whenever that was, it didn't even matter. The National Guard had to follow the lead of the actual federal government to say, you have to guard and protect these children that are going into these schools. So it didn't matter to them that, you know, they were in Mississippi or California or wherever it was that they were going. They had to follow that lead. In the state of Mississippi, in any state that has their own local, whatever you want to call it, FBI, they're still following the lead of the people in that government, the smaller government. They're following, you know, their lead. Do they answer to them? Not necessarily. But if you have the people, the top dog in that state, which is the governor, he's basically the president of that state, saying, I still don't see no facts. I still don't see any evidence. I still don't see no. But also, there's nothing to see here. When you have that person that's at the head saying that, then your hands are kind of tied in the sense, because it's like, well, then what are we here for? I feel like it was just a tokenish thing to say, well, the FBI is involved, because most people, when they think FBI, they're thinking federal government. They're not thinking local, you know? So that's why I feel like they sitting on their hands, because any good detective would have interviewed all of those people. They would have got a warrant for those people's phones. They would have got a warrant for the
Forget good detective,
computer.
have good detective.
Right. They would have got warrants for, you know, all kinds of things. Those people, cars, the vehicles, when they got back home, where they drove to, all of this. Why do we, the people, so to speak, have to press on them in Mississippi from nationally to get them to say, we need somebody else to say we're going to investigate something? If they didn't have that Benjamin Crump guy, this would have went on. That young man would be dead, and nobody would be the wiser.
And
it was just an accident.
The lead would have been, the only lead really is their phones at this particular point. So they would have had to, you know, get some type of you know, from the phone service to look through their phones.
Forensic data.
Who got the echo?
There's echo. Somebody.
Oh, my bad. It was probably me. I was about to say, you know, just. Did any of the autopsy reports, did they perform both of them? Have they finished them, or?
Neither one of them have been completed. The other one, the they did in Mississippi, that one hasn't even been talked about yet. The one that they did, the independent, that the family hired the other person to do, the other medical examiner, it's still incomplete, or I should say inconclusive, because they said the manner of death and the cause of death is undetermined. So they don't know if he died by drowning as the cause of death, and then the manner of death is homicide or accidental. Like, they don't know, or at least they haven't said it specifically.
They're supposed to assume it's homicide until proven other. But so what I was gonna say is, I just seen a story in Texas, right? And it was this person who had went and got an abortion, and I think she crossed state lines or something. They came back to Texas, and they started using camera footage, flock cameras, all this detective work to find a woman who got an abortion to make a political statement. But when it comes to this shit, it's just like, oh, well, our hands are tied. What can we do? It's like, wait, what? Like, this is clear cut. Like, we're not even experts, and we're looking at like, okay, well, if we see the fishiness of this, surely somebody whose job it is to solve this stuff will see the fishiness in it. And they're like, there's no wrongdoing. Prematurely, they're saying this stuff. That's when you're just like, yeah, sure.
It's the cover up of it all, and this is the thing. it's the audacity to think that we the people are that damn stupid. Like that we just not gonna be able to figure out the most rudimentary thing, which is nobody that doesn't have transportation back to the mainland is gonna give you their cell phone and say, now I don't have no form of communication and no transport. Like, what are we talking about here? Like, that doesn't make sense. Any idiot, an 8-year-old would be able to be like, well, what, mommy, well, why did they leave him there? And why did they take his phone? An 8-year-old would ask that question.
Yo,
Because
there's
the
literally
8-year-old got a phone. They would be like,
this.
yo, can you leave me my phone so I can play Roblox?
You know what just popped in my mind that's funny that ain't funny? Like I feel like the T app detectives are better than this fucking detective working the case.
What's a T app? I don't know what that
The
is.
T app where people was finding out they were like they spouses was cheating on them and stuff.
Oh my God.
They're better detectives than this guy. Like at least they come in like, what can we find? You know, you don't got any dirt, we're gonna find you some dirt. But this
The
detective's
thing
like, yeah,
is that
nah.
they know that something is afoot or something don't add up. But they want us to just be like, oh, okay, well, we accept whatever determination you come up with. And they're mad that we're not. They're mad that we not letting it go. Which is
Oh,
why
absolutely.
TMZ, or however you say it, that's why I'm like, y'all been compromised. Let's start there. But the fact that every time I was so hopeful when he got on the mic that he was gonna be like, just I'm gonna report what the man said or reiterate it. No, you over here talking about the man. Well, he got that from laying on the slab, and the actual the what did he call the other autopsy? The initial one. He didn't call it initial. He called it something else. But basically, like official. That's what he said. The official autopsy hasn't come out yet. So basically, he's whistling to certain
Yeah.
audience that
Language play.
the actual one that we should believe hasn't been made yet.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, language play. That's why I say official. But we all know that George Floyd got an additional autopsy that revealed and helped. That was like crucial in his case. They never referred to it as the official autopsy of George Floyd. It was like, okay,
Basically,
well,
he's saying the other one don't matter. Essentially,
yes, he's
this
discounting
one.
it before the results even come out. Yeah, that's wordplay. They play in our faces all day.
Yeah, and then you got the guy from the Cajun Navy or whatever, saying he was flying above. I don't know if y'all ever been in a helicopter, but I've been in a helicopter, right? Twice or 3 times. You can't really see like that. Like you can see stuff, but you can't really see like that. And for him to get on there, and also he works for TMZ, but you sitting up here saying that from the helicopter you could see that he was fully clothed and that he didn't seem bloated like he should be, and you couldn't see his face, so you wouldn't know. Like, what are you talking about? But you still out there talking about, but yeah, accidental drownings. And like this is what TMC said a few days ago. They were like, well, lots of people that have boated out there have gotten caught in the riptide, and lots of people have drowned out there. What the hell does that have to do with anything? Why are you even saying that? You're saying it because you want to mislead. You want to keep with the narrative of this was just a drowning, and that's all that happened here. This young man, it's just like, stop it. How is it that this young man is on this beach by himself? So he either A, was in the water or on a boat at some point and then was taken out of the boat for some reason and washed ashore, or somebody saw what happened to him and they left him there. The only thing I would say I don't understand about this autopsy that they did is why they didn't tell us if there was water in his lungs. That's the thing that to me would have sealed it. Like if he had water in his lungs, that doesn't necessarily mean he just drowned on his own, but it at least would tell us the cause of death.
I mean, judging by being Crump and him stumbling over words, that's gonna be the death of him words, especially 3 syllables. But judging by that today, um, maybe they don't know yet. Maybe it's taking time, but they just like guaranteed that they were gonna do this press conference. That's what it seemed like to me because he didn't have anything concrete that we were waiting for. Because we were all waiting for like, okay, this is what happened, or this is the speculation, or you know what I mean? Like we were waiting for at least one gap to get filled in, and it was just like. They just put
They
like
may have it. This is what I kind of think, but I could be wrong about this. I think that they might have that part, but they want that throat part to be able to confirm that something else was going on. Because if they said there was water in his lungs, then that's going to be a foregone conclusion that he drowned. And it won't matter that how he drowned. But if they can say or prove that, yeah, his throat muscles were, whatever it is, where there was like strangulation or something like that, if they can prove that, then it gives a stronger case to something nefarious happened before this young man was put underwater. So I'm thinking they just holding on to it. And I don't know, did y'all see the guy, oh God, I forget his name, the Tatum, is Tatum, I think is his name. He's like a cop, ex-cop, or he's a still cop.
Brandon Tatum interviewed one of the
the Republican.
The alleged best friend. The best friend is diabolical. Because I don't understand why you're not in front of the camera crying. Why you didn't go to the
Exactly. Oh my God. Exactly. That's crazy.
That's your best friend. Regardless of anything else, I know it's going to be difficult and it's going to be really hard because you are in a sea of black people and they not understanding none of that shit. Like why you didn't show up, right? Or if you showed up, they probably would feel away. But my thing is, I would at least have enough to say, I called the parents. They said, we don't want you here. But help me understand this. I'm like, if the parents said out of their mouth at a press conference, the entire world is invited. How you not invited? That includes you last time I checked. So you decided not to go? I don't understand that. I don't understand why you're not somewhere crying. But I do understand grief and it's different for everybody. Let me just say that. But you can't talk to investigators. You can't talk to his family. But you have enough time to have this idiot come and talk to you about what happened. And then they didn't even release the whole interview, and I think that was intentional too. It's like we're gonna tease this, we're gonna see what the autopsy say, and then maybe we'll release the rest of it. I don't know. It all sounds like malarkey to me.
Yo, the judge stuff was sketchy too. It's just like, well, we know who's pulling the strings, right? Like now we know that this is like deep seated like favors, like some dark room stuff. Like, and like you said, they're mad we won't go away. We won't just be like, yeah, that's life. Yep, we accept what y'all told us. An elephant drowned him. Yep, that's totally believable. An elephant did it.
But the downside to that too is that we'll never really know the truth on what has happened. Because we can keep pressing and pressing, but I don't know, man. It depends.
Well,
like
that other autopsy has to come out.
the other autopsy.
Yeah, we can know the truth. We can know the truth. 18. All the autopsy got to do is, like she said, have water in the lungs. Well, we know he drowned. Now we got to get to why. Like, and then because they were so sketchy about it, one of them gonna break. We seen the first 48. One of the white boys gonna break.
No, they not. I doubt that. I doubt that on this one because the pressure. They know if they break, then everything else is gonna crumble for everybody else. And like what Chanel said, they can just pin it on him, and then it'll be he said, she said at that particular point, or they said this, or they said that.
That's what it always is. 18. They always when on first 48 they always find one. They break on everybody. The first one gets the best deal, and they tell their part in it. Even if
but here's the thing, Boxing Scholar, the best deal, none of them is going to jail. Right now, for this group, not saying anything is the best deal for all of them. No matter who applying pressure.
You can't put a price or a timeline on your conscience. Everybody is not a psychopath.
But some people don't have no conscience like that.
No. But somebody in that group does. I believe that. I believe at least one. And it might not be that they saw something, but maybe they heard something or something like that. And they might not be able to say anything, but they might, you just never know. You never know what might bother somebody when they close their eyes at night, especially if they saw something. And I believe somebody saw something. I do believe that. I really do, like I was saying what the psychic said earlier, I really don't think that people went there with some sort of intention to hurt him. I don't think that. But I do think emotions can go high. You can punch somebody or you can, do something, say something out of the way, and you're supposed to be the big bad bully. And then you're not bullying me because you're not doing me like that. And then one thing led to another. And now we all got together because this is where the cover-up starts. When the judge has the audacity to come online and say, well, we're all going to do this and that and the third and nothing to see here. And then they all delete their accounts. Like, if that isn't the biggest, something is going on here, I don't know what is.
Because no, not just that. You listen. You gotta put yourself. Let's look on the flip side of that too. You gotta put yourself in the shoes of the way they may be thinking, because the internet, don't nobody get people make up shit on the internet and run with it. especially if people don't want to. Imagine being in a situation, right, where don't nobody want to hear nothing that you got to say. We've already made up our mind. So in the sense of even trying to talk myself out this situation and adding further damage,
We lost you, 18.
So you just got sniped. 18, we can't hear you.
He probably
Somebody
driving.
put
He
a
probably
bounty
driving.
on him.
Isn't it ironic when he talking about how they don't want to hear you speak, and all of a sudden,
Right. Yeah. No, I do think, and I really hope that
Hold on,
somebody.
Candy. What you just say?
It's ironic that he said they don't want to
I said,
hear them speak, and then he was unable to speak. That's what she was saying.
Candy, I can only think of one thing, sister.
what is that?
As soon as I said that, Mama Oya blew my cell phone off the stand. As soon as I named the NBA as a suspect, Mama Oya, and now the wins is coming. Soon when I said the NBA, Orisha Oya blew my phone off the stand. That's not proof that it was the NBA, but that's damn sure some good evidence. That's not proof that it was the NBA, but that's damn sure some good evidence that soon when I mention the NBA, the ancestors blow the cell phone off the stand. I just wanted to point that out.
Yeah, it's
I
at 100
cannot with you.
degrees. I'm sorry.
I cannot.
Yeah. But it's crazy to me that they really do think that they're going to get away with it. I think they do. And I think they keep getting reinforced by the powers that be that keep getting in front of the cameras saying there's nothing to see here. I think they're believing, okay, if y'all just, like how 18 say, if y'all just remain quiet, don't say anything, just keep being quiet, it's going to blow over. Kim Kardashian's going to have an ass shot, and then we ain't going to have to worry about it. That's what I think they really do think is going to happen. But I don't know.
I don't think Kim Kardashian ass can afford any more shots.
Yeah.
I think it's over for that. But no, I agree with what you said. I also agree with Taylor. I'm hoping, and that's just me maybe being like wishful thinking that maybe that nobody knows what went on, but they know, and maybe that they did see something, and the last vision they saw was his lifeless body or something like that. So maybe they will feel remorseful about it, because that's what it takes for a person to break, and the threat of them getting time, right? So hopefully that is what we're witnessing. But I could be just being, like I said, wishful thinking, and that might not be the case. So they might stick together because they came back, got their story straight and lawyered up. But that's what gives me hope too, because they got their story straight and their story still was ass.
Well, like you asked the question earlier, said what if it comes back after all the autopsy and the results are the same? Like there was no foul play, and he just drowned. Would people accept it?
They would have no choice. Two independent autopsies.
I wanted to ask Chanel that, because she already seems like she has her mind made up that there was foul play. What if it comes back and that's not the case?
It's not
Would
that I
you
have
accept that?
made up that there was foul play. It's all of the other things that y'all don't have to do. The truth doesn't need you to do any of those things. All of the things that they're doing is what makes me suspicious. It's not because I'm just this person that's just like, oh yeah, let's just white because they're white and he's black. It's not that. It's what are you doing to make it seem like it's overly obvious that something else happened? Otherwise, just tell the truth. Otherwise, just why do you say within less than 24 hours there's nothing to see here? How do you know? You haven't investigated one scintilla of anything. So that does make me feel some type of way. But if they came back and said, yep, he did drown, there was water in his lungs, so on and so forth, that to me doesn't close the case, because again, we need the manner of death. That's the cause, right? Drowning could also be the manner, or accidental, let me say it like that, could be the manner of death, but it also could be somebody hit you in the back of the head, which caused you to fall into the water, and then your lungs to fill with water, and then that is actually what happened to you. We don't have that yet. And it could also remain undetermined. That's unsettling to me. But if you have to accept it, I mean, he's not my son that, passed away in this tragic way. So I would have to accept it and I would move on. Tragedies happen every single day of the week. But it does bother me that y'all are working triple overtime to make us believe, even before you have any proof, that something else happened. You have a conclusion, like how you saying about me. They have a conclusion in their mind that nothing happened. Nobody did anything to this young man. And if that's the case, willingly give us your phone. You're never gonna do that, and your attorney's never gonna let you do it because they're good attorneys. And I would tell my son the same thing. Nope, you're not giving nobody nothing. Because I don't want to see my son go.
I'm gonna be honest with you, sister. I disagree on that, and I had this conversation before. I feel like part of the problem is, well, this is a kind of on topic, but not right. So we had a debate over here one time about what I like. Would you turn your son in if you found out he committed murder? And it kind of aligns with this. Yes, I would. I would. Like, you raise your kids the best you can and put whatever you can into them, but you can't control the outcome. You know what I mean? That's genetics and whatever the God, whatever you believe in, all that stuff, nurture versus nature. But if my son went and I knew for a fact that, he would turn over that phone, I would make him turn over that phone. I would make him do the right thing. It's like, I
Would you
don't care
make
that
him
you're
do
my
it
son.
if you knew for 100% certainty that he was gonna get R'd in jail every day for the rest of his life? Would you still do it?
Hey, yes.
Oh, okay. Well, you're a different type of human being. I'm not doing that.
I can't. I
I
can't.
can imagine.
I'm not a selfish enough person to let. They took that boy's life and they took somebody's baby. I can't sit here and wrap my arms around, oh, my baby, when they done affected somebody else's life forever.
So to me, I can't say you because you never know what you would do in the moment. None of us really know. We think we know, but you never really know. And I'm not saying that against you because you are you. You spent however many years on this earth being you. I'm saying I can't see a scenario where I would send my son to that outside of you had premeditation. I wouldn't be able to live with myself if you confessed in some capacity, or I had a really good inkling that you did something, or I saw something on your phone or your computer, then, and I knew what type of person I raised, meaning I knew that you have conduct disorder or you have, you a high propensity to violence and all that kind of stuff. I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I didn't report it, or if I didn't turn you in or lead them in the right direction or something like that. But if there was a situation where it was unintended death, but you were a cause of it or a part of it, I don't know that I'm going to send my son to prison for the rest of his life for something like that. I don't
Well,
know
sister,
that.
everybody's gonna pick option B because nobody wants to say that they raised a monster.
Well, listen, the prison systems are full of them. I'm just saying. So I get
So,
what
so
you're saying. I'm just saying I can't see myself doing that, and some people couldn't see themselves doing it at all. But if I knew my child was that type of human being, I think I would have to. I would have to say something. But if it was unintended and I believed them, I'm not sending them to jail.
I would, I
I'm
would,
gonna
I
say.
would, I would, I would do the parent thing. The parent thing, you can still be there for your kid, but you like trying to get them to like escape consequences is just crazy. Crazy, especially something of this magnitude. This ain't stealing like a pack of meat out of Walmart or something. This is like something major. So it's like,
No, I hear you.
you can get with your lawyers and ask them because your legal team is going to give you the best advice, especially if you put money into it. Ask them like, look, because they can't share if you're guilty or not anyway, right? Client attorney privilege. So you could just tell them like what the options you have. Like, I don't want my kid to go get railroad. See if you could talk to the prosecutor to work out a deal for my son. This is what I have. I could turn in the phone. I could do. You could still be there for them, but I couldn't
I'm
protect, like
I'm
get
going to
them off
interrupt you,
completely.
and I'm going to say those kids in this case, with the way that they're moving, their parents are more aligned with the idea of what Chanel just said than you, Scholar. And I think a lot of parents are going to fall in line with protect my kid at all costs. Because even I hear what you're saying, and I'm not saying it's wrong or right. I'm just looking at it kind of outside the situation. I could see them feeling like no matter what, sending my kid to jail isn't going to bring her kid back. So why would I do?
Mm-hmm.
But you
That's
don't
a whole fact.
look. But we all believe in the idea of justice, right? Like, and listen, we was talking about church earlier, Kenny. I kind of missed that question.
you know, I feel like churches are nothing but TED Talks. You take from it what you should. You know,
Not
everybody
TED
worry about
Talks.
be worried about the wrong stuff. But a pastor said something. I was like, damn, this is pretty. Like, this is some good ass shit right here. He said, when people commit an act against somebody, they want justice. But whenever somebody commits an act against them, they want, somebody commits an act against them, they want justice. But when they commit an act against somebody, they want forgiveness. And I'm like, we
That's
can't
true.
have that mindset. Like, we got to be better. Like, if everybody lived with that mindset, like we wouldn't get no justice for anything. Everybody would be walking because
Well,
everybody
no, that's not
kid is
true.
an angel.
It's you only speaking. We're only speaking from the perspective of a parent and a child. That's a different level of a bond, love, and whatever else. And it's one thing to say, okay, it's a person I know that committed this heinous crime or unintended crime, whatever, and me saying, okay, I'm gonna tell on them. That's a very big difference between that and somebody saying, I've birthed this child out of my body and I raised them up and I'm gonna send them to be in the pen. That's a different thing.
You should do a poll. I don't know how to. You should do a poll on your side, Scholar, so people can answer anonymously. And you get
You don't even have to do
more
the
of an
poll. We
honest,
already know what the poll gonna say. They're not sending their kids. They not.
honest response from the crowd on whether or not, if they were the parents in this situation, one of his friends, quote unquote, parents, would they move the way that these people's parents are moving, or would they be more inclined to be honest with the court system?
The sister just said it. They anonymous in that chat. They protect their kid.
Mm-hmm.
Well, then
It's
there
a
you go.
natural thing, I feel like, to do that. Right? Your child comes out. Even when I have my god kids with me, you naturally want to protect them from danger. You know what I'm saying? That's a natural thing when it's somebody you love, and it's certainly a natural even more if it's somebody that came out of your body. But if it's something like a degree of separation, then people might feel a different way, you know, because you do want that justice. But that's the part where the police and law enforcement and the detectives are supposed to do their damn job so that the parents don't even have to put themselves in that situation. They can follow the evidence, right? But they're not doing that. So now you have to put it back on the parents and the actual people that knows that have some information. But those people are not going to go against whatever their parents' good or hard earned money is paying the lawyers to tell them not to do. They're not going to do it. Because even if they say something, like, anything they say is going to be used against you. Like I was saying on my live this morning, I was like, I wish his best friend, instead of doing this other interview, I wish he would have just said, I am praying for the family and I miss my friend. That's it. Anything beyond that is going to be chopped up, spliced up, and whatever else and used against you. But at least that message is out there. You mad about, oh, people are running with things and they are saying all this stuff and they, we getting threats and whatever else and all of those things. You could dead it at the door. That doesn't mean that some idiots aren't going to still attack you, but you could dead it at the door by just saying, I stand in solidarity with the parents. That was my best friend. I miss him. I'm, traumatized by, not coming home with him and whatever else. But to sit in silence and act as if nothing is bothering you is crazy work.
The craziest part for me is I feel for the parents. Like, I can't imagine not knowing what happened to your child, but just knowing your child is not here today, and just wanting them to have peace. You know what I mean? Peace and death, or however you look at it. Yeah, I
It's
think that
something
would be
in
the
my
hard part of
world.
it.
It's called complicated grief. It's when someone has been unalived. You will never know why. And even if the person that unalived them told you why, you will never be able to comprehend it and understand it. It's a different type of grief. You know what I'm saying? And so when your child or someone that's close to you like that, like a parent or a brother or a sister or somebody like that, takes that somebody else's life in that way, and you don't have any answers, that's going to bother your soul for the rest of your life. Because just imagine if you do have the answers, your mama died of a heart attack, that's going to bother your soul for the rest of your life. But for your child or somebody that you love that greatly and that intensely dies in that manner, and nobody can tell you why, and on top of all of that, it seems like nobody even gives a like they don't care enough to try to investigate why. That shit is crazy. I would be in an asylum. I would probably need some sort of medication to calm me all the way down.
I mean,
Because
they
I
they,
can't
they don't have that
imagine
luxury
not
though,
knowing.
Chanel. You
Uh-huh.
got to consider they still have other children. Like I get
Oh,
what you're
do they?
saying, but they're in a position where they have to stay strong because he has siblings. They still got to be there for their other kids.
I can't see. I didn't even know that.
I think he has a brother, if I'm not mistaken. I'm pretty sure he has a brother, and I think maybe a sister. I don't quote me on the girl part, but I did see a brother.
Did y'all see the other guy? He's a judge, or he used to be a judge, in Mississippi, and he was saying that if he was like, well, based on what I do know of what we know, he was like, at this point, if the prosecution or the DA's office or whatever came to me with the evidence, I would have already written warrants for these people's arrests. He said that, and he was a judge for like 5 or 6 years. And he's a black guy, and I was like, yo, he was like and he ran it down the line. He also went to the funeral, and they interviewed him after the funeral too. And it's just kind of like, again, how does this man that doesn't even know him, how do these thousands of people that don't even know this young man show up? How are you the parents of the child that was on the boat with your son and you don't have nothing to say? I can't even imagine, but that to me is heartless.
I think they're probably just glad it wasn't their kid.
Yeah, but I don't understand how you say that. But then I'm not trying to attack. Trust me, I'm not, because that's not really my thing. But if you said that if it was your kid, you wouldn't. I'm not sure if I heard that right.
It's
You
a
said
double
that you
standard
wouldn't.
if that's what you're getting at. It's a double standard. Yeah.
Huge. But then you could don the shoes of the parents and just be and understand the type of guilt and grief that they're going through. I find that
Because
crazy.
that's what I do. That's what I do for a living. I'm a therapist, so I understand.
Does that make you psychotic? Like, I find that I don't think that that's normal.
I had to laugh at
that.
You don't think what's normal?
The fact that you wouldn't turn your child in, but you can grieve for somebody else going through the same thing. Like everybody wants closure on these situations.
Hold on, let's not confuse it. I fully understand why they wouldn't, because it's the same reason why I wouldn't. I want them to. There's two totally different things. I want them to, but I understand why they wouldn't.
Somebody has an echo, y'all.
That's Dean. Dean, you're gonna have to get some headphones, brother. You talking to us through that.
Nah, this stupid car speaker keeps connecting to my phone. I can't connect to my Bluetooth. I'll go on mute, but I just find that it's like double-minded. That's all.
It is. It's sort of like your parents telling you, do as I say, not as I do. We know it's hypocritical, right? But I'm saying in this situation, for Nolan Wells' parents' sake, I want them to have peace. I know that I wouldn't be able, I don't feel like, let me say it like that. I don't feel like I would be able to provide that peace unless I knew my child was already crazy and was already violent, was already whatever. Because then, yeah, you deserve to be behind bars. But if it was this particular situation, which is like I said, I don't believe, I could be wrong about this, but I don't believe there was any premeditation. I think something happened and they all made an agreement like, we're not going to say anything. And we're going to just let our parents do what our parents do. My stepmom's a judge. She'll figure it out. You know what I mean? But if I knew my child did something or was witness to something and they might end up in prison as a result of it, I don't know that I would be able to know that they go into prison for the next 35 years. I don't know that I'd be able to do that. But I don't know. I might get.
Does anybody else find this problematic, or is it just me? Why am I the only one that finds that problematic?
I don't think it's a problem with her particularly. That's she feels how she feels. Like at least she honest. At least she not wearing no mask or anything. I just think for me personally, I wouldn't do it. But it doesn't make either one of us a bad person.
You know what? You're right. And I apologize if it seems like I'm personally attacking you about that. That's not the case. I just have a problem with the logic.
I think that's society, though, Deacon. If I'm being honest, like you asking, do we see a problem with how she thinks? You got to also keep in mind, like, how many police officers break the law but still go and reinforce it? I think that's a lot of people. Rules for thee, but not for me. I'm not saying it's right, but I mean, I remember I come from a town where our our mayor, the local mayor, was drunk driving a lot. And ended up getting pulled over to the point where the police knew that he was drunk driving. Right? And then they turned around and it took for one officer to actually finally arrest him. He had been getting away with it all this time. They would just escort him home and just no big deal until somebody took their job seriously and was like, no. And then that mayor like launched an all-out attack against that police officer afterwards because how dare you arrest me? But that's his job, right? Other people who go drunk driving get held accountable for it, but why shouldn't you? Because people who are high up, who are connected, who are in power, who have money, feel like the rules are for everybody else and not them.
But isn't that the reason why we're mad, Kennedy? Well, like we know that it's a cover up because that woman is a judge. Like that's part of our outrage. So we can't be part of the problem at the same time demanding a solution.
Listen, I'm not saying
You
you're right or
absolutely
wrong.
can be. Yes, you can.
I'm
You
just
could
explaining her
actually
point.
yeah, but you could go to prison, right? You did something egregious at 18, 19 years old, right? You did something, you took somebody's life, whatever, right? And then you go to prison and you get a whole ass wake up call. And you can say, once you get out of prison, you can say, I'm going to become a public speaker, right? And I'm going to go to schools and talk about how not to make the same mistakes. Absolutely, you can be a part of that solution, even though you were a part of the problem. But you
But
can
that's
wake
not.
up
But
and
that's
move
that's a
forward.
false equivalence, sister. That's
It's
that's
not.
not what we're talking about now. What we're talking about now is we're demanding justice right now, and we're saying that we're not being told things because they're covering up stuff. And the reason that they're covering up stuff is because the mom is an attorney, right? And she has power there. And we know Mississippi is not the most kindest to black people. Like we're just looking at track record and drawing conclusions, right? So if we're demanding justice based on these things, and Candy's saying, basically might is right, do as I say, not you know what I mean, laws for me, but for thee, but not for me. And we're outraged at that. We can't then turn around and say, well, we can, if
Yeah,
I had
you
a
can.
little power, I might do it too.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that it's not about a power for me. I'm saying that human beings, unfortunately, unless you're a sociopath or a psychopath, generally speaking, we operate on emotion. We do. People could say that they don't know, or you could say, oh, it's women. No, we all have excitement, joy, laughter, sadness, frustration, anger, whatever. We all have a gamut of emotions. And I'm saying when you're a parent of a child or a sibling or whatever, how you're going to respond might be very different. Think about how we get on these panels and people go at people's neck and call each other out of each other's names, talk about they gonna roll up on them and do all of this kind of crazy shit, right? You wouldn't do that to your sibling, and you certainly wouldn't allow them to do that to your mama. But you can still sit on this panel and be like, calling people out their name. Not you personally, but I'm just saying. So people do it all the time. It's hypocrisy all the time. But you would feel a different type of way. Your emotions will get the best of you if you sitting at the Chili's and some man walks up to your mama and punches her in the face, right? But you might not feel that same type of way if a woman gets punched in the face, or a man or whoever, in the booth next to you. You might be like, oh shit, like, oh damn, that's messed up, right? But you're not about to intervene. But if it's your mom,
No,
you're
no,
gonna
no,
intervene.
no. That's the
That's what
whole protect black women movement. They
no, I'm
want
not
men
talking
to
about that. I'm
intervene.
just saying the sentiment of it is that when that person is close to you, how you respond to it emotionally is gonna be hella different than how if that person's over there. It doesn't mean that you can't have empathy for that situation, but it might not move you. But if that happens to someone next to you, someone you love, like your mama, your wife, your brother, or somebody like that, it's gonna move you differently. Now you say you different, so maybe it won't move you differently. But I do believe, in general, that people will move differently for their siblings, for their mama, their daddy, their spouse. They just will.
I think that's part of the problem. Like, I mean, listen, and I look at it in like this because this is another conversation that we had with like Diddy and R. Kelly, right? You still got
Oh
people out there
Lord,
defending.
I'm
You
not
still
even
got
having
people.
this conversation.
No, we ain't got to stay. We ain't got to dwell there. I'm just take the metaphor for what it is, right? So we got people out there still defending them. Diddy mama still think he an angel. That goes to the mama's never gonna think they kid is a devil, even if there's proof of them being a devil, right? And we still got people out there defending them tooth and nail. And it's just like, you know, I feel like this. If if we gonna demand justice and say, because every time we talk about big pharma and all these shadow governments controlling everything, and we're supposed to take them down because we're so morally great. What I'm hearing today is that people don't really have a problem with the gun. They just want to be the person behind it. That's what's a little alarming to me.
I mean, I think that there's merit to what you're saying, just like it's merit to what Mr. Deacon was saying about the hypocritical thought process of me wanting the other people's parents to turn their kid in or try to have some sort of influence so that they could do the right thing. And then me saying, if I was in that situation, I wouldn't want to do, I don't feel like I would be compelled to do the right thing unless my conscience took over. And then it is what it is from there, right? But I know that I'm part of the problem in that scenario, but probably solely in that scenario, because who doesn't want to protect their own? I'm saying that just goes to the meat of my argument, is that most of us, in my opinion, I don't know most people, but I'm saying in my opinion, I think most people, that's why people always say blood is thicker than water. There's a reason that phrase comes from somewhere, right? So I think it's just
So
a logical way of thinking, even though it's illogical, right? It's a logical
so
thing
let
to
me
think
ask
you're
you
gonna
then,
protect your
Chanel.
own. Go ahead.
If you found out your son was a serial rapist,
He going to prison for the
so we're
rest of his
talking
life.
about apples to apples, right?
Hmm.
With the whole he
Him,
murdered
he
a
going to
child,
prison.
and you don't want your child to go to jail because for most parents, it's not going to bring the kid back, right? For the parent who's the parent of the murderer, it's not going to bring that other person's kid back. But what if your child was actively out here doing serial
He
rape?
going to prison, and I'm telling
Wait.
immediately.
Why is
So
that just so cut and dry, but the other
I'm just
stuff was
telling you.
gray area?
I'm just telling you what it is. She asked me a direct question. I gave her a direct answer.
But that you answered that fast. It should be like that all around the board, sister.
It should be, but it isn't.
Because I feel
If
like
these are two,
listen.
wait, this is
no,
a
I don't
better
think
one.
you're asking the right question. I don't think y'all asking the right question. The right
This is
question
a
would be, what makes that different for you, Janelle? Like, why is
Because I've
the
been sexually assaulted multiple times in my life. That's why it's different for me. And I worked in sex crimes, and I've worked in sexual assault. What is it called? In child protective services in the sexual assault units. So I'm always gonna feel some type of way about that particular situation. It just is what it is, and it ain't changing over here. Now, people
but you
might say
live. We're
one could
talking about
argue.
somebody who
Hold on,
didn't
pause.
live or
Hold on,
survive.
Hold
let
on.
it talk. Let it talk. Let it talk.
One could argue. Well, that person's still walking around. The person that was hard, right? They're still walking around. I'm still walking around. But you die a little bit on the inside when something like that, when you get art, that does, and you still alive, but your insides are dead for a little bit until you can heal, until you can kind of like move forward and re-put yourself back together. I know somebody could argue, but that person died, but they gone, they've rested
Yeah,
in peace
it's
or
a
wherever
little
they
bit
are.
more serious than that.
It's not more serious, because do you
It's
know
something that you
do you
can't
know
come
the
back
mental,
from.
hold on, pause, do you know the mental anguish that it takes to get up every day and still go and be a good decent human being and not be a fucking savage after somebody has done that to you, not one time, but multiple times? You don't, unless you do know, and you can tell everybody if you do know what that means. But if you don't,
That doesn't give
then
you
you
an
might want
excuse
to
for
not
anything.
go down that road.
Hold on. Let me
That's
say
all.
this. Let me say this. So, sister, what I'm getting from you is you have the front. You're in the driver's seat on this, like, because you had experience. So can't nobody minimize your experience. That's why you was like cut and dry. That's why you was like,
Period.
oh, it is this,
Yep.
that, right? But on the flip side of that, that would be the parent of the person whose son is unalive, because they would be in the driver's seat because it's their pain.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So so yeah, that's I mean, I think that's all the point that
It's sort
Deacon
of
was
like
trying to make. But
if I was in her seat and somebody tried to compare some other tragedy to what happened to my son, and then they said, well, if your son died, would you feel away? Yes, I'm immediately gonna say yes. Why? Because I lost my son in that same manner, right? So I'm immediately gonna feel a way about that particular situation. You know what I'm saying? It's sort of like if does someone care about people that are dying of brain cancer, and if they died of, do they feel the same way if their mom died of a heart attack? Probably not. Their mom's still dead. They still have other people that died of it, but they not probably running that 5K for the brain cancer, right? But if they were, if heart, American Heart Association has a run, they probably gonna sign up for that because that means something to them. So for me, the R word, it means something to me. Especially like with clients and patients and people that deal with that, it's gonna hit different. Just like it's gonna hit different for the parents that want to protect their children that probably have an idea that their child did something or maybe has something to do with Nolan Wells' case. They want to protect their child. And it's gonna hit different for the mom that lost her child and doesn't have any answers. So it's all gonna be different. Nobody cares about AIDS until their sister dying of it. I'm not saying nobody, but you get what I'm saying. People don't care about, the gun laws in this country until they die, until that brother gets shot in the street. That's when they care. So yes, I'm gonna care more about the R word because it's happened to me than I am about somebody, that died of, stomach cancer.
But
It's still
you're
bad.
comparing apples to oranges. I mean,
I'm just telling you what it is.
yeah, but you're using
You
an
can
apple and an orange. You
you
use an
can
apple and
change
an
it
apple.
and say it however you want, but it's not gonna stop the truth.
No, we're
The truth
talking
doesn't
about
matter
something
to me.
that you allegedly there's an alleged victim, not something that happens
I'm
to
not
you.
an alleged victim though.
Uh,
So my thought process about that is gonna be different. And it's no matter what you say, how you slice it and dice it and try to whatever, I'm never gonna change. It's a full stop over here for me.
Right, you're saying that you wouldn't turn in your child, right? But there's a victim here, and there's people who are trying to seek some closure, and you just don't have any empathy for anybody else. But you would
I didn't
definitely
say
want
that.
that.
Don't do that.
No,
I
no,
never
I don't mean it. I don't mean it like that. But for this situation, you would want empathy if it happened to you.
I believe everybody deserves empathy. I
Right,
do.
but you're not given any if it's your child.
When did I say I'm not giving any empathy when it's my child?
Because you would do the right thing. That
I'm
would have
saying no, you misconstruing it. What I'm saying is, as a human being, if I had a child or my husband or somebody like that, and this situation happened the way it is, where it's a very gray area, we don't really know. But if I had an inkling that maybe he did do it, as a mother, as a spouse, I would have a difficult time saying, I'm going to send my child away to prison for the rest of his life or for however many 30 years, whatever. I'm saying, honestly, I would struggle with that. If you wouldn't struggle with that, then listen, that's a part of the human dynamics. Everybody's different. Some people are going to struggle with it and some people are not. I'm not going to struggle with the rape situation. She's not, right? But I am going to struggle with if my son unalived somebody and it was unintentional and he didn't mean it was an accident, whatever. I'm gonna struggle with saying, yeah, I'm gonna send him out to the prison. I would, but I'm not mad at nobody that wouldn't. If you wouldn't, then that's on you. I understand why you wouldn't. Just like I understand the parents that probably know their children did something, which is why they, in my opinion, lawyer it up. I understand why they feel that way, and I'm not knocking those people for it. I just wish that they would have a different outlook. But I know I have a different outlook than they have, and I would have a different outlook. I'm not here to drag you to the light and
no.
say,
I understand. I think you're using a lot of words because I think you see that we understand how you see things. You're cool. I mean, we don't have to go no further with it. It's cool.
I know I am.
And I was asking you that just to kind of gauge like the logic if it applied across the board. My bad for like I was not trying to get you to go into your story like that, and I'm sorry that happened.
No, my story is not. I've talked about that before. That's not anything. Listen. I'm not a child anymore. You know what I'm saying? So you grow and you go through your healing process and whatever else, but it's always there. That's why when the other young man was saying, "Oh well, but you're still alive," you're right. But every part of me ain't. You know what I'm saying? So, and I know that's not what you were getting at. I know that's not what you probably even expected. But I'm not. I don't feel no type of way about it.
Taylor, you're back.
No,
Welcome.
there's something that happened, and
Yeah.
for the sake of being sensitive to what her experience is, there's no need for me to go into it. But it's the thing, and I don't want to say it's like a defense mechanism, but that's kind of along the lines of what it was. But I get it.
Y'all, everybody got quiet. What? Listen. Y'all can't get.
No,
Y'all can't go quiet.
I
Got a little
think that's
serious
a
real
heavy
quick. I
topic.
understand.
That's all.
Yeah, it was very heavy. That's why I was quiet. I didn't want to. Yeah.
But no, we can continue the
But
conversation. I don't feel no type of way about it. I don't.
I don't know what I would do. I would hope that I would turn my kid in and do the right thing, and try and plead for some sort of like leniency, especially if it's a first time offense and the only thing that they've ever really done wrong on the side of the law. But I don't know. I just hope to never be in that position to have to make that decision. That's what I can say. That's the best, most honest answer I can give in that case. I hope to never, ever, ever be in that position to have to make that kind of a decision. Because
I agree
damn,
with
that's gonna
that.
be a hard one.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Especially the fact that these young adults are probably all under the age of 23. You know, and to know that they probably gonna get I don't know, if they get tried in Mississippi, they might listen. They might not get no years. Who knows?
so. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't want to have the attitude of like people go to jail every day beat. But let's be honest. Let's be honest. The big cases that happen, we come out, Trayvon Martin, George Zimmerman, we come out, we have our opinion. We're mostly invested in anxiety before the court case. Afterwards, they don't even mention that. But I remember when I was growing up, and I think I was still in school. I might have been in college at the time. Where Casey Anthony was a big deal. Everybody was trashing Casey Anthony. They haven't discussed that topic since Casey Anthony got her verdict. And it's like people move on to the
Did she
next.
get off? I can't remember.
Yeah, she got off.
She did.
Got off.
Yeah.
She got off, and people move on to the next. So it's just like with this situation, like Candy said, I would hate if it was me because we all got opinions till we up under that microscope or that gun. So
That's a whole fact.
I would hate if it was me, but I hope, like you say, we never know till we in the situation. I hope for the sake of everything I stand for that I would do the right thing. That and be there for my son, but yet try to seek the same justice that I would want out of for myself.
Because some people would say, I would have to have my child turn themselves in. And I've seen on that show Force 48 where they did bring them in, the mama, whoever brought them in, tell them people the truth. But I would hope that I would get him the best attorney that money could buy. If my conscience did bother me about that. But I think your conscience is going to bother you either way, right? So you do the right thing to quote unquote get it off your conscience, which is I'm going to tell him to turn himself in or I'm going to turn him in. But then now the other second part of that is now you got to be thinking about what your child is going through in that prison cell because you did the right thing and how you can't save him from it.
I mean, but we can't protect them.
You don't get to wipe your hands up is all I'm saying. That's all.
Yeah, we can't protect them from the consequences. All we can do is be there for them. Because if that's the case, like it's like the movies when they looking through the screen door and the child fall and they gotta let them go through that by themselves as a mother and it's hard, like type stuff. It's kind of like that type of metaphor. You can't protect them from the consequences. Like you wasn't there when they was doing or committing the crime or doing anything, so you could just be there for them throughout the. But I mean, you can't change anything, and it got to be consequences. It's consequences to everybody's actions. Why should kids be any different? And when I say kids, I mean 20s. I mean 20s. We call them kids because that's young for us. That's kids. Got to specify. You know how people is.
Mm-hmm. I just hope that this stays in the headlines and they don't move on from like how we moved on from the other child that I can't remember his name, the one that
Carmelo Anthony, right?
Carmelo Anthony. I hope we don't just because that was 2 weeks ago that we was all knee deep in it.
Facts. Yeah, it wasn't that long ago.
Now it's like he didn't even like it's a blip.
And that mother was bleeding just like this one.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to stay in the headlines until the next racial teen or young adult issue comes about. That's what that's been the trend.
Didn't y'all? I don't know if y'all watched the whole thing, but that Crump guy, the attorney, he said 2 other black teens, 18, I believe, 18 or maybe 19 years old, died in a very suspicious way too. And nobody said anything about them, but he did mention their names at the autopsy live that they did. I was like, wow.
And this is gonna be unpopular, so y'all can go ahead and get y'all stones ready. Every single one of y'all, get them out. Get them out.
I got my back.
Shout out to Tyler Perry. He did what
boys. Okay.
Yeah, he do, but that ain't got nothing to do with what I'm gonna give him praise for. We know Tyler Perry been funny in Rainbow. It's sitting up. We know he been like that for years, But he paid for the funeral of the family. Him, Colin Kaepernick, and Spike Lee. So that's a whatever reason they did it. It still was a noble gesture. So I was like, that's nice. You know what I mean? Because I be criticizing the hell out of Tyler Perry too, the way he depicts us in the movies. But he do some good, like the studio for black people.
We're gonna do this good over here. That's why they erect foundations and have their what is it? I was gonna say philanthropic.
Philanthropy.
But yeah, that's why they have those philanthropic organizations. We're gonna have this foundation party. We're gonna give them $1 million. We're gonna do all this kind of stuff. Not in every case, obviously, but it's to cover up all the other dirty deeds. I don't know if y'all ever saw that movie, Inside Job, and
Yeah.
the guy that owned the bank, he like did war crimes or did work money with or made money off doing stuff with the Nazis, and he spent his whole life trying to fix that wrong or those wrongs that he did. That's to me what a lot of these people that have a lot of power and influence and money, that's what they're doing. So
To
yeah, I'm
be
gonna go give
fair,
my money to these people.
being playing for the other team is not a crime.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking specifically about Tyler. I'm just saying in general how the people in power, not all of them obviously, but a
And
percentage
Colin
of them.
Kaepernick, I mean, I give him a bunch of praise. I criticized him too as well because I thought it was
Colin is
dumb.
not in that boat at all. Like Colin is a stand-up dude, in my
Yes,
opinion.
absolutely. And I criticized him too because, like, why do you want to go for an organization, play for an organization that you know don't like
But
you?
you can't do that. You can't do
And
that. It's a
why?
job.
But why? No, but it doesn't make any sense. It's
You
like,
might as
bro,
well throw away everybody that work at Walmart. Throw all the way
but
over
he
people
didn't go
that work
back. No,
at
so this is why.
McDonald's.
But you didn't let me finish. This is why I criticize him. So Colin Kaepernick sued the NFL and won, right? And you know the NFL's pockets are deep. They're not going to settle on no case unless you got some damned evidence. You know what I mean? That like, hey, okay, we're not even going to fight this. So they were blackballed, and what he sued them for was that they was blackballing him and told other teams that they couldn't pick him up. So you already know that they're biased against you, and you have proof of that. Why would you then go back and want to work for that same organization, and you know that they're not going to treat you fairly? And because people were starting to actually boycott the NFL was like, hey, we can't have our numbers dropping. What are we going to do? They panicked. They was like, you know what? We'll have a tryout for Colin to show everybody how bad he is. And Colin knows this. So Colin says, no. I'll go work out, but it's going to be on my turn with my receivers so that I can look good instead of y'all making me look bad and blah, blah, blah. It's like, bro, if you got to go through all this, you shouldn't be working for the NFL.
You're right, but the NFL, the reason that they paid him or settled with him isn't because they have some sort of, they're good, decent human beings, right? It's because you had the majority of people, the white population, saying we're not going to go to the games if y'all let this ninja back into the NFL. If y'all let him play for any of y'all teams, we're not going to go to the games. We boycotting. And then you have the black people or the brown people saying if y'all don't put him on a team, we're boycotting. So they smack dab in the middle. So they had to settle. They can't let him back in the league, and they can't kick him out. So the only
So
thing we can do is pay him. That's what
what you
happened.
what you said, sister, is not entirely true. The lawsuit
Which
was
part?
strictly for him being blackballed. Like it
Right.
was
It's
strictly for that.
collusion, and that's
Yeah,
what happened.
and it was him and some other players that
Correct.
did it, and they had proof that they was like telling teams to not sign them, so they
I'm
didn't even
saying, I'm
fight.
saying legally, that's what he was suing them for. But I'm saying internally, that's what was happening. That's what the world was. That's what was going on. Essentially, the white people were saying if you keep him in this league, and I'm not saying all white people, obviously, then this is we're not gonna rock with you. And the black people like if you don't give him a job, we're not gonna rock with you. And they were in between a rock and a hard place.
And
So
to
they wouldn't have paid him unless he sued them. I agree with that part.
and to your point, what makes him stand up is that he didn't fold. You know what I mean? And he kept his morality, kept his character about him, and then he popped back out. Some years later to donate to this cause. I don't know what he got going on. I don't know if the money ran dry, or whatever the case may be, but he didn't hesitate
I
in this
think that man
situation.
already had money. I think he had money. He had a contract before he didn't, so he definitely had money.
And then Jay
And
Z,
whatever. Mhm.
Jay Z in a pop out criticized him in his last
JT
freestyle that
is
he
a.
did.
Don't even get me started on him. Go
In
ahead.
his last freestyle, he basically said, "Y'all criticizing me, but Colin Kaepernick took the check." And it's like, bro, come on, Jay Z. You comparing
Jay Z
yourself to
is
Colin Kaepernick?
exactly like. Don't get me started on Jay Z. If you pull at the thread of Jay Z, there's bodies that's gonna fall out. He need to shut the hell up, honestly.
Forever, especially on this subject, because it's like, bro,
Mhm.
Colin
You
Kaepernick don't got the money you got. Don't brag about having the money you got, and he didn't hesitate to do this gesture. And you gonna mention him of all people,
who are
especially
you really
regarding
mad
the
at?
NFL, huh?
You and this is the thing. What did Colin do to you? Colin didn't do nothing to you. You
You don't know
trying
you what it
to.
was. You know what it was. I know exactly what Colin did to him. So when Kaepernick was kneeling with the NFL, Jay Z rode the rail of that and was telling performers not to perform at the Super Bowl. He was telling them, "No, we're gonna stand in solidarity." He was doing freestyles. He was doing all the Jay Z stuff. And then the white man came to him and said, "Okay, Jay Z, how much to bargain for the Negro?" And Jay Z was like, "I need this much." Then he did a press conference with the commissioner of the NFL, and he said, "What we know what everybody's kneeling for. Now it's time to get up." You remember he did that whole press conference with turning his back on Colin Kaepernick, and that stained his entire career.
Jay-Z only has allegiance to money and power. Period. Full stop. That's where Jay-Z's allegiance lies. He doesn't have allegiance to other people. He doesn't. And so that's why he doesn't care that, the black people are boycotting Target. Okay, let me put my exclusive whatever white album in Target. He don't care about us, but he said he want to be revered as some sort of activist. It's like, shut up. You're a rapper, period. That's what you are. And a businessman. I know that much.
After he dissed Colin Kaepernick, his next bar was, "I'm the one they can't control." Jay-Z, shut up.
Right.
Shut up. Cut his microphone. Like, who approved of this? Dame Dash, did you approve of this?
That's why they had that man in them files. And what did it say in those alleged files? It said that if you want to try to control the black population, this is who you need to get. And the crazy part is Colin Kaepernick had a whole movement going on. Like, we was all on board. We was solid with it. And then he came along and in one fell swoop just said, "I'm putting an end to it." And I think he felt emboldened this time to do the same with the whole Target thing. Target's like, "Yo, we losing money and we need Jay-Z. Come on, tell the black people that you're going to come do." And
Jay-Z's the token black guy that they call. Like, they got a phone that say token Negro, and they pick it up, and Jay-Z's on the other line.
Mm-hmm. And honestly, it's been working for years. Because for years, I didn't know none of that stuff was going on with Diddy. I thought he was a good guy. I actually thought Diddy loved Biggie Smalls until I really woke up one day and was like, yo, this man is psychopath. I didn't know. So I think that a lot of people still feel the same way about Jay-Z. So.
Hey, wait, what was the name of that pastor down there in Georgia, that Bishop Eddie Long's church?
Whoa.
You talking about starts with a J? I think I know who you're talking about. Pastor Holy Whore?
No, it has the Holy Whore. Yeah, what's his name?
I can't.
Jamal Bryant. Jamal Bryant. Yeah, didn't he hijack that whole Target boycott?
He tried to. He didn't. It didn't work.
Thank God, but I didn't know where you was going with that. He mentioned Eddie Long. I'm like, where he going? He trying to get the whole show canceled.
Hey, the whole thing stinks, man. From back then till now. But I'm just saying, didn't he? I could have swore he tried to hijack the movement, but
he did. You know. He went on live or he went on some platform and was like, "Black people, come to the front. Now this Target boycott is over, okay?" And the black people was like, "Oh, hell no." The lady that was, I guess, one of the ladies that was in charge of it, she went and did a press conference and she was like, "Nah, he ain't in charge of shit. It's still going on." And she did it that right then and there. And then
I think I can speak for most of black people, not all of black people, when I can say that was the easiest boycott in the world. I don't fucking shop at Target. I just kept doing what I already did. Like, I've never woke up like, "Oh my gosh, I got to get to Target." Like,
I don't know if that was the easiest thing for women, because we go in Target. I don't shop there no more. But when we go in Target, we go in there for one thing, and then we end up with $150 worth of something in our basket of shit we didn't need. But it was like, "Oh my God, this lamp is so cute."
The sale? Whatever. Oh my God. Y'all couldn't pass up the sale.
We just like Target. That's why we call it Target. Like, it's the whole reason we like Target. But
sister, you put me on game.
I roll with my people. Like, I do. I have to roll with my people.
You put me on games.
I ain't shopping.
You put me on game, sister. It's two places that I've never understood the hype behind. That's Target and Arby's. I don't know who this one soul Negro is. That's Arby's and Target in business.
I fuck
those
with Arby's,
two places I never mess with.
Arby's, like curly fries.
I fuck with you tripping.
So y'all the ones, huh? Because I be going past Arby's like, how are you still in business? Funny story about Arby's, right? Arby's had a TikTok craze that was going crazy about their nuggets, right? And I remember, like, I want to try it. I tried them. They were actually good, right? I went back like a week later and they didn't have it anymore. Like, "Oh, we discontinued." I'm like, and this is why y'all losing right here. Y'all got the commercial, the free promotion, and the one thing that everybody is talking about going to Arby's for, you discontinue? Like, what are we doing here, Arby's?
You didn't get
Arby's they do have good food sometimes. It's occasional. They do have good food. I can't say that.
I can't eat with roast beef, so that's why I can't really eat it.
I don't eat that, but the cheese sticks is banging.
Yeah.
Hey, shout out to y'all for keeping Arby's in business. You know, we know who.
I don't keep them in business. I don't eat fast food that much anyway. But I'm just saying, like, to completely write them off, I think is not really fair.
Yeah, it's not. But I understand. Like, I would never. To me, roast beef looks like ham that's gone like it's all near mold. Like I don't understand the roast beef thing, but
So you judging your roast beef by its color?
I,
I don't see
shout
color.
out to the people that
Brother,
eat buffalo.
how you bring race into the food, brother? That's your
I'm
problem
not
right there.
playing with you.
She did it. She did it.
I can't. No, it just don't
So
look
wait,
right
have
to me.
you ever actually eaten it, Chanel, or is it just the color
Not
turned you
ever.
all too bad you was good on it?
It's just something
Wow.
like
Okay.
visually with my eyes, things that I'm never gonna eat, like sour cream. Like it's the name says it's soured cream. Why are we putting this in our body? I don't know, but people love it. So and mayonnaise, all of the stuff. I'm not doing that. It's just certain things that my brain can't get past, so I'm not gonna be able to do it. But like I said, I'll eat them curly fries in a minute and them chicken strips. Sure will. Mm.
Yeah, the
Wait
one
a
I don't
minute. So you won't
understand
eat
is
sour
Taco
cream
Bell.
because it's sour, but do you eat lemons?
I love lemons. No, I'm saying it's this idea that it's cream that is soured, like meaning it had to go through something. And so no, why would I put that? It's like why would I do that exactly? However, I will put I made a sakatimi cake yesterday morning, and so I put sour cream in that cake because it's gonna help with the moistness and all that. Yeah, I can eat it that way, or I would put sour cream in if I was making a dish. But to put a squirt of it on my taco, why would I do that? Ugh. It makes me want to vomit right now. I can't do that. But shout out to y'all that want to eat, sour cream on your tacos. I ain't gonna be able to do it though.
The cream that was one sour sister.
Just
I
I
fuck
ain't
with
gonna be
that.
able to do it.
I fuck
Yeah,
with
I
that.
don't.
Especially the chips. The chips,
The way
sour cream chips, they good too.
the way
Right?
he
I should
thinks
throw some
about
in my food.
Arby's is the way I think about Taco Bell. Like last time I went there, I
Whoa,
ordered
whoa,
two
whoa,
items
brother,
that it
brother,
came out
brother,
to like
brother,
13
brother. You
bucks.
feel you feel got yourself, brother. Don't talk about Taco Bell now. We will have no Taco Bell slander.
You
I'm
eat?
just
I
saying
used
it
to work
got
at Taco
expensive,
Bell.
man. It reminded me of Demolition Man.
You
I
still
used to
eat
work at
Taco
Taco Bell.
Bell,
Hell
Swallow?
yeah. That's why when everybody was getting that explosive diarrhea, that shit ain't fake. Man, I've been eating Taco Bell since I was 12.
Ew.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you something
I
right
got
now.
I got calcium built up in my bones.
I'm not playing with you.
Jesus.
I worked at Taco Bell when I was 17 years old and 18. I think I worked there for 2 years. That ain't real meat. I'm just telling you what it is. So you keep eating it though.
Oh,
You'll be all right.
that's your problem. That's your problem right there. That's why y'all bones ain't strong like mine. Cause I grew up eating McDonald's, so I had them abused chickens, the ones they talk to really bad inside the
I'm
cages.
not playing with you.
That's why my bones is really hard and strong right now. Y'all don't
Oh
look.
my god.
That's a little tip right there. My immune system good. I don't get sick. When COVID came, man, I was healthy as an ox. I didn't even lose my
Oh my
smell. Eating
god.
Taco Bell and McDonald's since I was young age. Shit, that shit had me strong than the mother, strong than the ox.
That is
So you like
nasty.
those people that live in Mexico? Like if I go to Mexico, even if I brush my teeth with a bottled water, I'm still gonna get sick. But the people that live there, they good to go.
Yep. See, that's the perfect idea, perfect analogy. What you just said.
I'm going to disagree with you. I didn't have COVID either. Strong as an ox as well, and I'm a vegetable eater. I'm a fruits and vegetables and home cooked stuff. All of that junk food, no, thank you.
You don't like junk food? I love junk food. Listen,
I
I have
mean,
a whole Funyuns problem
occasionally,
right now.
occasionally.
I got
Well,
Funyuns next to me. I had a piece of sakatumi cake
sister,
today.
not the fake onions, but you can't do the sour cream.
I said Funyuns. They're
That's what
chips.
they is. They fake onions.
Whatever. I have a Funyun
Yeah, he's
problem. I'm
right.
addicted. Mm-hmm.
The flaming
Whichever.
hot onions are fire.
That's what I heard. I just can't eat spice, but I heard that they're even better than the regular Funyuns.
Yeah, they are. They're good.
Now, where I do draw the line is things that are not actual juice. You know what I'm saying? They're like juice drink and 0% juice. Like I draw the line there. 'Cause what is this? Syrup water. But outside of that, yeah, I like junk food. Mm-hmm.
See, that's your problem right there, sis.
It
Y'all eat
is, and
junk
I
food, but
admit it.
y'all won't eat McDonald's and Taco Bell. I'm trying to tell y'all. You listen, just do it for like a month. Do it for a month, and then start testing the calcium in your bones.
No, I get sick.
I'm not playing with him. Test the calcium in your bones. Oh my god.
I'm trying to tell y'all that's why my immune system is really strong. But what I was saying earlier. Let me get back on track. So let me get back on track because we were talking about Colin Kaepernick and Tyler Perry. This is what I will say about celebrities, right? I never really got into the whole celebrity worship. I think we did a live on Diddy over there, and everybody was over there cheering for Diddy, which was the weirdest shit in the world, right? Because
Isn't that weird?
That was very weird.
they had that
People still
celebrity
listen.
worship.
Let me tell you something. When Diddy get out of jail, because he is gonna get out. When he does get out, I promise you, they're gonna have another white party, and
There
it's
was
gonna
a
be
dude
celebrities
outside of the
there.
there was a dude outside the court pouring baby oil on him, and you're like,
Oh
what
my
am I
god!
watching?
Oh my God.
Isn't he in the
We
space?
know one of those people. That was Armand Wiggins and Uda. Uda the shooter. Where you at, Uda?
Yeah, Armand and then Uda.
They supported Diddy?
Well, they was outside that courtroom acting a fool, pouring baby oil on one another.
Oh, they probably was just doing it for like, I'm assuming. I don't know either of them. Well, I do know Uda, but I don't know the Armand.
Not. Yeah. Yeah. I just the
But
baby oil part was a little weird for me. But y'all go
that's
ahead.
that's the argument that we have, right? Because
Don't do it,
as much
18. I already know where you're going.
oh
Don't do
my
it.
God. I gotta do it. I gotta
Oh
do it.
my
I gotta
God.
do it, Chanel.
Please do not do the, well, we can't take the fact that he was a black man and he's a
No, I
millionaire.
wasn't gonna say no shit
Okay,
like
I'm gonna
that.
let you
Come
make
on,
it.
what
Go
you
ahead.
talking
Okay.
about?
I'm going on mute. Sorry.
Just making all types of assumptions. Damn.
Sorry.
No, what I'm saying is that we can't deny the fact that musically Diddy is a legend. He is. We was
Is that not what
bumping.
I just said he was
No, you said that I was
Not
gonna
gonna
say
lie,
he was a
AT. She
black
kind of
man.
did predict you was
I
gonna say that.
just said that's what you was
We
gonna do,
can't
and then you
listen.
really did it.
We was listening to the dude music before any of this came out. We grew up on his music. Let's
Did
stop
he
front
not
like
just
we
say,
did.
did I not just say that
Yeah,
this
I
is what
mean,
he's gonna do?
never mind.
Go ahead, Tay. You got it. So
No,
do we just dismiss all of that? Like
Yes.
wait, hold on. Let me finish. All of the music that we grew up listening to, all of the bad boy hits, we just throw all of that in the garbage, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I
Okay.
mean, it
So
depends on who you ask. I mean, because the same thing could be said for, R. Kelly. Do people stop listening to R.
Yep.
Kelly?
yep.
Mm-hmm.
Because
No
people
more
got
choice.
biases. People got biases and hypocrites, and we're gonna throw all of the people that contributed to our culture in the garbage, while white
Yep.
people and other groups don't do that.
I'm not watching Harvey Weinstein movies on
We
purpose. If I know it's a Harvey Weinstein
Elvis
movie,
was with
I'm not watching it.
Elvis was with underage children.
He was
Elvis
Priscilla, whatever her name was. Mm-hmm.
Elvis he stole his whole style from black people. White people
Mm-hmm.
still praise Elvis.
But that's
Steven
different.
no,
Well,
hold
the
on.
the
Steven
Priscilla part.
Tyler, uh Mick Jagger, all of these people had foul stuff.
18th, you right, bro. But it's like that's their culture though. Their culture, that's it ingrained in white culture, in my opinion.
No, I'm not saying that
That
it's
one
Y'all
weirdo thing
diabolical. You
that
cannot put that on the whole culture. That is so shameful. I can't. Oh my
No.
God.
It is. They literally made the age laws.
what's the
Now,
oh
one
yeah, well a lot of stuff that happened.
what's the guy's name that wrote a song about Sue? How do you do? Is your daddy home? Who's that?
Oh my God, I didn't even hear about this. Taylor,
No,
you put
what?
me
No,
on game.
no.
What?
Y'all remember that other song? She's only 16. Y'all remember that song?
no.
I forgot the. It was a rock
Yeah, I
song.
remember. So I think SKC did a whole show about that song.
The biggest one is backstage underage adolescent. That one right there. We still rocking Bell Biv DeVoe. Now they didn't say they need anything. You going to work?
Yes, we rocking Bell Biv DeVoe. What the hell?
But they didn't do anything. So I mean, they didn't admit to doing anything. Nobody ever said that. So I'm
I
assuming.
didn't. Hey,
MC
I'm not
Light.
giving up. Oh yeah, MC Light. Yeah,
What
she
did
had
MC
some.
like do?
See, you about to throw her away? Just
No, I
let's
said
just
I
say
don't
she.
know. I just asked what
She
did she? I didn't
do?
know.
What does she
She
do?
had
She
a
had a.
lyric about her liking a 17-year-old.
Yep,
Oh,
Oh.
grown as hell.
but you could like somebody. That's the difference.
Nah, it was
Hey,
pretty
get the
Hold
explicit.
hell
on.
out of here!
Hold
Get the
on,
It
hell
was
out of
pretty
Sparks.
here!
explicit,
Hold on.
sister.
Hold
They
on.
don't told us to her.
So Chanel. So I
No,
was your
no,
little
no. Y'all not about to
boyfriend.
write this
I
narrative.
was
Y'all
your
not
little
about to write this
boyfriend
narrative. Y'all not about to write
at
this
the
narrative.
baseball park. He's going to be cute when he grows up. He's going to be a woman eater.
What's wrong with saying
Yeah.
somebody's gonna be cute when they grow up? That's
Man, look, you
completely
sizing
different
that boy
than
up. Look,
touching
now you
somebody's
sizing.
child. Let's not do that. Let's not
No,
conflate the
you
two.
are sizing that
Man,
baby
Yeah, that's
up.
oh,
not
you
the
only
same, bro. That's not
you
sexualizing no boy, bro. You
man.
reaching, bro.
They do that.
Why
They
Man,
ain't
do
it?
look,
that,
Why
bro.
ain't
I
it? It's
tell
the
my little
same
cousins
difference.
they're gonna be handsome when they grow up. What are you talking about? That doesn't mean I'm
oh,
sexually
so
attracted. What are you talking about?
That's no different
Chanel,
than calling dibs on some
well,
shit.
I'm a victim then. I might be a victim.
Oh
The
my God.
rooster, the raging rooster. I might be a
Is
victim
that Rooster?
because
Hey
it was.
King Rooster.
Of
Yeah,
course it
how you
is.
doing? You know I'm gonna be on your backside and your front
I don't
side
care.
and on top of your head when you
I,
act up,
I
Chanel.
don't care.
So
I don't
don't you?
care.
Look, I know we good though. You know what I'm saying? We good, but look, I'm telling you, I might be a victim then, because my girl cousins, they used to run track and they was beautiful and they had beautiful friends, and then grandmama and them used to say, take that boy with you. Man, I saw some of the most beautiful women in the volleyball shorts and the tractor, and they said, ooh, he's a little light skinned and he's well mannered. Boy, I got so many kisses, but was I
Light skinned.
sexualized?
Right.
Yeah, I used to be light skinned. I had to
You
work
used to be
outside so
light
my skin.
skinned?
Yeah, look, man, you ought to see my baby pictures. You thought I was Obama.
You was high
But
yellow? Okay.
Lord Jesus.
He
yeah, I had to work
fantasizing about the
outside.
days when he was light skinned. That's crazy work.
Yeah, so yeah. I'm a
Y'all
Oh my
chameleon.
God.
I'm a chameleon. But I'm just saying though. So Chanel,
Uh-huh.
are those women wrong for telling? And they used to tell. It was women used to tell my mama, "Ooh, when that baby grows up, he's gonna be a fine young man." I didn't know what I was doing or what they was doing. But guess what? Some of those women right now, they still look upside my head, but I don't know what they looking for. Is they asking me to
So
approach or what?
listen, this is my opinion about that. Are
They
they
got good
wrong?
money too. They own property.
Not necessarily. Is it inappropriate? Possibly. But I don't think there's anything wrong with saying a child is gonna be handsome. It's sort of like if my niece is beautiful. Me saying she's beautiful as a child is wrong? No, it's not. When she goes up, she's gonna be
That's
even more
you.
gorgeous.
That's your
Nothing wrong with it.
niece, and that she's a woman to you. But if you have a little kid running around in the grass playing in the swimming pool and eating donuts and throwing, Duke out their diaper, ain't nobody supposed to say, that's gonna be a fine little ass girl right there. Ooh, we look at
Yeah.
her.
I see what you're
We
saying.
got a double standard. We got a double standard in our community, and
It's in
I'll
everything.
just say, I'll just say this: a female predator in our community is not viewed the same as a male predator. It's
Why you
just,
want
that's
I
what it is.
disagree. I
why
mean,
you
I'm
want
not
to gender
fighting
rap?
for equal rights for predators. I think predator is predator. Like if you
Well,
No, we don't.
he's not.
I'm
Oh,
talking about
He's
based off of.
not.
Wait, hold on. I'm talking about based off of action.
He's not
People don't
entirely
view
wrong.
people don't view female predators in the sense that they do, and that comes from if it's a female that's preying on a young man or something like that. Oh, you should like it. You should
Wait, I
because
was
you
I was just
chasing it.
ready to say that because we done had conversations a long time ago about the men in a lot of the men have shared their experience with older women while them being teenagers and underage and everything, and they talking about how it was a rite of passage and different things
nah,
like that. So
it ain't no right to passes.
I'm just saying that's
That
what
was happening.
Hold
She's
on.
not wrong about that. A lot of the men were telling us that, Rooster. They were saying that, and we
they
were telling
Oh,
them
see,
you're a victim, or like this shouldn't have happened. But they listen,
They think
I
it's
say,
G.
listen.
look, Candy, I say I might have been a victim because get what? I was taking them old hoes down through there.
Oh my
Shit,
God.
take me
Oh
through
my
there, take me
goodness,
through there. No,
why?
look, the same way y'all were dressing up them Negroes that was downtrodden and bullshitting, and y'all trying to bring them back to life. It was old chicks buying me the same old plaid shirts that you old female were buying them old niggas. Man, I was out here looking like a goddamn roping ranger. Look, plaid, what's his name? Be cowboy
Lord
boots
have
cost
mercy.
$300. Man, I was taking them
I
through there.
can't.
If you
Look,
were
I was
underage,
trying to get a sponsor. Look,
oh
man,
my
look.
God. Can't.
Look, you know what?
I
It was
just think
people
it
that
depends.
Hold on. Let me say this
I
real
think
quick,
it
Rooster.
depends on who you ask because there have been several conversations in this space to where a lot of these
they be
dudes
lying.
don't see themselves as victims, and they told us
I was a
that. So I'm
victim,
just saying.
but
Well,
I changed.
yeah.
well,
Hold on.
I
Let me say
turned the
this real
leaf
quick.
though. I was a
Hold on,
victim, but
Rooster.
I turned the leaf though.
Let me just
And
say this real
I
quick.
started seeing what it was. Them old women, they got them houses with them dead husbands for
Oh my
over
God.
10 years. Man, do you want to go to college? I'll pay for it.
Hold on
You
one
need
second,
your
Rooster.
you need your
Let me say
oil
this.
changer. Why? Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Hold on one
And I was
second,
washing
Rooster.
their cars.
Rooster. Hold on one second. Let me say this real
Shit.
quick.
Watson a drug.
First, but here's the thing, right? I don't know. Certain people that you ask, you got to think about their mentality and how they view shit. But in reality, you are that mentally fucks with young boys' minds,
Nah, he
right?
ain't fuck with
Because
me. While
No, wait,
you
hold
driving Miss Daisy
hold
around,
on,
I'm gonna be driving
hold
Miss
on 1
Daisy.
second, Rooster.
You
Let me
crazy
finish.
as hell.
Rooster, let me finish real quick. But what I'm saying is that because you'll have dudes that will have an experience with an older woman, which is a predator, and then they'll start expecting that from younger girls, and it'll fuck their minds up. And then you have situations where it does, like, let's say that boy gets his emotions involved, and he fall in love with that woman, but that woman is just a predator. That fucks his minds up, and she moves on. Like, it's a lot of things that people don't. And for the goofies that say that shit, that turn around and say, "Oh no, you supposed to." That's just some dumb niggas that don't use their mind. They just think with they other head, and they don't use their mind for nothing else.
18.
And you can tell by how they talk, but that's a fucking predator, man.
But
That's a
18,
predator.
18. I can understand this though, but one thing I can say, a lot of, like, if you know what you're doing as a youngster and you turn that leaf, bro, a lot of the women that doing that predatory action, the youngster ain't leaving without anything. It's the males that's tricking people and leaving them dumb, busted, and disgusted. That old woman, bro, that cougar with them tiger stripes on her, that been around the world up and back again. Boy, that woman, that old cougar, she finna take care of you and your girlfriend, your baby mama, and everything. Look, dropping all presents and invite you to the church. Look, Sunday, that fourth Sunday. Look,
Not
come
the
over
fourth
here.
Sunday. I can't.
Look, bring your whole family by. She buying kids school clothes and everything. Look, if she can play Mr.
Until
Telephone
she
with
finds somebody younger. Until she finds somebody younger. That's how that story normally goes.
no,
Yeah,
a
because she's
lot
a
of
predator
women.
too.
Hold on. A lot of women
certainly is a
that get
predator.
attached to. Hold on. You got to think about it. A lot of women that get attached to a certain man and they have traveled throughout life. That's the one they want. They ain't looking at no other. They don't want that old fat belly ass truck driving ass man. And they done had everybody in the class of 84 or
You
something.
trying to be
They don't want that.
you trying to be logical
They
about a
don't want.
predator, bro. The problem is that, they like youth.
My bad. Look,
They
and I'm
Ursula.
not a red pillar. See, I don't pop them internet pills, but I'm saying that the difference is when certain older women run across a man that's young, like around 20 years old. Guess what? She starts to elevate his life. She'll say, "Baby, I'm gonna put this old goddamn cougar on you," but I see that girl that's popping Molly, sipping juice, and pouring out drink doing Ray. Whenever you have problems with her, you make sure you call my phone because I know the person in the courthouse. They're gonna get you out of jail. See, that was the type
And
of
that's
connection
when
I
you say
had.
granny, auntie, we're gonna have a conversation about goals. We're gonna get you the help you need and all that other good stuff.
Man, look.
Now, Mr. Rooster, was you underage when these women were having sex with you or whatever? Or
Man, I
buying you?
had license at 15, and then I was already equipped.
So you were underage.
Life.
Okay, so you were actual.
No, I wasn't
Rooster was
underage.
trading
No,
stocks
I
at
ain't
the
saying.
age of 5.
Listen what I'm saying. No. Listen what I'm saying. No, I wasn't underage. What? Okay, when you use the word terminology underage, yeah, based on them women being way older or 10 years or 20 years older at the time when I was
Nah, she's saying legally of age to have sex. To have
nothing
consensual
happened
sex.
under the age of 18 or 20. Yeah, what I'm talking about,
Oh, okay.
like when I
You're
was
good.
20 years old or whatever. Nothing happened. But I knew one thing. Them cougars are some sponsors.
But hold on,
if I had
Rooster,
$1,
if you were,
boy,
even
look,
if they didn't have sex with you, and when you were 15, if they were still trying to talk to you or that's grooming. We're getting you ready for whenever I can have sex with you.
They weren't trying to talk to me. They just saying he's gonna be a nice young man. And then on the back end, when I went around the world,
Wait a minute. So how did you get to the point where you were sleeping with them? You're all over the place, brother. You got to come back.
Proximity. Women operate off proximity. That's why some of you broke niggas can
Groom? No, she was grooming you. She was grooming you in her proximity to when she was ready to lay them teeth in you.
Okay,
That's why they call them
just
cougars.
think about it. If I'm out in the world doing my day-to-day function, just like a male can look at a certain prospect of a person. Even if both of y'all are grown, you can say, that woman, I have not heard about that person being in no bullshit. She ain't ratchet. She keep her car clean. And then the people that's in my house, look, listen what I'm saying. Me in my life, even though I hung around with the vice lords and the GDs and I was standing out on the corner, I was always sharp and debonair. Them folks didn't hear about me being down at the courthouse every goddamn weekend or being locked up or shooting at nobody. Wasn't so. And then I was kind of decent in school. I was part of a little organization that was part of the Divine Nine, and they saw me coming outside sharp and debonair, smelling like the cologne that my mama bought me. Yes, yeah. So
is this an advertisement? Is this a rooster advertisement? What's happening?
Yeah. So you know what happened?
Yo, you got a very, very vivid imagination.
Look. No, there ain't no imagination. Look, it was a woman that's old, and I still see her today. When I was younger, around my 20s, by me, look, we used to have to wear, look, Candy Cane. We used to have to wear school uniforms, right? I reversed the situation. I started wearing khakis and dicky pants and everything. I started wearing shirts, a tie, and a nice little coat. And I could tie my tie. The old woman walked up on me and said, "Who tied that tie for you?" I said, "I did it." She said, "Show me." I said, "Let me do you one better. I can show you how to double tie it." I took my tie off, did it in front of her face, and guess what happened? Two weeks later.
Look at God.
Well, don't leave us on a cliffhanger. Tell us.
He in a bad area, probably. But thank you,
come
for
on.
having good conversation, guys. I'll talk to y'all later.
This is actually Scholar's panel, but thanks for coming through, Chanel.
What did you say? All right.
I said this is actually Boxing Scholars channel, but I thank you for coming through. And then we got left on the cliffhanger.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize.
No. This is his panel, but no, you're welcome. You're actually welcome to come over. It's open panel. We, posted the link in the chat for people to come up.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Well, thank you, Mr. Boxer, for having me. Y'all have a good one.
Oh, no problem, sister. Listen, we disagree about Michael. You know what I mean? But I do remember you. I remember your stories. I like your conversation.
Oh, thank you. All right, guys.
Shouts out to Chanel. You out of here, Chanel?
I'm gonna call you.
Okay.
On the what's my doodle thing? I forget what it's called.
So I do agree with what the homie 18 said. Yeah, it is the double standard. But 18, this is why I have to play devil's advocate, because we are the leaders of our community. You know what I mean? No matter the hands we were dealt, right? And we know it's not going to be fair for the leader than it is for everybody else. That's what patriarchy and hierarchy is. So it's like we benefit off the system.
I disagree, Boxing Scholar. We ain't been in the patriarchy in a long time, brother. We ain't been in patriarchy, and you can't expect people to come in and just. It seems like when it comes down to leadership is only.
Hold on, 18. Let me see if man, get your ass in that kitchen and cook me something. Yeah, we still in it. We still in it, bro. We still in that patriarchy.
Nah,
boy, if you don't hush your mouth talking that lady crazy.
For me, no, I could do that. Works for me. I don't know what kind of situation y'all got set up, but I could scream that thing.
I mean, just outright, you can ask the young boys today. See, it's one thing, like for me as an individual, I'm straight. But ask some of these young boys today. I know I'm straight as an individual, my personal experience. But ask some of these boys today, they don't have the same experience, and you can't expect people to assume responsibility. And you can't expect people to assume leadership just based off of responsibility. It's like handing somebody the keys to a sinking ship. Like, this already messed up and jacked up. Hey, guess what? You the leader, so get it together. It don't work like that. For it to be good leadership, it has to be good. It has to be good followership too. If it ain't good followership, you ain't got no good leadership. Because ain't nobody. If people ain't trying to follow or hear what you got to say, how are you leading anything?
Yeah, but effective leadership, 18, you still have to like accept the rules, the terms of the conditions. And one of them is like, bro, we're not going to be treated equal, right? Like there's no such thing as a gentlewoman. There's such thing as a gentleman. Like nobody I'm not expecting no girl to hold the car door open for me, like, because
No,
I've
no, I'm not
accepted.
talking about chivalry or anything like that. I'm talking about if it's a situation where, first off, you can't even be if the person's not even getting their resources from you, how are you even leading anything? Because they can just disrespect you and go to somebody else and get their resources.
Well, I
Isn't
think well,
go
I
ahead,
think
Tay
what
Tay.
he's saying is that I mean, as a society as a
My bad,
whole,
I was
it's
getting
still
to be a little
hold,
hot for
hold
TV.
on.
Hold
A
Let
on,
little
me
Rooster,
bit
she
too hot.
talking. Hold
let
up
me.
now. We can hear about your cougar later. Let her talk.
I
My
think as
bad,
a
I ain't hear none of that. I'm just saying, my bad, God dang.
okay, I think society as a whole, we still do live in a patriarchy. I mean, are there? I mean, we know that a certain percentage of the powers that be that really are running things, but society wise, it's still a patriarchy for sure.
I don't know. That's kind of waning a little bit to me, Tay Tay. And the only reason I say that is because it is. Um, I think we live more in a situation because the way things are so messed up now, it was done like that purposely. It was done like that purposely to get more money out of, like, for instance, you don't have a two parent. It's a lot of in our community, it's not a lot of two-parent households anymore. So you got the mother and the father working, or maybe they were just together for a minute and they split, and then you have individuals working. So that's more money coming to the government, more money coming to the elites and different things like that. And it was made that way. When you look at what feminism did and all of this other stuff about people want to, do them and don't want to be told what to do. We're kind of living in a society where it's more individualist than anything. And it's a lot of us that's working, that's giving our taxes away. And it was this way I can word it. It was purposely done that way. Like, because you can't really have a community without a structural family. Really, no other community operates like that. And when you have a structural family, you have the man that's the head of the household that makes the financial decisions. So he stops, he stops from making poor financial decisions for the benefit of the family and the benefit of the household. You have families buying homes to develop equity in those homes to pass down to the next generation to make sure that they're straight. We don't really have that in today's age. The
Because
only
things are expensive. Like you gotta understand.
but
Like
what I get what you're saying, Tay Tay. You're right. Things are expensive, but they're expensive because of what I said earlier. Once things had become to the point where everybody was moving as individuals and different things like that, you don't really have a cohesive family unit. So then you throw in the expenses and different things like that. It's it's like that now. You get what I'm saying?
I'm trying to understand you.
What I'm saying is that they knew that they had to split the family household up first to have more people working to give them more money. They did that. They implemented feminism to do that. They gave certain women the illusion of them having more choices, them being able to do what they want, and then a lot of these.
AT.
Let me just say this real quick.
Feminism had
Let me
nothing to do
finish.
with splitting their family household up.
Hold on,
Feminism
hold on, hold
has
on,
to
hold on,
do
hold
with
on,
Let me finish this
hold
real
on,
quick.
hold on, hold
Okay,
on.
okay, I might be
having to
wrong.
give
I'm
their
just giving.
property up, bro.
Hold on,
Okay.
I didn't
Look,
want to go down this rabbit hole. We could get back to this. I just wanted to say this. Like, I feel like
feminism
in
is
order
not
for
about
there
that.
to be a double standard, 18th, I'm basically saying that patriarchy has to exist, right? Where men are not to allowed to feel, they're not allowed to experience sexual assault. That's the only point I was making. That
Oh,
patriarchy
okay.
has to exist for that not to be fair.
Yeah, I think we're
No,
going off of yesteryear's idea of what patriarchy was because we ain't lived under that
no,
system in such a long time. We
no. The
I don't
only
I
thing that
wasn't even
has to
raised on
happen.
the
Look,
system like
hold
that.
on.
So
The 18. Let me give you this right here. The only thing that has to happen is men, individual men, not be thirsty enough to say, "Well, I like you and I want you." And when that woman says no, back the hell up. All that patriarchy and all these old extra names that y'all give a situation that could become violent because some man or some woman don't want to hear the word no. You don't have to give it a bold name. The only thing you got to do is call it criminal. And we deal with criminals as they should be dealt with. Bring them out in the courtyard so where the world can see what happens to them when you decide to weaponize your body parts in a violent manner because somebody told you no. All this old extra stuff that black people are following, just like you just said, oh, feminism divided the household. Feminism wasn't constructed by just to divide the household. Feminism was
I know that.
constructed because white folks that own white
wasn't.
females that had prominent white females that had prominent fathers who had land that did not have a boy had to pass that land down, and also the cattle, the slaves, the Negroes down to the daughter, right? But the daughter cannot receive that property. So the property had to go to the successor, which was probably a white man that the dad did not even agree with, because he knew it would be a beneficial thing to do. Say, my daughter can marry him, but he know this goddamn white boy is a goddamn drunk. He like to sleep with the slaves in the middle of the night and everything. But by the daddy having business going on, he'll say, well, these are the people of this area. I don't call their names. This person owns this bank, and I own this portion of land. This person owns. So I'm gonna figure out which one of these stupid ass sons of white boys that I'm gonna marry my daughter off.
No, I got what you're saying, Rooster. Hold on, I got what you're saying. I'm just saying
it ain't to separate all this
no,
stuff.
no, no,
y'all
no.
be talking
That's
about.
the
It ain't got nothing to do with black folks. It ain't got nothing.
It ain't got nothing to do. Listen. I get you, but let's stop acting like black folks. We don't follow. Let's stop acting like what white. Wait, hold on, Rooster. Let's stop acting like when white people implement
feminist movement.
Rooster, can you hear anything?
Because I got a habit of not trying to overtalk people because I don't want to mess up the stream.
Rooster, can you hear? Can you hear anybody else? Can you hear me?
Yes, yeah, I can hear you. But this is a.
Can you hear 18 too? I just want to make sure. Are you talking through him or no?
Yeah. But look.
Okay.
I can hear you.
That's all I want
But
to
the
check on.
narrative was, let's get these black women into feminism because our white boys that are prominent white boys won't stop screwing the slaves. And he's up here whooping our ass because he want to go to the goddamn hen house. So in order for them to get justice, they said, let's incorporate the black woman. Let's go out there to the slave out there and say, hey, you know he treating both of us wrong. He's doing this. Slave girl can't even get a goddamn bar of soap from the white man, but she getting fucked every night. And guess what the white woman getting? She's not getting fucked, and she got the finest dining and everything, and she can't speak or say a goddamn thing. But the white boy confided into the goddamn nigger girl, which was the slave. So that's where feminism came from, because they knew the black woman had power. So y'all get your black ass off the internet and stop talking about this old stupid ass shit. You old thirsty ass black ass niggas. The black woman had power in the beginning, like alpha, and in the end they gonna have the power, cause ain't nothing like that goddamn Negro juice to that white boy. Shut your stupid ass up. That's why they put the black woman out front, because they don't want to hear shit got to say, nigga boy. Shut up! Cause they love their pussy now.
This reenactment is killing me. I don't know.
Tay Candy, y'all was gonna say something. Y'all got anything to say?
I don't know.
So go ahead. There ain't no reenactment, Candy. Look. Come on now.
Because another thing too,
reenactment is slaying me, Rooster. I cannot. That is too funny.
Nah, I'm
Rooster got his PhD from Toastmasters, I swear.
Oh my gosh.
I see. Look. What's going on here?
Hold on, I'll be back, y'all. I'll be back.
Look, watch this. If everybody was to pay attention to the literature of how to make a slave, they already told you in that literature the black woman is first before any one of you Negroes get to say a goddamn thing. So guess what? Until you get to the point to where you can rule your house and stop moving your black dumb ass into a woman's house that's fed by the government and provides your house and bring the woman into the house. Shut your black dumb ass up, nigga. She's the queen.
I agree with that.
It's basic science. It's basic science. If you look at any study of beekeeper, what happens in the bee colony? Don't you know how to steal bees? If you a beekeeper, right, and I'm
Take the queen.
for bees, the only thing I got to do is go up in there with a cardboard piece of paper, salvage the queen, and park a truck, and all the bees will come to my crate, and you'll wake up without a drop of honey. You stupid son of a bitch. You black ass nigga, boy. I understand why the president said, speak lightly to these niggas, but carry a big stick. I ain't gonna keep talking to you, nigga. I'm finna get to swinging. I'm gonna say it one time. You better listen to old King Brewster before I get to using this stick, because it ain't gonna be no mercy. But I'm gonna put that black woman right there in front of you, so to allow her to see me destroy your stupid black ass. And guess what? Gonna happen? She's gonna confide in me, because if you was the biggest motherfucking nigga in the goddamn YouTube streets, and I sever your goddamn head and whoop horses big and strong and get them to tear your body down, get what she gonna say? Yes, master. She don't want that shit. She don't want nothing that you niggas gonna do, because you're physically strong, but your mind is weak. That's how I know how to take every one of you niggas down. Only thing I got to do is get sweet pussy sad, put her on the platform, and tell her to wear one of them spaghetti strap shirts, and you niggas is gone. You're gone. Over with.
Where is
It's
Scholar?
gonna be some pillow talking and some jacket. It's gonna be some pillow talking and some jacking off in the back chat. Boy,
Maybe he might have had to reset.
hey, hey. Girl, go get your money, don't you worry. Say hey. Yeah. Weak ass nigga. Ain't that right, Candy Cane? Yes, Lord. See, I already know what to do with you. Some of these old weak ones. Boy.
Scholar, you can hear us. You got somebody in the back trying to get up here.
Yeah, I think it's Big J.
Yeah, you tell him. Oh, you bring him up. I'm finna sit down. Look, I'm just telling you, so I'm weak. Man, only thing I got to do, I'm in the wrong business. I drive a truck, but I think I need to put some women on the platform with some spaghetti strap shirts on. Boy, these niggas be through by Sunday. They'll be through.
You don't get to an argument from me about that.
Not be through.
They be through Thursday.
It's simple.
Boy, they need to
The formula is too simple, bro. They fall for it every time.
Look. I think some of these Negroes on the YouTube platforms need to go on a water diet. High quality H2O. That's what Mama said. High quality H2O will keep you hydrated and fine and keep your mind straight. But these folks is thirsty. Negroes. What's wrong with you? Pull yourself together by your bootstraps. I ain't supposed to be you there, because pull yourself together by your bootstraps mean hang yourself, nigga, because you're through. Use your bootstraps to get rid of everybody's problem in the world. What's wrong with y'all folk, bro? Y'all stupid as hell. I'm glad I wasn't raised around poo-put gene pools of people like some of y'all, bro. That shit's crazy. And the world can actually hear y'all when y'all on these platforms. These platforms ain't just for us to hear. It ain't like we got a code to say we shut off all broadcasting to this sector or whatever. Boy, y'all better cut that shit out. Talking about some goddamn feminism was about separating the household. Man, feminism was about white women getting tired of losing you niggas to a motherfucker that was drinking and whooping her ass. And her daddy died. This motherfucker owned 400 acres. She can't do shit on none of her land but stay her ass in the house. Stanking as a motherfucker with that big cane dress on. Can't even wash her ass because nigga won't buy soap. He want to go gamble Her daddy shit ain't tending to the farm, ain't tending to a goddamn thing. Only thing he tending to is the slave quarters. Oh,
Let's say six people in the studio. I don't know if somebody's backstage still.
but go ahead, y'all. Go ahead, y'all. I ain't trying to stir up y'all conversation, but look,
Nah,
y'all can hear me?
you went in tangent mode. It's cool, bro.
I left for a little bit. What happened? You ran off 18, Rooster?
Lord.
No,
we can't take you nowhere ever since you became dark skinned.
No, you can't take me nowhere. You gonna have look. See, word usage. You can't take a rooster nowhere. You gonna have to carry me, kicking and fighting, because I don't submit to none of this shit y'all be talking about. You gonna have to take me out with a struggle, kicking and fighting. I don't just boy, y'all got crazy.
What does country ass say? What you say with a strawberry? What you talking about?
Struggle. Oh, he's talking about strawberries. Oh, so you want that explosive
Oh,
diarrhea?
hold on,
So you
hold on
want
now,
that
Rooster. Hold on now, Rooster.
No. You say whoa to a horse now.
No.
I ain't 3/5 of a man.
Hey
I
for
used to
horses.
own some of you niggas.
He didn't hit me with the Bernie
I
Mac.
used to
Hey
own
for
some of
horses.
you niggas.
Hey for horses.
Hold on now. No, hay is for horses. So what you
But no,
need
this what I
today?
was
Pick your
this what I was
platter.
gonna say.
Strawberry or hay, nigga.
That's
Pick
what
your
I was
platter.
gonna say.
Strawberry or hay, nigga. Pick your platter. Strawberry or hay.
Hey, I guess I don't know. So this is what I was gonna say earlier. This
You
is what I.
sound like a field nigga. You sound
Oh
like
yeah,
a field nigga.
definitely,
I liked you. Yeah,
definitely.
you stay far away from me. Yeah.
Okay, Rooster. Okay, Rooster. I don't want to have. I'm not interested in the back and forth. I want to have a conversation. So listen to me.
Okay.
So this the point I was making earlier before I got kicked out of StreamYard. I was basically telling 18 that patriarchy has to exist in order for it to be a double standard for a male not to have a shoulder to lean on. But I'm gonna just be honest with you. I'll take that trade off. I'll take that trade off. Like not being able to whatever emotionally cry or not being when I'm being victimized by a cougar, like not having a shoulder to cry on. I feel like it's a pretty good trade-off.
To not being able to cry?
Yeah, like it's like, okay, so it's pros and cons to both, right? In patriarchy, right? Like it's the women that complain about patriarchy never complain about the good things that come from it. Because like a gentleman is an idea of chivalry. That's a positive thing, right? Courting a woman is a positive thing, right? Paying for women and all this other stuff that comes with it. It's not all bad, but they would like to change it to where you keep the good stuff and omit the stuff that they think is bad. What I'm saying is that the man from the other side not having a shoulder to cry on, that ain't gonna lie, that sometimes that stuff is like it's a little sad. Like, damn, don't nobody care about me?
See, you get your cougar, you have a show to cry on because the song that the Cougars used to play was Maxwell.
This dude and his cougar face.
I was crying on that show while I was
Rooster, you gotta be what, at least 40 or 50 years old. Your cougar dead. Your cougar dead. Man, stop it. Let it go. She ain't coming. Miss Betty not coming back.
Man, listen to what I'm saying.
Oh my
God.
Cougars. Need him to hit that note again for me, though.
Hold on. Them cougars on clubs and pool halls and property, nigga. You on the wrong side of the fence. Evidently, you don't know. They are educators, motivators, and scholars.
So for inquiring minds, Rooster, on a scale of 1 to 10, if I was, let's say I was your nephew and I'm 20 years old and I cougar trying to holler at me and I say, Unc, I got this girl in college that's serious and I might marry her, or I could mess with this cougar. What advice you gonna give to me?
Shit, I'm gonna give that boy a shield and a spear and say, boy, you better go big cat hunting. Cause goddamn it, that little ass girl with that food stamp card, she finna get that pussy to them Omega Sci-Fi boys, and you gonna be destroyed. That woman that been already she done graduated Sigma, Gamma, Rho, Delta, and everything. She gonna say, hey man, that girl is in a fraternity. Hey man, if you see them niggas hanging around her and say, hey girl, starting in them gold boots and bopping cane all over her ass, boy, your ass gonna be itching. You're gonna have to have a health department visit. And I mean, you better stay over here with old cougar mama. And I'm gonna show you, come up under
So
my
you know
wings.
cougars
Let me
be
show you
cheating
the
too,
way.
right? You know
And
cougars
no,
they be giving it out both sides on them. Yes, they do.
hold on. Cougars ain't gonna cheat. Cougars, they
Who
done.
the hell lied to you?
Now, hold on. Them cougars, them stomp down real cougars, bro. That
Well,
look.
let's
First
ask
of
the
all,
women
hold
on the
on.
panel.
First
Let's
of
ask
all,
the women on the panel.
I'm talking about a real stomp down cougar. She got properties. She got kids that left the house and every damn thing. They probably
I
older
beg
than
your
you.
damn pardon. Why would I know anything about being a cougar?
Y'all
Well,
got
hold on.
friends. Y'all got aunties.
No, no, no.
Y'all got research. Don't do
See,
that.
she
My
ain't no
auntie
cougar, bro.
actually.
Y'all got it wrong. Y'all got it wrong. Y'all getting the
Okay.
ages.
So,
See, y'all be calling niggas with
well,
no
don't ask
experience
us
arc
a
and stuff.
question
She
though.
a cougar to somebody.
Y'all be calling people with no experience in life uh, everything. Don't trust none of these thirsty men's ideas about what life is. Man, when I was I went to up or down. And when I got on the college campus with older folks and they were bopping canes and stomping in gold boots, and I had chaperones that was fine. They was on the volleyball team, swimming team. They was doing their thing. Man, I was catching arm hooks from all of them old people. And know what they were saying? Boy, you're gonna turn out to be a fine young man now. But we finna show you something. I used to go to the parties and everything. I used to see everything, bro. Everything. Man, shit.
What
Back
are you
Y'all
in
ain't
your
giving
light
out the
skin
right
days.
information. Bro, I know people that's talking in your kids' face that graduated magna cum laude, dick sucker. But they the orchestrator of your children local public school system. Shit. Just as good as she can give a sermon upon how children can do well, that dick, she gobble it up and she do a good goddamn sermon on that shit too.
Oh
Yeah.
Lord have mercy.
Yeah, I was exposed to a whole lot of shit. Look, when they was in the look stomping on the yard and everything, I was around prestigious magnum cum laudes of the blacks. Man, and y'all talking about what low level folks doing? Y'all stupid as hell. Shit. At least I can get me a cougar that know how to do your taxes when your shit is up, fucked up, and you just coming out into the goddamn world and she tell you, hey, all them goddamn boots I bought you and everything you put that on your taxes too. Every time you pump gas, baby, bring me that goddamn receipt. Shit. Every time you buy a Subway sandwich, tell them print your receipt out, baby. I got you. Nigga, without no jury getting $6,000. Boy, you put me in the goddamn plus. But look what these young ass females doing. She ain't doing nothing but just give it out. Throwing wham in the circle, acting like a goddamn circle. You know what I'm saying? They're stupid as hell. No, I ain't got half a barely can read. If I can't read and you can't read, where we going? But that goddamn cougar, she graduated when black folks used to love each other. These Negroes don't love nobody. You see on these platforms, every time you get a leg up, they try to expose you, say you ain't doing what you're doing. Oh, you can say, I went to college. Oh, nigga, show your receipt. Show your goddamn graduate. Nigga, they ain't so business where I went to college. Look at these nasty ass black folks. Man, I say, you Negroes ain't got no business talking about being in a relationship if you ain't had your significant other before COVID-19. If you ain't had that person before C-19, you're through. Everybody looking for a goddamn meal. You can damn near throw a bologna sandwich out to a female or a male, and they love you for a long time. Niggas will get upset about a pack of noodles because you niggas ain't got a place to stay. You using the woman, you talk about people that getting food stamps and everything, but the woman is on government system, but you bring your nasty ass over there with your basketball pants and your goddamn Crocs and laying all over her shit, dirty on her goddamn couch, but you trying to be a leader. How the hell you gonna be a leader when the book says bring a woman into your household and walk over your threshold, and you niggas need the goddamn woman to sustain life? while you go out there and bring her back some kind of goddamn itchy disease. You
This
nasty ass
is
nigga, man.
oddly specific. You got like details in here that are oddly specific. Is there somebody you talking about?
I'm talking about all these old nasty ass, thirsty ass niggas that be trying to use a woman as a stepping stool, but they get on the internet with that whole red pill talk. Women ain't this. The 304s ain't this. Nigga, I love hoes. Hoes done my goddamn taxes. Hoes have been the best goddamn kid caretakers and everything. Man, look, shit. Come one, come all. Hoes. Shit. I love you, motherfucker. Look, every time I have been in a situation when old simping ass nigga was trying to set me up, a hoe came to me and told me, watch that nigga, cause we about finna have to jump his ass, or you gonna have to shoot. I wasn't here because he's mad because you standing over here with me. I'm glad the hoe told me, so I can go approach that nigga and say, bitch, you gonna die.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, because I love hoes, but them hoes is truthful. The hoes that say, boy, you can mama and throw this pussy up above your head and you gonna see sunshine. But get out of my house before this other nigga come. I like them bitches. Lord Jesus. Don't lie to me. Don't lie to me. Tell me what you're working with. Like
Rooster,
show me what
Rooster,
you're working with.
we let you go. We let you go for about 6-7 minutes because we wanted people to see what unhealed trauma looks like from being preyed on by a cougar.
It ain't no trauma. It ain't no
Yeah,
trauma.
you definitely got
How
trauma.
is it
Oh, you
trauma
definitely
when
got trauma.
how is it trauma and I'm an active participant in this
Yeah,
shit and I know
Rooster,
what's
you
going
might be
on?
entitled
Because
to
the hoes
compensation,
told me
bro.
what's going on. Hold on. How am I in trauma when I'm an active participant in this shit? I say appreciate you. I'm glad that you give me the information. You think I ever stopped dealing with them hoes that gave me the truth? You crazy. I always stop hanging around them old fuck ass niggas or them fake niggas that was sitting around lying. I come up with this badass hoe, but you always asking about the hoe. You ain't asking about how I'm doing. You's a simp ass nigga try to overthrow what my game is. And them
How they
hoes
gonna
always
overthrow
told me
you if cougars
that
don't
weak
cheat?
ass.
Don't cheat.
No, the hoes always told me that weak ass nigga try to say something to me, and I say, "Oh wait, okay, ho, this the plan. What you think we finna do? Shit, get that nigga to buy all us drinks or whatever the fuck, and he gonna leave dry dick like a motherfucker. I'm finna
Not
punch
you
your ass
pimped
out,
out the cougar.
man. I done been
Long
kissing
life of trauma,
stations.
ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah,
You know,
I like you weak
it,
ass. Look, I like you weak ass, sympathetic minded ass niggas. I like you motherfuckers. Because I know one thing. If you ever get violent, only thing I got to do, and I'm gonna just use your name. Let me send Kane to Kane. And we gonna bob Kane all over your motherfucking head because she pretty, right? And you gonna drop your guard down and I'll be in the closet. Put the money in the bag, bitch. Yeah, I got this nigga. Boy. Ass to the great talks in the sky, you stupid motherfucker. Why the fuck is y'all calling these folks 304s and they navigating through life trying to figure it out? You old ass niggas, y'all ain't figured it out yet, because if you did, you wouldn't be on the internet complaining about what the hoe do. You be tending to your wives or your significant other or your future woman to be. You worry about what a hoe doing with a pussy. Shit, I ain't worried about what a hoe doing with a pussy. I'm worried about what she doing. Hey,
that
good
was your whole
pussy.
logic for picking a cougar. All right, we're gonna pass the mic. We're gonna go ahead and pass the mic because Rooster all over the place.
No, you ain't got a chance to pass this. Like, I'm taking this shit. Straw ball, nigga.
You gonna take it? Is that what you're gonna do? Is that what
You
you're gonna
gonna
do,
do,
Rooster?
nigga?
Is that what you're gonna do? So, like I was saying, ladies and gentlemen, you know, we have to heal, brothers and sisters. We have to heal from trauma. And if Rooster is anything, he is a walking, living testimony of unhealed predatory behavior from an older woman. Because this nigga went from it don't really matter what she do with her cat to you got to choose the cougars because they not giving up the cat to he pimping the cougar, and then his friends he can't trust them, and then he trying to fight them unloyal niggas. I'm like, this nigga need a drink, you know. So with that being said, you know, we gotta heal. We gotta heal. You know,
One of my theories is they try to kill neo soul because neo soul was actually good for black people. It talked about healing. It even talked about sex, but just in a more healthier way.
You had a music soul child, to teach me how to love and all of this stuff. Yeah, yeah. I see you. I see the move. I see it.
And white people are obsessed with everything black except for neo soul. It's the one thing that they ain't ever like really sunk their teeth in. It's the one thing they ain't never sunk their teeth in. They like, and I'm like, well, if sex sells, then why don't you get into neo soul? They talk about sex. Put Jill Scott on that microphone again. You know what I mean? Like sex sells, and neo soul talk about sex, but they never dive into it. I was like, I get it. They got rid of R&B and they didn't invest into neo soul for those two reasons. Because we had, I had balance. You know, we had Tupac, Wonder Why They Call You Bitch. But we also had like Casey and JoJo, Take My Money. You know what I mean? We had a
I think
balance.
that they got rid of R&B. I just think R&B has evolved.
No, neo soul.
No,
Look, now
It
you
has.
Taylor,
I
Taylor.
would.
soul. Neo
It
soul
has.
brings
You
it,
gotta.
it talks about cultivating
Because
Hold
and
on,
bringing
Rusa.
it
Hold on,
together.
hold on. Let's hear what Taylor got to say because she
But
was
before
talking. But
she goes into that, I
yes,
do have a thought with this one. Before she starts,
sure.
now Taylor, do you think that R&B truly is? Because I was asking this to a panel maybe a day or two ago. That
Mhm.
because a friend of mine had this conversation offline. We say that R&B music is dead. They're saying no. I believe R&B music got replaced with fucking music. Like that's what people make
No,
nowadays and
see,
call R&B.
R&B, it's not dead. It just has evolved. The thing is, y'all gotta listen to the people that aren't known. You gotta listen to the underground artists, like the Isaiah Falls or the Sirs or the Fabos or Odil's. They're not as known as like the mainstream artists that are considered quote unquote R&B artists, but they're there. They are most certainly there.
so Taylor, this is why I disagree with that. That's why I disagree with that.
Okay.
R&B, all music evolves, but people now listen like newer people, younger people still listen to the old school R&B because that sound was like second to none. The lyrics were second to none, and it's like, what happened to it? Like, where did it get to a point where it was just devalued? And it was like that to me. That was done intentionally because it used to be a time where R&B singers were on the same level as like a Tupac, like
It's
Casey and
coming
JoJo was
back,
rock
y'all.
stars.
I am telling you, it is coming back.
Who
It's
bringing it back? Chris Brown,
no, not I'm. You see, you think I'm talking about Chris
Usher
Brown
with the cherries.
and Usher, and no, you gotta, like I said,
With the what?
y'all gotta listen
Them
to the
cherries he be feeding the women at the concerts.
on Instagram. I be posting the artist, like different artists and stuff that I be listening to. Y'all need to take a listen. It's coming back. That R&B sound, it's coming back. Trust and believe. It's not
I
dead.
wish my one of my homegirls came through earlier, Jay Davis, and I wanted her to come and because she was the one that I was talking to offline about this. And yeah, she's got some pretty interesting thoughts on it. It seems like the ratchet rap music has kind of overtaken R&B. Would you
Yes,
agree or
it has.
disagree?
I
Just
think it
imagine.
has
Look, Candy.
because
Let me do this right here. Watch this.
hello.
Just imagine you was a cougar, and I come up in there with that plaid
Oh
shirt
my
that you bought
God.
me, and I say, "Time went by, we
Well, please
grew
save us.
apart. Mhm. Now I wanna do the right thing by you,
Oh, this nigga think he
Candy.
Casey.
I can't live like this no more." Yeah, boy. Hey, if I come through that like that,
Uncle almost gave you a
I'm getting a
dollar.
steak sandwich. I'm finna give a steak
Get
sandwich.
a
You know what I'm saying?
steak
Cool.
sandwich.
She gonna be she finna be up in there cooking. Boy, I'm telling you, I've been doing
Okay, so
you
like I was
wrong.
saying, um,
Go ahead. My bad.
like I was saying, like most certainly I think that the ratchet rap has taken over, R&B, and even certain R&B artists that that's put out in front of us, right? That that Their actual, like Brent Faiyaz. Brent Faiyaz is considered an R&B artist. He's more on the toxic side, right? He's a very toxic R&B artist, but I mean, it's technically still considered R&B. But I am telling you that sound, okay, that 90s R&B sound, it is coming back. It is coming back. It's not gonna. People are aware of it. People understand it. It's coming back.
On the radio?
Not
I
on the
don't hear.
radio.
I don't listen to the radio anyway. But like, I don't hear anybody saying, "Oh, you got to check such and such an artist." I hear more people pumping AI music.
It's because you're not looking around. You're not looking
That's
around,
why
bro.
I say you got to go underground. You got to.
I got an underground artist. Hold on, let me play a little snippet of his music.
I can be a savage. Just an open up. Say that I can have it. Yeah. Bring me.
Kenny, did you just say this a tape?
Bring me.
No, I mean a Tank song. A Tank song. My bad.
Bring me.
This sound like Rooster. Watch when he hit that last note. That man talented. That boy good. That boy got skills.
I am screaming.
God damn. That sound like something Rooster would say at the end of his verse.
Man, Rooster could sing while we playing. It sounded
I
good.
mean,
I ain't gonna lie.
you know, Rooster would be cool if he learned moment, like he be doing it at the wrong moment. He hit the gas at the wrong moment. Don't let him.
Rooster could sing.
Candy Cane. Big Google.
I'm here.
I'm a truck driver out there. Been traveling these wide roads for so long. My heart's been far from you. 10,000 miles gone. Ooh, I wanna come here, every part of me, but there's blood on my hands.
Respect the host.
He can actually sing. He can hold it too, and he can play the harmonica.
But that's why I say, you know what he was supposed to do? He was supposed to come and hit a one-liner and show everybody he could see. This nigga is fit to go bar for bar. Like, bro, we trying to have a conversation.
He's singing the 45.
30 seconds. 30 seconds, Rooster. Check this out. That's all you had to do, Rooster.
Oh, girl, I know your secret. You dipping on me. Got that McNuggets loving. You went to McDonald's? It just ain't fair. Why can't you share your love with me?
Nice song, but you're still not getting any of my crispy, juicy McNuggets.
Girl, you got a 10-piece, please don't be stingy.
God, I remember that.
That's all you had to do, Rooster. Girl, you got a 10, please don't be stingy. And then everybody be like, damn, Rooster can sing. And we would have moved on. This nigga went in. He want to go beat for beat. He calling names. I bet in his head, can he pull you on stage? He thought it was the 5 heartbeats.
Is there a heart in the house tonight?
See what I mean?
Yeah,
stand up. Go ahead. Go ahead, Rooster. Stand up. Go ahead. You got the spotlight. Go ahead.
Too funny.
But yeah, but no. In all seriousness, I think they did that shit by design. I think that
Absolutely.
you have to have balance, and I feel like they killed the balance. The
No,
balance
they
is
did. They did. That's why now I really don't listen. I don't listen to a lot of rap music. I really don't. Not today's rap. Like, no. I'm more of a R&B girly. Because, I like sometimes, I don't know about y'all, but sometimes music helps me process my feelings. And I get to the root cause of things listening to some music sometimes.
I think that's most women. They clean up the music.
Yeah. So,
I mean,
it's coming. I don't think it's dead in entirety. I think I think that 90 R&B sound is really making a comeback. It's just not mainstream, and it's not mainstream for a reason.
I think that they don't have anything to sing about. Where's the inspiration?
What you mean? They gonna sing about? They always sing about
I
heartbreaking
know that's
and
a
women.
loaded statement.
Oh shit! I forgot to add Rooster back. Oh yeah, Rooster left. Rooster said he tired of going backstage. But no, that bro, they gonna talk about what they always talk about. The same. I mean, music don't really change as far as like variety. They just sing about real life and mostly love and relationships. Those are the best songs
Yeah, but
because
they was
everybody
doing
going through a
videos.
breakup or whatever.
They was doing videos in the rain and in the desert. They was going like to the furthest extents of the world to show their love for somebody. And
Bro,
I don't
they
think
was
that
in
that
somebody's basement.
inspiration's out here.
They
Thank
was in
you.
P Diddy
Thank
basement,
you.
bro.
Thank you. Nah, y'all R&B died when you niggas stopped doing them Jodeci dances in the
Oh
desert in your
wow!
Timbs with your leather outfits. That's when
Blame the
R&B
man.
died. Y'all killed it
Blame the
all.
man. Hold on,
And
hold on. How about
absolutely
this?
the
How
man's
about this?
fault.
R&B died when chivalry died, and women killed chivalry. How about that, sister?
Yeah, well, they went to work. They got jobs.
Oh
No,
my
I ain't
God.
talking about
They
that. I
had
ain't talking
jobs in
about
the
that.
Steel.
90s. Nah, we're
Nothing,
not doing
Now
nothing
that.
sexist.
now they want to pour steel
I'm
and
talking
diesels
about,
and shit.
I'm talking about whenever they like got real freedom and they started saying what a man should be and what a man is, and it's like they kind of killed chivalry. Like I even seen memes like a woman be like, I think this dude gay. This dude cooked for me. What? Huh? What? Like stuff like that. They killed it. They made men not want to be. They call them tricks. They
Scholar,
even got a term called much now.
are you gender warring me right now as I'm
No, no, no,
dual
no,
streaming
no.
with you? Is that what you're
No,
doing?
all
Is that what
things
you're
Sister,
doing?
point to gender
hold
war.
on,
All
sister.
things.
Hold on. No, no, I
Men
don't do.
call each other tricks.
No, no. They listen, but it's not men's job to hold chivalry. It's the person receiving it. Men are only going to do what
I
women
will
allow
never
them to.
listen. I will never call a man a trick. That
They call him a munch, Taylor. I'm like, what in the fuck? Like, these people are so fucking stupid. The dude, it was like, I grew up in a time where Juvie was like, I know I got some big lips, but I ain't
he
lick
ain't
you. Like,
licking.
they
Yeah.
did not like to eat cat. And then you had Wayne came and kind of messed the game up. He had a song called P Monster, right?
Right.
Or
Now they calling
lollipop.
them a munch for doing what they've been wanting them to do. It's like, bro, come on, man. Like, what are we doing here?
I
Now
think
they a
it's
munch.
a term of endearment.
Nah, it's
What, a
derogatory.
munch?
When they call
No, it's
somebody a
derogatory.
munch, that's a derogatory term now.
I haven't heard it called that, but I have heard some women call them their best eater. I've heard that
Eater or
before.
munch, they're all derogatory terms. They don't call them that my beloved. Call them beloved, my beloved.
Yeah, what's wrong with that? Like you kill the
Um,
inspiration to just put it all out there, and especially to sing about it with the tight pants on, the leather pants in the desert. Yeah, ain't nobody going through those
yeah,
links, man.
I need y'all to
Especially
start doing that again. That's how we gonna know you really love us. That right there.
To start singing with the snot dripping
Yes,
in the rain with I don't know about the rain with the snot drip. I
in
think
the
we live in a
rain.
different time.
In
No,
the
it's
rain.
we can't do
You
all that. Ken.
really love if you don't risk pneumonia.
No, no,
Is it
COVID,
really
COVID
though?
changed everything. Can't no, COVID changed everything. Can't people can't be out there singing in the cold no more. You get pneumonia. It's bad for you, sister.
You gotta
Nah,
get you and three of your best homeboys. And I need them Jodeci knees. I need to see not Jodeci. What was it?
and
Oh my
I'm finna
God.
go here. You know I'm finna go here, Candy.
Oh Lord.
Women brought
Do
down
it.
the value of box also.
Oh my God. Here you go.
Am I
Here
lying
you
about
go.
that?
And explain how. Tell me how.
By giving it away for free.
no for 40. The 40 ball was a real deal.
Hold up, brother. You got them. You messing with lot lizards, brother?
Nah, it ain't even got to be lotless. I remember. Well, I guess we're confessing. Are we confessing about how it actually
No, no,
happened?
no. Hey, don't
Okay,
stop. Don't stop
okay,
yourself now. Go ahead. You're already there.
so when I was single, because I'm not single no more, I was bagging for like a egg McMuffin and a hash brown. That's all it took. Box of cigarettes. Then somebody said, $40. I'm like, okay. Or can I hold something? It
You was
started off
dealing
something
with
sweet.
somebody who was
And,
home.
and and then the 40 ball just became a thing. I didn't even have to be romantic. I was like, man, I got that 40 again.
You were dealing with someone who's homeless.
Nah, I was dealing with somebody I know, I've known for my whole life, but it just turned into
But
that.
$40 though.
It wasn't romantic. That was back at my high drive days, I guess.
He was talking to that dude from the barbershop on Baby Boy.
$40. No, just play. I just play.
$40.
I mean, I had to give her
Yeah.
shit, but I gave her 40. Like it's just like I don't want to talk about nothing. I just want to
My
do my
question is,
thing
could
and
you still
go.
smash if you didn't slide her to 40, would she still be smashing you?
Yeah,
Or was it transactional every time?
Uh-oh.
yeah.
Good question.
It turned into that.
I'm gonna be honest with you, brother. It's not a believable response. It's not a believable response, brother. I feel like
Actually, an ex girlfriend.
you smash your ex-girlfriend for $40.
Like you break up, come back later on, try it one time,
And
and
she
then you just
charged
like,
you?
nah. She said, "Let me
I
hold
mean, not
something."
even that she had a box he was willing to pay for after having it for free.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
did.
that's crazy.
I doubled back. I liked it.
I don't think she was
I
that
did
into
not
you,
like
brother.
her.
We just talking out loud. I don't think she was that into you.
Nah.
Did you have the spit started?
Not after we broke up, we wasn't gonna have a relationship again. But it was just like I don't mind smashing. And I got it. So if you need it, I got you.
You want to tell your parents to do a better job because that sounds weak as a motherfucker. Like, at the end of the day, like no real parents gonna make their son do that shit. You know what I'm saying? That's weird.
Parents? I don't
You
know what
think?
parents got.
So what the
How do
hell?
we get
What's
to
up,
Simon,
parents
Simon? How you doing,
respond?
Simon? I'm
Simon,
gonna
what the
just
hell
act
you
like I
talking
heard
about?
what you just
Simon,
said.
don't come in here with no
Nonsense.
bullshit.
What are you talking about, bro? At the end of the day, like, look, there's a problem with these people. You know what I'm saying? It's like your parents didn't do a good job, so you're stupid all of a sudden. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're dumb.
Okay, hold on. Let me
Right?
pause you, Simon. Let me pause you, 'cause I got to translate for you. I think what Simon's trying to say is you shouldn't have paid for the box. Like you should be ashamed that your parents raised you wrong because you shouldn't be paying for the box. Am I right,
Facts.
sir?
There you go. Yeah,
And
Okay.
I don't
exactly.
disagree with that at all. But that don't change the fact that it happened.
Oh my God.
And because it was somebody
Look,
somebody
here's
I
the
already
problem.
dealt with, somebody I already knew. I've been knowing my whole life. I didn't have a problem with it.
You knew her
It
your
started
whole
off as a
life.
favor.
You
It
see,
started off as a wait a minute, Simon. It started off as a favor, then it just became something like if I didn't have shit else to do, I'd rather go over there and chill with her and not inconvenience her. So here, to grease the
Now
palms a little bit.
I gotta call
Well, we
Simon out. I'm
still on
sorry.
this
I gotta call
sausage
you out, Simon.
McMuffin.
Didn't you just not too long ago on Creative and Chanel's channel admit to the fact that you was buying box too?
Oh no, Simon, say it ain't.
How you gonna come for
Simon,
Demon?
say it ain't
How you
so.
gonna come
Yeah,
for Demon
Simon, why you
Day
birthday signaling,
and
man?
say that?
no, but I'm
Yeah, how
straight
you
up.
shaming
I'm straight up
somebody?
with that shit. No, I
Hold
don't
on,
give a fuck.
Simon. We playing Simon say so, and you Simon say it ain't so. So Simon, you up here talking about his parents and the way he was brought up,
I
and
don't
you
have
buy a
parents.
box too.
Yeah, I don't have parents. I'm an orphan. But it's just like, yo, yeah, I paid for that bitch. So like, what? I don't
Whoa,
give a
that
fuck
she a
about that.
bitch too. Simon, y'all all over the
You
place.
damn right. She
Hold on,
showed me
hold
That
her
on.
sounds
titties and all
more
that shit.
estranged than my situation, bro.
Put my
It sounds
boxer
like you
shorts
went
down
up
and fuck the
to a
fuck out of
random
me.
woman.
Like,
At least I knew the girl. I don't know if
nah,
your
you're
situation was the
delicate,
same.
nigga.
Y'all are
You're
nasty.
delicate, nigga. You're
I'm
delicate.
delicate.
Yeah.
What does that mean? What do you mean by
I still suck on the sausage McMuffin.
that?
I like.
You know
Oh,
what?
I'm
Fair
coming
point,
through,
Taylor.
but
Like,
you're on your way. You gonna ride past McDonald's? Yeah,
I don't
bring
give
me
a
a
fuck about
sausage
these
McMuffin.
motherfuckers. I swear to
So
God.
in my mind, that's what I equate that whole thing was about.
You sound soft
He was
though.
hungry.
You sound real
I
soft.
don't think she smashed you to get that sausage McMuffin. I think she was gonna smash you anyway, and you happened to come to see.
But when you don't like the
Come
bitch,
on.
when you don't like her after
Go
some while, you just
girl.
say she smashed for a McMuffin. See how it translates? Like she would have smashed me regardless if I got it. But since I did and I'm not cool with her no more, then I say she
Yo,
smashed. Let
you
me smash for a
crazy.
McMuffin. So you
You
see how that
crazy.
evolved.
You see how quick these niggas will turn a narrative on you? You see how quick they will spin it? In real time. I just want everybody to note that.
Well, that's exactly how. I'm glad you
uh,
could see what it was because that's
I'll do the
exactly what
same
it
with
was.
you, Candy Cane. Give me any day of the week. I'll pay you whatever the fuck you want. I don't give a fuck about that.
Whoa, not trying to bribe the brother. We're going too far now, brother. Don't be trying to bribe them.
I ain't gone nowhere apart from fucking Earth, nigga.
You gotta
What
respect
you
the
Oh
ladies.
talking
Lord.
about?
Hey, hold on. You said
Don't tell me what to do, you dumb fuck. Don't do
okay.
that.
Okay, so we
Yo,
got a
Ooh,
calm
place.
down,
We
brother.
Simon,
got
it's his channel. Simon, this ain't my
it's
channel.
all
This
right.
his
It's all right.
channel.
We got a place for Simon. So Simon he gonna sit down for a little bit while we talk.
Yeah, he gonna have to sit down. But Scholar isn't used to the hood rat activities in this sector.
Sorry.
So y'all need
No,
to.
I actually know Simon, and where I know him from is really really weird. I don't want to put him on blast, but I know Simon. Like
Yeah,
I don't know
I've
if he
been on
would never
panels
be
with
in that.
Simon before too. He usually comes up and tries to shoot at me like, "Yeah, it's
He get a
Dave.
little
Let me
drink
go
in
get
him.
him."
He get like that. So yeah,
Me.
Simon gonna cool off in the
You.
back. He gonna cool off in the back. That's crazy. We're Simon looking for issues. Son, we peaceful over here, brother. We peaceful. That's what peace looks like. You know what I mean? Shout out to Rooster for calming us with his beautiful voice. You know, it's him and Ray J. You know, Ray J singing "One Wish" was probably the best performance in verses that we've ever seen.
Yeah, I think so too. That was awesome in so many different ways. If I
You
had
want to yo?
one wish.
Where's the heaven? Let's go. You know what's funny? Taylor, you talk about R&B being back. R&B died when B2K lost every verses they've been in. Them niggas lose every fucking verses.
Because it's all about Omarion. It ain't about the group. Pretty Ricky came in as a cohesive unit.
Yeah, but
Okay.
they had their lead singer too.
You said what?
They had their lead singer too.
No, they did have their lead singer, but they were Pretty Ricky songs. Omarion was trying to make it about him.
She tried. Chris Stokes kind of did, and you know they ain't shit without him. Omarion literally don't need them. He can literally do the B2K verses by himself with some backup dancers. But even when he did, who did the verses that when he
You
started
know,
eating the watermelon?
Hmm.
You
I
remember the
have
verses
no
where he started eating
clue.
the water? Y'all don't remember that verses where he started eating the watermelon?
I don't really watch verses like that, but you got it.
It was I think it was him and Mario. And Mario was destroying them. And it's like, bro, you got way more hits than Mario. I only know Mario for like 2 songs, 3 songs. Like, he not that deep.
I'm
Yeah, I only
that.
know Let Me
That's
Love
not
You.
true. I am a Mario fan. Nope, nope, nope. You're not doing that one.
Name
I can
5.
name a few
Name
of them.
5. Name 5 real quick.
Music for Love. What's the hold on. Braid My Hair.
Don't know about
What's the other one?
Trash.
Let Me Love
I
You.
said I can name them.
Let
Let
Me
Me
Love You.
Love You.
That's the one I was thinking of.
Yeah.
And then hold on. Now you're gonna put me on the
Hold on.
spot.
Now
Now
we
I
got to
gotta
hold
think about
on.
all the ones that I
Now we
know.
got to hold on to
No,
think
no, no,
about it.
because you put me on the spot. It was a bunch of them. Just trust me, I know Mario songs, and I'm a fan of Mario. So don't do him like that. He actually had hits, and he was featured on songs.
Oh, see, I'm not a Mario fan, so I don't
And
really.
he was featured on songs. But back to the whole B2K thing. Omarion can't dance. He just hopped around. Did y'all ever actually look at his dance
What?
moves? Like
Man,
You
you
can
tripping. You
dance.
tripping. We're not going to take that. We're not
some
going to take that away
comedian
from that
pointed that
man.
out not too long ago, and I was like, wow, when you actually he ain't doing shit.
We can't
The
take
whole
that
touch
away.
video, that nigga is pop locking from beginning. No, we're not going to do
We
that.
can't take that away from him.
I'm just saying he do
We,
a whole lot of hopping around. It's just random movement. I don't think it's rhythmic. That's my point.
I mean, you could tell that a lot of his styles from Michael Jackson with the
But
pop.
Mike could dance though.
Oh my!
Yo, I had this debate, and I want to hear Taylor's take on this. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think Taylor is a Trey Songz fan, if I'm not mistaken.
Not really.
Okay, maybe it's somebody else. But me and my homeboy was having a debate of who will win a versus Chris Brown or Trey Songz. And I'm like, bro, Chris Brown would slaughter Trey Songz.
Chris Brown
It
all
wouldn't even be
day.
close.
Oh yeah, Chris Brown all
Right.
day.
It
All
would
day.
not even be close. You know what? It's
I
like
don't even know
me
why
and
they
What
would ask
era?
that.
The question is, what era of Chris Brown would he slay? Would it be the, Run It? Would it be Take You Down? Would it?
I mean, we could go with the weakest version. We can go with the pop, the running, and that wasn't even a weak version, but it's the weakest Chris Brown version. That version destroys for Trey Songz, in my opinion. I've never been to use Trey Songz. Like he had a couple songs with, oh, this is nice, but listening to his album, I'll tell him, I'm like, what the you you vibing with that? What is his song? His album called Ready?
You ever hear somebody make fun of Trey Songz runs?
I seen Chris
Sound like
Brown make fun of.
a goat.
I mean, I seen Chris
It
Brown make
runs. When he
fun.
be doing that, like it's a low bit. I don't even know how to describe it. His lip thing. Yeah. All right.
Hold on, let's
Right.
see. Rooster, can you hit the Trey Songz note for us?
He sound like a goat.
Is he back?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Rooster to pull it back, and I ain't want to be quiet. He don't know easy. He don't know. Come on now, Rooster. We need you. This is your
Let me see if
moment.
I can find. Hold on. There's a comedian who had me dying laughing at his Trey Songz impersonation, and he was on point.
Yeah, Trey Songz is off. But no, right after we had that debate, a girl made a video on a radio podcast, and they were having the same debate. I'm like, damn, I guess people really feel like Trey Songz really can mess with Chris Brown. I don't know why they feel like that,
He
but
can't see Chris Brown on Chris Brown. A cracked out Chris Brown. He couldn't see him. Okay.
exactly. Chris Brown's still performing off. He performing off his new hit. He still got hits. Like
Yeah.
Trey Songz is yeah. It's not even close.
Not close at all.
Do you think there's anybody that Chris Brown could go that would give Chris Brown a run for his money?
Anyone like today or back then?
I mean, outside of R. Kelly, that's a cheat answer. R. Kelly and Michael Jackson, take them and put them to the.
Taking R.
Look,
Kelly
look, look, look.
and Michael
Candy cane.
Jackson out of it.
Candy cane.
Isn't it?
You hear Victor talking about him? He can do it.
We here.
You're hearing rumors about me. They're seeing pictures online. They see me.
It would have to be Usher.
Bruce, I just want to know why you want to go there. Why you want to go there? We should never go there. That's where you should have stopped right there. God was trying to tell you something right now. But nah, just playing. But
It would have to be Usher for me.
I'm not gonna lie. I don't know. I think Usher might get Chris Brown. I don't know. I'm compromised. Let me stop.
And that's why they're on tour together. That's exactly
Yeah.
why they're touring together. Yes. That's a good matchup. Even though
compromised.
Usher's aging and his, what you mean you compromise?
Because I like Usher
No,
more. Like he's more
Usher got a better voice. Usher got a better voice, but Chris Brown has a better way of thinking of how to grasp the audience. That Usher is like, I can teach Chris Brown certain things that I can train him on, but I can't do. Chris
Let me
Brown
put
is
this
the
nigga
GOAT,
backstage.
bro.
Train.
No, Chris Brown is the shit, bro.
Y'all got to consider Chris Brown also. He has athleticism in his his performances. He's flipping, he's dipping, he's doing a lot more than a lot of these other men and women
Then
artists.
he be doing that and then he be doing that Kappa shimmy. We make a movie, yeah. Starring you.
Hold on. You got to go back to the old school song because now we starting to actually hear the crackle. And I don't want to hear that crackle in your voice, Bruce. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do you like that. You just started your YouTube singing career, brother, and you had a nice voice earlier, but nah, Chris Brown songs ain't it for you, brother. Well, I'm gonna let you know that now. Yeah, I ain't. I wasn't feeling that shit. Am I alone on that? Y'all was feeling that? Candy, he was singing to you. Was you feeling it? I'm gonna take your silence. I'm gonna take your silence.
I ain't feeling that shit.
I'm gonna take your
said
silence.
no comment. No comment.
I'm gonna take your silence as an answer. I'm gonna take your silence as an answer. But no. So yes, I think Candy made this point, but Rooster was over singing that shit. But she was basically saying that whoever goes up with Chris Brown is probably gonna lose only because of his stage presence. Like he gonna be flying across the ceiling, backflipping. He gonna be grinding. Yeah, he like Genuine on meth. You know what I mean? Yeah,
he's the if you really look at it, Chris Brown is the last of this era, the last of the remnants of the old era. Because when he was coming up, a lot of performance and dances and everything was still prevalent, and he still got some youth to him. The man, 36? I think Chris about 36, so he still got a little bit of youth left. But after Chris Brown,
I think Chris Brown in his 40s.
No, Chris Brown is still
like
in his
36.
Nah, he's still in his 30s. He's not
Y'all
40
sure
yet.
about that? Let me look
Chris
this
Brown
up.
is the
Chris
GOAT,
Brown was
man.
born in '89. I
You
was born
cannot
in '88. So
You cannot take it away from Chris Brown, man. All that
I'm not
old
taking
slipping and
anything
sliding
from
on the
him.
Sonic roller skates that Usher be doing. And Chris Brown is the GOAT, man. Chris Brown is
Chris
the
Brown's that
one.
nigga.
Damn, he is 37. That's the oldest 37-year-old looking nigga. I thought he was like 40 something.
It's them
Man,
drugs
that
and them
boy, look,
alcohol.
when that boy say that song, wishing that I was yours, boy, when I was in the Kappa League,
Who is
bro, boy,
what you finna tell on yourself? Who was we? What was we? What was we doing?
no, my group, when I was in the Kappa League, bro, when that
Uh-huh.
wishing I was yours, bro, came out. I ain't like them other niggas you see them, I'm different. Stay on the mission like boy. Ooh, got all type of different bitches. Pussy waiting at a light, I like sipping. Eat the
Y'all was
pussy
singing
with
that. Y'all, the
precision.
Kappas was singing that to
Six
each other.
string, boy. What we doing this shit and shit. Wishing that I was your nigga.
So it's true what they say
And
about
them
Kappa.
girls sitting in them girls sitting in them fold out chair rolling. Wishing that I was your nigga. Boy, they was trash. We put them in the trash.
There wasn't no cougars out there.
Boy, I'm telling you,
Wasn't no
look,
cougars
some
out there.
people got pregnant, man. I know some kids that were pregnant off of Chris Brown, boy. Shit.
That mixtape in my zone, that's one of his best mixtapes ever.
Chris Brown is the GOAT, bro. He ain't got to do nothing but put on a pair of roller skates. And it's over with. Somebody baby gonna be made in 20.
And you know what? I'm glad we getting all this Chris Brown praise because I'm gonna play devil's
You don't want to
advocate.
make no babies then. No, because you might be out of shape. You ain't no dancer then. Because that's what we used to do. A long time ago, that's what we used to do. Everybody was in.
Yeah, thank you. Because he gonna keep talking.
Hold on. Y'all give me 1 second.
He was gonna keep talking. Now Chris Brown is that guy. I can't take that away from him.
He's been that dude for a long time, hasn't he, Tay?
He has been. The first CD that I got was that his first album. My uncle bought me a CD player, and he bought me that CD in all white.
Yep. That was the one that had Running, Give Me That, all of that. Because I had a friend that looked like Chris Brown. I still remember the first time I seen him on TV. I think I was watching like 106 Park. I was like, this nigga look like my homeboy. And from that point on, my God, rest in peace to him. He used to run with that. Girls used to go, you look like Chris Brown. He used to run with that, boy.
Now, let me ask y'all, just out of curiosity, because I've asked this before, who is the bigger talent? Michael Jackson or Chris Brown, in your opinion?
Obviously, Michael Jackson.
Now, see, I asked this to somebody else, and they went with Chris Brown and said they would give me a plethora of reasons why Chris Brown was slaying on Mike. And I said, I don't know about all that.
Era is the only difference, man. What era they came up in?
No. I disagree. Because if you look back on it, like, even the fans' reaction, like Chris Brown, the fans love Chris Brown, especially the women. But Chris Brown I don't know if Chris Brown ever had anybody faint over him like Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson literally had the biggest halftime show globally. He's known all over the world, no matter what language they speak, whether it's the Middle East, East Asia, South America, North America, Africa. Everybody knows. Europe,
those prison flash mobs, they were doing the Thriller. Did you see that? Prison flash mob they did to Thriller over in Asia?
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm gonna be honest with y'all, and it's gonna be controversial. Like I said, get y'all the stones ready. Michael Jackson's one of my favorite artists of all time, but he's overrated. He's overrated.
He's overrated.
For Reddit.
Yeah, like and like I said, he's one of my favorite artists. But like when I hear people talk about him, I already know Rooster. I already know Rooster. Come on, Rooster. Let me put you in your head real quick. But what I mean by overrated is like people act like he's so untouchable that like everything he did was good. It's like Michael Jackson died not at the height of his glory because people had moved on. Like they forget about these things. I was there. I witnessed it. It used to be he couldn't go nowhere. It was always a mob, a crowd, and it slowly got smaller and smaller over the years. Right. And then when he came out with
I don't think that
You
was
Rock
because
My
of
World.
his talent, though. That
But
was
hold
because
on.
of the scandals.
Let me say this, Candy. He released You Rock My World. That song hits right now. Like it hits right now. but that song did not go like it did. I remember the TV networks used to pull out a whole segment for Michael, let him display it. He had a whole movie that was going to go along with it. They didn't do none of that stuff for Michael whenever he dropped "You Rock My World," and everybody had moved on. And it's just like if he's like we had a debate one time about Chris Brown versus Michael. They wouldn't even fathom the idea. I'm like, bro, you're being disingenuous. Well, you won't even fathom the idea. Now you can say Michael wins by a long shot, but to act like this is not even close is like, come on. The dude was like, but people used to pass out. Okay, what does that mean? How is that a barometer for
Scholar,
anything?
you're
Scholar.
I don't think
because
you
Michael
can
Jackson is the
judge.
only man. Oh, I'm sorry. I got you late. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. I got a little delay. Michael Jackson is the only man that could stand there for like 2 hours straight and people's going crazy. Chris Brown can't do that.
They paying $1,000 to take photos with this Negro. What do you mean? Have you seen this nigga humping him in the bed?
Lord Jesus.
Michael Jackson ain't doing that.
I did. I definitely saw that one.
They rent money to get broke.
I think the funniest stuff I seen was when the Rainbow dudes was paying to take pictures with Chris Brown. Remember the one?
I didn't know that. I didn't know he was taking pictures. That's crazy.
It was a Rainbow dude that paid. Chris Brown took a picture with that dude shoulder to shoulder. You know, like the b-boy stand.
Yeah. That's hilarious.
Looked on his face. That dude was mad in the mud, boy.
But if we could be honest, if Mike had a thought back in his time to charge people, that women would be so thirsty to take a picture with him grabbing their ass that he could charge them $1,000 a pop. Don't you think he probably would have done it?
Not at 36 though. 36. Michael.
Mike wouldn't have charged them because it would have been beneficial. It would have been beneficial just to take a picture with Mike. That picture with you and Mike today would probably be way more than him trying to charge people. So if you got a picture of Mike, if you even own a Michael Jackson coat right now, back in the days when everybody was going to gym practice and we had our Thriller coats, Lord Jesus, if you got one of them coats in your grandmama attic, take the roof off that motherfucker and get it out here, because it's a manyan in that right there. That so Chris Brown ain't got shit on Michael. But
you just told us Chris Brown was the shit. Now he ain't nothing.
No. You see, you talking about Usher. He the little bumpy boy. No, bumpy boy ain't got shit on Chris Brown.
Bumpy boy. Wow.
Look, I'm talking about Michael Jackson.
Micah. When you said Micah, you sound like Joe. Say it again. Micah. Micah. Yeah, that's Joe.
Micah?
That's Joe right there. Micah.
Yeah.
Micah.
See, you know I'm Southern now, Micah. Look, this one, what you gonna do? You got to
Micah, you got to come to practice at 3.
You got to say it one time. Listen, what I'm saying though. Chris Brown ain't got.
Have y'all seen the Drewski skit of?
Yeah, that shit is
hilarious.
Hollering.
That shit.
No, but I got a question for y'all.
But I'm just saying,
I got a question for y'all.
Y'all cannot. You can't compare Michael Jackson to Chris Brown. Michael Jackson, bro, that man used to stand on the stage.
Hold on 1 second, Ruth.
People done died looking at this
Bro,
man.
see, and that's exactly why. Bro, this is what I mean by overrated. So how could you measure somebody else being untouchable from somebody died in his presence? Like now the man Jesus. Now he Jesus. People just want to touch him in his garden.
But you ain't seen Jesus, have you?
And I get what you're saying.
Ain't nobody ever said. Look, hold on. Ain't nobody in the world said they died from seeing Jesus, but they died from seeing Michael.
Okay, go ahead, AT.
Okay, but here's the question I got for y'all. Which Joe was worse? All right, because we all came up in a different era. So which Joe was worse? Was it the American Dream Joe, or Joe in the new movie?
Definitely the Joe in the new movie. Definitely Joe. That should have been called Joe's movie, like Joe and the Jacksons or something like that. Like
I say,
that was all about
Dream Joe. The American Dream Joe was rough, boy.
No.
Marlon, Michael, who left a towel in the swimming pool? You about to get a beating?
No. I like it when he say, "You better get your ass away from that bed." He up there with Ben. That was Ben. Look.
Oh yeah.
Oh
Being
look,
the rat. That was,
Joe. Look, Joe whooped booty is so good to where he inspired a song about a rat in poverty, bro. Boy, ain't that genius? Ben, you and I must make a pact. We must bring salvation. The rat was
Okay.
the only thing one get his ass whooped
I know
because
I
he
know how
know
to
how
get
to
Rooster.
avoid the
I know how to
trap.
get Rooster. Hey Rooster,
Shit.
in the verses, R. Kelly will kill. R. Kelly will kill Michael Jackson.
Man, shit. If I had a
You
dollar,
tripping?
he'll go to
And we from
jail.
Chicago. We telling you no.
Y'all crazy as hell. Look.
You tripping?
R. Kelly
ain't got
wrote for Michael Jackson. Look, listen, R. Kelly wrote a song for Michael Jackson. We're gonna stop this right now.
Yeah, that's true.
But the whole thing is, writing for somebody
I
does
mean, that's
not
one
mean
song. That doesn't make him like on the
that
same
means a
level.
talented person cannot reach the
Have
vocals
you ever
of
heard R.
that
Kelly
person.
performed
That's all it is.
talk about him writing the song for Michael and singing it in his
R.
voice?
Kelly can't dance. Mike was an overall entertainer, not just a singer, and he invented the moonwalk. Like, are you kidding me?
Yeah, but it
Are
would be a
you
different
being
type of
serious right now?
verses. So R. Kelly would try to freak the ladies, and Michael would just try to outdance him. So I think it would be equal on stage presence.
Correction. R. Kelly would try to freak the preteens.
I
Sorry,
mean,
I
sister,
digress.
no, sister, he was handing out pennies. He was handing out pennies at his concert and everything. Wipe my lips. You seen that clip? Wipe my lips. I'm finna put that clip up so Rooster can sing along with it. Hold on.
Look, Michael did not create the moonwalk. The moonwalk was created a long time ago.
Now this nigga want to take away from Michael. You can't make this up.
No. But the rhythm, if you look up who created the moonwalk, it was a black man and a white man. They did a similar thing. And what Michael did was he emulated the motions and he perfected it. Michael did not create the moonwalk. That's black history. He did not create it.
He said
he did not.
I mean, Rooster's not lying. I don't like to give him credit, but he ain't.
And it's a few things that Michael did get.
You got to Google it. Google it. That's what black folks
It's a few things that Michael did get influence from. Yeah, he got influence from a few things. I forgot. It was one movie where they had a guy in there, and he influenced some of Michael's dance moves. So yeah, but
what they called the moonwalk a long time ago, they called it a shuffle. A shuffle. When you slide back up on your back heels and them tap dancing shoes like Sammy Davis Jr. used to do, and the people before him, what they used to do is they used to kick their foot out like a split, and they slide back up on their knees, and they'll stand up and rotate their foot in the backwards motion. See, you people that's outside of the Great South don't understand what the blues did. See, the blues put a rhythm in your bones to make you do all kind of things, and that's where it comes from.
Hey, thank you. I didn't know how to moonwalk before you said that. I appreciate it.
No, so look it up. In the blues, when they used to play the blues, people used to come up under a certain trance. See, I'm just saying it to black folks. What happens is when you on that moonshine and you got that old puck wood weed that you're smoking and
sound like some
drinking,
experience.
and drinking Coca-Cola, because white folks didn't like black folks drinking Coca-Cola. When you got your Coca-Cola, when you drink your Coca-Cola mixed with that other shit, which it was produced like that, because it's a history dealing with black folks and Coca-Cola. So y'all better go look up this stuff now. So what happens is you get a
I know that, Rooster. We had Pepsi.
No, see, you know that because you know my people. You know where I come from. So when I'm speaking to you, you know it, but the inner city blacks don't. They don't know it. The only thing they watch is Color Purple or some old other watered down movies about the black experience. No, the black experience is the holes in the walls, the juke joints down on the bayou from Alabama, Kentucky, all up into the Mississippi Delta and everything. That was the chitlin circuit, and a lot of the old real original singers that wasn't getting paid the proper money, they was traveling around all up into New York, Chicago, Wisconsin, and everything, underpaid, and They was gyrating, shaking, and influenced white folks like Elvis Presley. The other one that I want bourbon, I want shots, I want beer. They was influencing white folks. That's why they had, just like Uncle Luke went through the thing when he came down and popped that coochie. They was trying to stop black folks from putting out that gospel music, that church music mixed with rock and roll and poisoning the minds of their half white babies that had a gyration and a figmentation of why my body is moving like that, because this music is hitting so hard. Yeah, I'm feeling my ancestors, them half white passing babies, them great babies that was in their household that considered them as Negro lovers, and they wonder why they propped up and propped up certain people like Elvis Presley, because Elvis Presley might have been a half breed. That's
Man,
why he
Elvis wasn't no half breed. You don't stop.
no, a poor ass white boy. Well, at least a couple of his cousins would, because somebody was always sleeping with the help in the South. Lord Jesus.
I don't think if you gave him
Somebody
a quiz,
was always sleeping with
I
the
think
help.
he should take a cognitive.
My bad, that was an accident.
Look,
I was gonna
how
say, who
you think
playing Trump?
I meant to hit this one.
You've had implants in your cheeks. Oh God. You've had a dimple made in your chin. You've had your lips enlarged. You've had your eyelids reconstructed. Eyelids reconstructed.
Stupid.
None of it's true.
None of it's true. None of it's true. It's BS. They made it up. They lie. They don't want to give me credit for anything.
Come on, that is not what Mike's face looked like. They bogus for this. They got him looking like oh, don't take this the wrong way.
No,
Internet gonna
Mike's
cancel me.
face
He look
did look like
he's like
that.
a midget head. No.
His face did
Of a
look
midget,
like
like a
that,
little
bro.
person.
A lot of y'all people wasn't born long enough to actually know what Mike was doing.
How old is you, Rooster? Before you do this ages and stuff.
Not
How old are
that
you?
old. He's not that old.
I ain't that
Rooster
old,
just
but
sound like he's 60. He's not even 40 yet.
I'm over 40. I'm over 40.
Over 40?
I can
Man,
tell
come
you
on now. Come on now. Now you do.
He
First you
just
do an
turned 40,
ageism. Now
because
you
I
want to be
remember
secret.
Look, hold on. I'm over 40 because y'all knew you knew era scammers. Y'all try to go from platform to platform to get people to answer questions, to get bits and pieces to steal folks' identity.
trying to dox
Yeah. I'm trying to get your identity. Rooster.
Yeah. It don't matter, but you can get it. LifeLock gonna lock your ass up. And look, I'm a citizen, a concerned citizen. I'm gonna put the police on your ass to the fullest extent of the law. And I got some law enforcement people in my family. We gonna fry and fricassee your ass if you steal my shit. And then I got some white folks.
Fried and fricassee. Hell no.
Fry and fricassee.
Man, you ain't even gonna see it coming. I'ma send Bernadine your way. That cougar, you ain't even gonna see it coming.
Nah, we don't mess with Bernadine.
Yeah, you was praising Bernadine a while ago. You said Bernadine, the best thing that ever happened.
Bernadine, that's some North stuff. We like Maple. We like Sookie. We like Rosemary down here.
Sookie.
That
I only know one
Bernadine,
Sookie now.
No, this is Sookie now. Where'd you think that come from? They put it in the music because they know that thing. Boy, they put that thing up above your head, boy, like a light bulb pop up over your head. Boy, you finally get your thoughts. Yeah, I got me a cougar. Yes, Lord. Ain't that right, kinda? Shit.
Ain't no cougar. I don't know what you talking about.
What's the other old school name? What's the other old school name back?
Sookie now.
That your grandma used to be. Beulah.
Robert Earl, Leroy, Auntie Eula,
Emma,
Auntie May,
Maybelline,
Auntie Maybelline.
Yeah, because everybody had Vibe and Ebony magazines in their bathrooms.
My great grandma was was named Eddie Lee.
Oh, Eddie Lee.
What about Ruby Lee? Ruby Lee. Boy, Ruby Lee
Yep.
will knock
My
It was a
a
lot of
great
Hold
man
on
out.
now. Hold on now.
made.
You talking about my grandma now, Rooster?
my great grandma
No,
was
no,
Mitty.
I'm
Done in
saying
your career.
Ruby Lee. Look, Ruby Lee
What was it
had
again,
hips,
Tay Tay?
birthing
Huh?
hips.
What was her name again,
Hey,
Tay Tay?
look,
Mitty Lee.
Mitty Lee.
Minnie,
Yeah,
Minnie Lee.
them
No, you said Mitty Lee.
Can you
Minnie
imagine
Lee.
calling a
With
7-year-old that?
Mitty. Yep. Mitty
Mitty.
Lee.
Oh,
Calling her that
they call
70-year-old
my
name, a
hand.
7-year-old.
So that means your grandma was touchy with things because they said mitty. Mitty means hands, mittens. So that means that child was perceptive of touch. They had a strong, like bothering things. Where my keys at, baby? Mitty Lee got them. The girl, Mitty Lee done put the goddamn keys in the barbecue grill. Shit, I'm cooking goddamn grits. She done put the keys in the stove. Mitty Lee, she was a touchy grandmama. See, black people always, your name is your virtue. They always name you after the characteristic of your, like how you move throughout life.
How you get the
This
name
was your
Rooster?
nickname. I'm King Cock. I move a certain way.
Lord,
Well, let me
see,
put
don't
him
you hate
backstage.
that?
We will not. We will not. Yo,
Shit, what
Don't
a
you
what
hate
Martell Barnell, we respect the host.
no, hold on. What a rooster do? Shit, come on
No,
down to Rooster
I'm just
Place.
clowning. Go ahead. Go
Come
ahead
on
and do your
now, hold on,
thing.
hold on. Come on down to Rooster Place, lad. Let me show you what I do, baby. Cock of the yard, cock a doodle doo, baby.
Does that do Rooster? Does that
Yeah,
ever work? Does that ever work? Because I'm pretty sure the
shit.
ladies that's on
I
the
got.
panel, the ladies
Hold
that's
on,
listening, they hot and bothered right now, Rooster.
hold on. I ain't got nothing to do with the flock I leave. Now I'm just the roosters. I'm stopping the yard. Now you got to lay on them hens to hatch them eggs to hatch them. Pop 1, 2, pop 1, 4. Goddamn it, I'm the rooster. I'm gonna go. Only thing it takes is one rooster around the yard. I fuck all of y'all and make that pussy fart. I hit them up high, hit them up low. I'm the rooster, baby. Let's go. Shit, put me in the hen house. Remind the fox. I'm that motherfucker, King Cock. If you come up in here trying to get them hoes, I'll be that rooster pecking the fox on his nose. I'm the rooster, baby. Let us do what it do.
Now
I'm
pull
the
out your
rooster, baby.
harmonica, Rooster.
Cockle
Pull out the
doodle doo.
harmonica.
Rooster, how long did it
Yeah.
take you to rehearse that? That sounds like some Rudy
No, that's
made
off
more
the
way
fly,
down in
baby.
the
That's
jungle
off
deep.
the fly, baby.
You
That's
gonna
off
say that
the
is
The
really a
fly.
spoken
signifying
word that
monkey.
he done wrote
The,
down.
the signifying monkey
Uh,
boxes
City
collar.
man way down
That's
in
what he
the
sounded.
jungle deep.
That's what he
Yeah.
sounded like.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey man, look, I was born into this, man. It is what it do. Hubba bubba bubba, baby. You know what I'm saying? Come up under my wings, I'll show you the way. Yeah. Yeah. It is what it is.
Shout
I
out
was
to Uncle
born in
Rooster.
Mississippi. Yeah.
He gonna be single to
No,
the years
don't you call me Unc.
2040.
Don't you call me Unc. Some of
Oh,
you youngsters is
hold on,
living in the
Why you?
funk. I'm older than you and ain't got gray hairs. You ain't gonna give me the hairs of a bear. I hit him high and hit him low. Man, look, you should have been the person that lost your dope. Talking about Rooster got gray hairs, man. I'm a young, simple old cover bear, man. You ain't gonna give me the devil of the wishes. I send your black ass in there to wash them dishes, cause you done upset me, calling me old. I'm from the days of old. Get your black ass back and sit your ass down. Tell your mama Candy Cane that Rooster's around. Get your ass in the back room while we playing cards, turning up gin and juice, talking shit and fun.
Unc, I saved you from charges. You know, you can't do what y'all did back in the 60s. Yeah, you can't do what you did
Is
back in the
Taylor trying
80s.
to talk? Is Taylor trying to talk? Who's the woman? I hear a woman's voice.
Oh, he was talking to your ass. Said tell him Mama
No, I
Candy.
said after you put him back, I heard another woman's voice. I wasn't sure if Taylor was trying to come through.
Nah, that
Is
was
Tiff
my.
dry? Where you go, Tiff? He can speak to you.
Yeah, Tiff done
I'm
snuck up.
sorry. What were you saying? She did. She snuck in and snuck right
Snuck
back
up.
out.
Yeah, snuck up, snuck in, snuck out. That's crazy work.
Lord Jesus, they don't let me back up. It seems like old King Rooster, he ain't had enough. Fighting, arm the pit, doing armbach moves, and I'm stealing shit. Lord Jesus, black people, they don't like me. Everybody at the gas station, they want to fight. I look down, I look high and low. Only thing I get is candy cane to hold the rope. Pull me up, baby. That's the one of all. Candy cane. The one I love them all. You got these young niggas. I'm just messing. I'm
Check it
just
out.
messing with y'all. Y'all go ahead with
no. This dude sound like
it's
a
off the
reading
head,
from
baby.
Ray Moore.
Oh, no, I
Hell
was raised in it, so it's in me, man.
no. Hell no. You
Unc, I think you're gonna have to come a little harder than that. You gotta you spitting the candy cane. You gotta come with your best.
I
You coming with your seat.
look,
Now I
hold
don't like
on.
that C list
Wise
material.
man, wise man, wise man telling me to come home. I ain't no alphabet boy. So you start
I get it, but it's about you. I don't
slow
want
ass
you to be.
down and get with
I
your
don't
people.
want you to be single with. You
Hold
still,
on. I ain't
you still
earned it
talking about
first.
the Kappa days.
No,
Yeah, you talking about the Kappa days. I want you
no,
to move
no,
on.
no.
You know the world is so
You
much.
call
It's
it
so much vagina out there
alphabet.
for you. Unc. The world is bigger than just them them Kappa niggas.
Hold on. I can shake my shimmy and I can pop my cane. You talk your shit, but your life gonna be the same. I hunt a cougar with my spear and rod. I never have to see you. You'll never have a chance to start because that old cougar is gonna look you high, look you low. When she thinks you're a threat, she'll tell me to go. She'll take your money
You ain't rhyming.
and give it to me. No, she'll take your money and give it to me. And she'll pillow talk and say, he's the chief. And I'll walk out of the house with not a shame in my heart.
You're a
And
backstabber.
you'll be the
You can
broke
stop
nigga
there. You're a
that's
backstabber.
paying for the food stamp card. You living in a subdivision, living low and broke.
And I'm gonna report
That
your ass.
cougar
Like you say,
is
you
the
go
one
report me.
who's just choking. Nah, The
I'm
cougar
gonna
got
report your ass. Would you
juice
say you was gonna
on the
McFry
hoochie
my ass? What
little
he
tip.
say? At he was gonna. What he say he was gonna do to me?
Nah,
Fry
he don't
fricassees
like
your
that.
ass.
Nah, I ain't fry and fricassee. Yeah, fry and fricassee. Let's see. That
Yo,
cougar
Rooster, you from the South? What part of the
is the
South you
key to.
from?
Hold on. That cougar is the key to the game.
Hold up, we
See,
ain't on the
you
Cougars no more.
young boy.
You got pussy on your mind too much, huh? You need to get yourself. Go
Let me
pay
do
for
my
some.
dollar mic now. See, you
Okay,
feeling
go
it. You
ahead.
in
Go
your
ahead. My
feelings.
bad. Let me put you solo.
We
Let me
got
put
a
you
young
solo.
fool that's in his feelings. He don't know that the cougar got the dealings. She invites you over and fix you a plate. I'm the person that gonna spend your cash the next day. Cougar, I love you forevermore.
And she gonna leave with me because I got a
I'm glad
BBT.
that you find a foolish Negro that's knocking at your door. I'm the side man and always forever be. You tell me what he's doing so you can feed me. Yes, Lord. Candy cane. Look, I rest my case. I ain't got time for these niggas. I ain't got time. They don't even know how to game.
Now, Rooster, what part of the South is you from?
The deep South, the Jim Crow South. Pick a part. Shit, pick one.
The only reason I asked is because I'm from the South too, and I wanted to know if you was from that area that Nolan's from.
And no, man, but
What part of the
everything.
South you from,
Mississippi
Scholar?
is segmented off,
Mississippi.
bro.
You from Mississippi
Mississippi is
too?
segmented
Nah,
off, bro.
nah.
People,
I'm from Texas.
no.
I want to know if Rooster was around that
Oh,
way.
okay.
Oh, boy, you a regentrified Negro, boy.
He
You
just
grew
told
up
you
in schools
Mississippi. You
with
ain't hear him?
Nah, he ain't from Mississippi. He ain't from the real Mississippi. Look, the
I'm
thing
talking
is,
about you, Rooster.
yeah, I'm from the real South. See,
What's the real
all of the
Atlanta?
South ain't
You
the.
from Atlanta?
Atlanta is part of the 13 colonies. No, bro, that's the 1492
The only
issue,
person I ever heard
Negro.
say they from the real South was a person from Atlanta.
Now, Atlanta is the real South because they say the real South is because that's where the slave trade happened at. Like when they first started bringing slaves over here and all that, that's all it is. You know what I'm saying? The real South is when everything got kicked off and everybody was putting GTT gone to Texas on their door. When the United States have separated themselves from the English from Queen of England, right? So the real South is when Jim Crow happened and everything. Look, bro, if it wasn't for certain Haitian groups or certain indigenous groups over there on the colony side that ran them white folks to where they were scared of black folks over to the abyss, which was west of the Mississippi, bro, it wouldn't be no United States because white people could not adapt. They didn't know shit. They didn't know shit. They took a couple of you regentrified in the mind Negroes or Indians, and they gave you appointed positions and say, hey, if the Negro that's smart run off, I'm gonna get this Indian because he wanted to hold on to his heritage and shit. He'll hunt your stupid ass down because he knew you was smarter. The black folks were smarter than the Indian because they kept them primitive in the mind. They kept Indians primitive in the mind, the trackers. Everything that's dealing with the United States military on how they track humans down and everything is based on Indian logic, bro. See, I already know this shit. So that's why I say I was raised around a select group of people, which I won't disclose this shit up on here because y'all ain't ready. Keep doing what you're doing. And they on the internet right now. Listen to you. I'm gonna tell you right now. It is what it is.
Oh, you too scared for me. You too scared for me.
Oh, I'll be scared. I'm scared of a nigga like you. Hell no.
I know. We know.
You goddamn right, cause you the one that walk around with them bracelets on every day in your back pocket, talking about some nigga get out, and you ain't say shit when the white folk pull up on the scene. You a cop, nigga. What the hell? I know black folk that's like you.
I'm gonna just say this, Rooster. You know, you gotta learn when to hold them and when to fold them, Rooster. You know, you got people up here, Rooster, and you know you got a good personality, but you gotta learn how to use it, bro. You gotta learn how to let people have conversation. Work with two people. We got what 5 people up here. You can't always be the lead singer. Everybody can't be the lead singer. Everybody can't be a bud pot. Somebody gotta be a fucking moth, Rooster.
Rooster gotta take over spirit.
So everybody got Rooster. You gotta learn when you gotta be a moth sometime. I know this. You know you got the lead singer syndrome, but that's real spill right there, man.
He wanna be, he the David Ruffin of the group. Yeah.
Hey, remember
Rooster said,
when
"Ain't nobody
Death,
coming to see you, Otis."
remember when he got that letter? He said, "Y'all can't do me like this." He ripped up the paper.
He's like,
He
"You
said,
ungrateful sons of bitches."
"Ungrateful sons of bitches."
He went.
He
went.
Ain't nothing without me. Mm.
Matter of fact, I've been thinking. Let's rename the group David Ruffin and the Temptations.
He was. That nigga was off the chain. He sure was off the
He was
chain.
off the chain, boy. So smoked out in the crack house. He say, "Yeah, he go tickets to my next show." They say, "This is for today's Sunday." Yeah, so these tickets is for Saturday. I missed another show.
He was trying to get that crack.
Bruh.
That nigga was so smoked out the trap, he didn't even realize he missed the show.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Lost the whole day.
That's crazy work. So, what I was gonna say is earlier, what was you saying? That's what Rooster. I be trying to pause the conversation and go back. I done been up since work. Shit, Rooster done made me lose my train of thought. It was something you said that was really good and interesting. I'm like, oh, that's good. I'm gonna go back to that. Now we got to hear about the invention of the Tootsie Roll and the blow
Was it about
pop.
the patriarchy?
No, it was that we were talking about patriarch, but we had moved into something else. You brought up a good. Oh, the underground art. How do we go to find the underground people?
That's a good question. Like you kind of have to find them in a way. Um, Typically, what I do is shout out to Spotify. Um, Spotify really does kind of like pick up on your algorithm of like music that you listen to, and then they give you similar artists that either sounds like the artist that you were listening to or within that same genre. So because my algorithm is on point, they'll the songs they'll play similar songs, and I went down a rabbit hole with them artists and started listening to their music, and I see that they're not as known, they're not as like they're not like a Chris Brown or Usher or anything, but they got some pretty solid music. Like Isaiah Falls. Isaiah Falls is currently my favorite right now. He's the young man from Florida. Um, he has some good music.
Do you listen to Timmy?
Who?
Timmy, the dude that was in
Howard.
Power.
Empire?
One that played
Empire?
Graham Howard.
Power. Okay.
Rogue Timmy, is that his name?
Yeah.
He do like Afro beat.
Oh,
If you, yeah.
damn. Oh, the light skinned dude. I've heard a few of his songs. I like his music.
So yeah. That, I mean,
He made some decent songs.
I found him and like Ro James through the YouTube algorithm.
Sir is a good one. Um, I like
Is
Sir.
Sir a song or Sir the name of a person?
That's his name. Who else?
Taylor, you're gonna have to start sharing them on your YouTube channel so we can start getting in the know. Because I don't
Hey,
listen
Tay
to the
Tay.
radio or anything anymore.
I
Hey,
like Brent Fayez. Okay.
hey, Tay Tay. Why you don't do streams no more?
You said what?
Why you don't do streams no more?
Because I don't have the patience or the mental capacity to deal with people and their different personalities. And I just it's
Hold on.
not
Simon is a saint, sister.
you said what?
Simon is a saint. The way that man was acting up here, he easy to manage.
Oh no, Simon is uncouth and no. No, it's just it really isn't. It's not fun for me anymore. That's the thing. It's not fun, and that may be because I need to do something else, maybe, or I just don't have the. I don't know. I don't have the patience. I don't have the energy.
Taylor, can I be honest with you?
Sure.
Y'all sector is like it's too toxic. It's like a whirlpool. Like even the
No,
stuff that you're interested in, if you wanted to talk about, let's say you want to talk about do a whole episode on like reviews and play snippets of underground artists, eventually that would turn into what they want to talk about. They're not respectful enough to keep it on topic, and then it just goes downhill from there.
no, I hear you. I agree with you. It's very toxic. Like I would have to delete my channel and just start over. I would just have to do that. Um, or create another channel in a whole other area if I wanted to do that. But it's just not fun for me anymore. And then you get blamed for certain things that you facilitated, that you let happen, and they're like, "Well, why'd you let that
It was
happen?
just on your panel, so you were supposed to stop it.
Why'd you let that happen?" And I'm like, "Well, I thought that you wanted to talk to this individual," and it's like, "Well, you let this person say this," and I'm like, "Well, no, you both were saying this," and then now you're blamed for everything. So I'm good on that. I'm tired. I don't want to talk about relationships.
I swear I'm so done with that shit, man. God damn.
I
I ain't never
don't.
seen motherfuckers dissect relationships and so many. They done cooked. We done had relationship linguine. We done had relationship croquettes. We done had relationship cornbread. It's so. I'm like, y'all, come on, man. Y'all ain't got nothing else to talk about.
Wait,
People
hold up,
don't like.
hold up, 18, hold up. So Tay, right? You got this
Yeah.
fuck nigga, right? Right? Nah, just stop, let me stop.
You petty. But no, I don't want to talk about relationships. I'm not interested in like I don't know. I'm interested in a few things. I just need to figure out which lane I want to segue in. That's, that's more my style, more my personality type without it being forced because I feel like a lot of times people force certain things um just to, just to fit in or be within some type of,
Well,
genre
I
or
like to
something.
think of us. I like to think of us as normal people, right? Everybody on this panel, we got interests outside of a lot of other bullshit.
Oh,
That
absolutely.
and that's pretty much what it comes down to. And you can tell. I'm like, you when you hear some people talk, you be like, y'all ain't been nowhere in like a long time. We ain't even talking about traveling. Like, how often do y'all get out in y'all city? Have y'all bought yourself something nice? Do you
No.
own anything nice? What are you doing
Yeah.
with yourself? So
Yeah.
it's man.
But again,
I'm
who do
not
you
gonna lie.
blame for this? Like when you talk about like people constantly talk about relationships, that's because people still show up to listen. They would
Yeah,
it's
that's true.
easy, low hanging fruit content. So if you stop coming, if the audience would dry up and not go to listen to relationship content, people would have to change up their content strategies and actually bring you something else to talk about.
Yeah,
That's
that's
why I
true.
try not to focus on relationship content as much as I can. Like certain topics will come up, but I try not to go from the typical angle if I can help it.
I
But like,
really.
what is the three main things that Black YouTube tunes into? Just ask yourself that. Relationships is one, gender war is one, and there's a third one. I think that might be race,
Race.
the issue of race. If you have a topic that includes relationship, boy, girl, dick
So
and
let me
pussy
ask
game,
y'all a
whatever you want
question.
to call it.
PMP. That's
So
all
let
that
me.
is
I
about.
swear. So let me ask y'all a question. Is it important to that? Do you like? Is it important to diversify your audience when it comes to groups? Should other people be coming in? Because when it's all black, I love my people, but they fickle. If it ain't nothing that outside of those topics, a lot of them are gonna leave because they ain't really. You can just they ain't really got no interest in nothing else.
I would
So
love
like,
to have a diverse audience.
yeah,
I hope to have a diverse audience and not
yeah.
just be pigeonholed into Black YouTube. Because yeah, it's
And who
Yeah,
made Black YouTube fucked up? Black YouTube.
yeah, if you pigeonhole, like it's really hard to like if you start in Black YouTube and then you attempt to go elsewhere with it, it's really difficult to get out of that algorithm. That's why I said I would just start a new channel somewhere else with a different type of audience because at the end of the day, YouTube is huge. And there are certain
Absolutely.
sectors that I didn't
Absolutely.
even know that you could make money like that by basic, like people will be like, they, you, these goddamn kids, you watch them open up presents and shit, and they got like 1 million views on
Like the
there.
first sector I got stuck on when it came to YouTube was the fragrance community sector. It's been, fragrance reviewers has been here for I don't know how long.
you
Like in
you ever see what the kids watch on YouTube when they be on there? Like my nieces and nephews, they be watching. They watch these people take toys, grown people take
Yep,
toys and make animated videos out of these
yep,
toys and have a storyline for the toys. And them damn videos have all these views, and the kids find them and they love them. I
yep.
was
I
tuning into my
respect
niece one day.
that.
I'm like, what are you watching?
That's
Because
the
that's them
key.
toys they be wanting. So they like, let me watch who got them and watch on the just like we'll watch like muscle car reviews and different things like that. And I'm like, damn, that's a 1969 Chevy Chevelle. I want that motherfucker. And just like women will watch a review on a Louis Vuitton purse or a Balmain purse, and different things like that. So
It's
that's
it's the creativity of it that that makes it interesting to me. But when you just watching reviews and breaking down panels like this, it's just like what the hell. But no, scholar, the sector is very toxic. That's why I kind of just I'm
I'm gonna be honest with you, Taylor. They like it though. I like it.
it's
oh,
entertaining.
it's entertaining. It's
Yeah,
entertaining
for sure. For surely
for a little bit. It's entertaining for a little bit.
it's hella entertaining, but sometimes it could be, it could be
Then
taxing.
it gets to what's the word people use in the day? Now you get overstimulated. You get a little overwhelmed after a while. It's
No,
the
it
same
does
old
get
shit.
Only
overwhelming.
when you know the people involved. When you ain't got no attachment, you just looking from purely entertainment. It's good to look at.
Yeah.
No, I hear
But
you.
you know what? The part that kills me about it is the people who claim they don't like it, right? Oh, I'm over this. I'm sick of that. And every time you turn around, they in them chats. They're hitting the panels. And it's just like, are you sick of it? Because it's
That's
like
true.
when you put out
That's
something
true.
different, I put out different types of content, right? I try and give something outside of what you say you're sick of. And you everywhere but here. I'm actually going to do a stream on that. I had planned to do it yesterday and couldn't do it because of work. Today, but Scotland.
And
But I'm definitely going to talk about
I'm a little bit
hypocrisy
of
in
a
the space
hypocrite
for
on
sure.
that
I think
myself.
everybody is. I mean, I done
A
said
little
it
bit of
plenty
a
of times. Like,
hypocrite on
man,
that.
I'm gonna quit YouTube and focus.
It's not even to focus. I'm saying there's a lot of people who are very vocal and they dislike of certain types of content, but they can't turn away from it. Every time you turn around, they're right there, front and center, first person. Usually, sometimes even in the chat.
Beating everybody
You
to the
say you don't
mess.
like it, beating everybody to the mess, repeating the mess, resharing the mess, but you hate the mess. And then if somebody puts out something educational or informational or just something different to talk about, and you're not there because you're bored. So just be honest, you a messy ass person and you like the fucking mess.
That's true. That's
What's wrong with that?
definitely true.
Yeah, just embrace your messiness at the end of the day. What kills me is the people that act like they ain't messy, but they're very messy. I'm just like, please stop it. It's
It's
okay.
nothing. It's nothing. I get what y'all saying, right? Because there's nothing wrong with the mess, but it has to be diluted a little bit.
I'm just
It
saying,
has to
stop
be.
being so critical of the content creators for what they put out if you're going to still show up to what they put out. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, all y'all do is put out mess, but you're here for it. Stop coming. Like the best way to vote, what did Beyonce say? The best revenge is with that paper. The best way to vote for a content creator to change their content is to stop showing up.
Yeah, that's why it's only a few places that I go. Of course, I'm a always support DJ. Go to his channel. I would go, support your channel, Tay Tay, LA, different people like that. But for a lot of other situations, like I'm like, especially when you get familiar with people's characteristics and stuff that may be on the panel, you're like, nah, I'm cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
Some days
yeah.
you be like, I don't feel like hopping on here, arguing and fighting with a motherfucker, raising my blood pressure and all of that. No, I'm
But
cool.
let's be honest. Let's be honest. It's a thrill that comes along with all that.
Yeah, it is.
Not for me.
If you say so, not for me neither. I don't. Although I
For
have
some
been
people,
guilty of doing it as of very recently, to be
I'm with
exact.
the
It's not a
shits, but
thrill for me,
like
not at all.
I'm with the shits, don't get me wrong. Like if it's presented to me, then then let's go. But other than that, I really don't want to be yelling at people. And these conversations are so dumb. Like,
yeah, they are.
should a man do this? Should a woman do that? Should a man wash
No,
his
no, hold on, hold on. So let's say you got this fuck nigga, right? Right? He paying the bill, right? No, let me stop. That's last.
you are you are petty and you are ignorant.
I ain't
But
gonna lie. I listen to y'all relationship and I be laughing, Taylor, because I'm like, damn, they be so passionate about it. Like they be like, shut the fuck up, you dumb broad, you this, you that. And you like, what? Why is this
But
bringing this kind of energy out of you?
it, it's it's
because
crazy,
they
scholar,
triggering.
because it's
They
crazy,
triggering.
scholar, because relationships ain't that fucking complicated, man.
Nah,
Either
they
either
is, bro.
either
They
people
is, bro.
playing dumb, Either people playing dumb, or they believe relationships was supposed to be a certain type of way from other things. It's one of the two. Because
Nah, I
it
disagree.
ain't
I
that
disagree.
difficult.
18. They are very difficult, and it's nonstop work.
No, it's nonstop work. But I'm talking about the concept is not difficult at all.
See,
It's going to be
I have to disagree with you, scholar, because I think if you genuinely want to be there, I don't think it's gonna be hard. That's just
No,
my
I didn't say not. I mean, it's hard because you're growing with somebody, and they're not gonna be the person that you met them as. So, like, you know how sometimes, like, you like something when you're a kid, like onions. You don't like onions when you're a kid, but you become adult and you like it. That's like growth. Imagine a personality. You know what I'm saying? Like liking different things or not liking different things. It's just like you grow and you got to deal with it. Like, and, the stuff that's if they're worth keeping now outside of abuse of any kind, like they're worth keeping. You're gonna grow with them, like you just said, but it's hard. Like it's hard to grow with somebody.
like I say, like for instance, too, like when people say, "Oh, certain relationships get boring." I don't know if people so used to being in situations where it's a lot of negativity and different shit like that, but boring is a good fucking thing in a relationship. Stability and boredom is a good thing. That means things is running smooth.
No, I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna lie to you. 18th, a cigarette burn every now and then might spice things up.
But you know what it is though? I think if we just talk about black people for a second, I don't want to talk about any other group of black people right now. I think that we are so fucking
There is
traumatized.
no such thing as
Um,
black people. What
it's
are you
okay.
talking
You
about,
will
black?
have to put him down. Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
My bad, my
Oh,
bad.
okay.
Sound like he was a robot too. At that, they
Just
didn't
one
clone this
moment.
nigga.
Just one moment, Rooster. You just let me get what I gotta say off. I think that we as a people are just so fucking traumatized, and a lot of time, and I think a lot of us were raised to believe that love is pain and vice versa. So you gotta go through you gotta go through some things in order to be loved. And I think our nervous system is used to that type of shit, to where if someone isn't activating our nervous system, we think that they're boring. But no, that's how it's supposed to be. It's just, it's
Yeah,
supposed to
that shit
be.
dumb as hell.
It's
Thank
supposed to be like that. This person, if his source of entertainment is watching fishing videos, let that motherfucker watch fishing videos. Like, disrupt the why you gotta
like because I
disrupt
saw
the
so much. Like when I was growing up, I saw so much toxic shit with my family. I never wanted to. I'm like, man, I ain't gonna end up like these motherfuckers. I ain't gonna do that. Like,
I,
cause
I,
like,
I gotta
and
keep it
I,
real. There's novelty inside of excitement and the unpredictability. That's why people like it.
yeah, that's cool. That's cool. But
because they toxic. I get it.
when do you grow out of that shit? That's my question. When do you grow out of that? And you can like it, but when it go left, do you accept everything that comes with it going left?
Yo, I'll put it to
Because
you
a
like
lot
this.
of
I'll put it to you like this. So Taylor, I got some homegirls that when they get bored, they'll give a dude a chance that they know they shouldn't be given a chance just because they bored. And it's like the idea of unpredictability and excitement will make them make
It's
a bad choice. And it's
it's
not
for
because
the
they're
plot.
toxic, they're just human.
No, they doing that shit for the plot, and that is
Or
toxic.
that too. Or that too. The storyline that come with it. Like, he's trying to
That
do.
is very toxic. Respectfully, I don't think they're bad people, but that's toxic if you're doing some shit just for the plot. That is that's not right. And I'm speaking just based on experience, right? Like I guess as of recently, I've been told that I was toxic, and I'm like, how fucking dare you? I was offended. But then, I had to, play back some things and, you know, dig all the way back. And I'm like, you know what? I may be toxic. I may be the problem. But when you get, I mean, I think when you get older and then you start, experiencing things or
how old we
realizing
talking?
things.
How old we talking? Say, it's more like, goddamn, we all in our 30s and 40s now. Can't get much older.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know how much older. I say by at least 35. You should at least
Tim, are you
at
30
least be
yet?
no, I'm not 30 yet. I'm turning 30 this
I
year,
didn't
girl.
think so. I'm like, hold
Lord
on,
have
we have to
mercy.
stick. See, she's still in her
Lord have
20s. Wait a
mercy.
minute.
I'm turning 30 this year, and let me tell you something. My 20s don't owe me nothing.
Tay Tay, why you got that auntie energy? You
You said
turning
what?
30, you got that auntie energy.
I was
So
raised
why
by
you?
old people.
So you share some peas before, purple peas. Lord Jesus,
What
let
is he
me get
talking?
that
What is he
I
thing.
talking?
have no idea. But I was raised
No,
by old
no.
people, so
You
that's why.
just finna
Come on,
turn
Ethan. I'm
30.
trying to figure out what is peas.
Jesus
What is
Christ.
peas, Rooster?
I
Oh, you
have
didn't
no
put them back.
idea. But listen, my 20s don't owe me nothing. I was very retarded. Excuse my French, but I was very retarded in the early years. That's why I think it's disingenuous for people to be like, "Oh, well, you should have. Why didn't you want me when I was in my 20s?" And I'm like, "Listen, we both was fucking. We both was feral. Like, what you want me to do? Like,
Yo, people be offended when you didn't want them when they had the braces
it had
and
nothing to
and the
do
big glasses. Yo, you didn't want me back before I had puberty.
Listen, you didn't want me either, motherfucker. We were just vibing, and you caught a vibe, and I caught a vibe. But sometimes, you go about your business, and I go about mine. There's no hard feelings. So, but people take that shit personally, which I'm like, damn, I'm sorry.
That's a maturity thing.
You said what? Maturity,
Shout
what?
out to mature Tay Tay.
Yes,
Tequila.
I'm
The
trying.
final form Tay Tay.
I'm trying.
Right.
Non-toxic.
Not final.
Nah, she's still
She keep
toxic.
growing.
She's still toxic.
I have the capacity to be toxic.
Sister, I know my meter over here going crazy. I just didn't want to say nothing.
I have the capacity. Listen, I will whatever dip
You
however
matching energies.
however you treat me and present yourself to me is going to be indicative of how I handle you. That's all.
Now hold on, Tay Tay. We're getting too old to match energy, sister.
Who said I'm matching energies? I just said that I'm just gonna handle you the way I see fit. Doesn't mean I match your energy. Just mean I'm just gonna handle you as I see fit. Now, if you deem that, as toxic, I guess I am toxic. And I'm okay with that.
So Tay Tay, so Tay Tay, right? We fit to run the scheme, right?
We gonna run the scheme that Todd set up.
Spin that shit. We for the scam nigga.
Nah, scamming's that's not my thing.
Tequila.
Personally,
Tequila.
I
That
need to
girl.
I leave people the fuck alone now. Like I don't even.
Hey,
Hi, Tequila. We're so sorry.
it's okay. Hi, y'all. Hi,
Good. How are you?
Boxing
Good. How you doing?
Scholar. I think this is my first time being over here. Well, I'm actually not even on your channel. I came through Candy's channel.
Oh, hey, hey, you was what, you were in there earlier. I didn't even know. Let me go back to my channel. I'm not paying attention to the chat. So if anybody's over there, my bad, y'all. I was talking and running my mouth with them.
But hey, how y'all doing?
Well, how are you, dear?
I'm good. Good.
That's
Can you sing?
Hmm?
Can you sing?
Yes,
How can you
I can.
tell?
No, cause she sound like Mr. Late.
She got a banging voice. I will put on the spot and tell her to sing for you.
Sister, let me hear something. Cause I've
Oh,
been listening to what you call this rooster singing all day, and I just can't take it no more. Can you give us something, sister?
Um, I mean, I'm always down to sing. I don't know what though, and I don't really want to wake up my son. But
Yeah, she had a baby.
Oh, she's burping a little bit. Can you turn her echo cancellation on and off?
hold on,
Hold up.
let
You want me to
me.
add Rooster so you can do backup? You need a backup singer, sister? You need a back.
No,
You need a
I don't
backup
want no
singer. Let me
backup
know.
singer.
She said,
Mm-mm.
"She said I don't want no backup singer." That's crazy. That's crazy.
Am I still burping?
She good now?
I can
No,
hear
you
her.
good now.
Um, I don't know. I don't know what to say.
Anything that come to mind, anything on your heart.
Y'all got some requests? Hold on, we're gonna get a sister some time to prepare, drink her lemon water, because you know everybody that sing drink lemon water. They do something special. So we give her time to get y'all put some songs, recommend some songs.
How about Mary J. Blige, Real Love? Can you sing that tequila?
Yeah, I could definitely sing that, but I don't know the lyrics.
Oh, okay.
Well, what's something? What,
Sing
what's
one of
your
your
favorite
church songs
artist?
for us.
Listen, y'all. I'm an opera singer, and
Oh, okay.
a lot of the times I sing. I also am the. Oh my goodness, why am I? I can't think right now. What is it called? The up over the choir. What is it called? Praise
Choir
and worship
director.
leader. No, I'm not the
Praise and
choir
worship.
director, but I'm the praise and worship leader. Um,
I knew you. I seen you on Kurt Franklin's show one time.
no, I don't think you
Yo, I'm
did.
not
I've
gonna lie.
never
I'm
been.
not gonna lie, sister. I already knew you could sing by the. Yeah, like I said, you sound like Miss Lake, and you just gave me lead singer vibe. Like the moment you hit the piano, I just felt like I was in the background saying shoot, shoot, be
I'm done.
I mean, I know everybody's not Christian, so
No, we accept Christians over. I tell you what I'm gonna do.
We get
Sing
a
a
No,
Mary
Mariah
I know
Mary
song
what I'm
song.
finna do. I know what I'm finna do. I'm finna get a non-singing nigga up here because you know people are always like, "Oh, that's trash. Get him out of here." So once I get him up here and he starts saying, go ahead, Rooster. I think you need to let it go."
You look. You don't have no control over what I do. You just a
What?
trash
You
Negro.
know what? I got a
You a
request
Came up,
trash
from
Negro.
both of the
he came up
singers.
here with
Can
vengeance.
we can we get some Deborah Cox? Nobody's supposed to be here. There you go.
Oh wow,
Oh,
that's a
that's a
good one.
classic.
I remember. I may not remember all the lyrics to that either. Like I'm gonna tell y'all this. I'm that singer that's really bad with remembering lyrics. So when people hire me to sing for them, a lot of the times I'm looking on my phone, but I'm not singing like I don't know the song. It's just I cannot remember lyrics. That's always been a bad thing with me.
Trying to
But
think what else.
so if I sing something that's not right, then it's just because I don't remember the lyrics. But okay.
We're not gonna hold it against you.
How does it start
Why
off?
why
I
did I get
spent all
nervous
my
when you got
life.
quiet? That was weird.
Okay. I spent all my life for the search to find. Oh, I don't even remember. I don't remember the words. I gotta look it up right quick. Hold on.
Hold up, sister. I was investing. I was
Hold on. Wait.
investing, sister.
I gotta look up the words because I don't want to mess it up. Or I don't know. What love would take for eternity, for heaven sent to fulfill my needs. But when I turn around, again love has knocked me down. My heart's been broken, though it hurts so bad. I'm sad to see love wins again. Oh, I think that's right. So
Casey, JoJo. That was good. That was beautiful, sir. That was beautiful. That was beautiful. You remember Martin came in with on Martin Hill show? Casey, JoJo. No, that was beautiful though. I like that. I'm actually probably gonna clip that
What
up
you
in.
got on that, Rooster?
He mad. Let me put him backstage. He gonna cuss me out. Let me bring him back up. Go ahead, Rooster. I don't control nothing you do. Go ahead.
Nah, I'm paying attention to what's going on, and I don't. Look, Candy, you all right with me, but I don't want to be on no panels or no situation on YouTube where people is moving off of the commands of like dudes that have
Wait.
vitriol for
Hold
certain.
on. That's
No,
not
hold on,
what's
hold
happening.
on, no. You know you talking, but Candy, if you are doing, if you moving a certain way, I don't even want no. See, I have a talent,
Rooster, I
but
don't have the
I don't
control.
even
It's not
want
my
to play with.
panel.
No, hold on.
Are you
I
listening?
do
This
not
isn't
even.
my panel. I'm on
Okay,
his panel just streaming. This is
I
his
think you
this is
need to
his
let
show,
it
not
go.
mine.
Look
Don't
at
do him
the
like that. Come
love.
on, Scholar. Let me explain before you have me losing one of my
No, he
supporters.
not listen. He not gonna shut up. So I had to say it, bro.
What happened?
She's doing the Simo stream with me. You pull up and you take. I gotta facilitate people personalities. You can't take over the panel, bro. We get it, bro. Like I said, everybody can't be a butterfly. Somebody got to be a moth. Today you got to be a moth. Don't complain about it. This ain't got nothing to do with sexism. He was finna call you a racist, Candy, but he realized he couldn't do that because he ain't light skinned no more. You know, but he was about to call you a racist. He was definitely on the
He
verge
think
of
it's my
doing it.
panel, and then I'm letting you run the controls, and that's not the case. This is his panel.
You see, but do you see, Scholar, what within the sector what we're referring to? This is not even her panel, and he was getting ready to blame
Cut
her.
off. He was going to cut Candy off completely. He was going
You
to
ain't
throw
cut
his
me off,
bag
man.
down.
I'm
That's
not doing
crazy.
it.
You
I
see,
he
like that's
had the
why I
controls.
don't
He
go
can put me down.
live.
No
He act like he
controls
was
here.
set up. So he
None.
was like, I see you at, man. Man, when they hit that man, you know he got a conspiracy. Man, shit. See, Candy. But nah, you tripping, Rooster. You tripping, bro. I mean, I'm familiar with you, and I think you're a very funny, entertaining guy. It's just too much, brother. We up here to have a conversation, and that involves everybody. You can't isolate nobody. That's why people drop off. When you never notice people drop off when you get up there, brother. Just letting you know you're a good guy, man. But you just gotta know when to hold them and fold them. That's it, Rooster. You want me to
That's
bring you
why
up
I
for
put
last
in the
words, Rooster?
title "Chilling with Boxing Scholar" because I
Let
wanted
me
people to know this was your panel.
let me hear Rooster cut. Look, focus on me, not Candy, Rooster. Go ahead, cuss me out.
I know I ain't got no qualms with you because when I tapped into the show, I tapped on Candy's side of the channel, right? The whole thing is, bro. Hey man, say man. The thing is, bro, I don't really like to be with in certain spaces where people operate with certain people that do certain things. Look, I'm an outside person. I'm not a YouTube person. I'm not a content creator and everything. I see how people move. So if I'm dealing with I even tell my regular people like in real life, if you dealing with a certain person that moves a certain way, hey man, don't never come to my house. Call me and I'll meet you at the gas station. I don't move like that. Even on YouTube. Don't you know how many moderators I done blocked them on these certain places? Don't you know how many people that sent me friend requests on YouTube? Random chicks, cougars and all, or whatever. Man, I be sending their ass to the trash, bro. I don't want none of the shit that's going on with it. Like how people try to think they have a false sense of power over folk, bro. Niggas are the worst. Black people are the worst, thinking they have a false. Y'all go through shit day to day.
I'm sorry. That wasn't a power trip or anything. It was just I felt like I let you up to say your piece and you was going into a spill and I didn't know where the hell you was going with that, Rooster. You was finna get in what black people need to do and that's why we can't make it. And I just save everybody's ears. So forgive me, Rooster. Forgive me for that. I just had to do it.
I'm sorry.
You're not.
I
He's about to get me in trouble, and I didn't even do it.
Oh my gosh.
Rooster, you should know this ain't my background. That's like the background on the screen is not my.
Rooster must be a little saucy. He must be drunk.
He probably has been drinking, but to question 18th asked me why don't I go live. There you have it. There you fucking have it. Because
You know what I would say, Tay. It's like, would people ever tell their moms or their loved ones to subscribe to their page, and would they be embarrassed by the content?
Oh, I would be embarrassed. I really would be. I ain't even gonna hold
That,
you.
that's a good barometer for your channel.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be embarrassed by mine for the most part. I would say 70% of what I put out, my family can listen to without issue. Like when you listen to the panels and whatnot, other than the people who have come over and tried to intentionally be disruptive, yeah, most of what I do, I'm proud to stamp my name for sure. I wouldn't do it if I wasn't.
And at the end of the day, sis, it's about you. What you got to be proud of what you put out. I ain't gonna lie. I feel bad for the women in y'all sector, for real.
Why you feel bad?
Why you say that?
Because y'all have like good, y'all have people that can carry conversation, 18 and people like that. But it's too much around, and it's too much disrespect. Like I remember one of Candy's lives, like her having to like yell for respect, and it's like, what, Candy? Like you don't feel the need to respect her, pal, like type shit. And I feel like they don't listen. You say, hey, don't talk about this. They gonna do it anyway.
We got a
Yeah.
lot of main characters. That's what I'll say. We have a lot of main characters, and that's any channel, any panel you go to, you get a bunch of different content creators up there. It's going to be something. For the most part, though, I think they do a pretty good job. I am glad that they respect me as much as they do to keep the drama and the crap in my channel. And for the ones who don't, they can just move around.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, I agree with that, but I don't know. I look at it. The reason I say I feel bad for y'all, take it because if y'all ever wanted to move into a different algorithm, it would be extremely hard.
That's why I said that I would just create another channel. I would. That's what I
They
would.
once they find out that they gonna follow you.
They can. But gonna be a tight program running a tight ship. Ain't no nigga shit. Niggotry is
Hold up now. I don't like where you going with this. Tay, I don't even go on certain people's house sometimes because of energies.
I don't eat. I don't either. Like I just sometimes,
I'm
like
joking. I got that from Rooster.
like Candy said, there's a lot of main character, a lot of takeover spirits that they feel like what they say is important, and what everybody else said is just dumb, and they're the only persons that can have opinions.
And a lot of times they don't realize if we're talking about women, like bro, like when you was talking earlier and you got cut off. I ain't saying no names because Rooster, he's a little in his feeling. But when you was talking earlier, he just cut you. Like, come on, bro. Like, we talking about women. Like, let a woman give her perspective before we critique it. At least
He be doing that to everybody.
it's not just him. It's not just him. It's a lot of people that do that. A lot of that's why a lot of times, like whenever I be like having open panels or stuff, I always like will be like, okay, let's do a presentation before we drop the link so we can get our thoughts out because niggas gonna pull up, they'll run the women off the way. Candy, no, Candy was like, Skylar, look, I enjoyed the show, but I ain't gonna be over here for a while.
Yeah, it was. I got up there. We were having a very just normal, chill back and forth. And one of his people came up and started. One of his guys came up and just started kind of laying into me. I'm like, bruh, did I piss in your Cheerio today? What's going on with you? Like, sir, I didn't come here. Like, your energy is off, and I can't. I don't argue on my own panel with people. I'm not a big deal with you.
Right. Look at this 104K Smith. Taylor is negative. You see, like,
Where are they even from, and how do they know you?
you see, like, it's just like you can't,
Whose chat? Whose chat is that in? They posted.
I think they're mine.
Is that your chat?
No, it might be Candy's. Yes, Candy's.
I don't see it.
No one said you came to YouTube looking for women, Rooster. No one said that.
Oh, that's Rooster coming. Rooster mad at you now? Rooster don't
Rooster
be
talk
mad
about
at
I
you.
do cocaine in the background. Oh, let me ask Rooster. Tell him how I do coke. Let me ask him back. Go ahead, Rooster. Speak your truth. See, then when you get these niggas the main character, the microphone, these niggas don't want to be main
Hey
characters.
fam,
No.
look, hold on. I don't know what you do. I'm just speaking towards people who lived a certain life that lives in certain places that have traveled all across the United States, bro. Look, bro, I'm not one of you people that's on the internet that just found the internet after COVID-19 and is building your life up. Man, I was born into air property and all that shit. Look, y'all be talking about drinking, right? And that's what you think that you got on me, right? Man, bro, the cokeheads are the only people that'll say, Rooster be drinking. Motherfucker, bitch. My shit come from the goddamn gas station over the counter. Your shit got Fenty in it. Bitch, die! Goddamn it. Laugh! But look, give me your goddamn social security number before you die, bitch. Goddamn, I want you to snort up all the dope that you go snort. Goddamn it. Give me your goddamn social security number so I can put insurance on your bitch ass. Nigga. Look, ain't nothing gonna happen for me from drinking a little cold beer with a little ice on it. And with a little ice on it. Ain't that gonna look, I don't even drink Don Julio because they say that shit was fake. Julio, darling. Oh, darling. Hell nah. You ain't gonna have me twerking in the middle of the street doing push-up on press-ups on stoplights because them white folks done put some shit in that Don Julio. They got you niggas acting like y'all some what that shit, some Red Bull, you know, them Red Bull high jumpers and high divers. Nigga, I don't fuck with none of that shit. You got me fucked up. Do a toxicology report on me. Let's bet thousands of dollars. And based on the average person that y'all got on the YouTube content creation platform, man, you motherfuckers ain't got a license. You motherfuckers owe parking tickets. You motherfuckers don't even have a clean living space. I'm not you niggas. So when it comes down to trying to fuck with me, don't fuck with me. Fuck with me. you know, no, you crazy as hell.
First or something else.
No, ain't no calming down when it comes down to these Negroes. No. Look, I wasn't born in the spaces these niggas was born in. Look, from Kankakee to Chicago to Oakland, California, and everything. I got people everywhere. And guess what? We ain't downtrodden and we ain't struggling. We holding the fort down. No, all this old ragged ass shit, the assumption, oh, this person is downtrodden, this person is alcoholic. Let's do a blood work report on anybody that say that they think that I'm a certain person. Let's do a challenge. And I'll pull up to I ain't selling blood to get $50 off the blood bank. No, let's raise the bar high. Get Tyler Perry to put some money on. I bet you my blood work gonna be better than one of you niggas. I'm even talking about STDs too. STDs, I'm talking about the shivers, the shakes, the
why we get Tyler Perry to pay for it?
Cause you niggas on YouTube gonna need Tyler Perry to pay for it. You ain't got no money. You ain't got no money. You ain't got no money. No, hell no.
I know a rich nigga when I'm gonna be quiet. I know a rich nigga. I know when I'm talking to a rich nigga.
No, I ain't rich. I ain't say I'm rich, but I'm telling you.
Well, what is you?
Look.
You either rich or broke.
A lot of you niggas are only one lockup on the weekend from losing your whole goddamn life. Your apartment, your little pit bull puppy that's shitting all over the floor. You niggas ain't got shit unless you got a woman with a food stamp card. You niggas ain't got shit. You niggas ain't got shit. That woman holding up every goddamn thing. You know what I'm saying? She pop out beans.
As he should. She a cougar. Didn't you say get a cougar that'll do all that?
That woman doing everything for every one of you niggas that's sitting in front of this screen all goddamn day. Man, I'm a truck driver.
What the fuck AT do?
Man, I drive truck, man. I get out here and smell diesel every day. It run in my veins, man. Diesel. Not no goddamn gasoline. Diesel, nigga.
They let you drive drugs. Oh, I'm sorry.
See what I'm saying? Boy,
sorry, I shouldn't have did that. Cause I know that's a trigger. I know it's gotta stop sometime. And it's gonna stop. I'm sorry. Bruce, I'm sorry.
Look. If that ego don't fly, you get too loud in that woman's house, you gonna have to call Tyrone, nigga. You have to, because you get, boy, don't you wake them babies up. you
I
gonna have to
whispered
call
it.
Tyrone. And look,
Uh-huh.
school is about to start, so you ain't gonna be loud as you've been
You
loud all
goddamn
through
right.
summer.
You goddamn
School,
right.
yeah.
Until
So
everybody
you
leave
got
the house,
so
and I'm gonna
so
go
so
play the
so look look
PlayStation
look
like
look look.
Jody.
So Negro, you better take your ass to bed by 10, nigga, cause you don't
Oh,
even own the
hold on.
keys
I
to
ain't
the
got no
goddamn
curfew
house.
now. I ain't got no
You
curfew
know,
now.
man, I bet your house got private locks on that motherfucker, and your
Yep.
name ain't on the lease. And yeah, what? You
You're
be
right.
knocking on the door,
You're right. And
boy.
guess what? And I got the lights in my kids' name. So when they say this is their house, they wasn't lying. They right about
Oh
that.
well,
This is their house.
that's hell, you a nasty ass parent. I ain't never had no lights in my damn name. Shit, you a nasty ass parent. You fucking them folk credit up before they get grown. They don't even know what credit is. And you messing it. You got to be like, man, what kind of nasty ass shit? So
Rooster,
you
I
a
don't think he
nasty.
is being
You
serious. I do
you
not
come
think
from a
Scholar is
nasty
serious. I
ass
think he's
set of
talking
folks
serious.
to put some light bills in somebody's name,
You ain't
knowing
gonna be
that
talking
your
about
black
my whole
ass
ass
ain't.
grandma. Hold on, my grandma was honest, so you're not gonna talk about my grandma Rooster.
You said a honest hoe. Well, at least she told them niggas. At least she told the nigga that she was screwing on. Oh, the
Hold on, I
side
thought you
nigga
liked
that she was
I thought
screwing.
you liked cougars.
You said she was an honest hoe, right? I
Uh-huh.
said she could be a good hoe because at least she was telling the dude that's actually your great grandpa, which the man that you grew up with ain't really your granddaddy. She was telling the nigga to move out the way because the presumed
There was
granddaddy
some light
didn't
skinned
kill it.
nigga that looked like you. But matter of
No,
fact,
no,
let me
no,
put you on the
no.
big screen. It might have been you. Let me see. I think it was you.
Nah, I wasn't born back
Cause
in
you like no,
George
you like
Washington.
cougars. You
I
like
wasn't
cougars.
born in no, I wasn't born with
Yep,
your
that's
grandparents.
it right
I
there.
was not
That's you used
born
to
with your
come in
grandparents.
and you used to sit on the plastic couch and you used to pass out dollars to all of us to make us
Hold on,
feel like that was you.
oh.
Yep, it was you.
So you mean to tell me? So I created a generation of young ass black folks that throw their wham in a circle for $1. Lord Jesus, boy, I made a contribution. I put a stamp on the world. Lord Jesus, I'm glad I was that old regular ass side nigga then. Cause you know what? I can come over there and get your ass Christmas present and all that shit. Your goddamn mama ain't did shit. Boy, I couldn't even feed your goddamn ass a bologna sandwich. But I come over there, I'm the cutty. Like on Dead President, when you come back from the wall, get your ass, nigga. I've been feeding your funk ass while you over there fighting for the goose and fighting for the white. But that girl been sucking on my ass like I'm sucking on this red lollipop, nigga. Ain't sugar sweet, nigga. Get your bitch ass over there and get back in that
I think he was
apartment.
supposed to stay pausing now.
Get your stupid ass up in that apartment before I cut your water off. Yeah, look, I'm
Okay,
got a
Rooster.
big
Let me
bag
ask
of
you this.
dollar.
Let me ask you this, Rooster.
Big
Let me ask you this. Now we didn't gave you, but you done had the flow about 15 minutes. You're talking
I
about
ain't
my
had no flow.
grandma.
I know I don't hold the flows in there. I'm just performing a sit in. No,
So okay, well you done had
you
it.
cracker made niggas don't want me to at the bar. So I'm just performing a sit in. You already when I walked them in the door, you ain't want me in there anyway. But you thought you was gonna get some money. So I'm performing a sit in. Let's get that straight. The sit in. Civil rights movement. Use a regentrified nigga in the mind. I'm going to sit
Rooster,
in. I'm
Rooster.
coming into your bar.
I know this makes sense to
Look,
you, but to a sober mind, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I'm being
what is
honest. I don't know
you
what the fuck you're
talking
talking
about to a sober mind? No. I'm saying I'm on your YouTube platform. I'm performing a sit-in. I know that when you saw me coming up in the room, you allowed me to do certain things, just like they did with the niggas. You allowed me to build because you know you had a chance to try to beat me up, but you can't beat me up because I don't have the Martin Luther King mindset. I don't even have that Malcolm X mindset. I have the mindset of break women and eat the babies, and we savage everything after. So when you talking, that shit don't mean shit because I'm truly tribal. This bullshit that y'all be talking about on the internet, and y'all be talking about that leadership shit, that false sense of dominance and shit. That shit don't mean shit, and you will see this in the year 2027. Y'all, how are you niggas talking about being leaders, but you begging people that you deem inferior, just like you on your platform. You did deem me inferior, but you begging me to stop talking. You a stupid motherfucker. I wouldn't listen to a goddamn nigga or a woman tell me a motherfucking thing. And if I think I reign supreme, motherfucker, shut up and do what the fuck I say.
This is exactly why you have to know your limit on drinking, ladies and gentlemen. But Rooster, if you're gonna do anything, you're gonna teach today. Now you see how the panel done got silent. People done started making sandwiches and started to close. Like you just bring the energy down, Rooster. Like we was up here. My sister pulled up with the soft voice singing. You know, we had the mood. So it was a vibe, Rooster. And then you came up here as player one and talked about my bald-headed ass grandma. I think that's what you said. That's the exact quote. And the energy just has left the room, Rooster. It's left the room, bro. You got to read the room.
Oh, my God.
Got to read the room, brother.
He said bald-headed ass grandma.
Man talked about my grandpa not being my grandpa. Then he went, and then it just be all over the place. Now he said he's doing a sit-in. I'm not gonna beat him up. I'm like, what the fuck? What is he talking about? Then he said every nigga on the panel gotta keep their voice down for their lady. The Rooster is hilarious, but it's just like I just can't follow. You know what it is, Rooster? You have a lot of thoughts. They're just like free range thoughts. You know, they're scatterbrained. You know, like all over the place. You know, and you know if you sober, I'm pretty sure you can put them together. But drunk ain't really working. I'm just saying. I'm gonna leave it alone though, because I don't want nobody to get because y'all know how it is. You're gonna get mad at somebody else for what I said. So I'm gonna just leave it alone. Shout out to the women's movement and the sisterhood. Taylor, that's another thing that I had to say before my aunt threw me out. Y'all be having a fake sisterhood over there. It got to be said. It got to be said, Taylor.
I mean, I don't think there was ever a sisterhood. The men over there called it the sisterhood, but it was never something that women said that.
Yeah, but do you think that they kind of like delve into the characteristics of it? Like, so like because you could create an opposite force just by doing something, you know?
I can see that. What were you saying, Candy?
As somebody who was so-called part of the sisterhood, I never said I was part of any sisterhood. People lumped us as a sisterhood because it was a group of women who hung around each other or was supporting each other. Like, that's not a title that we gave ourselves. That was a title forced upon us from outside people.
Yeah, it's not a sisterhood.
You never once heard me say the sisterhood. We part of the sisterhood. Some shit people put on us. And I'm not in the business of trying to dispel a thing. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, even now, when they be like, the sisterhood is in trouble, like, we got as much of a real sisterhood as y'all do a brotherhood.
Right. No, that's the truth. No,
that is hilarious. I mean, I think y'all a little bit more together though, because like y'all will at least defend. Like even if y'all feel like there might be an enemy, y'all have like a line. You're like, all right, that's enough. Don't say this. Don't say that. Niggas be ruthless. You see, somebody just talked about my bald-headed ass grandma.
Damn.
So yeah, y'all.
It could have been worse. He could have talked about your grandma's mustache. At least, you know what I'm saying?
Hold on, kid. Now, you know I'm sensitive about my granny's mustache. Don't do that. Don't do that. She had a little wart at the bottom. The little wart at the bottom with the hair coming out. I just played my grandma that had it, but my Aunt Nana did.
Once that menopause hit, all kinds of hair be growing in places. From what I've seen with some of these.
Yeah,
let it grow, huh?
Sister, I mean, listen. Another thing I want to say is shout out to Red Pill T. You know, pulling up in the building, brother. Where you been at? Where you been? You missed it.
Pittsburgh T. That's the one who made me leave the panel that day, and I.
Pittsburgh T. missed it. His homie Big J was up here. He missed it all.
Oh, that's good.
He was up here. He missed it all. He missed the whole show.
No, Lord.
I didn't miss that. Yeah, I didn't miss that. That's what I'm missing. The top, I don't know where y'all at. I'm trying to catch up where y'all at right now. I've been getting bits and pieces of it. I guess we on Black People Ills. That's where we at right now. Somebody said something about Black people, all Black people problems. I don't know how we always become the subject of these like discussions and stuff that be getting done wrong to us. That we become our own problems all the time. I don't know how this stuff always happens, but I guess somebody brought that up.
Yo, Taylor. That's what I was gonna tell you earlier. To go to Pittsburgh Tea Point. Like, I used to be like, man, white people don't be talking about these things. When I tell you, them white people not only talk about the stuff that we be talking about, but they like it better when we do it. Like, I even seen videos of content creators, like white content creators stealing from black content. Did y'all see those videos?
Yeah,
Oh
they
yeah,
do it
white
all the
people
time.
are very,
They do it all the time.
white people are very degenerate. Yeah.
Yo, it's a girl that does videos where she like make her butt clap, but it just be like weird situations. Like she'll just be like a random beat with her butt. She stole her butt clapping noises and made it to her, and she had a small booty.
Now that's diabolical.
That
I
is
was
I
like,
mean, pancake
what?
cheeks. And it got the whoa bam noise. They with the little pancake cheeks. I mean, little boogies he love too. But I'm just saying, how you doing that?
No, we don't little booty shame
Tastefully.
over here. But I'm just saying, like, it's obvious this is not your butt. And she said she reached out to her. She reached out to the girl, and she was like, she was like, um, hey, you took my content. And she said the girl did never responded and then stole another video, and she struck her for it.
You got a goated ass if somebody is stealing your clap noise.
Yeah, that's legendary.
But I mean, but all communities got problems, but some kind of way, it's like Black people, only people that got problems. And they actually make movies and write books and sing songs about all the Mexican cartels. You don't hear none of them talking about Mexicans like that. They do about the Irish mafia. They don't say nothing about them. So we just seem to be the only people that got problems that we done brainwashed ourselves to believe that we got all these problems and all these other groups don't have nothing going on. They don't have degenerate class of people doing crime and degeneracy for whatever reason. I don't really be getting it, and I don't understand how it always come up when these other groups are doing this stuff to us. We ain't even doing it to ourselves. Be one thing if this was black on black themed topic that we're talking about. We ain't even talking about that in some kind of way. I don't even know how I got to this point. I'm just coming on the back end, so excuse me. But it seemed like this is always what happens.
Yo, Candy, I had a picture I wanted to get your opinion on. And I know how you is. You tiptoe around this subject, sister. You gotta trust me. You gotta trust me, Candy. You heard me?
Oh, I didn't even realize I had muted myself. I saw this on IG. I'm smashed. This is the only Chris Brown and she I can afford. Absolutely, the Temu version. What I got versus what I ordered. Child. But listen, if I was either one of these two guys, I would absolutely be going through somebody's mall somewhere and acting like I'm Chris Brown and lying on the ground. Getting appreciated. I would.
Start popping and locking.
Folks don't be
Okay,
doing
so
like
I
that
got
shit
this
right.
question noted. Hold on. Posted this on my community tab, and I didn't get the response I thought I should get.
Should the daddy buy school clothes if he paid child support?
If he wants to.
I see.
Okay.
I
If
don't
I'm
know.
not mistaken, child support is supposed to configure in the school clothes and all of that stuff as well. But I do know some men who buy clothes and they give the quote unquote child support. They're not on child support, but they give a monthly amount to the children's mothers, and they still buy school clothes and shoes and anything else their kids want.
Well, I definitely would like to speak on this because I've been co-parenting for about 8 years now with my ex.
Tequila, you're a little bit low. Is it me? Is she low for y'all too?
Let me see if I can turn it on.
I just turned myself up too. Is it
Well, look, you
better?
might have to sing it like Disney Channel, sister. You got that amazing voice.
Yeah, she can turn herself up. That'd be good. I can hear you talking, but it's real low.
Okay, hold on.
And look, A-Dub said he paid child support and he also buys his kids clothes. because they his kids. That's what I'm saying. The real daddies do it. So this question is most likely for some dude who is, somebody you got to make be a daddy.
I look at questions like these, and I'm really just intrigued with like the responses. So like if I see it on Facebook, I just go to the comment section and see what people are saying. I really never jump out the bushes and be like, because you'll wake up to 30 notifications, 40 notifications, and you respond to them all. So I just normally just look, and for the most part, it was I was surprised to see a lot of women said that, like they were like, nah, it's just good. Only because being like, and it's different state to state. But being a person who has stepchildren, like I realized that, like, the average cost of a kid, I can't remember what we did. I think it was like 100,000, something like that,
Mhm.
maybe 130. I can't remember, but it was a lot from ages 1 to 18. And you look at like there's nobody paying. Well, I didn't say nobody. Most people are not paying over $200. So it's like, okay, if they're not paying over $200 and they're not gonna equal to $100,000, they kind of got a discount, right? So child support is kind of like a discount on your child, if I'm being real. So it's like, if you can afford it, why not do it?
I mean, if your kids need clothes, they need clothes. Like I don't understand this. Um,
That's
like
like A-Dub said, because they're my kids. Like the mentality of it is, oh, if you don't, like, let's say the mother can't do it, she doesn't have the funds, she's doing whatever she can, she don't have the money to get these kids clothes. Are you telling me your kids are gonna go to school with two small shoes on? They're going to school with flooding pants, or are y'all gonna figure out a way to come up with the money? That's the part. Like,
Well, I think like,
don't.
well, remember that part of it, it depends on that mother and that father's relationships. Like a lot of times people went through war with each other, court mentally and physically, and they just be done. So dudes be checked out. They just paying child support and that's it. And that happens because people have histories and they got a lot of nasty stuff going on, whichever side you believe, but dudes be checked out. They just say get it from the child support. And some people, I know a lot of people I work with, they paying crazy money for child support and they got a whole nother family. So it just depends. But a lot of that is bad relationships between the mother and the father. That's usually what that is, where the dude is just like, he's just checked out. Just get out of child support. I'm tired of arguing with you. Right or wrong, that's usually what happens.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. I'm
yeah.
glad to not to have that sort of a situation. And like I said, most of the men that I know haven't. The ones that I know who are fathers are either with their baby mothers to where they're not on child support because they're together, or if they're separate, they're co-parenting and they're not on child support because they made arrangements with that woman. Like the best thing you can do is not take out your relationship failure on your children.
Yo,
I'm happy I don't got kids.
Pittsburgh T, I'm glad you here. Guess who's back in the news for fucking child support?
Oh,
Anthony Edwards,
Who is that?
oh, I saw that. Yeah, I
the
saw that. It's
basketball
women
player
want
that,
more money.
that got
Yeah,
the
there's
woman
women wanting
pregnant.
more money.
So
Yeah.
first he got the woman pregnant, gave her $500,000 for abortion. So it was basically he tipped her not to get or to get the abortion, and she didn't. So then he went and paid $1 million up front for the child support. I don't owe you anything. And we had a big old debate over here, me and Pittsburgh T, about the dude and blah blah blah. And I was basically saying, well, accountability. Like if we preaching accountability for women, we got to preach it for men. He knows that gold diggers are gonna be there. Stop shooting their club up, basically. And he was the opposite.
Is this another woman?
He got a new woman pregnant.
Oh Jesus.
And it's like, bro, you can't keep making the same. And this is what I meant when I brought up the accountability thing. Like, and I said this dude is no victim. He knew that she was a gold digger. He knew what it was. I don't feel bad for him. I hope she milk him. Is my stance. And then he went and shot up another club. It's like, bro, you're notorious for shooting up clubs. You got to do better with your life.
Once you are a one-time baby daddy, it don't make like people who say it was an accident and you got multiple kids from accidents. That ain't no accident. That's a repeat pattern. Once you had your first kid, that should have been enough to tell you didn't want it anymore. Why you keep doing this?
Because there's no I mean, unfortunately, I mean, because they know them kids isn't gonna, be with them 100% of the time, so they could kind of, come and go as they please, and the woman will, do the rearing and, nurturing and caring and all that other stuff. So, that's why.
Nah,
Yeah,
because
they think
my
that's
bald
that's
headed ass
great. I
grandma had to
think that's
watch my kids.
You said your ball. See, I'm not calling your girl.
No,
You
I'm
said
just-
your grandma to watch your kids. That's good.
no, I'm clouded. I'm clouded.
Oh, that's good. I
So let
think
me
it's
ask
very
y'all a question.
scary. Oh, I'm sorry, Candy.
I'm sorry, Taylor. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. My bad.
I was just gonna say, I just think it's very scary in this day and age for people just to be having kids like that. Like that's just me personally.
But I
Um,
don't think those are normal people though. Like she obviously is a gold digger, and he obviously is a careless athlete. So they kind of like that's a magnet for each other. So that's a fair exchange for both of them. I don't think it's no victim in that. She clearly wanted to have that kid to have the money, and then he's careless. So I think that situation worked itself the way it's supposed to work itself.
let me ask y'all. So, well, before I start, Tequila, are you back? I don't want to be talking if you back waiting.
I can't see who's on the panel.
I can't see because he got the
Hold on,
red.
yeah, hold on. I'm about to take it off. Hold on, give me 1 second. Sis. 1 second. There we go.
Oh, there we go.
You can't see Negro
Not
what?
just clear.
Why you got Negro what up?
There we go.
Okay, she's not back yet. Okay, I didn't want to talk if she was waiting, but I do have a question for y'all based off of a story that I was told on my panel. Let me see what y'all think of this one, and it has to do with children and child support and all of that stuff. You're in a long-term relationship with somebody, right? And you both agree that y'all don't want kids, so that woman is on birth control. She stops taking her birth control and doesn't tell you, and then you end up getting her pregnant. Is the guy responsible for this, or the woman, or how do you see the fault here? Who's at fault? Because I know what I personally think about it, but I want to hear y'all's opinion.
Hold on. Go, say that one more time. I don't think I understood that. Say that one more time.
You and your girl been in a relationship 3 years, right? Y'all not married, y'all just in a relationship.
Okay.
Y'all are together deciding not to have children. So she's on birth control, but you still shooting the club up when y'all have sex, right? You raw dogging it. Now she goes and she stops the birth control and does not tell you, and then you end up getting her pregnant. Who is
That is
who is at fault here? Is this her
equal.
fault? Y'all's equal fault? How do you see this?
Equal. Because I feel like, I mean, okay, let's just, even if she wasn't still taking the birth control, I mean, she could have gave him STDs. You know what I mean? Like, obviously can't trust her because you're keeping secrets from her. So it's
What
just,
was the reason that she stopped taking the birth control? And
She
why
wanted
did
to
she?
have the baby. She From what
she
I was
deceived her.
told, she hijacked his DNA because what he said was she stole my DNA. And I said to him, she didn't steal the DNA. You was freely giving it to her. She just wasn't supposed to utilize the DNA the way that you wanted to utilize it.
And she
Nah, she
didn't
had that
tell
turkey
him.
baster.
And she didn't tell him that she was gonna stop taking her birth control. She just did it.
That is what he said.
Oh,
I feel like personally she was wrong. And that's not to woman dash or whatever, but I feel like y'all made an agreement. He was
I don't
keeping up
think
his part of the agreement and you were not keeping up yours. I feel like the woman was wrong in that situation.
I don't
Because
think that's
even though
right.
it's your body, your choice, you weren't supposed to be able to have a kid based off of the agreed upon sexual relationship. Once you change that up on me saying we can sleep together, we can have sex, but you got to wear a condom. And in the midst of that, you take that condom off, and I didn't know. You changed the parameters. This here meeting, you didn't tell me. That's wrong.
If you
Well,
change if you change up on me without me having some type of without giving me the option to either be like, hey, I don't want to do this anymore, let's just go our own separate ways, I would be infuriated because how dare you? She wrong for that. If that's how it happened, okay, because if that's how it happened, she's most definitely wrong for that.
I'm just going by what I was told. Now I don't know these people personally. It's actually a fantastic story. Mr. Fantastic came
Oh,
on because I was laughing because I'm like, how you saying this lady hijacked your DNA? What did she do? Go get the condom and stick it back inside her once you pulled out? Like what happened? And then he said basically no, that they had this agreement set up. And then she secretly stopped taking her birth control. And now he has twins that he never asked for.
Damn.
But then some people like Big J said, nah, because at the end of the day, you should have still worn a condom regardless of whether she was on birth control or not. I mean, in my opinion, like a long term sort of relationship, I think most people stop wearing condoms at some
Yeah,
point.
so it's like 80-20 in my opinion.
I mean, if you're in a relationship, like if they were in like a monogamous relationship dealing with one another, I mean, condoms is kind of out of the question.
Yeah.
But she wrong for that if that's how it happened, because you got to talk to your partner about things like that. Have discussions at least.
I look at it like this. How would she feel if he spiked her drink afterwards for her to lose? She would be like, she would feel betrayed. So yeah, I I didn't know. I
Well,
thought
but
it was
no,
like
that's kind of
if it
different
depends.
because what she did was, hold on, Scarlett, what that's different. You spiking my drink is you doing something to my body, right? What she did was only to her own body. I don't think that's the same equivalent.
Yeah, but she lied to him to get him to create life inside of her body. So yeah.
Pittsburgh, you awfully quiet over there. What you got to say on this one?
I ain't never heard Pittsburgh T this quiet. This must have been him. This his story. That's why he quiet. Pittsburgh T, say something, bro.
That's how you got them kids, sir.
He might be at work. He'll come off mute in a little bit. I ain't never heard Pittsburgh T this quiet. I already know what Pittsburgh T gonna say. I already know what he gonna say.
What he gonna say?
Or he said, give me a second. He gonna say, it's the woman's fault. He gonna say it with confidence too. Red pill T is what I call him. Red pill T, what they call him. He gonna say it's the
Yeah,
woman's fault.
that's easy. That's the woman's fault. If you're in a monogamous situation, like not using condoms ain't no crazy thing. Now, if it's a one night stand, maybe you could put a little layer of the fee, but at the end of the day, the product of that is going to be a child that's got to be produced for 18 years. So you manipulated the man to have a kid for the next 18 years. It's crazy.
Not
Like
just
that. We
one.
don't.
She ended up pregnant with twins after that.
What?
So not only
Oh,
do
it's
you
two
have one,
kids.
you got two.
That's
You got two
crazy.
kids. Yeah, that's crazy.
That's
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah, like STDs is one thing, but if we're in a relationship, most people ain't always rocking around with with STDs. And the person who brought this STD will be the person at fault. If I brought STD home to my wife, then my wife would be looking at me crazy, and vice versa. So if the responsibility lay with the person who brought it, then you're setting this whole situation up to carry a kid that I didn't agree to for 18 years. That's a long time of financial responsibility, if not more, depending on the person and the child and the situation you in.
So now I'm looking at my chat. King Troll conceded. A conceded. He says they both responsible. No one is at fault because they were consenting adults. That's the risk you take. You got to make sure you fully trust the woman. I think he did trust her, which is the reason he was shooting the club up. But she
Right.
proved to be untrustworthy when she went and basically, like he said, stole his baby batter. I don't think she stole. She didn't steal it. She defrauded you out of it, or frauded you out of it, if that's how we want to use it, because she wasn't supposed to use the baby batter to actually make a baby.
Child.
Well, it depends because the Anthony Edward people, like them dudes who are what women and people think are financially stable, that's part of the MO. And you can't have that financial money flying around and people perceive to be this wealth and be dealing with certain kind of women. You know what these women do. So there's a certain risk that you run. It doesn't make it right, but you have to know the type of people you're dealing with on both sides of that. So in that situation, I think it's kind of like, you're dealing with somebody who has a history of doing a thing, like having babies by athletes and entertainers. So why would you put yourself in that situation? But it doesn't excuse the fact that somebody being deceptive. It just is what it is. That's just that environment. But if you're in a monogamous relationship without any of that going on, and somebody decides to do that because they can, I think that's crazy. But unfortunately, there's nothing that man can do. He just has to deal with it. There's absolutely nothing he can do with it. Because once the baby is conceived and that woman is pregnant, it's her body, her choice. He has no control over if she has that baby. It has no control over any of that. He didn't choose that child. He has to take care of that child. He has to deal with it. He has no choice, no alternative.
I mean, but can you say he didn't choose the child, like in a situation where
you are messing around with some woman that you know has the potential. Okay, like most likely a lot of these athletes deal with the Instagram thoughts. A lot of them kind of women, you know what comes with them, right? So she got pregnant, you would expect her to what? Keep the baby so she can have that financial leg up on you, right? Is it really not his fault that he's gotten her pregnant if he shot her up wrong?
Yeah, because if they talked about it, just how you were saying about the relationship uh, with the couple, where the man was thinking that that's his woman, and she just decided not to take their birth control. They had an agreement. Now you could say that the woman's character will probably be flawed because of her history. That's what I would say. But if they have an agreement and
Is
you
that
go against
how the Anthony guy? I just want to make sure we talking about the same thing because I think in a lot of
yeah,
these cases, he said that. Okay, then I don't know.
yeah, it's the same thing. They had an agreement. So that like the thing is like people want to throw up moral high ground. Like these are people having promiscuous sex outside of being married. So the morality is kind of gold out of that. If we want to throw religion or whatever you want to throw into that, these people are having sex before marriage. That's one thing. Now, whatever agreements that they come up with, that's between them two. And if one person violate that agreement, it doesn't make the other person a terrible person for making them agree with them. It makes them delusional, but if they know that they're with a certain kind of person, but it doesn't take fault off the person that we had the agreement and you just violated the agreement that we weren't going to have kids, that we were going to use condoms, whatever the case may be.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. I normally try to look at this, from a non-biased, compromised point of view. But like in the Anthony Edwards situation, he's completely stupid. But in a situation with, because every situation is not just the same. In the case of your homeboy, like he was bamboozled. Like that's crazy. And then he had twins. Like, how do you know he even wanted kids? And then it's like now he gotta financially that's a burden on him. It's just a lot of decisions she made for him that was just like wrong. So yeah, I think she was wrong in that situation. But the Anthony Edwards, he's completely wrong.
So only he wrong in that situation. I have to handle with Scholar.
Absolutely.
Cool, I got it.
Hold on, Pete. See, that's why I love having Red Pill T on. Because Pittsburgh T, I know the philosophy of Red Pill. So Red Pill say that men are the leaders, men are the providers. What Kevin Samuels say, we run the natural world around you. We built the natural world. We did all those things. But when it comes to responsibility, the leader's supposed to take it, right?
It's my body, my choice, Scholar. We can't tell women what to do with their bodies.
No, we're not doing that, T. We not Red Pill T. I need you to stand on business right now. So when it comes down,
you can't tell women what to do with their bodies, bro. That's
but
not.
Hold on, Pittsburgh T. Let me ask you this: Who run the world according to you?
According to me, it's according to everything. Men run the world. I mean, if you're doing the gender thing,
so they run the world.
Wrote the laws
Okay, so they the leaders.
We wrote the laws for women to have autonomy over their body.
It's not 50-50. So if it's not 50-50, Pittsburgh T, and we're given a situation with male and a female, why isn't the male given a majority of the responsibility and blame for everything if he's the leader?
What you talking about? Conception of the child is both people.
But
the decision to actually carry
it's not 50-50.
Yeah, it is. Conception, yeah. If they conceive that child, both people decide that. Now the decision of actually if that child comes forward.
I thought the man was the pride.
No, but it's scholar. If that woman don't want to have that kid, it don't matter what that man do. That kid is not coming. It ain't his decision. That's her decision, 100%. Now them conceiving that child, that should be both of them making that decision. If it's not, then that's problematic. If one side decided to do that and the other one didn't, that should be a problem.
Nah, Pittsburgh T, I can't get jiggy with that, bro. Like Pittsburgh T, I don't agree with the philosophy, but it gotta be consistent, and it has to be one way. It's like if you're telling me, like, okay, that's nature, that's this. Men are in charge. We'll ride with that notion. Men are in charge. So if men are in charge, they're supposed to get the blame for how things go out, right? For how things go. They're the leaders.
But that's what
No,
that's
you
what
don't
that's
take
why I
responsibility.
disagree,
No, you
Scholar,
don't take
because
responsibility for all the stuff your kids do, bro. You the leader of your house. If your kid go out there and do something
No,
crazy,
you
do they come
absolutely
home
do.
and
The
pick?
police is gonna knock on
Okay,
your door and
do
say,
you
"This is
do
this kid yours."
do you, okay? Are the police gonna arrest you as the parent, or they gonna if your
You
kid do
absolutely
something,
could
you
get
the one?
charges for your
They
kid.
not. They not, bro. If you not there,
You could
your
get
kid's the
charges for
one.
harboring
That's
a
why they have,
fugitive.
bro. They have juvenile court for a reason. They got juvenile court for a reason for the
It
kids.
depends
Pittsburgh T,
though.
you get charges for
Pittsburgh
your
T, you got to
kids.
remember that. Remember the little white boy who shot up that school in Michigan and his parents got charged?
Well, that's negligence. That's a whole different thing. That's completely like, well, and that's a negligence case. That's a whole different. In majority of
Some
cases,
states are
your kid
pushing
do
now to,
something.
to make the laws so the parents are more responsible because these kids are out of control.
And the
I get
parents
it,
are the
but
guardians and leaders of them.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
leadership comes with a heavy burden, Pittsburgh T.
nah, bro, you can't. What you doing? You don't really have a leadership over. Okay, if I have leadership, I got control. Does a man have control over pregnancy, deciding if a woman has a baby? No. So he don't have control over that
Absolutely.
situation.
They just legislated it into law
Okay.
with
So
abortions.
so if he don't want to have the kid and she want to have the kid, can he stop that woman from having the kid if he
Yeah,
got
make
control?
abortions illegal like they did
Come
in
on,
Yo,
scholar,
Pittsburgh. No,
stop that.
Pittsburgh T. I'm not even bullshitting you. There's a case in Texas where I was going to talk about it, but I didn't have the like the clip. But this woman, like she crossed state lines to get an abortion, and Texas didn't spare $1 prosecuting her.
Yeah, but that's the
See
woman
the
want
thing
to
of
do it because the man do it though. The man can't make that woman have no abortion.
He
So if the
can make
woman
it
like
really hard for her to get one.
he cannot stop her from getting an abortion if it's
okay,
legal in that
Scholar, you
state. Like
missing a
that's
you y'all
go
are
ahead,
y'all are
go
King.
ahead.
talking about two
Go ahead.
different things. He's saying he can't make her get an abortion. Your choice on whether or not she has that child started and ended with you nutting in her. How you keep her from how you have that quote unquote abortion is to never get her pregnant in the first place. That's how that law works. On that, now
That is
she's
true,
stuck
Candy.
in
You're
Texas.
absolutely right.
Now she's stuck in Texas. In this part, once she's pregnant, she has no choice to get rid of that baby. If she goes across state lines, now she has federal government on her behind, as he just said. So your option in forcing her to not have a child is to retain your baby back. That's it.
Yeah,
Hey,
but
I got a quick
that's a
question, Candy.
isolated point.
I'm
That's an
sorry.
isolated like situation though. That ain't like most people don't live in Texas. Like most Americans don't live in Texas. Most
But
Americans
there's
ain't up
other
under that.
states though. You got
I got a
Indiana.
quick.
It's not
Hey,
just
Candy.
Texas. Go
Hey,
ahead.
can,
Go ahead.
like how do they if she go across state lines to get an abortion? How do they know?
Scholar can tell you he was the one who brought that up. I didn't follow the
Let me
story.
look. Let me look it up. Let me look it up because I remember them looking at flock cameras and tracking her. I don't know how they originally like if they reported it. Maybe I don't know because medical people can't give HIPAA information. Let's see. Let me see.
I mean, for all we know, maybe the baby daddy told or her mama, her sister, her cousin, somebody put the peoples in her life.
But I do agree with what the red pill brother was saying too. You can't lead what you can't control. If every so you can't. It seems like people want to play the whole leader thing when it's time to just assume responsibilities for people's screw ups. And I ain't with that. It's almost like, oh, now everything is going to shit. Now where the leaders at? No, you didn't think about no leaders when you was doing what you wanted to do. You didn't think about no leaders when you was telling me we ain't listening to y'all. So how can you be the leader of what you can't control?
You can control yourself.
But
Ain't we
the
all
lady
doing
wasn't
that?
great.
Aren't
But
we
the
all
lady
doing that?
wasn't. Wait, but I'll say this: the lady wasn't great. So if she's not great, they both decided to sit down and lay down together. So that was a mutual decision. So like we can't do the thing where she just didn't have no control. Like the dude just had no control. Now she's having an abortion because she don't want to have a baby. If
He
she didn't
has
want to have a
control when
baby,
he ejaculates.
they
I don't
both
think
had
that's right.
control.
Right.
They both had
I'm not
control.
blaming
So
him. I'm saying they both did. They both. I
they
agree with you.
both.
That's
So
100% agree.
so so if she
Anytime
didn't
you
want
have
to have the
unprotected sex, y'all both agree to have a child. Period. Because that's how biology works. Now, will you have a child every time? No. But is both of you having raw dog sex? Y'all both consenting to this child? Yes. In my opinion, it is. Because grown people know when y'all raw dog it, there's a chance. You got at least 7 days out this month.
that you might end up pregnant. I hope you was watching your ovulation calendar.
Yeah, but that don't mean that you have to have it. That just because it can happen don't mean that you